The platinum young master of Slytherin has long yearned for unconditional favoritism, and when Cecilia extended her hand to him, this anticipation was finally met. He desired someone to stand by his side forever, not merely because he was the heir of Malfoy, but simply because he was Draco. Chapter 1. Inescapable Norms. On platform 9 3/4, a train, steeped in the marks of history and seemingly arriving from another era, stood quietly at the platform, poised to usher this flock of chattering young wizards into a wondrous fantastical world. In one of the compartments at the end of the train, a youth clad in a black cloak was engrossed in the newspaper he held. The wide brim of his hood cast a shadow over his profile, revealing only a slender, jade-like chin that in stark contrast to the clamorous outside. Solitude appeared to be a far more comforting option for him. Alas, when the door to the compartment was pulled open, his wish was destined to be thwarted. The platinum-haired young master furrowed his brow at the moment the door swung open, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. He deliberately elongated his tone. Merlin's beard, come and see. I have a dark, grim dementor in my compartment. Sir, if your eyesight hasn't deteriorated to the point of not recognizing the private sign on the door, I suggest you leave at once. Well, there was no mistaking the arrogance and disdain. It was abundantly clear from the haughty demeanor of this little master which house he hailed from. On the very first day of school, Cecilia had no desire to stir up trouble, so she dutifully prepared to relocate from Draco Malfoy's perspective. Just as his impatience began to mount, the peculiar figure clad in the dark cloak occupying his compartment finally responded. I'm sorry. The stranger raised his head, the broad brim of the cloak sliding down with the motion, revealing a rare head of hair that shimmered like it had been bathed in the glow of a full moon. Coupled with his striking light amber eyes and nearly translucent skin, he resembled a delicate doll showcased in a shop window rather than a living person. As he spoke, the sunlight danced upon him, casting an ethereal halo around his form. Draco found his mocking retort caught in his throat, incongruously reminded of the exquisite and fragile starry roses that had recently been transplanted from distant lands in his estate. While he was lost in his wandering thoughts, the boy had already risen from his seat, tidied his belongings, and was prepared to leave, evidently not so insensible as to overstay his welcome. Unexpectedly, the platinum young master, displaying an uncharacteristic magnanimity, spoke up. Never mind, it's not a big deal. Please sit down. He then nonchalantly made his way to his usual seat, as if he hadn't just been so vociferous in expelling the intruder. Draco's companions, Goyle and Crabbe, stood dumbfounded at the door, astonished by Draco's sudden willingness to engage amicably. Are you two brainless wonders who just misplaced your minds in the corridor? Why are you standing there like statues? Draco snapped, his familiar irritable self emerging. Well, Draco remained the same Draco, utterly unchanged, and Goyle and Crabbe silently dismissed their earlier thoughts. Cecilia, perplexed, set down her belongings, finding the little master beside her to be quite an odd character. She began to worry about her forthcoming life at Hogwarts. Surely not every Slytherin would be like this, would they? It seemed rather daunting. She lowered her gaze and continued to peruse the Daily Prophet, appearing engrossed, though her thoughts had long since wandered far beyond the confines of the train. Draco discreetly scrutinized the individual opposite him. The boy was quiet, and after sitting down, aside from expressing his gratitude, he resumed his reading of the newspaper in silence. This tranquility made the platinum young master exceedingly uncomfortable. Here he was, Draco Malfoy, a noble pureblood, not only having forgiven the affront but even graciously allowing this interloper to remain in his compartment, and yet all he received in return was a mere thank you. This was decidedly peculiar. Even the dim-witted Goyle and Crabbe sensed something was amiss, and before long, they excused themselves under the pretext of purchasing refreshments and slipped away. Pansy and Blaise had also vanished, leaving Draco and Cecilia sitting face to face, the compartment enveloped in an uncanny silence. He pressed his lips together, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Cecilia was still engrossed in the newspaper. The young master hesitated, wondering if a mere piece of crumpled paper could hold more allure than a noble Malfoy. Hey, I'm Draco Malfoy. You're a transfer student? After a while, he broke the silence, awkwardly pushing the sweet treats prepared for him by his mother toward the boy. Accustomed to his lofty position, the young master clearly lacked the finesse for initiating conversation with his peers. Though his intentions were good, it still came off as somewhat condescending. Draco's reasoning was simple. The person before him appeared to be of a similar age, could not possibly be a first year, and since he had never seen him at Hogwarts, the likelihood of him being a transfer student was quite high. While rare, there had been precedents in the school's history. You must come to Slytherin. It's the best house at Hogwarts. He spoke with unabashed pride as he extolled the virtues of his house, recounting the illustrious deeds of its founder and the points they had earned last semester, until he mentioned a certain Slytherin's destined nemesis, and his expression instantly fell. Anywhere but Gryffindor. His voice had risen, revealing his genuine disdain for that house. Finally, the boy beside him responded. The enigmatic youth that others found so intriguing had finally albeit slowly, recognized that Draco was addressing him. The boy pondered over the interpersonal communication guide his teacher had once introduced, also known as the course on how to properly engage with fellow humans quickly. Recalling the key points. Ultimately, he tentatively extended his hand, his clear, bright eyes fixed on Draco. "Hello, I'm Cecilia Flavose." Draco was momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since he had encountered such a formal exchange of names. Draco Malfoy. Though he had already disclosed his name, Draco felt compelled to repeat it. Thus, the two engaged in a solemn exchange of names, the gravity of the moment bordering on the absurd. "I'm not a transfer student." Cast aside was the initial indifference, as Cecilia's demeanor softened considerably. "Rest assured, I won't be going to Gryffindor." Of course, whether he would end up in Slytherin was still uncertain. This response evidently did not satisfy Draco. He had numerous questions yet to ask, but before he could voice them, his inquiries were abruptly halted by Cecilia's next action. Suddenly, Cecilia glanced out the window, and the temperature around them seemed to drop inexplicably through the train window. A gentle rain began to fall outside, the droplets striking the glass and transforming into a frosty sheen. "What's wrong?" This was decidedly peculiar. The platinum young master was not so dense as to overlook the sudden chill enveloping them, which rendered his already pallid complexion even more ghastly. A strange silver wand lightly tapped his hand, a warm current dispersing some of the biting cold. Aside from him, there was only Cecilia. Before he could express his gratitude, Cecilia abruptly stood, casting a wary glance at the adjacent window. Curious, Draco followed his gaze, and on the frosted glass appeared a grotesque and terrifying visage. In a sense, it could hardly be called a face, hollow eye sockets and distorted features. Its skeletal claws scraped against the window, and a decayed, putrid aura surged forth. "Dementors! How dare they?" Draco exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. "That accursed creature should be confined to the prison of Azkaban, shouldn't it? Wizards are incapable of completely vanquishing Dementors, and regrettably, his Patronus charm has never succeeded." Chapter 2. The Silvery Radiance. More disheartening was the sudden sound emanating from the compartment door, as a skeletal claw slithered through the crevice of the doorframe. The overwhelming sense of despair that enveloped him was nearly suffocating, a feeling akin to having all joy stripped away, leaving only desolation in its wake. He clutched his wand tightly, his throat parched, attempting to act. Yet that individual abruptly positioned themselves before him, their slender silhouette shielding him from harm. "No. What are you doing, you fool?" The unwelcome intruder had breached the door, eyeing them with ravenous intent, its bone-white talons poised to graze the delicate neck of Cecily. Draco's pupils constricted, and in that moment he loathed his own frailty more than ever. Cecily, standing resolutely behind Draco, regarded the intruder with cold amber eyes. A silver wand held firmly across his chest, as a somber incantation reverberated through the room. A potent, gentle magic flowed forth, transforming into starlight that enveloped him. From the shimmering light emerged a magnificent dragon-like creature, its silvery splendor unfurling vast wings that enveloped the entire train in a radiant embrace. The terrifying monsters, upon nearing that luminous aura, let out silent, anguished cries and fled in panic. As calm returned, the silver dragon dissipated into ethereal wisps, and Cecily turned around, revealing to Draco the disheveled state he found himself in. His back was nearly soaked, and his once composed hair lay in disarray. "Are you all right?" Cecily inquired, steadying Draco, whose condition appeared quite dire. As if recollecting something vital, Cecily rummaged through his pockets, and finally procured an item of interest. He leaned in closer to Draco, placing a small object in the trembling boy's hand. "I hope this brings you some comfort." It was then that he realized his primary duty. He thought it necessary to assess the situation outside, particularly regarding the child the headmaster had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on. As Draco regained his composure, he found himself alone in the compartment, clutching a translucent, yellow star-shaped candy wrapped in colorful paper. "Oh my goodness, Draco, are you all right?" Pansy Parkinson burst into the compartment, her urgency apparent as she chastised the late-arriving boy. "It's all Blaze's fault for insisting we chat with that little girl from the Greengrass family." She shot a withering glance at the handsome boy with chocolate-colored skin, who merely looked innocently bewildered. Draco brushed the tousled strands from his forehead, feeling the slight hardness of the candy in his palm. His blue-gray eyes swirled with emotions that eluded comprehension. In reality, he felt splendid. He adjusted his attire, reverting to the poised and proud Slytherin he was known to be. Cecily had reacted swiftly. Evidently, the Dementors had not significantly affected the young wizards. Now standing outside Harry's compartment, Cecily knocked on the door, which was opened by a little girl with fluffy brown hair. "Hello, I'm Flawless." Scanning the room, Cecily noted that they all appeared to be in good spirits, though Harry's pallor was concerning. "Is he all right?" Cecily inquired, Worry etched across his face, prompting the children to shift uncomfortably at his unfamiliar concern. "Hello, you must be the new professor," one of them said. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned you." Only then did Cecily notice a weary gentleman seated in the corner, maintaining a gentle smile. "I'm Remus Lupin. That was your spell earlier, wasn't it? You protected these children remarkably." Harry was just a bit startled. "Goodness," Harry and his friends gasped, their eyes widening in surprise, as the young man before them appeared to be of similar age. "Was that spell really yours? We all saw it. It was amazing," Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration for the silver-haired boy. Little did they know, at that moment, they believed their fate was sealed. Cecily offered a humble smile, downplaying his efforts. He then turned his gaze to Lupin, his attention abruptly captured by the complex aura surrounding the man, evoking memories of less pleasant associations, causing his smile to falter. "Hello, Professor Lupin, it is a pleasure to meet you." He exchanged a few pleasantries. Hermione handed Harry a chocolate frog, which visibly lifted his spirits, as he no longer appeared so pale and eagerly engaged in the conversation. "A powerful and mysterious professor. That sounds incredibly cool," the children chirped, clustering around Cecily, their excitement palpable. Lupin, observing Harry's lively demeanor, couldn't help but reminisce about another dear friend, one with whom he had once shared such joyful days, now lost to time. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the light in his eyes dimmed, replaced by an indescribable bitterness. "Professor Lupin? Professor?" Harry's concerned voice jolted him from his nightmarish reverie. At that moment, the train came to a halt. They had arrived at their destination. Gently he patted Harry's shoulder, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Come on, Harry. We're here." Though the past had claimed many, it was a comfort that Harry remained. He would do everything in his power to safeguard this child. As they disembarked, Cecily bid farewell to Harry and the others, allowing them to proceed ahead while he lingered behind. No sooner had he parted ways with Harry than he sensed a searing gaze upon him. He turned to scan the crowd and soon locked eyes with a familiar pair of blue-gray orbs, the platinum-haired boy from the train, who was now glaring at him with palpable hostility. Cecily, taken aback, lowered the hand he had raised to greet the boy, his expression one of utter confusion. Blaise and Goyle appeared equally bewildered. Draco had hurriedly exited the train, clearly in search of someone. Then in an instant his eyes lit up, and Blaise followed his eager gaze to the strikingly attractive silver-haired boy, who stood out amidst the throng. Initially, Draco's expression was calm and even bore a rare smile, not one of mockery, but sincere. However, in the next heartbeat, his countenance morphed into a mask of fury. Blaise, bewildered by Draco's sudden shift, scrutinized his friend's clenched jaw, before catching sight of the disheveled savior standing beside the captivating boy. The moment the latter noticed them, his beautiful amber eyes met Draco's, yet the latter scoffed coldly, a sound so chilling it sent shivers through them all. He turned on his heel, disregarding the boy who was about to greet him. Meanwhile, Cecily stood amidst the chaos, speechless. "Is this how all of you Slytherins behave?" Chapter 3 Doubt. Even under the cloak of night, the grand and ancient structure stood impressively majestic. Cecily entered the great hall, where Professor Dumbledore awaited him at the staff table. "I suspect you encountered a bit of trouble on your journey. I hope it did not cause you too much distress." Dumbledore was evidently informed of the train's attack. Lupin exchanged greetings with Dumbledore and took a seat beside him. Mr. Flawless protected those children during the train incident. That astonishing Patronus charm. It's a moment I shall not soon forget. Uncertain whether it was merely his imagination, Cecilia sensed a notable softening in the demeanor of everyone at the table towards him after Lupin had spoken, even from the typically unyielding Professor Snape. Furthermore, the large gentleman across from him, who appeared to share a close rapport with Harry, seemed visibly elated upon learning that Harry had protected the child. If not for the table between them, he might have rushed to embrace the young boy with heartfelt gratitude. "What I ought to do." Under the dim, warm light of the great hall, Cecilia's amber eyes radiated a gentle warmth. Having reached an accord with Hogwarts, he was naturally inclined to honor his prior commitments. Moreover, it was undeniable that he found amusement in this situation, was it not? At that moment, Professor McGonagall entered with the first-year students. After the tattered hat concluded its song, Cecilia was fortunate enough to witness the unique sorting ceremony of Hogwarts. He couldn't help but feel that the enchanted object harbored a distinct bias against Slytherin, as evidenced by the lyrics it sang at the outset. He discreetly observed the brooding Slytherin head, who had never been seen with a smile, and the young gentleman at the long table with platinum hair. As if sensing his gaze, Draco suddenly turned to look at him, and Cecilia was taken aback by the latent dissatisfaction and anger reflected in his eyes. Before he could react, the young lord swiftly averted his gaze, leaving behind an irritable view of his back. The abruptness of the shift left Cecilia momentarily stunned. He pinched the palm of his hand, earnestly pondering whether he had inadvertently offended him. Regrettably, despite racking his brain, he remained utterly perplexed. It was quite vexing, as he had genuinely taken a liking to the young lord. The interaction between the two boys did not go unnoticed by another at the table. The amiable old headmaster observed with a teasing glint in his eye, evidently amused by the rapport between Cecilia and the Malfoy heir. Meanwhile, the Slytherin head, who had remained silent and expressionless, shifted his piercing gaze onto Cecilia, as if his stare could physically wound. They had crossed paths on the train. Cecilia endeavored to maintain a composed smile. "Is everything satisfactory?" he mused. "Satisfactory? You ought to have seen how he nearly bored a hole through me." The expression of the Slytherin head to his right darkened further, and Cecilia was abruptly transported back to the scene in the headmaster's office, a memory that lingered vividly. On that day, after Dumbledore had announced his decision, the Slytherin head had been the first to voice his discontent. "I dare say, Dumbledore, has your mind been dulled by sweets? You intend to appoint a child of dubious origins as a professor at Hogwarts, on a trial basis no less? Forgive my candor. But when did Hogwarts adopt such a practice?" This was Severus Snape, a wizard whose voice was elegantly low yet laced with sharpness. At that moment, the dubious and unproven child, Cecilia, felt as though he might wither under the weight of Snape's darkened gaze. Despite the skepticism and ridicule, Dumbledore's demeanor remained remarkably calm and gentle. "Do not fret, Severus. You might consider placing your trust in this child. It is merely a period of evaluation." Snape huffed, relenting his grip on the matter, yet his gaze toward Cecilia remained unfriendly. The silver-haired youth smiled at the grim potions professor, unfazed by his icy demeanor. For those well-versed in potions, he would always extend an additional measure of patience and respect, likely due to the reverence a novice felt towards a master. Professor McGonagall was not particularly supportive of Dumbledore's decision, as the youth before her appeared rather too youthful and, as Professor Snape had pointed out, of uncertain provenance. Given the current state of affairs at Hogwarts, such a move seemed ill-advised. Eventually, after an undisclosed conversation between Dumbledore and the two professors, they begrudgingly accepted Cecilia's appointment. Few were aware of the accord between Cecilia and Dumbledore. Coincidentally, Snape was among them, and he deemed the decision utterly preposterous. Cecilia poked at the broccoli on his plate. The situation was not as dire as it seemed, for at least Professor Snape could not consume him. In stark contrast to the silence at the professor's table, the students' table was rife with chatter. "Draco, doesn't the new professor possess striking looks?" Pansy remarked with a mocking tone, having gleaned considerable information from a slip of the tongue by Blaise while waiting on the platform. Observing the girl's exaggerated expression, Draco coldly pushed a dish of pudding in her direction. "Perhaps Miss Parkinson would prefer to relish her dinner rather than mock me." With that, he rose and left the hall without a backward glance, leaving behind the indifferent silhouette characteristic of the Malfoy lineage. "Merlin, what has gotten into him?" Pansy pouted at the pudding before her, while Blaise rolled his eyes in an ungraceful manner. "You really know how to hit his sore spots, especially now that he is likely fuming." Draco's response was quite restrained compared to his usual temper. On the first day of the new academic year, the youth at the professor's table undeniably captured everyone's attention. "Oh, how to put it, handsome?" "Handsome is a term reserved for girls, Fred. Yet, he is even more captivating than a girl," the Gryffindor twins chimed in unison, as if performing a comedic duet. Hermione rapped her knuckles on the table in disapproval. "That is our newly appointed professor. Show some respect." Evidently, Cecilia had already won the favor of the young lady, as Hermione would not permit them to jest about her admired professor in such a manner. "Don't you know? The Patronus charm we witnessed today was his doing," Ron exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. However, he was abruptly interrupted as Harry tugged at his sleeve. "Oh, Harry, what's the matter?" Ron, reclaiming his sleeve, noticed the peculiar pallor of his brother's face. Harry's expression was odd. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his concern. "Did we offend Malfoy in some way today?" Though they had always been at odds, the expression on that fellow's face had been excessively fierce. Ron scratched his face, not having spotted the loathed Slytherin at their table. "Where is he?" Harry shook his head. "He left shortly after the feast began. He always does that." "Well, mate, why bring up that insufferable git?" Upon hearing Harry's description, Ron shrugged indifferently. If one were to ask who among Gryffindor most detested Malfoy, young Weasley would undoubtedly take the prize. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin had been long-standing, particularly since Harry Potter's enrollment, with the two houses frequently at odds. This year promised to be eventful at Hogwarts. After the feast, Dumbledore announced several new appointments, and they had suddenly acquired 3 additional professors. While the Great Hall remained relatively calm, the Slytherin common room erupted in a frenzy after returning to the dungeons. Behold, it seems that Hogwarts has indeed fallen into decline. Ha! Even a mere child can occupy a professorial seat now. Arrogance and malice appear to be etched into the very DNA of every Slytherin. This aristocratic cohort is evidently dissatisfied with the new professors, particularly with Cecilius, whose excessively youthful appearance and nebulous background raised their suspicions. Were it not for the absence of evidence, they would almost suspect him of harboring some unspeakable secret connection with Dumbledore. Strangely, young Master Malfoy, who typically embodies the sharp wit of a certain Slytherin head, remains resolutely silent, even furrowing his brow upon hearing their disparagement of the silver-haired youth. The fourth-year Slytherin, perhaps unaccustomed to a solitary performance, shifts his gaze towards the platinum-haired Malfoy by the fireplace. Perhaps our young Malfoy possesses some insight. Draco gazes at the upperclassman in confusion. What? Instinctively, he finds the boy's smile rather distasteful. Indeed, what secret relationship could he possibly have with Dumbledore? In truth, he likely merely intended to insinuate that Cecilius had gained his position through nepotism, or perhaps he was a distant relative of Dumbledore's. Yet his tone was far too suggestive. At this juncture, Blaze's eyelids twitched violently, and he instinctively glanced at Draco on the sofa. As expected, the platinum-haired young lord's countenance darkened dreadfully upon hearing those words, resembling Professor Snape when he witnessed a Gryffindor cauldron explode in potions class. Enough, Eric, silence yourself. Draco abruptly leapt to his feet, and the previously raucous cellar fell into an eerie silence, the faces of the newly sorted Slytherin first-years turning pale with fright. The upperclassman, referred to as Eric, finally ceased his unappealing grin, his gaze icy as he regarded Draco. What, are you defending them? Draco Malfoy, a staunch Slytherin-loathing Gryffindor, now audaciously defending Dumbledore? This is undoubtedly the most ludicrous jest of the year. The third-year boy had long outgrown his previous frail form, now standing tall, almost rivaling Eric across from him. Storms brewed within his blue-gray eyes, and his still youthful features began to unveil an oppressive presence reminiscent of his forebears. I told you to be quiet. Eric paused momentarily, then began to sneer. What, have I struck a nerve? As if struck by a thought, his eyes darted, and he continued. Has the young Master Malfoy taken a liking to that boy? Indeed, he is quite handsome. Suddenly, Eric's remaining words were replaced by a cry of pain. He clutched his face and collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Draco. Beside him, Blaze was similarly taken aback, rendered speechless. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that one day Draco would strike someone like a muggle. Moreover, judging by the glint in the platinum-haired young lord's eyes, he seemed inclined to deliver further blows to the fallen Eric. However, Eric was no pushover. He promptly drew his wand, poised to unleash a barrage of curses upon Draco. After all, that was their family's forte. Before he could act, the surrounding Slytherins finally processed the unfolding events. Blaze quickly stepped forward to restrain Draco, who appeared immensely agitated, his formerly neat golden hair now tousled, and his usually pale face tinged with a rare flush. I warned you, Malfoy, don't give me that look. Who among us is more noble? Eric was held back by another upperclassman, his eyes clouded with animosity as they met Draco's. Crabbe and Goyle positioned themselves in front of Draco, and as the two seemed unwilling to relent, a familiar voice pierced through the tension like a well-aimed arrow. What are you doing? All present Slytherins involuntarily shuddered. The head of Slytherin arrived belatedly, surveying the chaos from the staircase above, exclaiming, one might think they had wandered into the den of a pack of foolish lions. His dark eyes scrutinized each individual present, particularly Draco and Eric, who he seemed to wish to submerge in a cauldron, were it possible. He unleashed venomous words upon the assembly, stating that if any of their brains were still functioning, they should immediately return to their respective nests. Eric, come with me. He turned, his oppressive gaze landing upon Draco's face. Oh, and you as well, Mr. Malfoy. Chapter 4, A Fortuitous Encounter. Emerging from the headmaster's office, it was nearly curfew. Cecilius lingered in the unusually empty corridor. At this hour, even the portraits on the walls had succumbed to slumber. Leaning against the somewhat cool wall, his silver hair cascaded down, and in a fit of irritation, Cecilius swept all his bangs upward, revealing a hint of sharpness between his brows. Under the dim light, peculiar totems flickered briefly upon the exposed whiteness of his wrist. A raspy meow echoed from a distance. It seemed the night watchmen of Hogwarts had commenced their duties. Cecilius rubbed his temples, displaying a rare sign of fatigue. It was time for him to retire. Unfortunately, he found himself lost. After wandering in the dark for what felt like an eternity, Cecilius had yet to locate his office and seemed to stray further off course. Staring at the exceedingly similar edifices on either side, he fell into a daze, his eyes nearly vacant, when suddenly, an unexpected collision occurred. Turning a corner, he collided heavily with another hurried passerby. The individual opposite emitted a cry of pain, swaying dangerously as if about to fall. Cecilia hastily reached out to catch him, but clearly, he overestimated his own strength. Not only did he fail to secure the other, but he also lost his footing, and the two tumbled together in a heap. Despite Cecilia's slender frame, he was undeniably male, and the unfortunate soul beneath him emitted a muffled groan. Paying no mind to the circumstances, Cecilia hastily rose. "My apologies." Upon regaining his footing, he was astonished to find that he had collided with a familiar face. "It's you." The other's complexion was ashen. His delicate features twisted in anguish, clearly in considerable pain. Cecilia hurriedly assisted the young lord to his feet. Draco cradled his injured arm, regaining his senses just in time to unleash a torrent of invectives, but as his gaze focused, he met a pair of familiar light amber eyes. It was far too close for comfort. His pupils constricted, and he instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing?" Cecilia had not anticipated such a reaction, hastily retreating. "I merely wished to examine your injury." Once distance was established, Draco sprang upright, rubbing his arm. Ouch, what terrible luck! Especially when confronted with those eyes brimming with innocence. Draco felt an additional layer of frustration. "Is your arm truly all right?" The purplish bruises upon the pale skin were glaringly conspicuous. Draco abruptly concealed his hand behind his back, a flush of heat rising to his face, particularly upon recollecting how those injuries were sustained. "Damn it. I just left my godfather's office and hadn't the chance to tend to my wounds." Cecilia observed the defiant boy before him, the young lord biting his lip, his ears flushed crimson, his gaze flickering, exuding an air of vulnerability. For an extended period, Cecilia had existed in a state of dormancy, consequently missing numerous opportunities to engage with his peers, rendering him utterly at a loss in such a scenario. "Allow me to treat your wounds. Consider it an apology." Noting the reluctance in the young lord's eyes, Cecilia tentatively proposed, "You cannot return in such a state." Perhaps it was unbearable to see the silver-haired youth so delicately addressing him, or perhaps the expectation in the other's gaze was too overt. In any case, by the time Draco abruptly regained his composure, he found himself standing before the door to Cecilia's office. Thanks to Draco, Cecilia finally discovered his office. He tapped on the door where a bronze-hued little dragon was curled up, soundly asleep. The creature, irritable, exhaled a puff of fire that nearly singed Cecilia's sleeve. After another gentle knock, the dragon reluctantly unlocked the door. Draco, trailing behind, gazed curiously at the bronze dragon, and could not resist poking its little head, nearly getting bitten in return. He hadn't anticipated such a fiery temperament from the small creature. Cecilia lit the lamp and upon turning around, found the young master engrossed in play with the dragon. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Draco cleared his throat and nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Cecilia earned an annoyed glare from Draco. The latter settled into a plush chair, discreetly surveying the office. It was evident that the decorator had put considerable thought into the arrangement. The previously cluttered bookshelf had been cleared, replaced by a few unremarkable green plants occupying all the shelves, while a stack of intricately illustrated parchment lay neatly on the desk. The floor seemed to have undergone special treatment, showcasing a unique crystalline sheen and texture, and a few star-shaped lamps floated from the ceiling, casting a soft halo that created a starry pattern upon the floor. The dragon at the entrance is modeled after the legendary dragons of the distant east, Cecilia remarked as he placed a cup of warm milk before Draco. "If you like it, I shall craft a new one for you another day." Draco looked at the boy before him, astonished. "You can perform alchemy?" "To a certain extent," Cecilia replied. "If all goes well this semester, you should all be in my class." He settled beside Draco. "Now let us put those questions aside for a moment. I need to tend to your injury." He opened his palm, signaling the young master to place his hand upon it. Draco hesitated briefly, but ultimately acquiesced to Cecilia's insistence. He was curious about how the boy intended to treat his wound, especially since he had not prepared any potions, nor had he drawn his wand. Draco decided, with a sense of amusement, that if Cecilia failed, he would thoroughly mock him for being so close to Potter and his friends earlier. Then, he watched as the silver-haired boy enveloped his injured hand within his warm, soft grasp, leaving him momentarily stunned. At that moment, Cecilia focused intently. A delicate glow emanated from his palm, and gentle, pure magic radiated outward. Almost instantaneously, the wounds vanished, not only on the back of his hand, but also the scrapes on his body healed completely. Even having witnessed Cecilia's extraordinary magic before, Draco remained astounded. It was a wandless spell, and furthermore, he had not even uttered an incantation. Yushu, the silver-haired boy, winked, a smile dancing on his lips. The shimmering aura settled into his eyes, forming a swirling galaxy within. This is our secret. It was not until Draco stood at the cellar door, a chill breeze sweeping through, that he abruptly came to his senses, realizing what he had just experienced. He muttered to himself all the way back to the dormitory, where the night had deepened, and his roommate, Blaze, was already fast asleep. He hastily completed his nightly routine, yet upon lying in bed, he sorrowfully discovered he was wide awake. Beneath the faint, dim light filtering from the lake, Draco raised his hand to his eyes, gazing at his smooth, pale skin, and could not suppress thoughts of the way that boy had cradled his hands and the warmth of his touch. Damn it, he rolled over in bed, then buried his face beneath his blanket, muttering, that irritating Cecilia. I haven't even settled the score with him yet. Humph, next time. I won't let him get away so easily, the platinum-haired young master vowed through gritted teeth. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter. With the onset of the new academic year, the newly added courses on the schedule left many young wizards eagerly anticipating what lay ahead. The first class was for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and the eager little eagles arrived early, books in hand, gathering in clusters to whisper excitedly, their exhilaration palpable upon receiving the announcement. 10 minutes before class began, their new professor finally made his entrance. The slender youth with silver-white hair walked in, clutching a stack of parchment, his black robe adorned with intricate silver embellishments that reflected a mysterious, subdued light in the sunlight streaming through the windows. Cecilia placed the prepared teaching materials on the lectern and glanced around, noticing that the students from both houses had nearly filled the room. His clear, gentle amber eyes surveyed the assembly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cecilia Flavose, but you may call me Professor Flavose. He waved his wand, and an elegant signature appeared on the blackboard. This academic year, I will be teaching you the fundamentals of alchemy. My office is located on the 4th floor, and I welcome you to visit me at any time. The silver-haired youth wore a polite smile. This semester, we will begin with the simpler practice of magical rune engraving. Without further ado, let us commence. Alchemy is a complex discipline. While some achieve greatness within its depths, others spend their entire lives unable to unveil even a corner of its enigmatic veil. He distributed the stack of drawings and specially crafted quills to each student's desk, each sheet adorned with simple patterns. This lesson is straightforward. Replicate the patterns before you. Note that you must infuse your own magical energy into your drawings to transform them into runes rather than a chaotic array of lines. The young professor levitated the parchment before him, ensuring all could see, and patiently illustrated the design. As he completed the final stroke, the parchment radiated a marvelous glow. Would anyone like to test the effects of this rune? Almost simultaneously, every little wizard raised their hands, with one eager badger in the back even attempting to leap up. Taken aback by the enthusiastic response, Cecilia pointed to the particularly eager badger, beckoning him forward. The chosen badger appeared exhilarated, the dark-haired boy blushing as he approached the lectern. Cecilia placed the enchanted parchment in his palm. Now concentrate, and attempt to channel your magical energy into it. The parchment instantly emitted a beautiful blue light, which spread forth, transforming into a cascade of delicate snowflakes that floated down upon the heads of the students. Everyone marveled at the spectacle. This is a beginner's ice rune. As you delve deeper into your studies, you will discover that these runes can manifest effects beyond mere illustrations on parchment. With a flick of his wand, the snow vanished, as if it had never existed. Professor, are there runes related to life magic as well? The inquisitive little eagle could not contain his question. Indeed there are. Cecilia replied with a smile, rolling up his sleeve. It was at this moment that the students noticed a small, light gold miniature dragon coiled around his wrist. He gently nudged its tiny head, and the decorative little dragon seemed to awaken from slumber, even stifling a small yawn. The tiny dragon unfurled its delicate golden wings, tentatively moving them before soaring into the air. Gasps filled the classroom as the wondrous creature circled above the young wizards before finally landing on Cecilia's shoulder. However, life runes are exceedingly intricate. Cecilia gently stroked the little dragon's head, her thoughts drifting to a particularly grim case. The slender youth at the podium regarded each of his students with a solemn expression. I strongly advise against any reckless experimentation, especially when lacking complete assurance. A mere misstep could yield disastrous consequences. Much like the little dragon perched upon his office door, which despite possessing rudimentary reflexes, lacked independent thought, a soulless artifact, ultimately still a mere object. Or this creature upon his shoulder, a notch above its door-bound counterpart, yet fundamentally analogous, merely a more advanced alchemical creation. Still not true life. After witnessing Cecilia's demonstration, the eager students hastily retrieved their parchment, eager to attempt replicating the intricate patterns. To their surprise, what appeared simple in theory rendered their hands as though they had severed ties with their minds. At the podium, Cecilia, disregarding the little creature's protests, tucked it into his pocket, for he was now required to guide these fledgling alchemists in their inaugural encounter with the art. Focus your attention, avoid distractions, steady your quill. Hills felt a layer of sweat form in his palms as the professor stood beside him, offering patient guidance. By the end of the class, he had barely managed to complete half of the pattern. Gazing at his partially inscribed magical sigil, he sighed. Despite being the only one in the class to achieve even that much, the diligent little eagle could not suppress a sigh of resignation. The professor, smiling as he patted Hills on the shoulder, encouraged him not to be disheartened. You have done splendidly. Ravenclaw earns 5 points for your talent. Cecilia instructed the young sorcerers to take their sketches home and assign them homework for the week. Alchemy was no simple pursuit. He urged them to practice diligently outside of class. Regardless of their success, he eagerly anticipated seeing their creations in the next lesson. As they exited the classroom, the young sorcerers could not contain their excitement, animatedly discussing the wondrous spectacle they had just witnessed. If there had been any doubt regarding their professor's teaching prowess due to his youthful appearance, it had been dispelled by the recent class, and they now held genuine admiration for him. After bidding farewell to the last inquisitive student, Cecilia adjusted his cloak and retrieved the little creature, now a crumpled ball of indignation, from his pocket. All right, my apologies," he murmured, pinching the tips of its wings and coaxing it back to rest upon his wrist. He examined the little dragon closely, ensuring it was a suitable gift before hastening out of the classroom. After toiling through the night, Cecilia finally affixed the final layer of magical sigils to the little creature, just as dawn began to break. He had foregone breakfast, hastily washed, and changed into fresh attire before rushing to class. Perhaps he could find a moment after lunch to present this little being to its rightful owner. With this thought in mind, Cecilia quickened his pace and encountered Harry and his friends in a corridor. It was evident they had just finished their own class, though they appeared to be embroiled in some trouble. Ron was locked in a heated argument with Hermione, her face flushed with indignation, while Harry looked on. Caught in the middle of his friend's dispute, Cecilia strode over, positioning himself between Ron and Hermione to separate the two children, who were now red-faced with anger. What seems to be the problem here? Seeing Cecilia, Harry felt as though he had found a savior. Oh, it's all Malfoy's fault. Upon hearing the familiar name, Cecilia's brow furrowed involuntarily. If memory served, there was but one Malfoy in the third year. Hermione, visibly exasperated, seemed ready to strike Ron with her book. Glaring at him, "You provoked him first." As Ron and Hermione were on the verge of escalating their argument, Cecilia could not help but cast a silencing charm on Ron. Taken entirely by surprise by this action, Ron looked utterly wronged, his blue eyes brimming with indignation. Cecilia pretended not to notice, turning his attention to the astonished faces of Hermione and Harry. "So, who among you is willing to elaborate on the situation?" Hermione was the first to regain her composure, her demeanor now markedly calmer, reverting to her typically astute self. "In our recent Care of Magical Creatures class, Hagrid introduced us to a group of hippogriffs, which despise impoliteness. Ron provoked Malfoy." At this point, Ron attempted to interject, but the silencing charm rendered him unable to speak, leaving him to glare furiously at Hermione. "All right, Ron. Truth be told, had you not taunted him first, he would not have incited Buckbeak, and you could have lost your life. Did you know that? And his father, the governor, would have surely sought Hagrid out." "May I interrupt, everyone? What do you mean by almost lost your life?" The once gentle and courteous boy, who had maintained his composure since their acquaintance, now wore an expression of icy severity, startling them all. Harry hesitated before speaking up. Buckbeak injured his arm. He should be in the infirmary receiving treatment. Before Harry could finish, the silver-haired youth turned abruptly and departed, leaving the others in stunned silence. "Is he angry?" Harry poked Hermione, receiving an exasperated glare in return. "I thought, Harry, you weren't so slow on the uptake." With a huff, the young girl left her two befuddled companions behind. Ron stared blankly, mouth agape, silently shouting, "Wait! Why are you all leaving? Have you forgotten something?" Chapter 6. The Gift. The silver-haired youth traversed the bustling corridor. As apparition was not permitted at Hogwarts, he was compelled to walk. The rambunctious young sorcerers paused their antics, curiously observing the hurried boy. After a considerable detour, Cecilia finally approached his destination, spotting two figures blocking the entrance to the infirmary from a distance. Coincidentally, one of them was familiar to him. He recalled that the boy seemed to have a close relationship with Draco. The handsome boy with brown skin was busily comforting an agitated female classmate, whose tear-streaked face indicated she had been crying. Blaise, perceptive to the gaze of the unfamiliar observer, lifted his head to discover the silver-haired youth, eliciting a complex mix of emotions. "How is Draco?" the silver-haired youth inquired, concern evident in his eyes. The other boy appeared to have rushed over, his attire slightly disheveled. Blaise's gaze toward the professor grew more complicated as he considered, "He is resting inside." "It's you." The girl with black hair suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Cecilia. The silver-haired boy faltered, evidently confused by her accusation. Blaise sensed the situation was deteriorating. He attempted to grasp Pansy's arm, but she shook him off vehemently. "Enough, Zabini, did I say something wrong?" Her reddened eyes bore into the bewildered boy before her. Why did Draco feel the need to confront that savior before class today? "You know the real reason, don't you?" Even if she was reluctant to acknowledge it. It was undeniable that Draco was excessively invested in the person before her. He had even fought with that insufferable Eric like a muggle, all for this very individual, who seemed oblivious to it all. Initially, she had been unaware of the full story, but her keen intuition had sensed something amiss since the previous evening. Blaise's words were not entirely secure. While not everything was divulged, the fragments provided Pansy enough insight to piece together the narrative. Pansy was on the verge of lunging at Blaise to silence her, but she shot them both a furious glare before turning to flee, leaving the two boys in silence. Blaise rubbed his forehead. "I apologize, Professor. Pansy did not mean it. She is simply overly worried about Draco." He could only hope Draco would never discover that he had let the truth slip, for the consequences would be dire. Draco was resting inside. "So I decided to take my leave. I felt compelled to check on Pansy. Perhaps the atmosphere was too awkward. Rather than engaging in a silent staring contest, Blaise preferred to listen to Pansy's grievances. After he departed, Cecilia stood alone outside the infirmary for quite some time, her hand raised and then lowered, until Madame Pomfrey finally opened the door. "Oh dear, Mr. Flavius, what are you doing here?" Madame Pomfrey inquired, her expression softening in a rare display of warmth as she looked at the assistant, who was not much older than the children of Hogwarts. "I heard that Mr. Malfoy was injured. Is he all right?" Noticing his hesitance, Madame Pomfrey chuckled and fully opened the door behind her. "The boy is mostly fine. I've already treated his arm. However, I believe it would be more reassuring for you to see him for yourself, wouldn't it?" Cecilia hesitated slightly but ultimately followed Madame Pomfrey into the infirmary. The room was quiet, and he quickly located his desired destination. He softened his footsteps and sat down on the chair beside the bed. The once arrogant young master lay there, eyes closed and pallid, in a stillness that felt almost unsettling. As his gaze fell upon Draco's bloodless lips, Cecilia inexplicably felt a pang of discomfort. What was he feeling? They had only met a handful of times, hardly qualifying as acquaintances, let alone friends. With a sigh, he opened his palm, a familiar luminescent glow emanating, only to be firmly grasped by a wrist in the next moment. The sleeping young master had awoken at some point, and was now frowning at him. "This is the infirmary. Outside, you should refrain from using your peculiar abilities." Despite the visible signs of illness on Draco's face, the grip on his wrist conveyed an unmistakable insistence. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Cecilia lowered his gaze, sensing the creator's agitation, as a restless little head poked out from his sleeve, its small black eyes betraying a hint of human-like concern. He couldn't help but chuckle, patting the little head before gently lifting it out and placing it in the palm of his hand. Much to Draco's astonishment, the small creature tilted its head, observing the unfamiliar figure before it. Draco, cradling the diminutive bundle, appeared utterly at a loss, glancing helplessly at the silver-haired boy at his bedside. "Here. It's not like the one on the door. This one is quite well behaved." Noticing Draco's bewildered demeanor, the silver-haired boy finally revealed a smile, which had been absent since he entered, transforming his previously sullen face. However, Cecilia was unaware that when he smiled, his beautiful amber eyes seemed to shimmer like a river of stars, drawing one in without resistance. Draco found himself unexpectedly entranced by that brilliance, and a blush crept up to his ears almost instantly. "Stop smiling." "Huh. No, it's nothing. Is this little creature also an alchemical product?" The young master turned his head, fixated on the golden dragon that was wagging its tail in his hand. If one could overlook the crimson hue of his ears, one might say he appeared quite composed. Having grown accustomed to Draco's whims, Cecilia felt no irritation. "Well, I wasn't sure what form you would prefer, so I created it according to my own imagination. The legendary radiant dragon, in both appearance and power, should appeal to young boys, wouldn't you agree? Alas, it is but a fraction of its true strength, only 1% of the original. However, in this setting, that 1% would suffice. It should be adequate for protecting this young master. Indeed, as Cecilia had mentioned, the creature's temperament was remarkably gentle. Even when he tugged at its wings, it merely pawed at his fingers with its small claws, only feigning to bite when truly provoked. The young master seemed quite pleased with his gift. He glanced at Cecilia, who sat by the bed, cleared his throat discreetly, and inquired about something that had been on his mind. "Are you on good terms with Scar, Potter, and the others?" Unbeknownst to him, the more nonchalant he attempted to appear, the more conspicuous his pretense became. "Not really," Cecilia replied, regarding Draco with confusion before adding, "I have a better relationship with you." Caught off guard by the unexpected compliment, Draco's face flushed crimson. He stammered as he looked at Cecilia, the pink hue spreading to the corners of his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "That day, you left me to find them?" "Precisely." Seeing that Draco was about to grow angry, Cecilia hurried to explain. "It was Headmaster Dumbledore who instructed me to keep a close watch over you. In fact, this is one of the reasons for my presence at Hogwarts." That annoying Dumbledore. "Draco, he is your headmaster. Then did you give Potter any sweets?" Cecilia regarded him quizzically, unable to comprehend his fixation on that particular detail. Yet he patiently answered, "Of course not. That was my last piece of candy. And the very last one in this world," Cecilia silently thought. Having received the answer he sought, Draco appeared elated, reclining against his pillow and casually playing with the light golden creature on the blanket. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door as Madame Pomfrey returned. Observing the amicable interaction between the two, she felt compelled to intervene. "All right, gentlemen. Shall we continue this conversation another time?" She gently ushered Cecilia out, disregarding Draco's protests. "Mr. Malfoy, I believe you need your rest. Especially if you intend to appear in Mr. Flavius's class in 2 days. "Very well," Draco muttered, promptly closing his mouth. As Cecilia reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and could not resist turning back to admonish the young master, who lay in bed with a look of reluctant longing. "Next time avoid fighting." With that he stepped out. Inside the infirmary, Draco's indignant shout echoed, followed by Madame Pomfrey's stern reprimand. Cecilia quickened his pace, unable to suppress a smile that crept to his lips. Chapter 7: Trouble. Under Madame Pomfrey's care, Draco recovered remarkably quickly. After just one night, his injuries had nearly healed. With Madame Pomfrey's consent, he could hardly contain his eagerness to leave the infirmary, even managing to catch breakfast that very day. When the young master of the Malfoy family made his appearance in the dining hall, he undoubtedly caused a stir. Especially when someone spotted the familiar creature perched upon his shoulder. Almost everyone who had attended the professor's class the previous day recognized the little golden dragon. "Isn't that the one that was on the professor's wrist yesterday? How did it end up with Malfoy?" The Badger and Eagle could not help but display envious glances. And even the Gryffindors, who typically held disdain for Slytherin, found themselves stealing glances at Malfoy. Whether it was merely their imagination, as Draco passed the Gryffindor table, he seemed to deliberately slow his pace, particularly upon noticing Harry and his friends' gazes, his smile turning decidedly malicious. Before breakfast had even commenced, Harry felt as though he had already eaten his fill, or rather, was filled with indignation. "My goodness, it's my first time seeing such an alchemical creature. It looks just like a real dragon," Ron exclaimed, struggling to contain his awe. "Indeed, it is quite marvelous, but alas, it belongs to Malfoy," Harry replied flatly, shattering his friend's fantasy. "It's truly remarkable. I presume it must be your handiwork," Dumbledore remarked, gazing at the perfectly crafted creature. Although he was already aware of the boy's extraordinary talent in this regard, witnessing it firsthand left him in awe once more. Cecilia set down his cup and nodded, dismissing the act as a trivial trick. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the malevolent gaze of the greasy-haired, acerbic wizard beside him, whose sharp black eyes were fixed upon him with an intensity that even Cecilia found somewhat oppressive. "I must remind you, Mr. Flavose, to refrain from any further indiscretions," Professor Snape interjected, his tone icy. "That was merely a gesture of apology," Cecilia retorted, perplexed by the professor's inexplicable animosity towards him. In an attempt to soothe the professor's ire, he poured a glass of chilled milk for him, though the gesture was met with a disdainful huff. In his peripheral vision, he discreetly glanced at Draco at the Slytherin table, who appeared to be in high spirits, animatedly conversing with his friends. However, it was evident from the slight awkwardness of his arm that he had not adhered strictly to the medical advice given to him. Draco placed the small dragon on the table, and the creature wasted no time in springing to life, its energetic movements betraying its nature as an inanimate object devoid of a soul. Only Pansy regarded the little creature with discontent. recalling the recent conversations among Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw that suggested the dragon-shaped alchemical being likely originated from that very professor's hands. If memory served her correctly, Draco had only recently become acquainted with that peculiar professor. Why then had he bestowed such an extravagant gift upon him? Pansy found herself contemplating this further. For nearly everyone who knew Draco was aware of his profound fascination with dragons. Moreover, the little creature not only resembled a dragon, but also bore a striking resemblance in color to the Malfoy family's iconic blonde locks. If there were no ulterior motives at play, Pansy herself would have found it hard to believe. "Come now, Pansy. It's hardly a matter of great significance," Draco replied dismissively, as the restless golden dragon suddenly took an interest in the pudding on the table. Rose no. Given that Cecilia had never mentioned it could consume any actual food, Draco hurriedly moved the towering dish of pudding away. Beside him, Blaise looked at Draco with a curious expression. "Rose, did I hear you correctly? You named a dragon-shaped alchemical being Rose? Is there a problem with that?" Blaise was momentarily at a loss for words, finally responding with a begrudging, "No, as long as you're happy." Apart from the somewhat displeased Pansy, another individual at the table wore a decidedly sour expression. Kai's Eric watched the platinum-haired young master surrounded by his peers, a palpable gloom darkening his demeanor. That night, he had suffered a severe reprimand from Professor Snape, even though it had been Draco who instigated the altercation, resulting in a warning from his family. The knife in his hand was nearly deformed from his grip, and Draco could feel the weight of Eric's gaze bearing down upon him. Draco offered no acknowledgement to the senior Slytherin, his indifference bordering on arrogance, completely unperturbed by the other's fearsome countenance. After venting his frustrations on Potter and Eric, Draco felt invigorated, even contemplating taking to the skies on a broomstick for a few laps around the Quidditch pitch. Blaise, evidently intrigued by the little dragon, was busy teasing the creature, which seemed to despise the attention from others. It bared its sharp teeth in warning to any small snakes who dared to approach it. In stark contrast to its docility around Draco, it now exhibited a touch of the temperamental nature characteristic of dragons. The chocolate-skinned Slytherin clutched his chest in mock dismay. "Draco, how can it differentiate between people?" The platinum-haired youth scooped up the audacious little dragon, which immediately subdued, settling obediently within his palm. "Thanks, I was starting to get hurt," Blaise remarked. At the professor's table, Cecilia cut into his fried egg while his thoughts drifted aimlessly. Perhaps he should take a moment to engage the young master, who was still recovering yet so eager to bound about. Unfortunately, before he could do so, another individual clearly more displeased with Draco's antics stepped forward. In the anxious gazes of the small snakes, their housemaster, the current potions professor, and the Slytherin Serpent King Severus Snape, summoned the platinum young master after breakfast. "I presume my protégé is a Slytherin, not a foolish, reckless Gryffindor." Draco stood before Snape's desk, enduring a barrage of venomous remarks from his godfather. "I do not wish to see a Slytherin whose cauldron has exploded in our next potions class." Snape's somber gaze fell upon the young master's still awkward arm, hinting at his recent injuries. "I believe I am much improved." "Truly," Draco attempted to explain. "I have already written to your father. I trust he will be most eager to hear of your recent exploits at school." At this point, Snape paused, adding in a sardonic tone, "It sounds positively riveting." Professor Snape rarely spoke at such length, yet on this occasion, each word was laden with barbs that struck deep. "No, godfather, you cannot." Draco's complexion paled as he imagined his father's potential reaction to this news. Unfortunately, the man before him was Professor Snape, who was merely informing him, not consulting him. The golden dragon in his pocket cautiously peeked out, only to recoil in fright upon meeting the professor's unfriendly gaze. Noticing the slight tremor of Draco's pocket, Snape snorted. "And keep your distance from that Flavose." Draco hesitated, but under the increasingly frigid stare he fell silent. Just then, a surge of green flames erupted from the office fireplace, revealing a large, unmistakably red envelope resting there. "No, please no." Draco's heart was filled with dread, but he had no choice but to open the letter under Snape's somewhat gleeful watch. As he exited the Slytherin head's office, Draco felt as though the very sky might collapse upon him. Perhaps he should be grateful that his father, preoccupied with affairs, had not come personally to chastise him, leaving him with a modicum of dignity. At least he had not been subjected to the embarrassment of receiving that howling letter in front of an audience. Yet, the thought of his father's and Professor Snape's equally acerbic remarks made his stomach churn, particularly when the latter announced the withholding of the promised rocket launcher. The despondent platinum young master wore an expression akin to the ghosts of Hogwarts. As he drifted like a wraith to the end of the dungeon, he spotted a familiar figure standing there, idly fiddling with the silver patterns on his sleeve. The silvery hair fell gracefully, casting a play of light and shadow over his otherwise striking profile. Draco's previously morose gray-blue eyes brightened instantly, fully forgetting Snape's warnings. "What are you doing here?" Cecilia surveyed the young man before him, relieved to find nothing amiss, especially after Snape's earlier ferocity. His gaze fell upon the arm cradling the little dragon, and he frowned. "Your injury has not fully healed. How have you managed to leave the infirmary?" Draco nonchalantly moved his arm. "I'm nearly recovered. I refuse to lie in the infirmary bed indefinitely." Faced with the uncooperative young master, Cecilia once again yielded, producing a small, exquisitely crafted wooden box from his pocket. "This is for you." Draco accepted the small box and upon opening it, discovered a potion encased in a crystal vial, one unlike any he had previously encountered. The transparent liquid shimmered with a remarkable, exquisite luster under the sunlight, indicating its rare and precious nature. "What am I to do with this?" "You have expressly forbidden me from administering treatment," he remarked. "This potion should alleviate your discomfort. Rest assured, it is merely a healing elixir and bears no adverse effects," came the reply. Draco returned the box, stating firmly, "I have already conveyed that I am quite well." Regrettably, his interlocutor was wholly unyielding. "You may as well keep it. It would only gather dust in my possession." As he gazed into the amber depths of his companion's eyes, sparkling with cheerful delight, Draco silently swallowed his refusal. The sunlight elongated their shadows as the platinum-haired youth clutched the box, strolling beside the silver-haired boy, engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere unexpectedly harmonious. "It appears I have your class tomorrow." Draco casually broached the topic outside the Slytherin common room. The silver-haired boy placed the golden dragon, which had been clinging to him since the beginning, into Draco's arms. "I eagerly anticipate your performance." "Naturally. I am a Malfoy after all," he replied, pride evident in his tone. Cecilia would certainly not undermine him. In fact, he relished the vibrant and audacious demeanor of the young Malfoy. Upon exiting the Slytherin common room, Cecilia encountered a peculiar creature by the Black Lake, a disheveled black dog. To his astonishment, he perceived a distinctly human disdain emanating from the creature's shadowy visage. Chapter 8. The game begins. Unfortunately, before he could approach, the large dog wagged its tail and vanished from sight. In later reflections on the incident, Cecilia wished he could return to that moment and properly reprimand the insufferable canine, but that was a matter for another time. After leaving the Black Lake, Cecilia hastened back to his office, only to find someone, or rather something, awaiting him. The fiery phoenix was pacing restlessly upon his desk, flapping its wings impatiently upon his return. Upon seeing Fawkes, he knew that the headmaster likely had matters to discuss with him. "Lemon sherbet," he stated as the door opened, revealing the familiar aroma of confections that always filled the office. Cecilia handed over what was requested, a very old and tattered tome containing a wealth of dark magic pertaining to souls. "Oh, I did not expect you to possess such a book. This is truly a great assistance," the headmaster remarked. Cecilia was acutely aware that the seemingly amiable headmaster had concealed many matters from him. Yet, due to their agreement and his own selfishness, he acquiesced to many of the headmaster's actions. The silver-haired boy's clear eyes were fixed upon Dumbledore, who was perusing the forbidden text. "Headmaster, I do not concern myself with your intentions, but you must promise me that once you acquire what you seek, you will either destroy this book or return it to me." The Flavors family had an abundance of dark magical tomes, and aside from the core collection, they held no regard for external scrutiny. However, one rule remained. Even if these books and scrolls were to be destroyed, they must never fall into the hands of outsiders. To survive and extract such artifacts from this paranoid and deranged family was a nearly insurmountable challenge. "Do not be so serious, Cecilia. At your age, you ought to smile more," Dumbledore gently encouraged, regarding the solemn-faced silver-haired boy. "I believe you are mistaken regarding my age," he asserted, needing to emphasize that despite his youthful appearance, he was not as inexperienced as he seemed. Cecilia had evidently forgotten that according to his family's age reckoning, he was barely on the cusp of adulthood. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," he declared, eager to vacate the premises. As the door to the headmaster's office closed behind him, Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle at the affronted expression that had crossed Cecilia's face upon his departure. "Albus, do you truly intend to divulge everything to that child?" The portrait of the previous headmaster interjected, still concerned for the future of Hogwarts. "Armando, did you not witness my receipt of the prophecy?" Dumbledore replied, a profound sadness flickering in his eyes as he contemplated something. His voice was laden with weariness. If everything truly unfolded as foretold, then the boy would be their beacon of hope. Dumbledore had withheld certain truths. What he had received was not merely a prophecy, but a tangible glimpse of the future. Two futures, in fact, differentiated solely by the existence of that boy. His gaze fell upon the book brought by Cecilia. Moreover, we have made a mutual promise. As far as I know, their commitment to promises is far more significant than we might imagine. The old headmaster, shrewd in his calculations, recognized that involving an outsider in his plans at such a sensitive time was indeed a precarious choice. Nevertheless, the weight of that future constricted his very essence, compelling him to trust and adapt. Fate is an elusive and intangible entity. They cannot grasp it, nor can they afford the gamble. Oblivious to the impending troubles that awaited him, Cecilia stood serenely before the window of his office, gazing through the expansive, clear glass at the vast azure sky beyond. Not far off on the Quidditch pitch, a group of young wizards busied themselves with training, adeptly maneuvering their broomsticks to perform intricate and perilous maneuvers, eliciting gasps of awe from the gathered students. Cecilia instinctively brushed his left wrist, concealed beneath the voluminous sleeve, and sighed as he closed the window once more. Casting an eye around his office, he caught sight of 2 drooping plants on his bookshelf. Oh dear, I had nearly forgotten about this. Professor Sprout might have a way to salvage them, he mused as he walked, realizing he was ill-suited for the care of any living being. He recalled that she often spent time in the herbology greenhouse, and when he located her there, the amiable woman was diligently repotting a flourishing star moss. In stark contrast to his 2 wilting specimens, the star moss thrived, its lush leaves partially concealing delicate pale yellow buds. Oh dear, look at this little one. How did it come to be in such a state? To his surprise, her first reaction upon turning was to the 2 ailing plants in his arms. Cecilia chuckled wryly as he explained his intent. Professor Sprout accepted the 2 pots with a pained expression. The starry rose is an exceptionally delicate species. How could you so carelessly leave it in your quarters? After exiting the herbology greenhouse, Cecilia found himself deep in thought, gazing at the still lifeless plants he cradled. The mere thought of the cumbersome care routine made him contemplate the idea of discreetly discarding them. Yet these were gifts from another. To dispose of them would surely be ill-advised. However, allowing them to perish seemed equally undesirable. Cecilia cradled the pots, his head pounding with indecision. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice interrupted his morose musings. Professor? A girl with a tousled mane of brown hair approached briskly. Cecilia nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling upon the hefty stack of books she clutched. Off to the library? He inquired. Mentioning the library seemed to sadden her greatly. They took Buckbeak away because he hurt someone that day. Hagrid is devastated, and I must help him. Hermione regarded the silver-haired boy, hesitating momentarily before asking, Professor, do you happen to know Draco Malfoy from Slytherin? She pressed her lips together, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Could you persuade him to retract his complaint against Hagrid? He has already recognized his mistake. We truly cannot allow Buckbeak to face execution. Hermione, from the very beginning, Hagrid should not have brought those hippogriffs into the classroom. Having witnessed the pale and haggard visage of that young lad lying on the infirmary bed, he could scarcely fathom the consequences had that beast not injured his arm, but rather targeted some vital point. The human body is indeed exceedingly fragile, leaving no room for complacency. But Hagrid is already reflecting on his actions. I assure you he will not act recklessly again. The girl, caught off guard by the outright rejection, spoke in a flustered manner, her cheeks flushed, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Cecilia sighed in exasperation. Hermione, the most I can do is assist you in reviewing some literature on this matter. Despite the unsatisfactory outcome, Hermione sniffled and expressed her gratitude earnestly. As she turned to leave, Cecilia caught a glimpse of the parchment in her arms, which was filled with case studies regarding incidents involving magical creatures. Clearly, the girl had already begun her research. That towering fellow was indeed fortunate. Although somewhat careless, he was surrounded by friends who genuinely cared for him. In this realm, he was the only one truly isolated. Cecilia stood in the corridor, tightening her grip around the flower pot, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over her. Chapter 9. The Dispute. To be frank, knowing full well the animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor, why would they insist on placing them in the same class? Were they fearful that they would not clash? Before the professor arrived, the young wizards were already embroiled in a heated argument. It was clearly his own foolish actions that had stirred the trouble. Why should Hagrid and Buckbeak bear the brunt? If one were to inquire who in Gryffindor harbored a dislike for Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley would undoubtedly top the list. Enough, you red-haired rodent. I have said it countless times. If I truly wished to do something, the first course of action would undoubtedly be to expel that deranged giant from Hogwarts. While his daily amusement revolved around taunting the so-called savior, it did not mean he could be held accountable for everything that transpired. When it came to Hagrid, Harry was instantly incensed. He drew his wand with fervor, shouting, "Silence, Malfoy! Hagrid is a remarkable professor." Ron, still at his side, chimed in. "It was either you or your father. You are all the same. Your father is a Death Eater. You will undoubtedly follow in his footsteps. All of you Slytherins are dark wizards. Professor Dumbledore should have sent you all to Azkaban long ago." The other Gryffindors seemed to wholeheartedly agree, joining in the uproar. Upon hearing these words, the Slytherins, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly fell silent, their faces darkening. No family that had experienced such a tragedy would take kindly to such remarks, especially since many of their kin were currently imprisoned in Azkaban, doomed to spend their lives in the company of Dementors, never to see the sun again. As for Draco, his hand trembled around his wand in anger. "Shut up. You damned red-haired rodent." At a critical moment, Hermione pulled Ron back just in time for him to evade Draco's attack. "Malfoy, you cannot attack your classmates." Hermione steadied Ron, and although she did not agree with his words, she chose to stand by her companion in this crucial instance. Unfortunately, at that moment, the young gentleman was entirely unconcerned. As chaos erupted around him, the Gryffindors, reveling in the commotion, began to cheer for Harry and their evasive maneuvers, with some even opting to join in the fray. The ever-proud Slytherins would not allow such humiliation to stand. Blaise, Goyle, and Crabbe, who typically followed the platinum-haired young master, would never permit them to assault Draco. Thus, what began as a verbal dispute quickly escalated into a brawl involving students from both houses. Compared to Gryffindor, many Slytherin attacks were far more vicious, with some individuals attacking indiscriminately. "Oh dear, we must devise a way to halt this madness," Blaise exclaimed, narrowly dodging a petrifying curse. "These damned lunatics." Meanwhile, Draco was not faring any better. His robe had been torn, a deep gash on his hand oozing blood. He bore several small wounds, inflicted by glass shards from falling debris, but he had no time to tend to them as a barrage of spells left him no room for thought. When Cecilia entered the classroom, she was met with this chaotic scene, almost unable to believe her eyes. Before the situation spiraled further out of control, she had no choice but to cast a binding spell on everyone present. The previously raucous classroom fell into a profound silence. With silver hair and a tall, slender frame, the boy stood impassively at the podium, his pale eyes glinting with an icy frost. He placed the parchment on the desk, the sound of the parchment touching the wooden surface resonating through the air. Even before uttering a word, the oppressive aura emanating from the silver-haired youth left everyone breathless, the leading instigators lowering their heads like frostbitten eggplants. Their alchemy professor descended from the podium, passing by the bruised young wizards, his gaze stopping before Draco. Cecilia released the young master from the binding spell. Draco's pallid complexion betrayed his silence, his lips pressed together, while his blue-gray eyes revealed a fleeting hint of panic that he had failed to mask in time. As Draco watched the other draw their wands, he instinctively attempted to retreat, only to be firmly held by the shoulder, the grip conveying an undeniable authority that disregarded all his struggles. The platinum-haired young master tensed, awaiting the cool tip of the wand to avoid his wounds, gently resting on the back of his hand. "Heal as before," Cecilia murmured, reciting the spell she had recently learned. Almost instantaneously, the ghastly bloodstains vanished, leaving only the dried remnants around his skin, hardly revealing any trace of injury. Draco stared in astonishment at his restored hand, and when he looked up, he was unexpectedly met with Cecilia's complex amber gaze. However, that fleeting warmth vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor as she turned away, leaving Draco frozen in place, as if re-ensnared by a binding spell. Soon, Cecilia grasped the entirety of the situation. The Gryffindor she had named dared not conceal the truth, trembling as he recounted the events. "Gryffindor loses 20 points for your inappropriate remarks and thoughtless actions." Indeed, the sight of the Gryffindors appeared far more pitiful than that of their Slytherin counterparts, revealing how mercilessly the latter had attacked. "Slytherin loses 10 points. I believe your headmaster should have informed you on the first day of school that maliciously attacking your classmates is unacceptable." Under the weight of her formidable gaze, not one dared to protest. "Additionally, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, you are sentenced to a month of detention. I shall inform your head of house." "Oh no." Harry and Ron, just freed from the spell, gasped in dismay. The professor's gaze then fell upon the pale-faced platinum-haired young master. "And you, Mr. Malfoy, will serve 1 week of after-school labor, reporting to my office promptly at 8 o'clock every evening. I hope you will remember this lesson." "What?" Ron could hardly believe his ears. He wondered if there was something amiss with them. Setting aside the loss of points, why was he and Harry subjected to detention for an entire month, while Malfoy was merely assigned after-school labor? Detention and after-school labor were entirely different matters. And to make matters worse, Malfoy's punishment was a mere week. The red-haired boy glared indignantly at Cecilia, exclaiming, "But Professor, it was Malfoy who instigated the altercation." 5 points from Gryffindor, came the cold response. It was almost unbelievable. They momentarily imagined they saw that greasy bat. The Slytherin Serpent King with a heart as twisted as his intentions. Observing the injured Gryffindors and Slytherins in the classroom, Cecilia felt utterly disheartened. He tidied the materials on his desk, reasoning that, given the students' disinterest in learning today, their attendance in class was inconsequential. Having made this decision, he clutched his papers and exited the classroom. In a mere moment, the flapping hem of his black robe vanished through the door, leaving not only Ron and his companions stunned, but even the Slytherins taken aback. Draco's expression darkened significantly, prompting a nearby Slytherin to whisper, "What do we do now?" He glanced at the equally bewildered Gryffindors beside him, scoffed and tugged at his somewhat tattered robe. "What else can we do? I have legs, don't I? Am I supposed to escort you to the infirmary?" With that, he grabbed his bag and left the classroom. The remaining students exchanged glances before departing in small clusters. Yet none ventured to the infirmary that day. In the dining hall at noon, Gryffindor's table was unusually sparse, including the savior, Harry Potter. The Slytherin side fared little better. Blaise poked disinterestedly at the lamb chops in front of him, while Goyle and Crabbe barely finished their plates, seemingly indifferent to their meals. The platinum-haired young lord had not even shown up for lunch. Ever since leaving the potions classroom that morning, Draco had locked himself away in his dormitory. "Cecilia, as a professor, while you possess the authority to educate and discipline those children within appropriate bounds, your handling of today's class was undeniably biased." At the head table, the headmaster regarded the silver-haired boy with a gentle expression, though there was not a hint of mirth in his blue eyes. Hogwarts could hardly conceal anything from Dumbledore's perceptive gaze. "I perceive no wrongdoing on my part. If you believe they should be allowed to malign others at will," the silver-haired boy declared, placing down his utensils and directing a piercing gaze toward the current headmaster, the former Gryffindor house head. "May I infer that you tacitly endorse the notion that all Slytherins are to be deemed dark wizards and Death Eaters, and should be dispatched to Azkaban post-haste?" Chapter 10 Flickering Shadows. A profound silence enveloped the long table, with the most pronounced reactions emanating from Professors Snape and McGonagall. If looks could kill, Dumbledore would likely have been perforated by the Slytherin head's glare. The more silence reigned, the further Dumbledore's heart sank, struggling to maintain his customary smile. Professor McGonagall abruptly rose from her seat. Though she was typically stern and rigid, she held a deep commitment to fairness, particularly as someone who had personally endured the aftermath of such events. She could scarcely believe the audacity of those children. How dare they speak so brazenly? Cecilia relayed his disciplinary measures regarding the Gryffindor students to her. "You did well. They indeed require a lesson." She nodded at Cecilia. "I will ensure they are properly restrained. Such an incident shall not occur again." In fact, without even finishing her lunch, Professor McGonagall stormed out of the dining hall, clearly indicating that some would soon face dire consequences. "Cecilia, I believe we need to have a discussion. Had you informed me from the outset that the individual I was to protect was such an impulsive and reckless person," he stood, silver hair cascading over his eyes, "I would reconsider our agreement." Thus the lunch concluded on a sour note. At 8 o'clock that evening, the door to Cecilia's office was rapped upon precisely. "Come. The bronze dragon on the door obediently unlocked it, perhaps sensing its master's foul mood, behaving impeccably unlike its previous surliness. Draco pushed the door open. At the desk, that familiar figure was bent over, writing something. The boy's silver hair had grown slightly long, cascading down to obscure the delicate contours of his profile. Before long, Cecilia completed his tasks, organizing the chaotic blueprints on his desk before finally looking up at the rigid young lord standing before him. "After-school labor, as you mentioned today. You were serious about that?" Draco's expression revealed a hint of confusion. Cecilia rolled up a complex scroll and placed it into a nearby box. "What I meant is that I was merely speaking off the cuff. There is no need to take it to heart. If you have other plans, you may as well return." Receiving such a response, Draco's countenance did not reflect any relief at being excused from punishment. Instead, he felt slighted. "It's just a week of after-school labor. Of course I can manage it without you bending the rules for me." Completely unprepared for such resistance, Cecilia sighed and rummaged through his drawer, handing Draco a stack of parchment. "What is this?" "One of the foundational texts for alchemy. An exclusive product that is unavailable for purchase outside." Cecilia demonstrated the parchment to the young lord before pointing to the topmost sheet. "Here. This is your labor task for today. Replicate the drawing. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Are you giving me special treatment?" Draco raised an eyebrow at the silver-haired boy. The latter instantly adopted a serious demeanor, stating with mock gravity, "Nonsense, this is obligatory labor." Draco nearly believed him. "Moreover, you can only conclude your labor once you finish." Cecilia appeared stern as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the platinum-haired young lord raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What if I never finish?" The silver-haired boy suddenly leaned closer, his slender fingers tapping the drawing. "Then you'll have to stay with me all night." He still had a mountain of work left to complete, likely needing to pull an all-nighter, though he was merely jesting. It was far too close. Draco felt as though he could merely tilt his head slightly and brush against the stray silvery strands cascading down. "What are you doing?" The young lord nearly jumped in surprise, hastily pushing the other away. "Speak properly," he added, a hint of a frown creasing his brow. "No pouting." "Pouting? I would never." "Hurry and draw. Otherwise, you might as well forget about returning to your dormitory tonight." Draco took the drawing and began to earnestly study the unremarkable pattern, all the while stealing glances at the professor of potions as he busied himself tidying up. "Hey, are you angry today?" "What?" "Nothing." After a brief moment, as Draco prepared to draw, he suddenly heard the rustling of fabric. The silver-haired boy crouched beside the young lord, slightly tilting his head upward. "All right, Draco, listen. I was indeed quite angry back then, but my anger stemmed from your self-inflicted injury. You could have made a better choice, couldn't you? You could have informed Professor Snape or—" His light amber eyes, in that fleeting moment, resembled a dream, the intense golden hues spreading across their depths like molten gold. "Next time, remember to bring Rose along. He is not merely a pet." However, Draco's gaze had already become ensnared in those brilliant, sun-like eyes, and he found his fingertips involuntarily brushed against the corner of the other's eye. The striking young lad with silver hair and golden eyes gazed upward at him, his enchanting gaze reflecting his image, showing no inclination to shy away from such a boldly presumptuous gesture. "Do you like it? Do you like it?" Of course he liked it. It was undeniably beautiful. He refrained from inquiring why Cecilia's eyes had suddenly transformed in such a manner. The other's secrets were far too numerous, and he was uncertain whether he could bear the cost of knowing them. Moreover, the principles of Slytherin dictated restraint. Thus he hesitated, yet remained captivated by the gentle smile reflected in those eyes. "So, may I presume that you will always stand by my side?" As he uttered these words, he could distinctly hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart. Draco occasionally envied Potter, although he held a low opinion of the hero's companions. They consistently rallied around Potter in critical moments, even the insufferable Weasley. In contrast, Blaise and Goyle's loyalty hinged on his status as a Malfoy, rather than on the merit of being Draco himself. Though he barely knew Cecilia, his background entirely shrouded in mystery, such uncertainty was uncharacteristic of a Malfoy. Yet, every so often, Draco would entertain a fleeting, audacious thought. He yearned for unconditional favoritism, perhaps stemming from those actions that set him apart and instilled unrealistic expectations. Or perhaps it was the beguiling flicker of light dancing in the other's eyes. Thus, in that moment, he summoned all his courage to present his plea to the silver-haired youth. "I thought I was being quite obvious." "Why? Is it because I am a Malfoy?" Draco could not suppress the urge to press further, his tone lacking warmth, bordering on confrontational, much like a prickly hedgehog. Cecilia shook his head. "Draco, you must remember. My actions stem from nothing else but the simple truth that you are worthy." The silver-haired youth's voice lowered, revealing a level of concern for Draco that surpassed his expectations. He admired Draco's flamboyance, seeing in him the very essence of what he had once desired but never attained. This favoritism might seem inexplicable to others, perhaps even self-serving. Yet he merely acted upon his desires, heedless of the consequences. In this regard, Cecilia flawlessly embodied the traits of his lineage. The platinum-haired young master's blue-gray eyes shimmered with emotion as his hand, previously resting at the corner of the other's eye, shifted downward, childishly pinching the small mound of soft flesh on his cheek. "I take your words to heart," he declared, releasing the other's face, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented seriousness. "No takebacks." Chapter 11. The Mysterious Figure. From that day forth, many observed that the relationship between the young Malfoy of Slytherin and Cecilia appeared decidedly unusual. Draco's spirits had been notably high of late, and as his roommate and classmate, Blaise could perceive this change more acutely. Particularly remarkable was the fact that Draco no longer instigated conflicts or taunts with Potter and his friends. Even when Weasley pranced about before him, he merely coldly instructed the other to move aside and clear the path. "Mr. Zabini, I dare say your companion's visage does not bear the formula for the healing potion." Their potions professor stood behind him, his expression stern. Blaise shuddered, nearly dropping the wormwood he held into the cauldron, while Snape regarded his student with an unyielding gaze as he fumbled Fortunately, Blaze's final concoction reached an acceptable standard. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine the repercussions of faltering in their headmaster's potions class, especially alongside Gryffindor, where Professor Snape might well have thrown him into the cauldron to brew a potion himself. Draco had long completed his class assignment, his potion of vibrant crimson, prompting a rare smile of approval from Professor Snape, who awarded him an O, the only student to achieve such a mark that day. In the remaining time, Blaze noticed that the young master frequently glanced toward the door. Their seats were positioned near the front, allowing him to follow Draco's line of sight, leading him to discover their newly appointed alchemy professor, who had dismissed class on the first day. Clutching a thick tome, the professor's black robes shimmered with intricate dark patterns, casting a faint silver glow in the dim corridor light. He leaned against the wall, perusing the book, evidently awaiting someone. As for the individual being awaited, Blaze could surmise with the simplest of thoughts who it might be. Snape had naturally noticed the uninvited guest outside the classroom, and his loud, contemptuous snort as he passed the door nearly startled Neville in the front row. The boy, flustered, had mistakenly added the wrong ingredient, causing his potion to turn a dreadful shade of deep green. In a state of despair, Neville scrambled to salvage his assignment, but alas, no matter how he struggled, Professor Snape awarded him a resounding P. Just as their potions professor announced the end of class, the platinum-haired young master promptly grabbed his satchel, leaving Harry, who had been forced to remain for incomplete assignments, utterly dumbfounded. One might have thought his girlfriend had arrived. Ron, grinding his teeth, snapped a vine twig in half, harboring a deep disdain for the wretched potions class. Hermione nudged him. If you don't hurry, we won't be leaving this classroom before dinner. What brings you here? Draco approached swiftly. As he saw the other nearing, Cecilia stood tall, extending the book in his hands toward him. Draco, perplexed, accepted the aged tome. I thought you might require this, a foundational text on alchemy. The young master's eyes brightened instantly. He had indeed been searching for such a book in recent days, but had found none suitable. As Draco strode quickly, Blaze caught up, greeting the alchemy professor. Good day, Professor Flavose. They were somewhat acquainted. This charming young man with brown skin was among the few students Cecilia could remember by name. Good day, Mr. Zabini. At that moment, Draco noticed that the other's attire appeared somewhat altered from before. Still clad in black robes, they were now adorned with numerous exquisite details, particularly those subtle silver-threaded patterns that shimmered only in light, exuding a quiet elegance, rendering his overall appearance markedly more formal than usual. Soon enough, Draco learned the reason behind it. You need not come to my office tonight. I must step out for a while and will not return until the day after tomorrow. The young master's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident. What could possibly require you to be gone for so long? If circumstances allowed, Cecilia would have preferred to remain, but considering how much assistance the other had provided him, he felt obliged to accept the invitation. A friend's birthday celebration. The young master was even less pleased. I had hoped to accompany you to Hogsmeade this weekend. Cecilia could not resist ruffling the young master's platinum hair, his bright amber eyes radiating warmth as he replied. I will make every effort to return before that afternoon. Draco swatted away the silver-haired youth's hand, casting him a glare. Don't pet me. Yet. It was apparent that his mood had lifted considerably. Additionally, I would like to trouble you with a small favor. Cecilia suddenly remembered the 2 minor inconveniences lingering in his office. Those 2 plants on my bookshelf require daily watering, and the water must be mixed with a special potion, which can be found in the drawer to the left of the bookshelf. Just mentioning it made his head throb. He had almost considered packaging them up to return to that person. After Draco reluctantly assured him that he would return before the weekend afternoon, he finally relented and allowed the silver-haired youth to depart. After the young Cecilia had walked away, Draco seemed to finally notice Blaze beside him, his expression tinged with confusion. Why are you still here? Blaze, reluctant to engage in conversation, found himself regretting his decision to approach during Draco's discussion with the silver-haired professor. He felt like a foolish, oversized light bulb. Little did he know Draco, having caught wind of Blaze's thoughts, scrutinized him from head to toe. Non, Blaze. How could you consider yourself a light bulb? The playful glint in his gray-blue eyes suggested otherwise. You must understand. It is impossible for such a dark bulb to exist in this world. With that, he turned on his heel, clutching his books as he sauntered away, leaving Blaze to realize that Draco's figure had long vanished from the corridor. He trembled, covering his face with his hands, whispering a prayer to Merlin. What had possessed him to believe that the little rascal had recently become more amiable? Later that evening, Draco recalled the silver-haired youth's earlier entreaty. The small dragon on the door had grown accustomed to his presence, promptly unlocking the door upon his arrival. Soon he located the 2 potted green plants Cecilia had mentioned. After watering them, Draco couldn't shake the feeling that they appeared oddly familiar. Upon noticing the rose pattern on the pots, he suddenly remembered. These were indeed the galaxy roses. The leaves seemed rather wilted, and coupled with their lack of blossoms, they bore stark contrast to the vibrant blooms in his own garden, which was why he had failed to recognize them at first glance. Out of the corner of his eye, Draco spotted what seemed to be an inscription on the side of the pot. He turned it around, revealing a line of ornate cursive, seemingly in French. Having studied the language, he translated it, and his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing with a hint of ferocity. What sort of person would send galaxy roses to that silver-haired boy, let alone 2 pots of them? Did that fool Cecilia understand the significance of galaxy roses? In the hushed confines of his office, Draco gritted his teeth, staring at the 2 drooping roses, wondering just how much willpower it took to refrain from tossing them away. Unable to contain himself, Draco returned to his dormitory, pulling out parchment and quill to compose a letter, his frustration evident in the force with which he wrote, nearly tearing through the parchment. Yet, once the letter was completed, he realized he had no knowledge of the recipient's current address. With a frustrated snarl, he slammed the quill down onto the desk and crumpled the letter into the wastebasket. When Blaze returned, he was greeted only by the sight of Draco's sulking head peeking out from under the covers. Chapter 12. Draco. By September, France had begun to hint at the nascent chill of early autumn. In the well-lit manor, attentive house elves took Cecilia's frost-laden cloak. The manor's owner, Christoph Ludwig, clearly delighted by the arrival of the silver-haired youth, hurried forward, his golden locks and azure eyes radiating warmth. "I'm so glad to see you, Cecilia. Why didn't you let me know in advance that you were arriving?" Despite having known each other for some time, Cecilia found it difficult to withstand Christoph's exuberant enthusiasm. "It's nothing to worry about, Christoph. With the location spell, I could hardly get lost." Cecilia's timing was impeccable. Shortly, the banquet would commence. Christoph led Cecilia to the banquet hall, turning slightly to extend his hand toward the silver-haired boy, his deep blue eyes locking onto him. "Perhaps you would care to join me for the opening dance?" To his surprise, Cecilia declined, gesturing towards the elegantly adorned young ladies in the dance floor below. "Those noblewomen may be far more suited to you than I." Dancing with the host of the banquet was hardly an obligation he wished to undertake. Moreover, Cecilia's gaze fell upon the wine glass just handed to him by a servant, the pale golden liquid rippling with his movement. He suddenly thought of the young master and felt a pang of concern. If he were to hear of this, he would undoubtedly be displeased. The amber hues of Cecilia's eyes sparkled under the opulent crystal chandelier, resembling exquisite gemstones, captivating anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Once he shed his cloak, the tailored black suit accentuated his slender figure, exuding elegance and a certain mystique that he was blissfully unaware of. The gazes of the noble women lingered on him, speculating whether he hailed from some illustrious foreign lineage. After all, the circles in France were rather small, especially for someone whom the head of the Ludwig family personally ushered into the banquet hall. Surely, he was no ordinary individual. Cecilia, disinterested in socializing or dancing, knew that the only familiar face, the host, could not remain by his side indefinitely. After politely declining an invitation from one of the ladies, he pondered stepping outside for some fresh air when Christoph approached him, raising his glass. "Bored, are we?" Cecilia, whose tolerance for alcohol was rather low, took only a few modest sips to avoid seeming impolite. Christoph subtly shielded him from prying eyes, smiling. "Shall we step out to the terrace? The stars should be visible tonight." As Christoph had suggested, the weather was indeed splendid, allowing for a rare glimpse of the stars that often eluded view. The name of the young master seemed to resonate with the constellation of Draco, and as Cecilia scanned the starry expanse, he regrettably noted that the constellations here appeared misaligned with his familiar understanding, prompting him to release a soft sigh. The terrace was exceptionally tranquil, a stark contrast to the lively banquet hall below, almost severing them into 2 disparate realms. It was almost too quiet. He seemed to have grown unaccustomed to such stillness. Though his arrival at Hogwarts was not his own decision, he found himself resting his chin on one hand, gazing into the enveloping darkness, yearning for a return to familiarity. The defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts changed professors nearly every year, and this year was no exception. Rumor had it that a curse plagued the position, preventing anyone from serving longer than a year. When the young wizards entered the classroom, they discovered that it was set up differently than before. All the desks had been removed, leaving a large wardrobe in the center that appeared conspicuously out of place. Remus Lupin was undoubtedly a diligent and responsible professor, particularly favored by the Gryffindor students. Compared to the fatigue and despondency experienced during the train journey, he seemed to have regained his vigor during his time at Hogwarts. Today, we will learn how to combat a boggart. Standing next to the wardrobe, he inquired, "Who can tell me about the characteristics and defenses against this creature?" Without hesitation, Hermione Granger from Gryffindor raised her hand first, eager to provide an answer. A boggart is a shape-shifting creature that reveals your greatest fears. The incantation to combat it is ridiculous. They needed to quickly recover the points lost earlier, as the red gem in Gryffindor's score funnel was nearly depleted. Lupin nodded approvingly. Excellent answer. 5 points to Gryffindor. Seriously? Just for answering a simple question? A boy from Slytherin grumbled to his companion. I remember when Professor Flitwick deducted 20 points from Gryffindor, and only 10 from us. He was reprimanded by the headmaster for favoritism. The boy was evidently one of the Slytherins involved in that day's skirmish. Though they had been thoroughly reprimanded by Professor Snape afterward, he had never regretted it. After all, it was merely self-defense against provocation. Since when did this happen? Draco, standing at the back, overheard their conversation. Blaise tugged at his robe. I think it was that afternoon. You weren't around. Blaise recalled that day at noon when the atmosphere in the professor's dining hall had seemed rather tumultuous. How intriguing it was to witness Dumbledore's countenance marred by displeasure for the first time. Upon hearing this recount, the platinum-haired young master wore a slightly grim expression as well, though he had not anticipated that Cecilia would confront Dumbledore so directly. At that moment, their defense against the dark arts professor assigned them a new classroom task. The primary objective of this lesson was to confront a boggart. He demonstratively waved his wand, asserting that the inner fears were not terrifying. Rather, it was the absence of courage to conquer them that was truly daunting. This was a practical lesson, and Lupin called upon each student in turn. The first summoned was Harry, whose boggart transformed into a Dementor. At this sight, many breathed a silent sigh of relief, grateful that it was not them facing such an abomination. Harry appeared somewhat unwell, paralyzed by the Dementor looming near, his mind uncontrollably recalling the events on the train. Just as the boggart seemed poised to invade his space, Lupin stepped in front of him. In a rather comical twist, before the boggart was banished, Draco observed Lupin shielding Potter, and the original Dementor morphed into a full moon. Generally, most Gryffindors were satisfied with the lesson. In many respects, Lupin proved to be a commendable professor. Conversely, the experience for the Slytherins was far less favorable, particularly for Draco, who found it rather abysmal. After class, at the classroom door, the young master engaged in yet another quarrel with Harry and his companions. The source of contention was Neville's boggart, which had taken the form of Professor Snape. To add insult to injury, under Professor Lupin's guidance, when Neville cast the spell, Snape hilariously donned an outlandish dress, complete with an exaggerated hat, looking utterly ridiculous, especially as the Gryffindors erupted in laughter. An utterly dreadful spectacle. Damn Gryffindors, do you wish to take a swing at me? Draco sneered, brushing aside Harry's wand that was pointed too close to his face. Has your detention concluded? The third-year Platinum young master had grown significantly taller since his previously frail form, now surpassing the irate Harry. His pale blue-gray eyes briefly scanned the Gryffindors, taking in their furious expressions, before he suddenly lost interest. He dusted off non-existent particles from his robes, wishing them to continue languishing at the bottom of the rankings this term. Draco raised his delicate chin, gesturing towards the scoring hourglass at the end of the corridor. For this term, they had no remarkable feats worthy of Dumbledore's 100-point bonus. Chapter 13. Star Candy, are you leaving so soon? Kristoff lamented as he escorted the silver-haired youth to the door. By the way, do you still have any of those scrolls you gave me earlier? That was your birthday gift, Kristoff, a one-of-a-kind present, Cecilia replied with a hint of exasperation, glancing at the handsome young man before him. The scroll had taken him considerable time to create, serving as a means to repay a previous favor. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something, pondering for a while before deciding to seek others' advice. Do you know what boys around 13 or 14 like? Kristoff's gaze became somewhat enigmatic. Your friend? Cecilia nodded. He is a student I hold in high regard. For reasons unknown, he found the other's expression rather peculiar. Kristoff was aware that Cecilia had recently visited Hogwarts, and it was surprising that someone of his disposition would proactively inquire about such matters for a student he admired. Perhaps you should visit Leadenhall Street. You might find something that pleases you there. As the head of the Ludwig family, Kristoff was exceedingly busy with daily affairs and felt quite apologetic for not being able to accompany Cecilia. Cecilia declined his offer to use the Flu network. Having experienced it once, he now preferred to spend extra time using Apparition instead. Leadenhall Street, akin to Diagon Alley, had a distinctly exotic flair. Passing by a Quidditch supply store, He recalled that the young master seemed to be quite fond of the sport. It must be the newly released Firebolt. The shopkeeper eagerly recommended after hearing his description. Cecilia, though not well versed in this area, could discern that the broom was indeed finely crafted. After the shopkeeper assured him it would be delivered promptly, he completed the order. With some time still to spare, and given the rarity of his visit, Cecilia decided to see if there was anything else worth taking back. As FLI had just finished packing a custom-made accessory for the previous customer, the vividly stained glass door of the shop swung open. The boy possessed hair of a silvery hue that surpassed even the finest moonstone she had ever encountered, particularly his light-colored irises that left a lasting impression. "Hello, may I inquire if the hairpin in the display can be transformed into another accessory?" "Of course." FLI quickly set aside what she held and retrieved the hairpin the boy had asked about. The lifelike silver serpent coiled around a clear blue sapphire, and as Cecilia held the hairpin up to the sunlight, the embedded gemstone refracted a dazzling array of colors, bold and magnificent. "Could you please convert it into a brooch?" The silver-haired youth placed the hairpin down, retrieving a box from his pocket. Upon opening it, even FLI, who had handled countless treasures, could not help but gasp at the flawless deep green gemstone within. "Please replace the embedded stone with this one. Also, I will purchase this hairpin." Arriving back at Hogwarts ahead of schedule, Cecilia stood by the entrance of the Slytherin common room near the Black Lake. Upon receiving the news, Draco stepped out and immediately spotted that familiar figure. "You forgot to cast a warming charm on yourself again." Draco frowned, observing the moisture clinging to the hem of Cecilia's robes. At times, he genuinely questioned whether Cecilia's sensitivity to temperature was faulty. After casting several warming charms and drying charms, he finally saw a hint of color return to Cecilia's pale face, and thus the young master contentedly retracted his wand. Touching his dry cuffs, Cecilia's amber eyes curved slightly. "Aren't we heading to Hogsmeade? It shouldn't be too late." At the entrance, Filch was meticulously reviewing the parental consent forms of the young wizards. The Hogwarts gatekeeper was notoriously stringent with the students, his gaze fixated on every child passing by. He accepted Draco's note, and upon noticing the silver-haired youth beside him, his expression seemed to soften slightly, although it was barely perceptible compared to his usual sullen demeanor. "It seems your relationship with Filch is rather amicable?" After the rain 2 days prior, the path to Hogsmeade had become rather treacherous. Any sudden movement would send muddy water splattering. The young master glanced at the mud stains on his brand-new boots with displeasure. As they approached a particularly slippery section of the path, Cecilia grasped Draco's sleeve to prevent him from slipping. "Fortunately, we are colleagues now. I helped him find a few cats before." Yet, before he released his grip, Draco subtly turned his wrist, adjusting his posture to hold Cecilia's hand within his palm. Taken aback by the sudden gesture, Cecilia froze for a moment, the bewildered expression on his face appearing rather foolish in Draco's eyes. Draco tilted his head, gently squeezing the cool fingers of the other. "What are you staring at me for? If we don't hurry, Hogsmeade will close." Realizing he could not break free, the silver-haired youth could only stand there, letting Draco lead him, as the tips of his ears, partially concealed by his hair, quietly flushed a shade of red. Hogsmeade on the weekend was evidently bustling, and Draco guided Cecilia to Honeydukes. The shelves adorned with glass jars filled with an array of colorful candies dazzled the eyes. As the young master eagerly scooped a handful of star-shaped sweets from a peach-pink jar, and placed them into Cecilia's hand, as the pale pink confections nestled in her palm, she discovered that these little delights emitted a soft glow, reminiscent of genuine stars. Though visually captivating, I would not recommend sampling them if one wishes to transform into a luminous bulb at night. Observing the unmasked intrigue in the silver-haired boy's eyes, Draco felt compelled to earnestly caution him, for after spending some time together, he had come to realize that the other could sometimes be excessively childish. While the magically enchanted candies at Honeydukes were undeniably amusing, the place was simply too crowded, prompting the two to depart swiftly. As they passed the 3 broomsticks, they encountered Blaise, the handsome Slytherin, who was surprisingly accompanied by a Ravenclaw girl. Noticing the silver-haired boy's gaze lingering on the Slytherin, Draco, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction, tugged at him and walked away. Blaise, observing the 2 familiar figures turning abruptly, lowered his hand, which had been raised in greeting. The girl blinked in confusion. Wasn't that Malfoy and Mr. Flavose? Why were they leaving so quickly? Blaise interrupted her musings, urging her to hurry along, reminding her that she still needed to purchase a new quill, or else they would be sold out. The girl, dragged along, was left bewildered, her mind swirling with questions. Could quills truly sell out? Inside the 3 broomsticks, Cecilia gazed with reluctance at the frothy white cup before her. The still vibrant proprietress, though no longer young, beamed at her, insisting, "This is our signature drink. Do try it, it's on me. Draco was filled with regret, pondering why he had brought Cecilia to a pub in the first place. The warmth of the room prompted the silver-haired boy to remove his cloak, only to realize that beneath it, he was clad in a formal suit. The well-tailored black attire, adorned with intricate dark patterns, complemented his striking appearance so flawlessly that, upon sitting down, nearly every eye in the establishment gravitated toward him, particularly those of the Hogwarts girls. He could already envision the consequences upon their return to school. The young master tightly wrapped Cecilia's discarded cloak around her once more, tying the strings into a secure knot. "How could you come out dressed like this?" he exclaimed, catching her off guard with the sudden cover. Bewildered, she glanced down at her own attire, realizing that she had not had the chance to change. And though it was somewhat inappropriate for the occasion, it hardly reached the point of being unpresentable. Chapter 14, Silver Butterfly. Due to the silver-haired boy's attire, and despite the proprietress's warm insistence, Draco, after casting fiery glares at those who were fixated on Cecilia, forcibly led the oblivious girl out of the pub, his urgency causing her to struggle to keep pace. Upon exiting, the brisk wind offered a momentary return of reason to the young master, who pondered his recent actions. Why had he been angry? Draco recognized that his demeanor was off, and surely, Cecilia would dislike this side of him. He recalled his classmates' admiration for the silver-haired boy, the starry roses in his office, and the gazes from the patrons in the pub. Yet, he could not shake his distaste for the way they looked at Cecilia. Why did it bother him so? Suddenly, he released the silver-haired boy's hand, his fingertips trembling as they withdrew into his sleeves. With no desire to continue wandering, he fell silent, and Cecilia followed closely behind. The two meandered aimlessly through Hogsmeade. At one point, the figure in front halted abruptly, turning to face the silver-haired boy, who still bore the comically tight knot at his collar. Draco's lips were pressed together, his slate-gray eyes swirling with inscrutable emotions. "Are you not angry?" Cecilia asked, momentarily taken aback. "Angry? Why would I be angry?" His thoughts were too transparent, too easily comprehensible. It was apparent that he was not upset. Yet Draco found himself on the verge of laughter at the irony. Gazing at the boy's bewildered expression, he felt a sudden surge of mischief. Before Cecilia could react, he seized the soft, pale skin of the boy's cheek, giving it a sharp tug. Cecilia cupped his face, aware that Draco had not exerted much force, but some people were simply born with delicate skin. Like him, the formerly flawless complexion turned a shocking shade of red, leaving him incredulous. Why did the young master always enjoy pinching his face? In response to the mix of embarrassment and slight pain, or perhaps something else entirely? Cecilia's expression shifted to one of mild irritation. He shielded his face, his amber eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture. Unbeknownst to him, this display only fueled Draco's desire to tease him further. The platinum-haired young master stepped forward, covering Cecilia's eyes. "Do not look at me like that, Cecilia." The sudden darkness caused the silver-haired boy to blink in surprise, his long lashes brushing against Draco's palm. "I despise the way they gaze at you. You promised to always stand by my side. So do not look at them, Cecilia." His tone was a blend of awkwardness and earnestness. This was Draco Malfoy. When he finally released his hand, stepping back, he drew his wand to untie the knot that had vexed the silver-haired boy's collar. His long fingers deftly maneuvered the strings, creating a textbook-perfect knot. Just as Draco was about to let go, Cecilia unexpectedly grasped his hand, his amber gaze shimmering with a flicker of golden light. "That is a promise, Draco." He looked earnestly at the young master. "For me, every formal promise, unless I fall into the embrace of death, shall remain in effect forever." Thus, they never made promises lightly. Each commitment was a binding force, yet Draco was the exception. Cecilia lowered his eyelids, his long lashes resembling a pale butterfly casting a fleeting shadow across his gaze. Though he did not comprehend why the young master had posed such a question, he nevertheless entwined their fingers, forcing a connection that was somewhat ambiguous. Yet Draco's demeanor was far too serious. In that moment, Draco's heart skipped a beat. "By the name of Flavose, Cecilia, I promise that I shall forever follow Draco Malfoy, through glory and despair, light and darkness, until I succumb to eternal slumber." Cecilia gazed at the young master, enunciating each word of his vow. Even the most oblivious of individuals would have recognized the gravity of the moment. Just as he completed the final syllable of his promise, an extraordinary binding force took effect, one that was even more solemn and significantly stronger than before, favoring Draco entirely. As the ritual concluded, Cecilia released the young master's hand. Draco wished to voice something, but found his throat dry, and after a prolonged silence, he ultimately inquired about an unrelated matter. "Where did you acquire those 2 pots of roses?" Cecilia belatedly realized he was referring to the 2 wilted plants in his office. A friend gifted them to me to celebrate my new job. Do you like them? Then I shall give them to you. Cecilia radiated a sense of relief. Having shed 2 burdens, Draco held back his frustration, but ultimately could not contain himself. Cecilia, do you truly know the significance of the starry roses? Upon witnessing the silver-haired youth's expression of bewilderment, Draco exhaled a sigh of relief. He found himself at a loss for words. The starry rose, emblematic of unwavering promises and love, is traditionally employed by wizards to propose, though its exorbitant cost renders it unattainable for the average sorcerer. Thus, if I were to present such a gift to the ever-quirky Cecilia, would it not imply my proposal? The young lord's heart fluttered momentarily. No, that would be utterly unacceptable. He promptly turned away, the hem of his robes fluttering in a manner befitting the true heir of Slytherin. The silver-haired boy, remaining stationary, suddenly broke into a smile. His beautiful amber eyes sparkled with the delight of mischief well played. He leisurely trailed behind, unperturbed by the prospect of traversing the path alone. Indeed, it wasn't long before he encountered what he sought at the corner. You're so slow. If you were any later, you'd be spending the night here. The young lord awkwardly grasped the silver-haired boy's hand, letting out a huff as he began to head towards Hogwarts, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. The silver-haired youth allowed himself to be pulled along, his gaze lingering on the small tuft of platinum hair that jutted up from the other's head, his eyes glimmering with an enduring softness. As they departed, Cecilia's gaze briefly lingered on a certain corner, a mere glance sufficient to stir tumultuous waves in some hearts. After they had walked a distance, Harry and his companions, cloaked in invisibility, exchanged glances. Given their relationship, Harry scratched his head. Isn't something a bit off? Hermione rolled her eyes in a rather unrefined manner. Please, Harry, try to see it from a different angle. Would you make such gestures towards Professor Dumbledore? The peculiar analogy prompted Harry to envision the scenario, sending a shiver down his spine. Oh, come on, Hermione. Can we refrain from such bizarre comparisons? Overindulged in gossip, Harry nearly forgot the most unpleasant matters he had overheard in the pub. Of course, forgetting was impossible. Yet his mood had undeniably lifted. Indeed, gossip brings joy. All right. You too, we ought to return. We mustn't let anyone discover that you sneaked out, Harry. It was easy to imagine the repercussions should Filch catch them. Another significant loss of points for their house. Those wretched relatives of Harry's had outright rejected his request to visit Hogsmeade. If Fred hadn't informed them of the secret passageway, Harry would have remained alone at school. At that moment, they noticed Ron, usually boisterous, unusually silent, his face nearly as red as his hair. How could he be so naive? In some ways, Ron Weasley was astonishingly innocent. Harry wished to speak, but Hermione's silencing gaze kept him quiet. Though he did not comprehend the reason, he complied. Upon returning to school without incident, Harry glanced at Ron, who was steadfastly adhering to the principle of silence. And couldn't he help but pat his shoulder? Come on, mate, why the long face? My day has been far worse. Recalling the unpleasant words he had heard, Harry's spirits dipped again. Hermione picked up her ginger cat. Not everything is as it seems, Harry. Some words take on a different flavor when spoken by others. This little girl, with her fluffy curls, was evidently far more rational and composed. Perhaps I could consult Professor Dumbledore? The wise and kind headmaster might provide the answers Harry sought. His resolve firmed, and with a determination that was palpable, the dark-haired boy turned toward the headmaster's office. Due to the peculiar potion required for a special scroll requested by the headmaster, Cecilia nearly forgot to disturb his colleague, the esteemed head of Slytherin. Emerging from Professor Snape's office, burdened by a forced buy-one-get-one deal, Cecilia pondered as he held 2 vials of potion. Staring at the corridor, he felt he had traversed countless times. Surely, he was being overestimated. What had given the impression that he and Professor Lupin shared a cordial relationship? He didn't even know the location of Lupin's office. Had it not been for that Gryffindor boy, he might have wandered aimlessly for ages. Fortunately, this child seemed to have a good rapport with Professor Lupin, making him the perfect messenger. Mr. Flavors, might you know if Professor Dumbledore is in his office at this hour? Harry asked awkwardly, holding the potions, attempting to break the ice. Particularly since their prior encounter had been rather unpleasant due to the fight with Malfoy. I'm afraid I don't know. If I may inquire, what is it you wish to discuss with him? The response was congenial. Harry hesitated, casting a glance at the man, torn between speaking and holding his tongue. Yet a voice within reassured him that this individual could be trusted, despite his apparent favoritism towards Malfoy. Chapter 15, The Hound. Cecilia stood in the corridor. Having listened to the entire account as Harry spoke, his eyes reddening at the corners, clearly straining to maintain his composure. Remarkably, Their potions professor displayed an unusual level of patience. As you indicated, it seems your parents had considerable faith in him. We may not know the full story. But isn't Sirius still alive? The silver-haired youth gestured to the potion bottles in his hands. You could request a truth serum from Professor Snape. Harry was utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn. He struggled to steer the conversation back on course. But, Professor, he escaped. Then simply recapture him. He undoubtedly knows the truth of those events. I've heard there is a spell that allows one to delve into another's thoughts. However, given his status as a fugitive, I wouldn't advise you to confront him directly. The potions professor, with a serious demeanor, imparted his suggestion, simple and blunt, entirely unaware of the implications of his words. Harry sought a hint of jest on his face, but to his dismay, he had to concede that Cecilia was genuinely offering him earnest advice. The young Gryffindor was astonished. Professor, I never imagined you were capable of this. Like a lost soul, Harry delivered the potion to Professor Lupin's office. Fortunately, Lupin was absent, or Harry's appearance would have surely startled him. Though he did not frighten Lupin, he certainly alarmed his two companions. My goodness, Harry. What on earth happened? Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry's face with urgency. He appeared genuinely concerned. Weren't you going to see the headmaster? What on earth is this? Hermione looked at the dark-haired boy with worry. At that moment, Harry finally snapped back to reality. His bright green eyes alight with a revelation. Professor Flavose is a genius. How did we not think of this? I've made up my mind, Hermione. I shall capture Sirius. Hermione, Ron? Ron even began to check his ears, bewildered. Did we hear you correctly? Of course, I'm not insane. Harry pushed Ron's face away. Oh, Ron, please don't look at me like that. When they learned of what Cecilia had shared with Harry, their expressions mirrored the shock that had just graced Harry's face. It must be said that this notion could indeed be a viable plan. After a moment of silence, Hermione offered her response, however. Sirius is exceedingly dangerous. Relying solely on ourselves, we might not ensure our own safety. Why are you suddenly weighing the feasibility of the plan? Ron was nearly beside himself, his speech becoming jumbled. What? Hermione, what are you two talking about? Poor Ron was struggling to comprehend, his voice pitching higher as he exclaimed, You want to capture Sirius? The most terrifying aspect is that he is involved in this plan. Is there still time for him to flee? In a secluded corner of Hogwarts, a large black dog suddenly shivered, its fur standing on end like a comical black sea urchin. The dog, filled with suspicion, turned to survey its surroundings, and upon spotting no suspicious figures, lay back down in a state of confusion, blissfully unaware of its perilous situation. Oblivious to the potential consequences of its suggestion, Cecilia was at that moment gazing at a disheveled pile of assignments on her desk, a headache brewing. Picking up a particularly chaotic piece of work, it was evident that the child had made an effort. Cecilia hesitated, pondering what grade to assign. Just then, a bony hand snatched the pen from her grasp and boldly stamped a large upon the assignment before her. The platinum-haired young master set the pen down with satisfaction, critically eyeing the assignments. What was there to deliberate? The drawings produced by the trolls in the Forbidden Forest were far superior to his own. Cecilia rubbed her forehead. But Draco, I simply cannot assign everyone AP. The young master was entirely indifferent, asserting that their inadequacies were their own doing, before turning the conversation, declaring, I am exceptional. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging with pride at that moment. This was of course indisputable. Cecilia wholeheartedly agreed with Draco's assertion. Whether through innate talent or diligent effort, the young master undoubtedly ranked amongst the best. Draco then solemnly admonished his potions professor, Do not go easy on me. I can surpass that herd of foolish lions. It was clear that the young master harbored a strong disdain for Gryffindor. At that moment, Cecilia finally organized the pile of assignments marked with PS, glancing at the time to realize that dinner was approaching. The Great Hall appeared somewhat desolate on the weekend, as most young witches and wizards had just returned from a shopping spree in Hogsmeade, likely busy counting their spoils in their dormitories, leaving the long tables of all four houses somewhat sparse. However, the professors were mostly present. Just as Cecilia intended to greet Draco, her sleeve was unexpectedly tugged, and the platinum-haired young master led her directly to the Slytherin table. Settling into his usual seat, Draco raised an eyebrow at the silver-haired boy beside him. There are so many empty seats at the Slytherin table, my dear Cecilia. I trust you know how to choose. With that confident expression, Cecilia discreetly licked her slightly pointed canine teeth, unable to resist wondering how Draco would react if she declined. Ultimately, she acquiesced and took the empty seat beside the young master. Draco was thoroughly pleased with Cecilia's choice, and in good spirits. He placed a platter of roasted meat before the silver-haired boy. The house elves of Hogwarts can only manage this, Next time, you must sample the culinary prowess of the Malfoy Manor house elves. Draco, the Hogwarts house elves might just ram their heads into the kitchen walls upon hearing you say that. Cecilia remarked, poking at the food. Are you inviting me to your home? What's the problem? The young master tilted his head, looking disdainfully at the silver-haired boy who had poked at the roast, and was now reaching for a plate of small cakes. Swiftly he moved the plate away. It's dinner time, sir. You've already indulged in too many snacks today. I wouldn't want to find myself utilizing the cavity potion I just learned on you. Lady Malfoy had prepared an abundance of sweets for Draco, all of which had ended up in Cecilia's stomach. It would be utterly ridiculous for a professor to suffer from cavities because of this. Draco would never permit such a thing to happen to Cecilia. Little did he know, she was already beginning to regret sitting beside him. However, seeing Draco's unwavering insistence, Cecilia silently set down her fork. When the silver-haired professor approached and actually sat down, the Slytherins at the table maintained an outward calm, though internally, they were already spinning with 100 thoughts. Moreover, was Draco not appearing a bit too chummy with this newly appointed professor? Although the hall was not particularly crowded that evening, the actions of the potions professor were undeniably conspicuous, causing several young witches and wizards, even some professors, to glance back and forth between Cecilia and Draco. The air thick with gossip. The old headmaster, whose relationship with Cecilia had grown slightly strained due to prior events, raised his pumpkin juice with a knowing glance at the expressionless potions professor. It seemed that Cecilia and Draco's relationship appeared quite amiable. Youth truly is a marvel. Snape, unfazed, even emitted a derisive snort, remarking, rather than concern yourself with that, you should consider how to manage the trouble that fool has stirred up. Caught off guard by a sudden cough, Headmaster Dumbledore remembered this matter, smiling as he regarded the sullen Slytherin head, confidently proclaiming, "Fear not, Severus." Soon after, they witnessed a swarm of Dementors hovering at the entrance of Hogwarts. Chapter 16, Double Standards. Were it not for the Dementors, the news of Sirius's escape might not have spread so swiftly. Initially, some students were entirely unaware of the incident. Due to his rumored brutal deeds coupled with Dumbledore's actions, many began to suspect that Sirius was hiding within the school, causing a sense of unease among the Hogwarts populace. Should I perhaps commend Dumbledore? Draco crumpled the Daily Prophet in his hands and tossed it onto the table, incredulous that he had actually consented to the ministry sending those Dementors into the school. Cecilia gazed at the corner of the newspaper depicting the disheveled, menacing prisoner. She had hoped that the previous train incident would have served as a wake-up call for them, but alas, reality proved otherwise. The young master was clearly furious. I must inform my father and have Dumbledore, that madman, removed from his position. Anyone who had come face to face with a Dementor would undoubtedly wish to avoid such creatures again. Sirius was likely lurking somewhere within Hogwarts. As Cecilia gathered the supplies needed for their next class, she couldn't help but remind the young master, knowing they couldn't remain together at all times. Draco effortlessly took the stack of papers from Cecilia's hands, holding it with a scowl still etched on his face. He dearly hoped nothing went awry, otherwise, the Board of Governors would be enough to drive him to despair. He had been secretly practicing the Patronus charm lately, but he certainly did not wish to be forced to use it anytime soon. Their next class happened to be potions, and Cecilia and Draco arrived just in time. In the gaze of their peers, Draco placed the stack of papers on the lectern, scanning the room and noticing that there were no empty seats at the front of the Slytherin table, while Blaise, who preferred to sit at the back, was waving at him. Before leaving, he had emphasized, no slacking off. Cecilia offered a resigned smile, gently tapping her wand against Draco's shoulder. All right, I understand. Go sit down, class is about to start. On the Gryffindor side, Hermione nervously glanced at the door, and unfortunately, Ron and Harry were still late, albeit by less than a minute. Their potions professor regarded the two glum boys with pale eyes. First class fighting, second class late. Do you have a grievance with me? The two quickly shook their heads in denial, the painful lessons from that class still fresh in their minds. Regrettably, their potions professor clearly had no intention of showing them mercy. Gryffindor loses 5 points. I expect both gentlemen to arrive on time next class. The two young lions returned to their seats, dejected, only to be met with Hermione's withering glare. After attending to this minor interlude, Cecilia distributed the blueprints to each desk, signaling the commencement of the class. Before the practical session, in a demonstrative manner, the silver-haired youth delicately held a parchment inscribed with simple patterns between his fingers, causing everyone to collectively hold their breath. Without any additional gestures, in nearly an instant, the parchment ignited in a dazzling blaze, and the classroom erupted with exclamations of astonishment. Seemingly impervious to the searing heat, The silver-haired boy allowed the flames to dance upon his pale fingertips. He slightly tilted his head, locking eyes with the platinum-haired young master at the back, a playful smirk gracing his lips as the brilliant firelight reflected in his bright gaze, illuminating his picturesque features. The individual at the lectern appeared blissfully unaware of his own captivating demeanor. Those uniquely beautiful eyes, aglow with a golden hue in the fire's light, held an enchanting allure that was both mysterious and unknowingly beguiling. Draco felt his heart skip a beat as the silver-haired professor smiled. An almost imperceptible gasp echoed throughout the classroom. Blaise had always recognized their new alchemy professor's striking appearance, yet to capture Draco's admiration, it must be more than mere beauty. Now he began to understand why Draco repeatedly broke established rules for that silver-haired youth. His gaze remained fixed on the professor at the lectern, but before he could utter a word, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his side. The platinum young master beside him lowered his hand, his slate blue eyes fixed intently upon him. "What are you staring at?" In a moment of mischief, Blaise decided to tease Draco, disregarding the discomfort in his side. With a signature roguish grin, he mimicked Pansy's tone. "Draco, isn't the professor simply stunning?" Immediately, he regretted it. The platinum young master's expression darkened, devoid of any trace of amusement or ease, as if deeply offended. "Zabini, I don't care what you usually do, but that person, don't even think about it." Blaise believed that had they not been in class, with their professor standing before them, Draco might have considered retaliating. Goodness. He should have known that on the night of the first day of school, when Draco fought with that Eric, their platinum young master had acquired yet another untouchable taboo. Blaise wished to retort, insisting he was merely joking, yet in the next moment, someone rapped on his desk, the familiar silver tip of a wand sending a wave of nausea through him. The subject of their discussion stood before them, the flames having extinguished at some point, yet the professor's pale fingertips bore no signs of being singed. Had it not been for the remnants of ash from the burnt parchment, they might have thought it a mere illusion. The slender, tall silver-haired professor stood at their table, while the Gryffindors observed the scene with amusement. Ron muttered under his breath, "What are they looking at?" The professor would never deduct points from Malfoy. "Mr. Zabini, this is class time. Due to your exemplary classroom conduct, you will serve a month of detention. Be sure to report to Professor Snape afterward," Cecilia announced impassively. "See, I told you, no points were deducted." Ron complained a bit too loudly, only to be hastily silenced by Harry, who realized the professor's gaze was now upon them. He wagered that the professor had certainly heard his earlier comment, and he wasn't keen on losing another 5 points that day. The Slytherins looked on sympathetically at Blaise, thinking it a cruel twist of fate. Honestly, they would rather lose points than be sent to Professor Snape for detention. Blaise fell silent, racked with pain in his side, stomach and head. He felt utterly miserable, wondering what had possessed him to make such a jest. Don't ask, just regret it. Ignoring the pained expression of the boy beside him, Draco focused intently on his classwork. Amidst the clumsy little wizards, the platinum young master's composure stood out remarkably. Without any doubt, Draco was the first to flawlessly complete his assignment. Cecilia accepted his meticulously drawn blueprints, nodding in approval, her gentle smile nearly overflowing with warmth, generously awarding him 5 extra points. She was an entirely different person from the stern and indifferent figure moments before. Harry silently observed his own chaotic sketches, his thoughts wandering. Suddenly he recalled a term from the Muggle world that perfectly described Cecilia at that moment. What was it? He couldn't quite remember. Then he noticed Malfoy, unperturbed, engaging in light conversation with their alchemy professor at the lectern, in stark contrast to the pained expression of Zabini. Harry belatedly remembered the word. Oh, that term, double standards. The dark-haired boy pushed up his crooked glasses, feeling an oddly synchronized pang of nausea just like Blaise. Chapter 17. The Flying Broomstick. At the end of class, reactions were mixed. Draco had achieved the sole O of the session. Though their professor was undeniably diligent, even Hermione had barely managed to complete half of her work. Her already tousled curls now even more unruly. Harry and the others scarcely had time to greet Hermione as she rushed out with her bag, presumably heading to the library. Cecilia observed the whirlwind of a girl, noting she appeared more like a Ravenclaw. Draco tidied up the items on the lectern, catching a glimpse of Ron, who wore a dazed expression. TSK, while Gryffindors often acted foolishly, Hermione was certainly one of their few intelligent members. Clutching a disheveled stack of blueprints, the young master tugged at Cecilia's sleeve, somewhat disgruntled. "Well, what's so remarkable about that Gryffindor know-it-all? I received an O and you didn't even praise me." Cecilia followed Draco out of the classroom. "You're certainly incomparable to her, Draco." Having spent considerable time with the young master, Cecilia had learned that to manage Draco, One must stroke his ego. As expected, his expression softened considerably, letting out a huff in reluctant acceptance of her words. Harry, passing by, wished he could become deaf at that moment. Some realizations, once acknowledged, forever altered one's perception of ensuing events. That day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the alchemy professor's office. Upon returning to the office, they discovered that the desk had been overtaken by several fluffy owls. Exhausted from their long journey, the lead owl, struggling to maintain composure, nudged a parcel toward the silver-haired youth. The elongated packaging instantly caught Draco's attention. Cecilia suddenly remembered the gift she had ordered for him earlier. She smiled as she lifted the owl from the package. "Shall we open it and take a look?" The blueprints in the young master's hands were crumpled with excitement as he unwrapped layer after layer to reveal a brand new broomstick. His eyes sparkled with disbelief as he turned to the silver-haired youth, who was busy feeding the owls. The firebolt. Draco radiated palpable joy. Cecilia stroked the little owl's head, her beautiful amber eyes sparkling. "I recall you're quite fond of Quidditch. Do you like it?" "Do I like it? I absolutely love it." He had anticipated that his father would only be willing to give him the originally planned gift by the next semester. Yet now, the platinum young master looked as though he might kiss the silver-haired youth in gratitude. Due to the intensity of the other's gaze, Cecilia felt a slight warmth creeping into her ears, prompting her to instinctively tighten her embrace, which elicited a series of soft protests from the little creature nestled within her arms. The silver-haired youth cleared his throat in a feigned manner. "Well, my dear Draco, you appear as though you are eager to plant a kiss upon me." It was merely a jest, yet to her surprise he genuinely leaned in closer. Unaccustomed to such proximity, Cecilia, caught off guard, stumbled back into the chair behind her. In that moment, she realized that the young master had indeed grown taller during this period. His once delicately youthful features had gradually matured, taking on the elegance of a budding young man. He was so near that Cecilia could easily detect the faint, unique scent emanating from him, a delicate blend of iris and cedar. The plush cushions that adorned the chair felt rather superfluous at that moment, as Cecilia found herself sinking into the seat, unable to muster any strength. The mischievous little master, with his hands resting on the armrests, gazed down at the flustered expression on the silver-haired youth's face, unable to suppress a chuckle. A sudden flush of crimson spread across Cecilia's alabaster neck. "You tease me." The young master, however, unhurriedly pulled her up from the chair. "Come now, Professor." For the first time, Cecilia truly felt anger, and without mercy, she ushered the little master out of her office. The bronze dragon coiled around the door glanced at the boy, who had been ejected yet wore a cheerful demeanor, and retreated, concluding that the human world was beyond its comprehension. It would resume its slumber. It was a rare occurrence to spot Draco in the Slytherin common room before curfew. Of late, the young lord had seemingly taken up residence in the office of the potions professor, nursing grievances over Cecilia's previous double standards, coupled with the tidbit he had overheard in the corridor. Blaise sauntered over with a smirk. "What seems to be troubling you, young Malfoy? Do share. It would brighten my day." The others in the common room discreetly elongated their ears, curiosity piqued. Yet none dared to inquire, wary of Malfoy's notorious temper. The platinum-haired youth set down his book, casting a cool glance at Blaise. "Do refrain from regarding me with such distasteful eyes, Zabini." Blaise settled beside Draco. "What did you do to earn his ire? Given the professor's usual tolerance towards you, it must have been something truly egregious. Just a minor issue. And why should I divulge it to you?" The platinum-haired youth retained his signature air of indifference. Blaise, undeterred, adopted an experienced demeanor. "Oh, come now. I might just offer you some advice. The professor adores you. A little persuasion would surely suffice." As he spoke, a fellow Slytherin beside him was wildly winking, prompting Blaise to exclaim in mock surprise, "Oh, Theodore, has your eye gone awry?" Theodore not rolled his eyes in exasperation, resigned. "Forget it, there's no saving him." At times, Blaise can be infuriatingly foolish. In the next moment, Blaise quickly understood the reason for his predicament. Unbeknownst to him, the platinum-haired youth had drawn his wand and, before he could react, cast a binding spell upon him. Draco retracted his wand. "What is wrong with you? I have already told you not to employ your childish tactics on Cecilia." Grabbing his own book, the platinum-haired youth retorted with a smirk, "Mr. Zabini, you seem quite spirited. I dare say Professor Snape will be pleased." With that, he disregarded Blaise's furious glare, and made his way back to the dormitory, locking the door behind him. The others in the common room exchanged glances, and Theodore attempted to dispel the spell on Blaise, but regrettably failed. He propped his chin in contemplation. "Don't you think this spell resembles the one the professor used last time?" The others congregated around, eager to experiment with various counter-curses on Blaise, who could only remain motionless, resigned to being their guinea pig. TSK, he even taught Draco this spell. If they weren't involved, I wouldn't believe it, the young wizards mused bitterly, for Cecilia's favoritism was undeniably evident. Ultimately, the spell on Blaise remained unbroken, causing him to miss Professor Snape's office hours that evening. To add insult to injury, when he finally regained movement after the spell's duration, he discovered Draco had insidiously locked the door to their dormitory. Chapter 18, No Boundaries. Clearly, Draco had genuinely provoked Cecilia. For the following day, she did not even attend the Great Hall. Despite his curiosity, the chastened Blaise refrained from approaching her, as only he knew the anguish of being locked out of the dormitory and missing his post-class duties. The two central figures of the gossip were absent. One was leisurely slicing a fried egg on his plate. Pansy had sensed a rift between them yesterday, but regretted not witnessing the drama unfold in the common room. Having heard that Blaise was soundly reprimanded, the dark-haired girl had never particularly favored the new professor, yet human sentiments are fickle. Cecilia's overt favoritism towards Slytherin, particularly Draco, especially following an altercation with Gryffindor over some inappropriate remarks, had shifted her perspective on their new instructor, especially since he was undeniably handsome and talented. Pansy suddenly realized that perhaps she did not care for Draco as much as she thought, particularly once her mind cleared. After all, his bad temper and the indulgence he received were not easily borne by everyone. Have you two quarreled? Pansy stirred her coffee, indifferent to whether Draco had angered Cecilia again. She simply despised seeing him so brazenly confident due to his favoritism. The platinum-haired youth remained unfazed, his expression exuding an icy elegance. I was unaware that Miss Parkinson had become so inquisitive. Oh, Pansy continued to stir her coffee, speaking ambiguously. I happened to see a young boy conversing amiably with the professor in the corridor when I arrived. Excellent, a crack finally appeared in Draco's facade. Pansy fanned the flames. I recall that third-year Ravenclaw is quite well known. Many girls are quite fond of him. She set down her cup, her dark eyes gleaming with unmistakable mockery. Diligent and talented young boys always seem to capture your favor, don't they, Draco? The third-year lad had yet to master the art of concealing his emotions. Abandoning his previous composure, he stormed out of the Great Hall, forgetting to gather his books for the next lesson. Pansy's performance left Blaise momentarily stunned. Pansy, you mustn't tease him so. The dark-haired girl shrugged nonchalantly. I simply cannot abide his overconfidence. Blaise nearly spilled his milk. His eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Pansy. Do you realize how envious you sound when you say that? And I must tell you, anything is permissible. But do not entertain any untoward thoughts about that individual. Joking about it is out of the question. He assumed his painful experience would serve as a cautionary tale for others. Pansy twirled her cascading black hair, casting a sideways glance at the shocked Blaise. This matter is hardly your concern, Mr. Zabini. Interest in Draco extended beyond his classmates to his adversaries. I can't breathe, look at Malfoy. One would think he's about to catch his girlfriend cheating. Ron exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth as he slapped Harry on the shoulder. Neglecting to clean the stains from his outer robe, Harry gazed helplessly at Ron, who was laughing heartily. It must be said, his good friend, Ron Weasley, truly resembled a deity in certain respects. He casually shoved a piece of toast into Ron's mouth to silence his raucous laughter, remarking, "This toast is delightful. Do indulge. For you'll need your strength for training later." Thus he pleaded, "Please, let us not revisit this matter. The tumult of last night's thoughts has nearly driven me to madness." Hillsdale, the highly esteemed third-year Ravenclaw that Pansy mentioned, had captured their professor's attention since the train journey began. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was merely a platonic admiration. Ravenclaw's fervor for academic pursuits is unparalleled, marked by an obsession that others struggle to comprehend. Troubled by an unresolved query, Hillsdale scarcely slept through the night, ultimately succumbing to the urge to visit the fourth floor at dawn. Utterly unaware that he would encounter their professor in the corridor, Cecilia always exhibited a remarkable patience toward those who cherished learning, and this Ravenclaw boy indeed possessed considerable talent. With proper guidance, he might yield unexpected delights. The silver-haired youth gently guided the boy before him, his eyes brimming with admiration. When the platinum-haired young master arrived on the scene, he beheld this tableau, a sight that ignited a surge of irritation within Draco, as he observed the boy's eyes filled with admiration and longing. Silently he approached, his expression rigid as he addressed Cecilia. "I too, have a question for you." Just as Cecilia's discussion with Hillsdale was nearing its conclusion, he nodded, signaling Draco to proceed. However, the young master, in silence, seized Cecilia and departed, leaving Hillsdale in a state of bewilderment. The force with which Draco grasped his wrist was somewhat excessive, eliciting a twinge of pain. It was not until they reached a secluded corner that Draco finally released him, noticing the clear imprints left by his grip on Cecilia's wrist. The young master appeared momentarily flustered, momentarily forgetting he was a wizard, and that a simple healing spell could remedy the situation. As Draco's fingertips hovered near Cecilia's wrist, they halted abruptly. I didn't mean to, Cecilia. With a sigh, Cecilia replied, "It's nothing, it will be fine in a moment." Draco's voice softened. "I am truly sorry." If any acquaintance with the platinum-haired young master were present, they would likely be astounded. When had the pampered and willful Malfoy ever apologized to anyone? By his nature, even in wrongdoing, he would steadfastly deny it, perhaps even retaliate. Draco was not known for his amiable temperament, yet he had never been so easily unraveled. However, since encountering Cecilia, all his reason seemed poised to flee. "No need to apologize, Draco. You have done nothing wrong." Observing the young master's crestfallen expression, Cecilia felt a pang of concern. Being the youngest in his family, he had never received any special treatment, but he had always been accustomed to a certain dominance among his siblings. It was only after encountering the young master that he discovered the skill of comforting others. He had entirely forgotten he had vowed to ignore Draco for a few days until Draco recognized his own misstep. With Draco, Cecilia found himself lowering all his boundaries, or perhaps he had none to begin with. In a moment of desperation, a sudden cool and soft sensation graced his cheek. It was a fleeting kiss. The silver-haired youth stood momentarily stunned, covering his cheek in disbelief as he glanced at Draco, who turned away, his gaze evasive, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. "Please do not be angry. I shall never tease you again, Cecilia." "Draco." It was merely a gesture of courtesy. I meant no other implication. Cecilia observed the young master's ears, crimson as blood, as he stammered, "I'm not angry, truly." The young master, who had appeared awkwardly shy, transformed into a fierce countenance upon hearing this. "What are you staring at? I told you it was a courtesy." Cecilia, a quintessential example of a bold exterior, yet compliant interior, fell silent at the sight of the young master's indignation. Draco bit his lip, lifting the young silver-haired boy's wrist, finally recalling the healing spell. He was undoubtedly gifted. In every aspect, even if not achieving perfection, he was exceptional among his peers. The injury on Cecilia's wrist was not severe, but against his snow-white skin, the bruise appeared particularly glaring. The incantation took effect swiftly, and within moments, the wrist regained its previous alabaster sheen. Draco's long, dark lashes veiled the complex emotions in his eyes. Cecilia shook his wrist, his amber eyes glistening like honey drizzled with sugar. "Have you eaten, Cecilia? You cannot continually deflect the topic with such clumsy tactics." The silver-haired youth continued to wave his wrist playfully. "So, shall you accompany me for a meal?" His tone, although firm, belied a body that was resolutely heading towards Cecilia's common room. Returning to the great hall was not an option. Before the flush on his cheeks subsided, he wished to avoid the scrutiny of Pansy and Blaze. Cecilia stifled a laugh in a place where the other could not see. At times, the young master was adorably awkward, and he could not help but be charmed by it. Thus, from an observer's perspective, their union was undoubtedly not without reason. After the two departed, a flash of black fabric swept around a corner. In the common room, Cecilia offered Draco a cup of hot tea. The house elves of Hogwarts were indeed considerate. In addition to the exquisite pastries, the table also bore a plate of peculiar feed, intended for the owls still recovering on the shelf. After a day of rest, these little creatures appeared invigorated, and seemed ready to embark on their journey home soon. Gently patting the head of the leading brown owl, Cecilia found these owls to be quite agreeable. Although they lacked the intelligence of Fawkes, who never allowed anyone to touch him, they were undeniably adorable, and they cooed softly. Observing the unmasked affection in Cecilia's eyes, Draco fell into contemplation. After entertaining the owls, Cecilia turned to the young master on the sofa. "Do you have classes today?" The young master suddenly recalled his schedule. Oh dear. He nearly forgot about the upcoming Care of Magical Creatures class. Chapter 19. Time stands still. Following the prior incident involving the hippogriff, Hagrid had thoughtfully revised their lesson to focus on the care of flobberworms. It was indeed not a delightful experience. Upon completing the feeding task, Blaze promptly sealed the enclosure tightly. Good heavens, I would rather bow to a hippogriff than endure this. Though Gryffindor often criticized Slytherin for being overly meticulous, they had to concede that feeding flobberworms was exceedingly dull, and these creatures were rather unsightly. Tossing the last handful of lettuce leaves into the box, Draco disdainfully removed his aesthetically challenged gloves. "You won't be saying that when a hippogriff snaps off your head?" Blaze was about to retort, but unfortunately, a nearby Gryffindor firecracker overheard. "Who asked you to provoke Buckbeak?" The Weasley student, who had previously lost points and faced detention due to this very issue, evidently had forgotten his lesson. Draco scoffed, his expression cold. With your Gryffindor brain, is that the only thing you can come up with? Ron's face flushed crimson. In terms of infuriating yet inconsequential matters, he had never stood a chance against the platinum-haired young master. However, today, in a most unexpected turn of events, a spark of brilliance ignited within him. His gaze shifted, landing upon Draco with an increasingly mischievous glint. Malfoy, what urgent business led you to rush off this morning? Surely your girlfriend hasn't truly strayed, has she? Each word struck with precision at the very core of the young master's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, their agreement for Ron to fetch some lettuce leaves had resulted in his prolonged absence, causing Hermione to grow increasingly anxious. Where could he be? It was nearly time for class. Surely, a mere errand for some feed wouldn't lead him astray. Harry scanned the surroundings, and with a jolt, he realized a chilling truth. It seemed Ron would have to pass by Slytherin. Wait, Hermione, I have a rather ominous premonition. This brown-haired girl was all too familiar with their propensity for trouble, and upon hearing his words, her expression mirrored his trepidation. As anticipated, when they discovered Ron, he was delivering some rather terrifying remarks. Oh no, had the distance not been so great, Harry would have rushed over to cover his mouth. A flicker of confusion crossed the platinum-haired young master's face, soon replaced by indignation. Damn it, Weasley, what nonsense are you spouting? Yet, Ron continued to stoke the flames. What, even the flamboyant peacock has a day of abandonment? Had he lost his mind to bring this up? The onlooking Slytherins were left in awe of the audacity displayed by the youngest Weasley. Surely Gryffindor's courage was misplaced. Hey, how long do you think Draco will keep him frozen? Blaise observed keenly as Draco's hand positioned itself near his waist, the customary resting place for his wand. As luck would have it, Hagrid was conveniently absent from the scene. Recalling previous painful lessons, Blaise, trembling, pinched Theodore beside him, his eyes burning with anger. Draco wouldn't allow him to stand here for an entire day after nearly losing consciousness last night. Harry and Ron hurriedly approached to shield their indiscreet companion. Unfortunately, Ron was less than appreciative of the intervention and complained, Harry, you're in my way. Shut up, mate. I'm saving your life here. Draco's hand hovered over his wand, but as if struck by a sudden thought, he slowly withdrew it. He cast a cold smile at the provocatively grinning redhead. Weasley, consider yourself fortunate. Without further acknowledging Ron's taunts, he turned and departed. Wait, what? Blaise and the others were left in stunned silence. Draco had not erupted in rage, but had simply walked away? Bewildered, Ron gleefully recounted the encounter to his companions, only to receive a sharp reprimand from the brown-haired girl. Hermione slammed her book against the back of the young boy. With a yelp, Ron hastily retreated behind Harry, glaring at Hermione. Why did you hit me all of a sudden? Why? It's you, Ron Weasley. Hermione seemed genuinely furious, a rare sight for her, though she occasionally lost her temper. This degree of anger was indeed unusual. Harry had no intention of defending Ron, especially after the latter had just complained about being in his way. That evening, the perpetually clumsy redhead learned the true nature of the situation from his two brothers, who looked at him in shock before inspecting him from head to toe. Finally releasing him. Little Ron, sometimes we truly admire your courage. Do you know what happened to Zabini for saying something similar yesterday? They recounted how he had been hit with a spell by Malfoy, leaving him immobile for an entire night, which resulted in him missing a class. A well-known fact given his amicable rapport with Draco. You're far worse than he was. They were astonished. How could Malfoy have not retaliated? He had simply let you go. Amazing. They began to suspect Malfoy might have some ulterior motive. The twins circled Ron multiple times, ensuring he was genuinely unharmed. Perhaps you should consult Professor McGonagall. She might have placed a curse on you. George exaggeratedly clutched his chest, pretending to be afflicted. Consulting McGonagall was out of the question. Especially since their detention had just concluded, and for quite some time, Ron had no desire to be alone with any of their professors. Within days, they learned the truth. It wasn't that justice was delayed. The time had simply not yet come. Emerging from the classroom, Ron's eyes were glazed. Staggering as if in a daze, he leaned heavily against Harry. Quick, count for me how many points he just deducted from us. 20 in total, Hermione replied wearily. Goodness knows, when we fought, we only lost a little over 20 points. With half a month's worth of detention still looming ahead. The red-haired boy emitted a loud sob. Malfoy, he must have reported us to the professor. This Hogwarts night watchman wielded authority equal to that of the professors, as Dumbledore had entrusted him with student safety, including but not limited to classroom oversight and discipline enforcement. Ron grasped Harry's shoulders, shaking him with frustration. How could he? It's so biased. Harry, dizzy from the shaking, struggled to adjust his nearly dislodged glasses. You know this, so why provoke him further? Have you calmed down? The silver-haired boy watched the young master, who was tidying up his belongings, a smile that seemed to linger in his amber eyes. Draco remained non-committal, lifting his delicate chin. I have practiced this afternoon. Will you come? Although framed as a question, his demeanor suggested a challenge. You dare not come. Long before, he had received the schedule for Cecilia's training. Thus this was not an inquiry but rather a premeditated notification. That afternoon, due to space issues, Gryffindor and Slytherin encountered minor friction. It was rumored that Wood and his team had intended to practice today, only to find the grounds preemptively occupied by Slytherin, and one could only imagine their sour expressions. The long-standing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin would take days and nights to recount, encompassing, among other things, disputes over training grounds. Their captain, Flint, chuckled dismissively. What's the use in fighting over grounds? The foolish lions of Gryffindor will never catch the golden snitch. Except for Harry Potter, of course. Oh, Flint, Gryffindor's brooms will soon be worthy of the museum. They don't even know what a firebolt looks like. The Slytherins erupted in laughter. And at that moment, Draco arrived, fully dressed. All eyes were drawn to the object in his hands, with Flint being the first to rush over. Draco. Is that a firebolt? The boy, equally as obsessed with Quidditch as Wood, was more excited to see the broom than he would be to see his favorite girl. Blaise leaned in, somewhat surprised. I thought Mr. Malfoy had cancelled your gift. In truth he had. So where did you get this? Draco did not respond immediately, instead casting a distant glance. Upon spotting a familiar figure in the stands, Blaise understood instantly, and for the first time in a while, his stomach began to churn. Yes. No, it's fine. I think I understand now. Thank you. My heavens, what's wrong with you, Blaise? Are you attempting to murder me? Draco clutched his ears, pained by the sudden elevation of Blaise's voice. Flint, having finished admiring the firebolt, squeezed between the two, wrapping an arm around each. Blaise, you can't be so rough with our seeker. Be careful he doesn't knock you off your broom. The young master of the Malfoy family held grudges, but he wouldn't go so far as to unseat his teammates. However, were it Harry Potter on the opposing side, that might be an entirely different matter. Draco pushed Flint's arm aside, brushing aside the recently scattered locks of hair. All right, that's enough. If we don't commence soon. Do you all intend to sleep on the floor here today? The weather was splendid, and by the time Cecilia arrived, a considerable number of spectators had already gathered in the stands, predominantly girls from various houses. Although students from other houses generally held a disdainful or cautious attitude towards Slytherin, none could deny their excellence and distinctiveness. When the boys made their entrance, a chorus of gasps erupted from the female spectators. Cecilia spotted Draco amidst the throng almost immediately. Amidst the multitude, he could only see Draco. Although they all wore identical robes, the platinum-haired young lord managed to exude an aura of haute couture in Slytherin's standard silver-green attire. With a slender waist and long legs, he stood out even among the exceptionally talented boys surrounding him. His platinum locks cascaded down, with flecks of sunlight dancing into his eyes, radiating an air of haughty elegance and exuberance. When he lifted his gaze in this direction, it seemed that nearly everyone's attention was drawn to him. As the sun began to set, the raucous crowd gradually dispersed. By the time Draco changed his clothes and returned, the expansive stands were left with only the silver-haired boy. The evening glow cast a warm halo over his silvery hair as he sat alone in the vacant stands, propping his chin on his hand, his long eyelashes gently lowered, creating a butterfly-like silhouette against his striking profile. Despite his calm demeanor, Draco felt an involuntary quickening of his steps. Have you been waiting long? He approached, reaching out to pull the silver-haired boy to his feet. Cecilia shifted his somewhat stiff legs. Not really. He blinked his beautiful amber eyes. But you could come a bit faster next time. Draco chuckled, pinching the soft cheeks of the silver-haired boy. I rather not. Next time, I might just leave you here. He released his grip just before the other could react with anger. As they exited the venue, Cecilia trailed behind, childishly stepping on Draco's shadow, clearly seeking a form of retribution. Approaching the Great Hall, Cecilia caught a glimpse of a small dark figure darting past. Was that a dog? Uncharacteristically. A sense of unease settled over him. He had been plagued by a foreboding feeling lately. Soon, this ominous premonition was confirmed. Midway through dinner, a child burst into the hall, panic-stricken, delivering a dreadful message. Sirius was indeed at Hogwarts, having torn through the fat lady's portrait to invade the Gryffindor common room. The hall erupted into chaos, prompting their headmaster to spring into action, instructing all house prefects to account for their students and to refrain from wandering about, for a potentially dangerous Sirius could be lurking outside. He must be looking for me, Harry, pale-faced and shaken, murmured, recalling the prophecy of his impending death foretold by Trelawney. Despite many dismissing their divination professor as a charlatan, this particular prophecy weighed heavily upon him, suffocating him with anxiety. Hermione reassuringly patted his shoulder. Cheer up. We are in the Great Hall, and Dumbledore is here. He would never allow Sirius to breach this sanctuary. What if our prior plan has been compromised, and he aims to strike preemptively? Ron covered his face, attempting to maintain a semblance of calm. They had nearly abandoned that utterly reckless plan, recognizing the immense risks involved. The hall remained chaotic, with various houses displaying their own brand of panic, making Slytherin's excessive calm particularly conspicuous. If they suspected Sirius was at Hogwarts all along, why not conduct a search earlier? Draco mused, observing the flustered Gryffindors with a smirk. Dumbledore truly miscalculated this time. His fingers rhythmically tapped the wooden table before him. Before long, Dumbledore announced his decision. Damn it. We actually have to sleep on the floor tonight, Blaise remarked disdainfully at the purple sleeping bags scattered about. Dumbledore had sealed the hall, intending to conduct a thorough inspection of the castle for safety. Consequently, everyone was required to spend the night in the Great Hall. Pansy approached, her face a mask of reluctance. It gets worse, she said, gesturing toward a nearby cluster. You will soon discover a group of Gryffindors lying not far from us. I can't believe we are expected to share a sleeping space with a bunch of Gryffindors. Draco's mood soured further at the thought. Do not speak of it so disgustingly. The young lord's temperament fluctuated like the unpredictable weather of June in England. Yet, under these peculiar circumstances, they had little choice, settling instead for the option of keeping their distance from the lions. Once the hall was nearly arranged, Dumbledore and the professors commenced their search. Cecilia was among them. Before leaving the Great Hall, he bypassed the throngs of anxious little wizards and approached the Slytherin side, handing something to the young lord. Draco gazed at the golden object with mild surprise. How did you come by this? I employed some unconventional means. As Dumbledore and the others had already departed, he could not linger and hurriedly advised, stay here tonight. If anything unforeseen arises, this little fellow might prove useful. The silver-haired boy vanished through the door, and the young lord turned back to meet the complex gazes of his fellow Slytherins, raising an eyebrow. What are you all staring at? Blaise smacked his lips, a hint of envy in his eyes. Nothing. I just wish I had a professor looking out for me too. Oh, then you should hurry and sleep. You can dream of anything in your slumber. The young lord tucked his restless little pet into the sleeping bag, not bothering to look up. Before long, the lights in the Great Hall dimmed. The following morning, the house prefects announced that everyone could return home. I can hardly believe I would appear so disheveled in the Great Hall one day, Pansy remarked, pulling her hood up to conceal her pale visage. Draco stuffed the still sleeping little dragon into his pocket, his platinum hair remarkably tidy. He casually adjusted his robes and gestured for Pansy to glance over at the Gryffindor territory. All right, Pansy, look at those lions. You might feel much better. On the Gryffindor side, Hermione was diligently attempting to tame her frizzy curls, while Ron and Harry, both sporting substantial dark circles under their eyes, stared blankly at the ceiling. Clearly, the previous night had not been kind to them, or perhaps it had been downright dreadful. The dark-haired girl huffed, "Don't compare me to those foolish lions." After fixing her attire, she exited the Great Hall without a backward glance. At the entrance, they encountered Cecilia. The silver-haired boy appeared rather worse for wear, the dark circles under his eyes contrasting starkly against his snow-white skin, making him look somewhat haggard. They had conducted a thorough search of the entire castle the previous night, but regrettably, no trace of Sirius had been found. This rogue was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb, lurking somewhere within the corners of Hogwarts. Therefore, it is imperative that you all remain vigilant regarding your safety in the coming days, and endeavor to avoid solitude. He himself lacks the gift of prophecy, however his so-called mother was once the most distinguished seer within their lineage. The recent atmosphere at Hogwarts may not be entirely tranquil, and he must strive to ensure the safety of the young master and these children. Perhaps it is time he sought a moment to converse earnestly with their esteemed headmaster. Chapter 21 The Pact. Today, an unusual visitor graced the headmaster's office, prompting Fawkes on the shelf to express his displeasure with a flutter of his wings. As this fiery bird had never been particularly fond of him, Dumbledore slid a plate of honey butter cookies toward Cecilia, inviting, "Would you care for a cookie? Today's batch is particularly delightful." The venerable headmaster appeared in good spirits, his bright blue eyes gently observing the silver-haired youth before him. Declining the kind offer, Cecilia articulated his intentions clearly. He appeared somewhat taken aback, astonished that you possessed the gift of prophecy. Cecilia's prophetic talent, inherited from his maternal lineage, had remained dormant until adulthood. leading him to believe he had not inherited it at all. The sudden emergence of such a hereditary gift was a mystery, fraught with uncertainty. This is not the moment to discuss such matters, headmaster. Those children may soon face peril. Dumbledore's smile faded, his expression turning grave as he pondered for a moment. Cecilia, I would like to trouble you with a request. Within the bounds of your capabilities, I would appreciate your consideration. The elderly man, his beard streaked with gray, seemed to recall something, sighing softly. Lately, I ask that you keep a close watch on young Harry. As for what you mentioned, I will take the necessary precautions. This point did not require further emphasis. Their initial agreement included, but was not limited to, protecting Harry Potter to the best of their abilities. Even without Dumbledore's explicit reminder, Cecilia would remain vigilant, particularly now that various indications suggested that Sirius might be targeting his charge. Cecilia found himself surrounded by uncontrollable variables. The closer he became to those children, the more bonds he formed, and the more secure Dumbledore and the others felt. After the silver-haired youth departed, the previously silent portraits of former headmasters on the wall began to voice their opinions. Dumbledore, we must remind you that, thus far, you seem unaware of this child's true origins. In truth, Dumbledore possessed some knowledge regarding Cecilia's true identity, yet he certainly would not divulge it at this juncture. Dumbledore had his own considerations regarding the matter. I am well aware of this. However, it is evident that this child's performance has far exceeded my expectations. Whether in his protection of the students or his initiative to inform me of that prophecy, Cecilia's presence undoubtedly enhances our chances of success. Unbeknownst to Cecilia, events unfolding behind him in the headmaster's office were of little concern to him at present, for he was currently preoccupied with the burden of that request. The young master harbored a disdain for Gryffindor, rendering it impossible for him to grow too close to them. How to safeguard the young man's well-being within appropriate boundaries had become an urgent matter for consideration. With a sharp sound, Draco snapped the pages of his book shut, frowning as he gazed at the silver-haired youth, who wore an expression of concern behind the desk. You've been at this for quite some time. What on earth did Dumbledore say to you? Attempting a weak smile, Cecilia sighed. He asked me to look after Harry. Although we had an agreement, I cannot possibly shadow him every moment of the day. In an instant, the young master's voice nearly shattered the ceiling. What did you say? You are to protect that Potter? Or are you planning to be his shadow 24/7? On what grounds? Draco, infuriated, sprang to his feet, allowing his book to tumble to the floor, his blue-gray eyes blazing with indignation. Don't be angry. I truly did not mean to, Cecilia hurriedly soothed, but alas. This time the young master was genuinely enraged. He gritted his teeth, his rationality slipping away, appearing as if he were ready to storm out and confront Gryffindor. No. I will not allow this. Why doesn't Dumbledore handle it himself? He clearly has a fondness for Potter. Cecilia's head throbbed anew, entirely at a loss for how to placate him. He managed to utter a dry response. I like you very much too. The young master's face flushed crimson. Whether from anger or some other emotion was uncertain. He stood before the silver-haired youth and, employing a familiar tactic, grasped his jaw firmly. Do not think that your charm will absolve you. You can forget that notion. You must believe me. Draco had no recourse, and the silver-haired youth, shielding his face, cautiously regarded the still fuming platinum-haired boy. He tugged at Draco's sleeve, lowering his lashes and adopting an innocent expression. I have an agreement with Dumbledore. Damn it. What exactly did you agree upon with him? He thought, wishing he could shake the silver-haired youth's head. Making deals with that old fox Dumbledore. Do you really think you won't be led astray? Cecilia stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, leaving the young master waiting impatiently. His secrets were numerous. Previously, he had refrained from speaking, and Draco had not pressed. But this time felt different, as he suddenly realized he knew almost nothing about Cecilia. The two remained in a stalemate, until finally, Draco sighed first, his face etched with unmistakable disappointment and dejection. Forget it, Cecilia. I won't pry. He was keenly aware that the silver-haired youth could not abide this expression upon his visage. Almost instantaneously, Cecilia grew anxious, his hands trembling. Please don't be upset, Draco. Regarding the pact with Dumbledore, he did not refrain from speaking out of reluctance, but rather due to necessity. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. I have pledged to him that I will fulfill the tasks he assigns me, and in return, he will assist me in unraveling this curse. Revealing his wrist, which had remained concealed beneath his sleeve, the silver-haired boy displayed the intricate silver curse, resembling an ornate shackle, etched deeply into his flesh and soul. His voice dropped, for no one wished to be ensnared in such a manner, least of all him. The power dynamics of this world diverged greatly from those of his former existence. To break this curse, it seemed only the illustrious Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard of the century, could provide a solution. Until the pact was fulfilled, he could not disclose the nature of their agreement to anyone. I cannot. Draco suddenly seized the silver-haired youth's exposed wrist. Do not speak of it, Cecilia. He raised his gaze, his blue-gray eyes locking onto the pale orbs of the youth before him. Do not say another word. You should have told me that you cannot disclose any of this to anyone. Were you waiting for the curse to backfire? Is your head filled with nothing but nonsense? Draco was irate, frustrated not only with Cecilia's disregard, but also with his own unreasonable outburst. The silver-haired youth lowered his gaze, his moonlit hair cascading downwards. Draco merely needed to reach up a little to catch that luminous cascade. Thus, he gently tugged on a strand of silvery hair, murmuring, I approve. Cecilia, utterly bewildered, looked at Draco, confusion etched upon his features. I said I approve. You may go protect Potter. However, 24/7? Do not even think about it. For his arch-nemesis, this was perhaps the greatest concession the young master could muster. Cecilia's heart skipped a beat as he regarded the young master before him. Over this period, it seemed Draco had grown taller. The boy who once stood slightly shorter, now matched him in height. Draco, I am truly grateful to have met you, the silver-haired youth declared, seemingly out of nowhere. In this entirely unfamiliar world, amidst the unknown, even he could not suppress a sense of trepidation. As an outsider, he felt a profound dissonance with everything here, and Cecilia was acutely aware of Dumbledore's and the others' wariness towards him. If his affection for Draco was unconditional, then what of Draco's trust in him? Draco turned his head uncomfortably, urging the other to speak properly, and to refrain from indulging in such childish behavior. With a pointed glare directed at Cecilia, he declared that this matter was far from over. One day, she would have to divulge all her secrets to him. He pondered the implications, uncertain of what lay ahead, but the tall, platinum-haired youth's gaze held an unacknowledged possessiveness towards the individual before him. Oblivious to this, Cecilia's beautiful eyes shimmered with light and shadow, her expression serious as she assured him that she would reveal everything, his origins, his identity, his world. In the days that followed, those who spent more time with Draco noticed his newfound fascination with the study of enchantments. Ancient tomes as thick as bricks nearly overwhelmed his desk. Blaise flipped through the books, the arcane language causing his eyes to blur, and he quickly shut the volume, casting a perplexed glance at the platinum-haired youth beside him. What has sparked your sudden interest in these matters? As night fell, Draco, having organized the scattered notes on his desk, stifled a yawn, attributing his fatigue to a certain fool. Never mind that, he said dismissively. What about the matter I asked you to inquire about? You already have an owl, right? I must clarify that it does not align with your taste, but it should arrive in a couple of days. Understood, Blaise replied, left in a state of confusion as Draco rose to head to the lavatory, deciding he would simply have it delivered here when the time came. Chapter 22. Exceptions. Emerging from Professor Flitwick's office, Harry's eyes sparkled with confusion. Why did Professor Flitwick suddenly seek you out? It wasn't that they were overly cautious, but rather that they had been genuinely unsettled by the seemingly kind professor's recent behavior. Extracting a pendant from his pocket, an alchemical item inscribed with special runes, Hermione accepted it with mild surprise, instantly recognizing its origin. Ron squeezed in beside her, his eyes widening at the sight of the pendant in Hermione's hand. Why is the professor being so generous with you all of a sudden? He questioned, glancing skeptically at his own disheveled friend. Is there some sort of scheme at play? Harry, equally bewildered, recounted. He said it was a request from Professor Dumbledore for me to carry this for protection. Their relationship with the silver-haired professor could hardly be described as close, especially with Malfoy in the mix, but surely he wouldn't be so petty as to jest about such matters. Due to a lack of materials and recent busyness, the pendant was not particularly exquisite in design, but the protective runes had taken Cecilia several days to inscribe. It was the best solution he could devise to ensure that someone was not constantly monitoring the safety of the dark-haired boy, at least providing a means to address any unforeseen circumstances. Severely sleep-deprived, Cecilia gazed at the mountain of ungraded assignments on his desk, unable to resist the lure of slumber. He nearly dozed off, his head almost colliding with the surface, when a long-fingered hand gently propped his forehead up, saving him from disaster. Draco, his expression one of disdain, took the pen from Cecilia's grasp. If you're tired, go rest. There's no merit in grading these pointless, uninspired assignments. But I have class this afternoon, Cecilia protested, insisting he needed to finish grading before it was too late. He couldn't very well explain to the students that their professor had fallen asleep while grading their work. Draco, however, was unyielding, firmly ushering the weary silver-haired boy into the adjoining lounge. With no choice but to comply, Cecilia yawned and reminded him to wake him before class began. All right, I understand, no need to repeat yourself as if I were senile, Draco replied, seating himself at the desk to begin grading the stack of assignments. Though he often claimed he would bestow everyone a passing grade, he meticulously reviewed each paper, even providing comments, just as the silver-haired professor would. Of course, Gryffindor was the exception. Time flew by, and as he set down his pen, it was nearly time for class. He was quite familiar with this office. Yet it was his first visit to the lounge, Cecilia's private quarters. The decor was distinct from the outside. A thick, plush white carpet covered the wooden floor, and pale blue curtains dimmed the light within. The ceiling was adorned with small, softly glowing stars, and while the room was not large, it exuded a sense of order and life. The room's occupant was evidently still asleep. Draco tread lightly, cautiously lifting the cream-colored bed curtain. The unguarded silver-haired boy had half his face sunk into a soft pillow, a rosy hue blooming on his usually pale skin. How adorable! Draco couldn't help but muse as he gently pinched the soft flesh, causing the sleeping figure's silver lashes to flutter like a butterfly poised for flight. With time pressing, Draco abandoned his childish antics. The forcibly awakened boy sat up in bed, hair tousled, rubbing his sleepy eyes. After a brief moment of rest, Cecilia's demeanor improved significantly. Having tidied his appearance and gathered the diagrams needed for class, he transformed back into the elegant, composed, enigmatic professor. The only ones likely to be in a foul mood that day were the Gryffindors receiving their assignments. Ron, holding up his paper marked with a large P, couldn't help but sneak a glance at Hermione's work. This is too strange. Even Hermione got a P. The unfamiliarity of the grading, particularly the handwriting, left Hermione incredulous. She refused to believe her hard work had earned such a grade, especially since the script seemed eerily familiar. During class, she inadvertently spotted Draco Malfoy's notes from a distance, recognizing the identical handwriting. Why are Slytherin's scores different from ours? Surely our assignments weren't all graded by him. Ron whispered to his companions. Harry glanced helplessly at his own paper, also marked with a P. What can we do? Are you going to confront the professor and ask him why he had Malfoy grade our assignments? Don't be ridiculous. If you really want to ensure Gryffindor's score drops to negative, the brown-haired girl muttered, crumpling her paper into her bag to avoid further distress. Fortunately, their professor was not so cruel. Upon discovering the situation, he provided Gryffindor ample opportunities to answer questions, unprecedentedly awarding them bonus points as a means of compensating for their failures. This was likely the first time Gryffindor had received extra points from a professor. Draco scoffed in dissatisfaction. What good is extra credit? It's merely a drop in the bucket. He wondered what had riled the Gryffindors this time. Though they had long harbored mutual disdain, Draco had not sought out trouble with Harry and his friends for quite some time. Now, however, he regarded the Gryffindors with a glint of malice in his eyes. After class, Draco did not return with the silver-haired boy, as he had a lesson in defense against the dark arts. When he spotted their potions professor, the Slytherin head, standing at the podium, the Gryffindors groaned in unison. It was evident that Professor Lupin was well-liked, and their affection for him stood in stark contrast to the fear and disdain they held for Professor Snape. The oily-haired wizard wore a grim expression as he stood before them. Due to Professor Lupin's absence, they were compelled to endure the substitute professor, who promptly disregarded their syllabus and launched directly into the chapter on werewolves. For years, it had been whispered that the headmaster annually sought the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Yet success had eluded him until now. In stark contrast to the lamentations of the Gryffindors nearby, the Slytherins seemed utterly at ease. Upon exiting the classroom of defense against the Dark Arts, nearly every little lion appeared utterly dejected. I fervently wish for Professor Lupin's swift return. Neville, clutching his books with a lack of vigor, voiced sentiments that were met with unanimous agreement from the surrounding Gryffindors. The passing Slytherins erupted into derisive laughter, speculating that perhaps he had fled out of fear of the curse afflicting the position of the defense against the dark arts professor. Such notions were, of course, sheer nonsense. This mischievous band of serpents merely sought to mock them. Aware of the intentional provocation, these young, impetuous boys still fell into the trap, only to be surprised when Neville was the first to retort. It was evident that he harbored a genuine fondness for that professor. Oh, is that so? Theodore observed calmly as he regarded Neville. The boy's face flushed crimson. He was certainly not adept at engaging in debates. The students from both houses stood tense in the corridor, and just as the platinum-haired young master emerged from his private audience with Professor Snape, he encountered this spectacle. Frowning, he pushed through the throng, visibly irritated. Might you move aside if your colossal brains can still manage to think? Draco's gaze briefly flicked over to the dark-haired boy beside him, and recalling a certain thought, his expression darkened. You had better behave yourselves. With a derisive smirk, he shoved past Harry, aware that the protection of Cecilia's pendant could not be replicated. Even if it were, there would be no second chance for them. Without further ado, he departed the corridor, leaving behind a bewildered group of young lions. Was he fueled by some unseen rage? Blaise rubbed his arms, perplexed as he watched the platinum-haired young master retreat into the distance. Crabbe and Goyle had already pursued him, and the remaining Slytherins lost interest in further antagonizing the Gryffindors, dispersing in small groups and leaving the few confused lions to gaze at one another in bewilderment. Later, Draco received from Blaise the item he had been eagerly awaiting. When the handsome boy with chocolate-hued skin presented a caged, pristine white creature into the Slytherin common room, nearly all the girls' gazes fixated on the cage. Tossing the squirming bundle into Draco's arms, Blaise displayed a fresh scratch upon his hand. I must warn you, this little creature has quite the temper. You ought to exercise caution. The platinum-haired young master surveyed the fluffy white ball within the cage with satisfaction. A fierce temperament is of little concern. After all, the dragon guarding Cecilia's door is far more formidable. To date, apart from himself and Cecilia, anyone daring to provoke it had paid a steep price, with one Gryffindor even losing half of his hair to its flames. As the young master carried the cage away, Pansy cast a puzzled glance at Blaise. Doesn't he prefer raptors? Who knows? He might be presenting it to some young lady, Theodore replied absently, engrossed in his potions homework. Heaven knows how Professor Snape would respond if he failed to submit his assignment the following day. Perhaps not for a girl, but certainly for a boy, Pansy mused, setting her magazine aside to raise an eyebrow at Blaise, whose expression was laden with significance. I wager 100 galleons that Draco has just visited the potions professor's office. Oh Blaise, what a foolproof investment this is, isn't it? The dark-haired girl adjusted the tassels in her hair, clearly uninterested in Blaise's proposition. Chapter 23, The Snowy Owl. The professor's leisure time was perpetually consumed by an unending stream of assignments and lesson preparations. And now he found himself pressed to carve out additional moments to craft some special tools for unforeseen circumstances. With his original materials nearly depleted, he had no choice but to seek alternatives. By sheer fortune, he stumbled upon a wealth of materials in the forbidden forest adjacent to Hogwarts. After toiling away in the murky woods for most of the day, he returned to Hogwarts just as curfew approached. Upon arriving at his office, he unexpectedly discovered a familiar visitor waiting for him. The heavy nighttime dew dampened his once neat silver hair, and his robe bore a smudge of dirt. The young master discarded his book and, with a flick of his wand, disdainfully cast a cleaning and drying charm on the dust-covered silver-haired boy. What brings you to roam about at this hour? I merely ventured into the forbidden forest. I was lacking numerous materials, the boy replied. Knowing full well that prior to his visit to Hogwarts, Dumbledore had warned him about the rules concerning that forest. If he knew what mischief had transpired there, such as nearly plucking the unicorn's mane, you couldn't have informed me of your material shortage? Since the moment he learned of the silver-haired boy's late-night escapade in the forbidden forest, the young master's furrowed brow had not relaxed. Do you believe yourself to be invincible? The silver-haired boy, chastised, dared not utter a word, merely biting his lip. Very well, next time I shall refrain from such a visit at this hour. Perhaps I shall go later in the night, the young master thought to himself, plodding silently. What are you dawdling for? Come sit down. Aware of his own fault, the silver-haired boy complied and took his seat, while the young master sternly handed him a warm cup of tea brought by the house elf. By the way, what prompted you to seek me out at this late hour? As the steam rose delicately from the cup, unexpectedly, a small, furry bundle was tossed into his lap. In a flurry, the young master set down his cup and reached for the thing now nestled in his embrace, only to be met with a soft, perplexed coo from the once dizzy white fluff ball. Lifting the creature, the silver-haired boy's amber eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the platinum-haired young master. Is this an owl? The young master prodded the still-dazed fluff ball. This is a snowy owl, said to possess the bloodline of several other magical creatures, far more noble than your ordinary postal owls. As if understanding the young master's words, the previously disoriented snowy owl straightened its posture, puffing out its fluffy chest, its golden eyes brimming with pride. Such a display would have exuded an air of majesty had it belonged to an adult, but as a mere juvenile, its demeanor only rendered it adorably small. The young master cradled his new pet with delight, while Draco observed the tuft of hair standing on the silver-haired boy's head due to the drying charm. Unable to suppress a smile. It's merely a pet. There's nothing extraordinary about it. He had completely forgotten how long he had sought this particular magical creature. Thus, the following day, the potions professor at Hogwarts sported a new snowy fluffball as an accessory. So you didn't tell him the lengths you went to in order to acquire this little creature? Blaise lamented, gazing at the platinum-haired young master with exasperation. Draco perused his newspaper with an air of indifference. It's just a pet. Why should I bother mentioning it? Goodness, Blaze spluttered, momentarily at a loss for words. You can't keep behaving like this. At this, the platinum-haired young master finally set down his newspaper, regarding Blaze with curiosity. Speak clearly, you sound like a timid girl. What can't I do? The raven-haired maiden across the table elegantly dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Compared to Blaze, she was far more forthright. I now truly question, Draco, what initially drew me to you. Aside from your handsome visage, this arrogant young lord is sharp-tongued and possesses a rather foul temperament. Save for Mrs. Malfoy and Mr. Malfoy, it seems only the silver-haired professor can endure him. At that moment, a fluffy white ball of snow landed unexpectedly in the young lord's plate. Draco hastily lifted the creature. Fortunate that the plate was nearly empty, save for a smidgen of cream. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the professor's table and, as expected, beheld Cecilia hurrying towards them. Upon receiving the troublesome little creature from Draco's hands, Cecilia wiped the cream off its wings, feeling an overwhelming urge to give it a good thrashing. If Professor Snape ever decides to toss you into his cauldron, I wouldn't be the least surprised. Yet the little snow owl, with its wide, innocent eyes, merely blinked at her, fueling Cecilia's frustration. This audacious little creature had just insisted on cozying up to the head of Slytherin, and had even managed to topple a jug of milk, drenching him in the process. Well done, now another name has been added to Professor Snape's assassination list. The initial recklessness was matched only by its swift retreat upon making a mistake. Damn it. I really do not wish to find you, young lord. One day in Professor's potion storage, shaking a feigned dead snow owl vigorously. Just the thought of Professor Snape's gaze upon him sends a headache through Cecilia. Is the little snow owl adorable? Certainly. Yet its cuteness is directly proportional to its propensity for mischief. Draco, perhaps you ought to consider sending it to Gryffindor. Theo stifled a laugh, pointing at the white little bird in his hands. The snow owl, upon being called out, seemed to beam with a flicker of joy, ready to emit a cheerful coo, but was promptly silenced under Draco's fiercely intimidating glare, curling up into a ball of quietude. Oh well, Cecilia sighed, utterly exasperated. What else could she do? She couldn't truly punish it. Perhaps it would be best to avoid bringing it to the Great Hall in the future. Consequently, during the afternoon's potions class, the platinum-haired young lord was for the first time criticized by their head of house. After all, the little pet was unmistakably a product of Cecilia's care. Had it not been for Cecilia's fondness for that creature, Draco would have nearly considered returning the clumsy little snow owl. Time flew swiftly, and as the first frost graced the evergreens outside, the early winter at Hogwarts arrived quietly. In the office of the potions professor, gazing at the now rounder, unidentified spherical object, Draco could hardly recognize that it was indeed a snow owl he had personally gifted to Cecilia. Cecilia, you cannot continue to feed it like this. It's growing so corpulent it may soon be unable to fly. Are you planning to have it impersonate a plump chicken? Ignoring the fluffy creature's protests, the young lord coldly whisked its food bowl away. Today was a special occasion. The Great Hall had been splendidly adorned for the afternoon's festivities. From the bats dangling from the ceiling to the numerous jack-o'-lanterns carved with ghastly faces, the hall was brimming with a festive atmosphere. By personal inclination, Cecilia was not particularly fond of socializing. He preferred to remain in his study, engrossed in scrolls and spells. Were it not for the insistence of the platinum-haired young lord, he likely would never have attended such an event. Chapter 24, Dragon Hunter. The rotund white fluffball sat indignantly on its specially made perch, its feathers fluffed up, its large eyes filled with indignation. Before it stood the platinum-haired young lord, maliciously waving its food bowl back and forth, showing no intention of actually feeding it. The little snow owl emitted a flurry of discontented coos. It was clear that this creature was voicing its grievances. Despite its evident fury, it dared not seize the food from Draco's hands. If you desire to become a plump chicken, I shan't stop you. But I refuse to witness Cecilia carrying around a morbidly obese bird all day. A faint smile graced the young lord's lips, each word precisely hitting the creature's sore spot. The little snow owl fell silent, turned away and sulked. Do not constantly bully it. Cecilia closed the blueprint in his hands, gazing at his woefully aggrieved pet. Yet, Draco did speak the truth. The little creature was indeed exceeding its weight limit. Placing the food bowl out of reach of the little snow owl, Draco approached, discontentedly tapping on the desk of the professor, who remained engrossed in his work. How much does Dumbledore pay you that you can afford to spend all day researching these things? At this moment, Cecilia was oblivious, thinking everyone was akin to this. Only later did he realize that such instances were exceptionally rare, where one person's salary was stretched to cover multiple roles, like himself and Professor Snape. That evening, the Halloween feast commenced. The young lord snatched a quill from the silver-haired professor's desk. If you remain in the office any longer, you shall grow moldy. Though he was reluctant to attend, he ultimately yielded to Draco's insistence. Had it not been for the young lord's fervent request, Cecilia might have never participated in such gatherings. It had been quite some time since he had presented himself in this manner, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed as he tugged at his hair, which hung at his waist. The vast mirror reflected his dazzling golden vertical pupils, his gaze landing upon the shimmering silver scales adorning his wrist. The silver-haired youth furrowed his brow. He did not wish to frighten Draco all at once, opting instead for a gradual revelation, and Halloween might serve as an opportune moment. In preparation for tonight's gathering, Hogwarts house elves had evidently gone to great lengths, compensating for the previous 2 years of Halloween mishaps, and perhaps soothing the little witches and wizards who had been frightened by a recent escapee. Not long after the feast commenced, a throng of chattering little witches and wizards congregated in the hall. After all, it was Halloween, and each had adorned themselves with some unique costumes. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tended to be more traditional, favoring ghosts and demons, until the focus shifted to Gryffindor. Their aesthetic stood in stark contrast to the Slytherins nearby, where a broomstick was even seated at their long table. Despite having endured this for 2 or 3 years, the Slytherins, known for their elegance and nobility, still found Gryffindor's macabre sense of aesthetics hard to bear. Fred, today is Halloween, not April Fool's Day. Ron, who had been the victim of a prank concocted by his own brother, struggled to rise from the floor. The mischievous candy hidden among the chocolate had inflated his body to at least twice its original size, resembling a balloon under the inflation charm. A brown-haired girl attempted to use magic to revert Ron to his former state, but alas, the candy's effects were too potent. The once red-haired boy, now resembling a bloated ball, could only blush in embarrassment as his classmates gathered around him. Harry consoled his friend. At least it's better than the inflation charm, right? At least you won't be hanging from the ceiling like those bats. Although, after hearing this, Ron appeared even more inclined to shed tears. After thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of Gryffindor's misfortunes, Pansy lifted a glass of bubbling blood plasma. Her formerly black short hair had transformed into a deep blue akin to the ocean, and the half-transparent fin and fish-tailed gown she wore bore no resemblance to the fragile mermaid of fairy tales, but rather resembled a regal queen. The professor hasn't he arrived? After merely tasting the overly sweet drink, she disdainfully set it down, now fully convinced that the ravenous Gryffindors had lost their sense of taste. Not long after the feast began, Draco had already crushed his third platter of Halloween-themed cakes, the vividly lifelike eyeballs oozing with red and white liquid, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to look. He mentioned that I should come over first. In reality, even their esteemed professor was blissfully unaware that today marked Halloween, absently pushing aside a plate of cake that had become utterly unrecognizable. His dark crimson eyes, adjusted to fit his character, exuded a chilling detachment and sharpness when devoid of a smile. The slightly elaborate noble attire accentuated his tall figure perfectly. As the platinum-haired youth sat sideways at the table, his brows and eyes frozen in a demeanor that epitomized Slytherin's elegance and arrogance. Pansy had to concede that despite Draco Malfoy's despicable nature, even knowing that ahead lay flames and ashes as their inevitable fate, his appearance alone was enough to compel moths to flutter toward the flame. The banquet was tedious, at least for Draco, who would rather tend to that plump chicken than waste time here. In a fleeting moment, he began to miss the gentle tranquility of the starlit ambience in the silver-haired boy's office. In the overly noisy hall, no one noticed the door being cracked open slightly. A handsome, dark-skinned Slytherin, having completed a circuit outside, seemed to finally remember the location of his house's long table. What a rarity, Pansy! Why aren't you accompanying your little boyfriend? Thanks to Blaise, nearly everyone was aware that Pansy had taken a fifth-year Ravenclaw boyfriend. The Mermaid Queen called out, appeared far from delighted. Compared to her ever-changing wardrobe, she was still at a considerable disadvantage. The two exchanged banter, and Draco furrowed his brow in irritation, on the verge of telling them to be quiet when Blaise, as if he had discovered a new continent, nudged the young master beside him. Hey Draco, look, a Dementor. Ha ha ha. Which Gryffindor is this? Isn't he afraid of fainting those first years? After a long wait for a response, Blaise looked on in confusion, wondering if he had misspoken, until he caught sight of a glimmer of silver hair peeking from beneath the dark hood. No way, perhaps they just used a dye potion. But the next moment, Blaise's self-deceptive thoughts were shattered. The newcomer slightly lifted his black hood, revealing silvery hair that shone brighter than the full moon, cascading in gentle curls. His snow-white lashes concealed eyes that sparkled like golden vertical pupils. As if searching for someone, the youth turned his head slightly, the partially lifted hood falling away entirely, unveiling crystalline dragon horns amidst his silvery locks, with a resplendent crystal adornment entwined in his hair, a drop of blood-red gemstone cascading down to his brow, casting shimmering reflections as he moved. The hall seemed to have pressed the pause button, and when the silver-haired boy's golden eyes turned in this direction, at that moment, Draco's heart fluttered as if 1,000 butterflies were beating their wings. The figure stood beneath the crystal chandelier, outside the crowd, exuding an unattainable divinity and an inhuman allure. If even one person truly acquainted with the youngest scion of the Flavose family were present, they would undoubtedly smirk and reveal that there was no divine being to be found. Peeling away the layers of enchanting illusion would unveil merely a cold-blooded, brutal dragon. Chapter 25. A Confusion of Hearts. For an instant, time seemed to stand still. Scarcely anyone could tear their gaze away from that figure. And as he made his way through the throng towards him, Draco's expression softened, momentarily caught off guard. When the platinum-haired young master was present, the silver-haired boy's gaze could find no one else. His golden pupils reflected only the shadow of one. Am I being a bit strange like this? Cecilia questioned softly, pressing his pale lips together, lowering his head slightly. The magnificent dragon horns among his silvery hair sparkled brilliantly under the bright lights. Draco's heart raced uncharacteristically. He recognized the oddity of the moment, unconsciously licking his sharp canine teeth. It was merely role-playing. Yet as his gaze fell upon the defenseless, slender neck revealed when the other bowed, the platinum-haired young master felt an inexplicable thirst. The excellence inherent in Slytherin allowed Draco to expertly conceal all his emotions. His fingertips gently entwined with Cecilia's softly curled silver hair. Are you portraying an elfin princess? Naturally, a princess must have a crown, he declared, removing the brooch from his chest and drawing forth his hawthorn wand, conjuring a crystal crown that appeared in his hand. The platinum-haired young master placed the crown atop the silver-haired youth's head. No boy would willingly accept being called a princess. Yet this was Cecilia, and at times he truly was absurdly childish. Supporting the crown on his head, Cecilia smiled coyly, tilting his head. A perfect transformation spell. Should I add points for that? Come now, my princess. The young master leaned against the table, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he elongated his tone, reminiscent of their initial encounter on the train. Cecilia, however, felt no offense, even feeling inclined to retort, I am the princess. What are you? He scrutinized the young master from head to toe. A prince? As he spoke, Cecilia noticed the young master's sharp canine teeth. Or perhaps a vampire prince. He curiously leaned closer, extending a finger to press against Draco's lips. Taken aback by the unexpected action, Draco had no time to react before Cecilia's fingertip pressed against his canine. Damn it. Draco had never anticipated that the features birthed by the potion would be so sensitive. A wave of unbearable shivers coursed from the roots of his teeth. Cecilia suddenly pushed the silver-haired boy away, frantically grasping the dragon horns atop his head. Draco was unaware that the horns were among the most vulnerable areas of Cecilia. Having such a sensitive spot grasped in hand, his golden eyes widened in shock. The tides had turned. Now it was his turn to flush with embarrassment, gazing at the still irate platinum-haired young master. I was wrong, Draco. Please let go of me. All right, dear princess, Draco replied. If you wish to avoid having your neck bitten by a vampire, you would do well to mind your words and actions. The silver-haired dragon beauty adorned with a sparkling crown bore little resemblance to a princess. Rather, he resembled a little prince ensconced within an ivory tower. The youngest scion of the Flavose family. A little prince in a certain sense. Good day, Professor. A stranger, a young boy, suddenly approached, appearing exceedingly simple compared to the vibrant costumes surrounding them. Out of courtesy, Cecilia returned the greeting hello. However, the conversation abruptly halted. All his patience had likely been exhausted on Draco. Observing the exquisitely unrealistic beauty of the boy before him, a faint blush crept onto Cherry's pale cheeks. Is Mr. Flavose portraying a moon sprite today? Cecilia patiently answered no. Having been interrupted mid-conversation, Draco was already quite displeased, especially with the obvious admiration in the boy's eyes, which was rather bothersome. I believe it should be a Dementor. Unhappy with the sudden interruption, Cecilia turned away. Draco, how can you compare that decayed, filthy creature to me? Cecilia truly detested Dementors. Recently, he had voiced the most significant grievances against Dumbledore regarding those wretched beings. Draco pointed at his expansive black cloak, this dark ensemble. What else could it be if not a Dementor? Feeling reduced to invisibility, Cherry instantly grew displeased. Malfoy, how can you equate the professor with such a lowly creature? What? He hasn't said anything. Why do you butt in? The platinum-haired young master's sharp tongue was laid bare, revealing his disdain for those deemed unimportant. At this moment, Cecilia's absurd favoritism became apparent. He stood beside the platinum-haired young master, casually interjecting. It was merely a joke, wasn't it? However, did you not just say otherwise? The expression on the young boy's face froze, and he forced a smile, attempting to compose himself. He made an inviting gesture towards their professor. May I ask you to be my dance partner? To enhance the merriment, a circle in the center of the hall had been deliberately left empty. Although it was not an official ball, numerous students were dancing upon it. In the past, Draco would have undoubtedly dragged Cecilia away or mocked the others for their lack of awareness. Yet now he seemed to have discovered a newfound amusement. Cecilia never failed to meet his expectations. I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to. There are more suitable partners for you than I. This familiar refusal, the so-called gentlemanly etiquette, held no weight with Cecilia. Being associated with the illustrious Malfoy, Cecilia's pride was no less than that of any Slytherin present. He divided his patience into 10 parts, with 99% devoted to Draco. Satisfied to witness the boy's expression gradually darken, the noble vampire aristocrat raised his chin with a haughty demeanor and extended his hand towards the silver-haired youth. Palm upward, Cecilia, come dance with me. In contrast to his earlier aloofness, Cecilia promptly grasped the young lord's hand. You should be aware, I am not particularly skilled at dancing. Gazing into his dark crimson eyes, Cecilia suddenly recalled the gem embedded in that scepter. Perhaps on the next occasion he returned, he could reclaim that stone. The silver-haired youth pondered silently as he held the young lord's hand. As they stepped into the dance floor, everyone instinctively made way for them. The elegant young man with platinum hair twirled gracefully with the silver-haired dragon, and with the soothing melody Cecilia's black robe billowed. His waist-length hair shimmering under the crystal chandelier, like flowing moonlight. They were drawn too close. In their intertwined breaths, it seemed that with the slightest movement, Draco could kiss the lips of the person in his arms. Enchanted by those golden eyes, he found himself leaning down, only to snap back to reality just before their lips could meet. He feigned calmness, though internally he was already in turmoil. The music continued to play, and the silver-haired youth looked up at him in confusion, his clear eyes devoid of any shadows. This was decidedly unsettling. Draco held the slender waist of the youth, his tongue grazing his sharp canine. From an outsider's perspective, the silver-haired youth appeared to be nearly sinking into the embrace of the platinum young lord. While it was well known that their relationship was close, given Cecilia's evident favoritism towards Draco, witnessing their private interactions left Blaise quite astonished. It was difficult to articulate his current feelings. He was unsure of the other's thoughts. Yet did Draco not comprehend the boundaries they were crossing? Hesitating, he was uncertain whether he should intervene. Suddenly, Pansy pinched him sharply, and Blaise nearly believed his arm would break. He glared at the culprit. Yet the girl merely shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. Once they had distanced themselves from the bustling hall, the corridors of Halloween were eerily quiet. Pansy, I assumed you understood. If Draco truly favors that peculiar night watchman, it cannot bode well. The observer was clear, as the possessiveness in Draco's eyes sent a chill down his spine. Cecilia's origins were shrouded in mystery. They did not even know which side he stood on. Pansy, however, dismissed his concerns with a glance. Care to make a wager? A wager on what? Let us wager that Draco will never relinquish his interest, and that professor will undoubtedly side with us. Chapter 26, Crossing Boundaries. Draco was scarcely aware of how he managed to control his chaotic emotions to complete the dance. He endeavored not to gaze into the silver-haired youth's radiant, sun-like eyes. As the heir of the Malfoy family, the platinum young lord was not only exceptionally gifted, but also acutely aware of his own peculiarities. Once the song concluded, the overly boisterous hall lost its allure. As they walked back, they strolled side by side, the atmosphere peculiar. Noticing the young lord's eyes darting away involuntarily, Cecilia swallowed back what he had almost said. In the following days, Cecilia noticed the young lord intentionally avoiding him. Apart from attending classes, there were times when he would go entire days without seeing him. Cecilia, while not dim-witted, was growing increasingly frustrated by this repeated behavior. Recalling the complex emotions reflected in the other's eyes, the silver-haired youth irritably brushed aside the shimmering stars floating beside him. He leaned against the cool table, his silver hair cascading around him. As he tapped a conjured water mirror, the ripples expanding to reveal his tightly furrowed brows. At the lunchtime table, typically dominated by Professor Snape's perpetually low pressure, even his rare moments of joy seemed non-existent. Now, however, another source of coldness had joined him, especially with these two seated together. Even the amiable headmaster appeared somewhat overwhelmed. With little appetite, Cecilia pushed his plate away and silently departed. Professor Sprout watched the child's retreating figure with concern. What has been troubling young Flawless lately? Indeed, Despite Cecilia's insistence that he had reached adulthood, to the old professors, he was no different from the other children. Perhaps it was due to the headmaster's excessive demands on his labor. It must be said, Snape was particularly adept at striking a nerve with Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall, having long been aware of the workload, cast a reproachful glance towards the old headmaster. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Dumbledore began to feel a bit self-conscious, pondering whether he had truly imposed too many tasks on that child. The young wizards also noticed the recent change in their potions professor. After all, his smiles during lessons had diminished significantly, though he had never been one to smile much. Almost everyone sensed the professor's foul mood, evidenced most immediately by the grading of their assignments. Holding a dismal report card, Ron glanced at it, then looked away, only to glance back in disbelief. If he wasn't mistaken, this could not have been graded by Malfoy. So why were there so many failing grades? Harry sighed. He had adopted a rather indifferent attitude towards the course, able to predict his score without even looking. Hermione, cradling a large cat, rolled her eyes. Her results were slightly better, at least she didn't receive failing grades. Goodness, she was unsure when her standards had become so low. As for Malfoy, it was evident to anyone with eyes that their relationship was strained. Just then Seamus, carrying a peculiar plant, happened to pass by. The overly curious little lion immediately dropped his pot, and, with an expression of gossip, sat beside them. If you ask me, Professor Flawless should steer clear of Malfoy, and perhaps all Slytherins. Why not appreciate the loyal and brave Gryffindors instead? Why choose that spiteful, petty peacock? No sooner had Seamus finished speaking than he was suddenly tackled to the ground by the tall, red-haired twins, who pinned him down to the carpet, rendering him nearly immobile as he emitted muffled cries for help. Fred covered Seamus's mouth, nervously glancing around. Oh, our little explosive genius. If you don't wish to be assassinated by Malfoy. George patted his brother's shoulder, signaling him to ease up, as he was close to suffocating their young genius. Though the sight of the feigning Slytherin's irritation was undoubtedly entertaining. Simo rose from the sofa, panting heavily. Heaven knows how much effort those two boisterous fellows had just exerted. He nearly believed he would be paying an early visit to Merlin. He glared. I did not speak incorrectly. I can assure you that others share the same sentiment. Silence enveloped the room. Even the mischievous Weasley twins fell quiet. Naturally, the unconditional favoritism of a beautiful and formidable professor is undeniably alluring. Since you're feeling so spirited, why not head to training a bit early? Trust me, Wood will be moved to tears. Dear Harry, don't hide. How could we ever forget you? To shatter the awkwardness in the common room, the twins seized the attempting to escape Harry, one on each side, dragging the two boys out of the common room. For heaven's sake, now was hardly the time for such thoughts. After all, they had a match against that bothersome bunch of Slytherins in a few days. Should they lose, Wood would undoubtedly take a broom to their heads. In the Slytherin common room beneath the Black Lake, a tall boy with platinum hair stood by the window, the fleeting shadow of a mermaid passing through the water. As faint light filtered through the glass and graced his eyes. You've been avoiding Cecilia lately. The short-haired girl, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, spoke with conviction. The platinum-haired young master turned, backlit, rendering his expression difficult to discern. What is it to you? Pansy nonchalantly picked a book from the shelf beside the fireplace and strolled to the sofa. Of course it matters. The house elves of Hogwarts were always considerate. Just as she settled down, a steaming cup of red tea appeared beside her. Casually tossing in a few sugar cubes, Pansy lifted her teacup and casually dropped a bombshell. You know the heir of the Aldrich family has taken a fancy to you, right? By the way, didn't you meet him? He even invited the professor to dance at the Halloween feast, though she turned him down on the spot. How dare he? The young master's expression darkened instantly, a tempest brewing in his blue-gray eyes. TSK, are you angry now? Pansy observed him with a teasing glint in her eyes as she set down her belongings. How many people at Hogwarts have their eyes on that professor? In terms of family background, you certainly have the upper hand, but Draco, there are many who are gentler and more charming than you. He has been catering to your whims. What are you afraid of? The short-haired girl's dark eyes scrutinized the platinum-haired boy standing by the window. Merlin above. How did Slytherin produce such a peculiar student? With his thoughts laid bare, Draco could no longer maintain his facade of calm. Unless you wish for the professor's name to be followed by Audrich one day, Cecilia would never agree to that. Before Pansy could finish her sentence, the young master interrupted. I would never consent. Pansy found it amusing. So what use is that declaration to me? Rising from the sofa, she approached Draco. Don't let anyone think the heir of the Malfoy family is a coward who can't even admit his affections. With that, she turned and left the common room without a backward glance. Draco's fingers unconsciously dug into his palm. He was certainly not oblivious to the situation. But when exactly did he begin to harbor such feelings for Cecilia? Recalling her eyes, shimmering like a galaxy, everything about Cecilia Flavose seemed to align with his desires. Initially, he may have merely sought someone to stand unwaveringly by his side, not necessarily Cecilia, yet her arrival serendipitously met his criteria. Now, however, the silver-haired boy's excessive brilliance and unabashed favoritism had inflamed a previously unvoiced ambition within this Slytherin. He was no longer content to remain stagnant. He yearned to seize that resplendent moon hanging high in the sky. Draco's heart raced. He had scarcely experienced such clarity. Unfamiliar emotions surged within him, and suddenly, the platinum-haired boy smiled. Why should he concern himself with so many reservations? His blue-gray eyes were filled with determination. Every Malfoy eventually attained what they desired, did they not? Chapter 27, The Dementor. The weather in England during December could only be deemed pleasant for a brief period in the afternoon. As shadows shifted silently with the passage of the sun, a familiar figure was bent over, tidying scrolls that had just been knocked over by a few careless young wizards. The soft golden sunlight filtered through his silver locks, even tinting his snow-white lashes with a hazy glow. The scroll that had rolled into the corner was too far for Cecilia to reach. He had to bend lower, but just as he was about to grasp it, someone else picked it up first. Cradling a jumble of items, he looked up to find the platinum-haired boy standing before him, silhouetted against the light. Draco slightly bent down to hand the scroll to the crouching silver-haired boy. However, Cecilia did not take it, turning his face away from Draco, clutching his belongings and preparing to leave. In that moment of turning, the young master grasped his cloak. Cecilia's lips pressed tightly together. He turned back. What? Has the young master finally remembered me? Accepting the scroll from his arms, Draco gazed at the indignant Cecilia and felt an urge to ruffle his slightly curled silver hair. Has Dumbledore assigned you more work? The tall young master, clutching the scroll, walked ahead, while the fuming silver-haired boy trailed behind. Mind your own business. When they reached the door to the potions professor's office, Cecilia had no desire to let this uninvited guest in. Unfortunately, the small dragon on the door betrayed him first, allowing Draco to enter unimpeded. The little snow owl perched on the shelf, seeing the annoying brat who always teased him, immediately buried its head in its wings, pretending to be asleep. Setting down his belongings, Draco turned to face Cecilia, who wore an expression that clearly conveyed, "Why are you still here?" He nonchalantly pulled a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapping it, and before Cecilia could react, popped it into his mouth. The rich aroma of cocoa spread in his mouth. It was his favorite chocolate with a creamy filling. Cecilia chewed on the chocolate, his amber eyes filled with reproach. Yet his demeanor softened considerably. Even if you apologize, it won't matter. You think a piece of chocolate can buy my forgiveness? I am truly sorry, Cecilia. Draco lowered his voice, leaning closer to the silver-haired boy, his blue-gray eyes resembling a clear lake, always knowing how to soften the heart of the one before him. Uncontrollably, Cecilia wavered, hesitantly glancing at the young master before him, the sweet aftertaste of chocolate lingering on his tongue. The silver-haired boy pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "No, next time." For him, Cecilia was always easy to appease. It seemed that with a few soft words, a piece of candy could easily lead him to forgive without hesitation. Draco nearly lost control of the desire to embrace him, yet he also wished to pinch his cheeks. Telling this person not to always acquiesce to his whims, he would spoil him otherwise. The earlier Cold War seemed to have never occurred. Their relationship had returned to its previous intimacy, much to the disappointment of the onlookers, particularly the Gryffindors hoping for a fallout between them. If Cecilia were to express it himself, there was indeed a difference. Specifically, it seemed, whether it was his illusion or not, Draco appeared to have become more clingy. Watching the young master still occupied with his post-class assignments, Cecilia felt compelled to remind him, "Draco, it's nearly curfew." With a perfect conclusion to his homework, the young master finally set down his quill. "Are you trying to shoo me away?" Cecilia sighed, exasperated. "Of course not. Gather those assignments neatly." Draco furrowed his brow as he approached the desk and took away the books in front of him. "Do you wish to report to Merlin ahead of time?" It is uncertain what Dumbledore had entrusted him with. Recently, the silver-haired youth had been burning the midnight oil nearly every day, the shadows beneath his eyes growing darker with each passing day. With the books taken away, Cecilia understood that he would not be receiving them back today, and thus relinquished his thoughts of an all-nighter. After much persuasion and repeated assurances that he would indeed rest on time, Draco finally relented. Once the young master was sent off, Cecilia wearily rubbed his temples. The headmaster had seemingly received some news, as he suddenly inquired about the matter of Horcruxes. Magic concerning souls was not his forte, and he genuinely could not fathom what kind of lunatic would dismember their own soul and stuff it into something so absurd as a Horcrux. Truly, it was madness. Hogwarts did not host many collective activities, and Cecilia felt he might never comprehend the passionate fervor that wizards held for Quidditch. The weather today was decidedly unwelcoming. The sky loomed dark and ominous, threatening to unleash rain at any moment, while a biting cold wind sliced through the air like a knife. Cradling the round little snow owl in his arms, Cecilia chose a forward position and absently surveyed the stands while clutching a portable hand warmer. It was indeed a rarity for the heads of the houses and the old headmaster to be present. Rumor had it that the match was originally supposed to be between Gryffindor and Slytherin, yet somehow it had transformed into a Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff face-off. At that moment, the little creature nestled in his cloak began to squirm restlessly, poking its head out and blinking its bright eyes in a daze. Upon catching sight of a certain dark-haired wizard, its previously dazed expression instantly brightened, flapping its wings in eager anticipation of flight. Unable to comprehend the little snow owl's inexplicable attachment to Professor Snape, Cecilia firmly grasped the overly enthusiastic creature, ignoring the longing in its eyes, and solemnly threatened that if it continued to act out, it would not be invited to play next time. The little snow owl promptly settled down, though it still occasionally cast yearning glances in that direction. On the Gryffindor side, Hermione could not help but chuckle at the plump little snow owl that was almost comically misshapen. "Thank you, it is indeed adorable. Hermione." Neville huffed as he hurriedly took a seat beside the brown-haired girl, relieved to have made it in time. "Hi Neville, where have you been? You're drenched in sweat. I haven't seen you all day." The young boy, disheartened by the absence of Professor Lupin, replied, "I was in Sprout greenhouse." Acknowledging Neville's diligence in herbology, Hermione nodded and refrained from further inquiry, as Harry and the others were about to take the field. "Have you been blown silly by the wind? How could you forget to cast a warming charm on yourself?" The silver-haired youth, looking pale, was suddenly bombarded with a flurry of spells from the late-arriving young master. Draco tightened the collar of Cecilia's cloak, leaving no gap. Although Cecilia wished to assert that he was not cold at all, he silently retracted his words upon seeing the earnest expression on the young master's face. "This may very well be the gravest miscalculation of my day. Why must we endure this biting wind just to watch that foolish babe Potter?" The platinum-haired youth could no longer contain his sarcasm after being buffeted by the cold wind. "Foolish babe Potter? That's a rather peculiar moniker," he quipped. At that moment, the players from both teams finally took to the field. Despite the dreary weather, the children still exuded a spirited energy. In this sport, Harry indeed possessed extraordinary talent, and Gryffindor appeared to have a greater chance of victory. Shortly after the match commenced, the sky darkened even further, as the lowered clouds began to drench the spectators with a sudden rain shower, leaving the young wizards on the stands soaked to the bone. Compared to them, Cecilia's situation was considerably better. The raindrops diverted around them as if parting like the Red Sea, a perfect spell for avoiding rain and dampness. Slytherin gained 5 points. The silver-haired youth, bundled tightly, squinted his beautiful amber eyes, and Draco pinched his slightly cool cheek, adding, "You must also grant me points for the warming charm, Professor." As the rain intensified, visibility of the field dwindled. The icy water splashed against Harry's face and glasses as he strained to locate the elusive golden snitch. If he could find it, they could conclude the match. Clearly, the opposing team shared the same sentiment, as the competition escalated into a tight contest. This rain was most inopportune. Now they understood why those cunning Slytherins insisted on changing the order. Wiping the rain from his face, Harry thought he glimpsed the golden snitch. The temperature continued to plummet, and everyone anxiously gazed skyward. Something felt amiss. Cecilia, cradling the little snow owl, sensed the abnormal drop in temperature. Through the curtain of rain, a swarm of dark figures appeared to be approaching, and as they drew nearer, the atmosphere within the field grew increasingly frigid. Upon recognizing the nature of those figures, the silver-haired youth's expression shifted dramatically. Dementors. Shouldn't they be stationed at the perimeter of Hogwarts? Chapter 28. Unexpected. A horde of Dementors surged into the arena, a sight more terrifying than their previous encounter on the train, causing pandemonium in the stands. Before Cecilia could react, a figure shielded him. "Damn it, I knew it. Encountering Potter brings nothing but trouble." The platinum-haired youth gripped his wand tightly, positioning Cecilia securely behind him. The decayed creatures gazed hungrily at the young wizards in the stands, as if they were eyeing a lavish buffet. Before the Dementors could close in, Draco raised his wand, but faster than them, a magnificent phoenix soared into the air, radiating brilliant light. Wherever the phoenix flew, the monsters scattered in fright. That guardian resembling Fox, Cecilia recognized instantly, indeed the headmaster. hailed as the greatest white wizard of the century, was remarkably powerful. Returning to sit beside the silver-haired youth, Draco gestured with keen interest for him to observe the chaotic scene in the center of the field. Due to the unforeseen incident, Harry, startled by the sudden assault of the Dementors, missed the prime opportunity, allowing Hufflepuff's Cedric to seize the golden snitch. The match had concluded. A savior petrified half to death by Dementors. How utterly ridiculous. And even more absurd is that we wasted half a day on account of him. As soon as the outcome of the match was announced, Draco was eager to drag Cecilia away. If it weren't for those sly Slytherins pulling tricks to change the sequence, we wouldn't have lost. The Gryffindors coming down from the stands were already quite displeased with Slytherin's actions, and they naturally could not tolerate Draco's taunts toward their players. Blaming others for your own loss? Pulling the silver-haired youth behind him, Draco coldly regarded the irate Gryffindors. Even if it was Slytherin's turn today, those destined to lose shall lose, wouldn't you agree? What gives you the right to say that, with your Slytherin's trivial tactics? As captain, Wood was evidently less inclined to accept such a defeat. Slytherin's maneuvers had completely disrupted their plans. Flint had indeed employed some clever tricks, but that did not mean Draco would allow them to hurl accusations at him so boldly. Save such comments for when we meet as rivals next time, the tall, platinum-haired youth retorted arrogantly, raising an eyebrow in defiance. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. You lost this match. I suppose we won't have the chance to face each other again this year. With a forceful shove against the boy obstructing his path, he grasped Cecilia's cold hand, unwilling to waste any more time with these foolish Gryffindors. However, little did they know that this push would serve as a catalyst, igniting the simmering anger within the small lions who had long harbored grievances. You Slytherins are all the same, cowards. A tall boy waved his arms in fury, appearing ready to charge at the arrogant Slytherin before him. Draco had never been one to shy away from teaching them a lesson in response to their provocations. Like a venomous serpent revealing its fangs, the platinum-haired young master brandished his wand, and the Gryffindors opposite him, unwilling to back down, quickly drew their own wands. Sensing the escalating tension, just before a confrontation could ensue, the silver-haired youth stepped out from behind Draco, frowning as he pressed down the wand that was nearly poking the young master in the face. What's this? All of you blocking the way. Are you looking to have even more points deducted? Clearly, it was Slytherin that had erred, so why should our points be deducted? So what do you intend to do, fight here? You are biased. You are intent on protecting Slytherin, shielding Malfoy. The one most unable to contain his temper was Ron, who, despite having been battered by reality numerous times, still never learned his lesson, especially when facing his arch-nemesis. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Cecilia remained quiet, and through the persistent curtain of rain, there was no hint of guilt or embarrassment in his light amber eyes. Yes, I am biased. Even if Slytherin had resorted to underhanded tactics, it was no justification for you to lay hands on your fellow students. If I recall correctly, having worked alongside that Slytherin head for quite some time, the silver-haired professor has become increasingly merciless in his reprimands. Gryffindors are brave, not a bunch of thoughtless brutes. The rain continued to fall, drenching the chastised little lions, turning them into bedraggled creatures, half-chilled and nearly sobered. This was the consensus among all present. The red-haired boy, realizing what he had just said, choked up, looking as if he might burst into tears. As they anticipated the inevitable loss of points from the scoring funnel at the end of the corridor, a sensation akin to a gentle breeze swept through, an invisible zephyr shielding them from the falling cold rain. The voice from the other side was even softer than the wind. Go back now. I look forward to your performance in the next match. By the time they regained their senses, that person had already walked away. The little lion stood there, dumbfounded, until finally, an upperclassman broke the silence, covering her flushed cheeks. I think I understand why Malfoy is fond of that professor. Fred. Do you think I still have time to apologize? Ron clutched his brother, exclaiming, I can't believe he dared to talk back to Cecilia like that. He must be furious. Yes, definitely angry. Thankfully, Hermione had taken Harry to the hospital wing. If she found out, she would surely give him a good whack on the head. Rubbing her foolish brother's head with pity, she said, My dear little Ron, don't worry. Your homework will definitely still be AP next time. Just like that, the provocateurs from Gryffindor were let off the hook, much to the young master's dissatisfaction. They should have been left to soak in the rain, allowing those foolish lions to cool their heads. All right, just a simple charm to ward off the rain and dampness. In the office, Cecilia pushed the plate of snacks in front of the young master towards him. Draco couldn't help but chuckle at his childish behavior. Oh, now you're quite the penny pincher, using my gifts to appease me? When he refused, the silver-haired youth attempted to reclaim the plate of snacks, only to have his wrist captured. Draco held his wrist delicately, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure, silently reflecting that he was far too thin and should keep a closer watch on Cecilia's picky eating habits. Ignoring the silver-haired youth's eager gaze, Draco carried off the entire plate of treats. Did I say I didn't want it? The young master, who actually didn't care much for such milk pastries, devoured all the snacks in front of Cecilia without any intention of sharing. Draco. It's nothing. Draco pinched Cecilia's cheek. All right, I'll bring you something else next time. It's about time for dinner. Upon hearing of new treats, Cecilia's amber eyes sparkled, completely forgetting the matter of the young master hogging the snacks. Since Cecilia had arrived, all the candies and snacks sent to Draco by Mrs. Malfoy had been given to Cecilia without exception, much to the chagrin of Crabbe and Goyle, who could hardly contend with a professor. Having consumed too many snacks, Draco found himself nearly devoid of appetite at dinner. I heard those Gryffindors provoked you this afternoon? They left quite early, even with warming charms. Those Slytherins were unwilling to linger in the cold wind for a moment longer. The most amusing part was that, although it was said they had been thoroughly reprimanded by their professor, what was the current situation? Blaise observed the long table with a peculiar expression. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they just get chewed out by the professor? At the Gryffindor table, the little lions were peering covertly at the professor's table, their intent gaze unmistakable. Draco even noticed a few boys had inexplicably turned red. The young master, who was already not very hungry, found himself even more annoyed now. Damn it, he should have allowed Cecilia to deduct several points from Gryffindor instead of letting them off so lightly. Cecilia, who had been glared at by the young master several times in bewilderment. Chapter 29, The Black Phantom. The great hall during breakfast was often quite lively. Once the little wizard settled in, it was as if some strange switch had been flipped, and flocks of owls came swooping in from the reserved entrance above the hall. Rarely, a brown-red owl graced the professor's table, nudging a small box toward the silver-haired youth. After feeding the far-traveled messenger some food, Cecilia opened the box. Scorpion venom from the sand dunes? Snape regarded the several vials of deep green liquid nestled in crushed ice with keen interest. As a rare protected species, this poisonous scorpion only resides in Egypt, making it difficult to procure such fresh materials. Extracting one vial, Cecilia pushed the rest towards the dark-haired wizard beside him. I only need one. Keeping the rest would be a waste. While he might refuse other items, rare potion ingredients held a unique allure for the potion master. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately accepted Cecilia's generosity and nodded in acknowledgement. I owe you one. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the Gryffindor table as Harry received the latest firebolt. The issue lay in the gift's origin. Ignoring the protests of the little lions, Hermione insisted on handing the broom over to Professor McGonagall. Hermione, that's a firebolt. Ron lamented, watching helplessly as the broom was taken away. It was simply too painful. No boy could refuse such a gift, absolutely none. The brown-haired girl looked at the sighing boys with exasperation. Who knows where that broom came from? If there's an issue later, you'll be the ones crying. They could hardly withstand Hermione's resolve, and her reasoning was indeed sound. So despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to comply. After breakfast, Principal Dumbledore smiled at their silver-haired professor. Cecilia, I believe you would be interested in trying some of my newly baked cookies in my office after breakfast. It had been quite some time since Cecilia last visited the principal's office. Dumbledore returned the ancient tome chronicling the arcane art of soul magic to the silver-haired youth, a subject shrouded in uncertainty. It is not a realm in which I excel. With a shake of his head, the venerable headmaster retracted his customary smile, adopting a more somber demeanor. I believe you are somewhat acquainted with that individual, he remarked. At the mention of this matter, a weary glint flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. He had not truly perished, and one day, he would inevitably rise again. As he spoke, the headmaster's bright blue gaze settled upon the silver-haired boy across the table. Cecilia, I hope that when that time comes, you will stand alongside Hogwarts. Regarding Cecilia himself, he found it difficult to comprehend Dumbledore's sentiments. Although the enchantment indeed constrained his movements, Hogwarts was never a choice he felt compelled to make. He yearned to express that rather than fretting over his allegiance, it would be far more prudent to contemplate the roots of the problem at hand. Headmaster, I do not believe I am foolish enough to make the wrong choice. Furthermore, the young master is still present. A madman who would cleave his own soul to achieve an ethereal goal may attract admiration from certain individuals, but Cecilia was certainly not among them. After departing the headmaster's office, he felt compelled to stroll outside the castle to soothe his troubled mind. Heaven knows that when the old headmaster had benevolently handed him a still wriggling cockroach, he had nearly tossed the unpleasant confection into the headmaster's snowy beard in sheer fright. Standing before the mist-laden black lake, Cecilia unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the professor of defense against the dark arts, who appeared far older than his years. Though nearly half a year had elapsed, their relationship remained rather lukewarm. Out of courtesy, Cecilia intended to greet the professor, but halted a few paces away, sensing an odd aura lingering about him. It was reminiscent of the sensation he experienced on the train, albeit more intense, indescribable, yet akin to a natural dissonance. Compelled to pause due to this inexplicable atmosphere, he was unfortunate enough to catch the attention of Lupin. Striving to mask his distaste, Cecilia carefully regarded him. "Professor Lupin, how have you been faring of late?" he inquired. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. Their relationship was far from close, rendering such a sentiment rather peculiar. Taken aback, Lupin offered a gentle smile. "Thank you for your concern. I am quite well," frowning as he observed Lupin's departing figure. Cecilia hoped it was merely a trick of the mind. Had Dumbledore truly become incapable of affording the salaries of other professors? Why was it always Lupin who was summoned? In the common room, the platinum-haired youth appeared to have been waiting for some time. Cecilia set aside his book and retrieved from his pocket a test tube that had been subjected to a warming charm. The ominous liquid within was immediately recognized by Draco as the blood of a sand dune scorpion. "What do you intend to do with that?" Cautiously storing the test tube away, Cecilia sighed. "Can I say that I am equally in the dark? This substance is perilous. Exercise caution when using it." Understanding Cecilia's occasional unreliability, Draco felt compelled to issue a warning. He fervently hoped that this sudden notion was not a manifestation of his prophetic lineage. The blood of the sand dune scorpion is far more dangerous than its venom. When employed correctly, it can serve as an excellent antidote. However, in Cecilia's hands, it might also function as a catalyst to break a certain curse. Noticing Cecilia's worried demeanor, the young master could not resist ruffling his neatly arranged silver locks. "Come now. Why the long face?" While speaking, he casually placed an exquisitely wrapped box into Cecilia's hands. New chocolates, sweet enough to be sickening. Upon receiving the delightful confection, the silver-haired youth promptly cast aside his worries. As the platinum young master had a class to attend shortly, he found himself alone in the office, save for a small snow owl that was sleeping at an awkward angle. Recalling the headmaster's words, Cecilia reluctantly began to delve into his research. His fingertips traced the yellowed pages of the tome, lingering on the passage concerning the fragmentation of the soul, and he let out a barely audible sigh. Immortality indeed. Chapter 30. Thorns of the Rose. As the first snowfall graced Hogwarts, they realized that the academic year was already halfway through. "Cecilia, if you continue to frolic in the snow like those foolish Gryffindors, I shall confiscate all your snacks." Silently discarding the snowball in his hand, the silver-haired youth gazed innocently with his pale amber eyes at the young master, who was fervently tying his scarf. The snowball he had just thrown had fortuitously struck a little snow hare, which had just managed to extricate itself from the snow, only to be rudely lifted into the air. Draco held the silver-haired boy, whose face had turned pale from the cold, in his left hand while grasping the irate little snow hare in his right, unsure of which to reprimand first. "Ptah-ha-ha-ha." Blaise nearly doubled over with laughter. Yet the mirth was short-lived. The boy's laughter abruptly ceased as he clutched his throat, eyes wide in disbelief at the platinum young master, who was leisurely retracting his wand. Blaise was not the only one astonished. The little snow hare, too, found it hard to fathom that a body-bind curse had been cast upon it. "You villain," it seemed to accuse, placing the frozen creature into the silver-haired boy's hands. Its only purpose now was to provide warmth. Ignoring the accusing gazes of both boy and hare, Draco grasped Cecilia's icy hand, squeezing it gently. In truth, Cecilia was not cold at all, but he subtly tugged at the scarf that nearly obscured his face. However, Draco, having noticed his small maneuver, unreasonably tightened the scarf and reiterated his earlier warning. Feeling threatened, the silver-haired youth quietly lowered his restless hands. The castle's corridors felt somewhat desolate today, as most students had gathered outside to revel in the unexpected snow, which had brought them great joy. The Gryffindors were positively ecstatic. The Weasley twins had enchanted their snowballs with tracking charms, leading to many unsuspecting young wizards being ambushed, amidst flying snowflakes and delighted exclamations. Dodging a snowball that had unexpectedly soared past him, Cecilia had to cast protective charms over himself and the young master. As the frenzied students paid little heed to where their snowballs might land, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the young master surreptitiously drawing his wand. So Cecilia averted his gaze, pretending not to see him launch a snowball at Harry's head in the crowd. Having successfully pranked his eternal rival, the young master stowed away his wand, feeling lighthearted as he quickened his pace, pulling his companion away from the chaotic scene. Later, he presented Cecilia with an invitation. For the Malfoy Manor would host its annual ball, and he was in need of a dance partner. The boy's blue-gray eyes held a hint of implication. Cecilia hesitated, for according to his plans, he would likely be lingering at some unknown lake on that day. Noticing his silence, the young master raised his voice. Do you prefer to stay and celebrate with Dumbledore over my invitation? That was not the case, moreover. Why must he assume that his absence meant he would be with the headmaster? Even on the day of departure, the young master still appeared rather displeased. It was simply unfathomable that Cecilia had turned down his invitation. Remember to write to me. Unable to resist the urge, yet unable to direct his ire towards Cecilia, he could only childishly pinch the silver-haired boy's cheeks, repeatedly admonishing him. With no time to tend to his little pet, the somewhat boisterous snow owl was entrusted to Draco. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Cecilia found himself lost in thought, the once bustling office now devoid of company. On the eve of Christmas, in a desolate mountain range in southern England, the night concealed a tranquil lake beneath which silvery reflections flickered momentarily. The faint sound of cracking ice amplified in the stillness of the cold night. The slender boy with silver hair and golden eyes emerged from the ice like a nimble mermaid, the winter chill causing the moisture on his eyelashes to crystallize into frost. As his damp silver locks cascaded down, Cecilia, regaining his composure, uncomfortably brushed aside his thoroughly soaked hair. The translucent scales on his wrist visibly fading as they were exposed to the air. Revealed was a luminous crystal, the moonstone that appeared only on the day of the year's transition, yet had emerged from the depths of this frigid, bottomless lake. Having acquired what he sought, Cecilia adjusted his attire and departed from the mist-laden lakeshore, with less than 2 hours remaining until midnight. The aristocratic estate, imbued with special enchantments, maintained an almost perpetually pleasant climate, its ostentatious architectural style perfectly reflecting the wealth of its lineage. At this time of year, many of the most prominent families of the British magical community would gather here. In the lavishly adorned hall, after fulfilling the necessary social niceties, the young host of the soiree appeared somewhat disinterested. Look, Cecilia is absent. He could hardly be bothered to uphold even the most basic pretense. Blaise, evidently still nursing a grudge from a silencing spell cast upon him days prior, wore a sardonic smile. The young master seated on the opposite sofa cast a glance at him. Well then, Blaise, I heard you. Perhaps next time you could choose a quieter spot to speak ill of me. The handsome Slytherin boy paid no heed to the reaction of the other party, as it was entirely intentional. Linking arms with the dark-haired girl beside him, he declared, we cannot squander this delightful time. After all, we are accompanied, my dear. Pansy, clad in a petite white dress, silently pinched the oblivious Blaise, who grimaced in pain. Somewhat annoyed, he tugged at his collar, having promised to write to him, yet had received only a letter on the first day of their departure, after which the other seemed to have vanished without a trace. Avoiding the raucous crowd, Draco found some solace in the night's chilly breeze. While contemplating how to address their alchemy professor regarding this matter, a sudden noise from the nearby bushes caught his attention, heightening his alertness. Who could it be? A cluster of flourishing roses trembled slightly, and unexpectedly, a silver-haired boy stumbled forth. Clearly caught off guard by this sudden intrusion, the young master instinctively caught the clumsy intruder upon recognizing the familiar silver locks. The force of their collision sent them stumbling together into the adjacent rosebush. At the moment of their fall, Draco instinctively tightened his embrace around the boy, the tiny, sharp thorns piercing through his clothing and pricking his skin, causing him to stifle a groan. Yet he did not release the silver-haired boy. Fiery red rose petals swirled down upon them. The platinum-haired youth playfully tousled the other's disheveled silver hair, and despite the pain, his blue-gray eyes sparkled with mirth, his fingertips brushing against the delicate bloodstains on Cecilia's face. Look, I've captured a Dementor. Chapter 31, The Moon. Amidst the vibrant roses, the platinum-haired young master cradled the Dementor in his arms. The dazed, slender boy's eyes were unfocused. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he struggled to lift his arms and shook his head, attempting to regain clarity. The warm mark on his wrist constantly reminded him that after several days spent lurking at the lake's bottom, and now forcing the use of spatial magic, he had indeed overexerted himself. Des Draco. It seems our Dementor is not faring well. At the moment of impact, Cecilia realized his positioning had gone awry. His vision blurred, and in his daze, he seemed to hear the young master's voice. Struggling to maintain his consciousness, he was enveloped in a familiar embrace, the scents of iris and cedar nearly overwhelming him. It took a while for Cecilia to regain his composure. Upon realizing he was fully ensconced in the arms of the platinum-haired boy, he blushed and struggled to rise from the young master's hold. I apologize for intruding into your garden in such a state. It is indeed quite rude. As he sat up, the sting from the tiny wounds on his back caused the platinum-haired boy to frown discreetly. What on earth happened to you? Draco gently prodded the bloodstains on Cecilia's face. The fiery red roses tumbled into his hair, while the silver-haired boy averted his gaze, his long, snowy lashes casting shadows over his cheeks. I merely wish to wish you a Merry Christmas. Perhaps there is still time to see you before midnight. Habit is indeed a formidable force. During those days at the lake's bottom, the omnipresent darkness and silence nearly drove him to madness. Avoiding the wounds on the silver-haired youth's face, Draco grasped his chin, admonishing him, "No pouting. I have yet to settle the account for your overdue replies." "I didn't mean to, Draco. You mustn't be so petty." Cecilia's dry remarks clearly failed to absolve him of the matter. "I can certainly stand up first." He pulled at the seated Cecilia. "Are you not getting up?" Draco plucked the red rose from the silver-haired boy's hair, raising an eyebrow in disdain. "When will you change this dreadful taste? I certainly do not wish to dance with a Dementor." Only then did Cecilia realize Draco was exceptionally formal today. Clad in a black tuxedo, the aristocratic young master regarded him with evident displeasure. "I thought you already had a partner." The tall, slender boy fell silent, taking a considerable time before responding slowly, his blue-gray eyes fixed on Cecilia. "In fact, I do not." "What? Oh, Cecilia, must I repeat myself? I have no partner. Merlin above, who knows how my father looked at me when I rejected all invitations, and he had to step in for the opening dance." Yet the silver-haired boy pressed his lips together, cautiously glancing at the irate platinum-haired boy. "Why?" Like a cat with its tail stepped on. The young master glared at the oblivious boy. Never had he so despised Cecilia's dullness. "There is no reason." Seizing Cecilia's hand, Draco maneuvered him away from the crowd, ushering the ailing silver-haired boy into his room. "Now rest here and wait for my return." Once the young master departed, Cecilia surveyed the bedroom, adorned in silver and green, opulent and extravagant, with golden snitches and lifelike dragon models on the shelves reflecting the owner's tastes. Just as he settled onto a plush chair, a house elf kindly presented him with a pot of perfectly warm tea and a change of clothes. After tidying himself up a bit, Draco returned to the banquet hall, where it was evident to anyone with eyes that the young master was in good spirits, even greeting Blaze, who had just sparred with him, with a cordial demeanor. The elegant and beautiful noblewoman approached her son, delicately plucking a flower petal that had clung to his attire. "It appears my dear little Draco has been rolling about in the garden," she remarked with a gentle smile, not allowing Draco the chance to defend himself. "Perhaps later, you might consider introducing that special guest to us." After the festivities had concluded, Draco finally found the opportunity to visit his clumsy companion. As he opened the door, a flash of pristine white caught his eye, momentarily blinding him. He quickly slammed the door shut, gritting his teeth, his ears burning with embarrassment. He had not anticipated the young master's return at such an inopportune moment, while Cecily hurriedly adjusted his attire. After standing at the threshold for what felt like an eternity, Draco finally reopened the door once the heat had subsided from his cheeks. Casting a glare at the silver-haired youth, he scrutinized the new ensemble he wore, an outfit Draco had previously deemed too ostentatious to don. Upon seeing Cecily, he was convinced that the attire would suit their assistant magnificently. Stepping back, Draco nodded in satisfaction, confident in his discerning eye. The soft, white satin shirt was adorned with intricate rose motifs, and golden gems embellished the slightly elaborate neckline, perfectly complementing his brilliant silver hair, rendering Cecily as if he had emerged from a grand oil painting of Western nobility. Draco lamented silently that if only Cecily's eyes were golden at that moment, the effect would have been even more splendid. Having arranged his clumsy companion, Draco commenced the process of attending to himself, for he could not remain in formal attire indefinitely. Yet it became evident that he had forgotten something crucial. As he removed his suit jacket, Cecily immediately noticed the injury on his back, concealed beneath the formal wear. It was now starkly evident, with crimson droplets starkly marring the pristine fabric of his shirt. Draco recalled the thorny rosebush that had caused him this pain, his fingers trembling with anger. Anger towards Draco for disregarding his own well-being, and anger towards himself for not noticing sooner. "You wandered about with such injuries? Do you consider yourself a hedgehog?" It had been quite some time since Draco had witnessed Cecily's ire directed at him. The excessive indulgence and amiable nature that Cecily typically displayed had nearly obscured the underlying coldness and aloofness, akin to a perpetually solitary and distant moon. "Well then, Cecily, at least you didn't turn into a hedgehog alongside me, did you?" Draco firmly guided the young master to a chair, his heart fluttering uncontrollably. Raising a hand, the familiar glow materialized within his palm. Yet, the young master suddenly grasped his wrist, shaking his head in refusal. "It is unnecessary." The fatigued visage of the silver-haired youth evoked thoughts of magical depletion. Employing such abilities at this juncture would only exacerbate his condition. It is necessary, Cecily insisted as he pried Draco's hand free, his lips pressed tightly together as he meticulously wiped away the unsightly bloodstains. While healing was undoubtedly beneficial, it could not eliminate the tiny thorns embedded in the wounds, and he was unwilling to subject the young master to further suffering. Almost instantaneously upon completing the treatment, Cecily swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Draco hurriedly caught him, concern etched across his features. "It's nothing," Cecily murmured, concealing the mark on his wrist. A wave of irritation surged within him. He felt too weak, far too weak. Never had a Flavose tolerated such frailty, especially not he, who had always prided himself on his strength. Not wishing the young master to perceive his expression, Cecily buried his face in Draco's neck. However, rather than feeling joy at this embrace, Draco felt none. "I'm sorry," came the muffled voice of the silver-haired youth. Draco released his hand, ruffling Cecily's hair playfully. "What manner of fool are you?" He lifted a strand of Cecily's silver hair that fell against his neck, scoffing lightly. "Whether or not I choose to protect you is my affair. You need not concern yourself with it." Cradling his pale moonlit companion, Draco's voice carried an innocent clarity, inexplicably soothing. He covered Cecily's weary amber eyes with his hand and sighed. "You need to rest." Under the young master's gentle assurance, the suppressed drowsiness surged forth. And though Cecily wished to utter something more, the encroaching haze of sleep ultimately prevailed. Casting aside his burdens, the silver-haired youth succumbed to slumber. After gently placing him onto the bed, Draco observed Cecily's tranquil sleeping visage for a moment before changing his attire and quietly exiting the room. In the study, his father, Mr. Malfoy, had been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 32, The Answer. The following day, Cecily was awakened by the persistent tapping of an owl against the window. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a cascade of platinum locks surrounding him. He was nestled in the embrace of the young master, whose serene sleeping face was mere inches away. Cecily attempted to extricate himself, but alas, Draco held him too tightly. To his dismay, the commotion roused the young master from his slumber. Still not fully awake, Draco's arms tightened around Cecily, his blue-gray eyes still clouded with sleep. Just a little longer. Cecily, rigid in Draco's grip, was engulfed by the familiar scent that ignited a warmth within him. He nudged the young master. "Draco, what's going on? Why are you here?" "Please sir, this is my room, my bed. If I'm not here, then where should I be?" With that, all remnants of sleep evaporated, and Draco sat up, observing the flushed silver-haired youth. With a mischievous grin, he leaned closer. "Why is your face so red?" Unaccustomed to such proximity, the silver-haired youth fumbled to push Draco away. The commotion effectively roused both of them, and the outside owl, losing patience, flapped its wings against the window. Draco opened the window to allow the owl entry. It promptly dropped the gift it carried and took flight. It was then that Cecily remembered that today was, in fact, Christmas. The morning was still young, and soon a stream of owls arrived, depositing a veritable mountain of gifts. Cecily, with keen eyes, noticed several familiar names on the tags atop the burgeoning pile. "You seem quite popular with the young ladies," he remarked, gesturing to a pink gift perched atop the heap, directed at the freshly groomed young master. Unfazed, Draco approached the mound of gifts, rummaging through them until he retrieved a small dark green box tied with a silver ribbon. Raising the item, he arched an eyebrow at Cecily, who sat at the edge of the bed. "It seems I have found the gift from Mr. Dementor. How did you know it was from me?" Cecily asked, taken aback, for he had not signed the box. The young master settled beside him, beginning to unwrap the box. "You should trust our unspoken understanding." Draco opened the velvet jewelry box, revealing a meticulously chosen Christmas gift. It was an exquisitely crafted brooch, a lifelike silver serpent coiling around a deep green gemstone, which radiated a vibrant brilliance in Draco's hand, devoid of any impurities. Cecily's amber eyes held a hint of anxiety. "Do you like it?" Cradling the brooch in his palm, Draco feigned a critical assessment. "In this regard, your taste aligns remarkably with mine." "Then you do like it?" Cecily exhaled in relief. However, the young master suddenly seemed to recall something, rising swiftly towards the wardrobe. Cecily, perplexed, inquired, "Haven't you already changed?" A set of clothing was tossed towards him, and the silver-haired youth hurriedly caught it, hearing Draco's voice instruct, "You can't possibly wear that to meet my parents." Last night, that outfit had indeed become quite unsightly after enduring the ravages of the evening. Cecilia, cradling the garment in her arms, was ushered into the bathroom by the young master. When the silver-haired youth emerged from the bath, Draco suddenly realized that he truly needed to rectify Cecilia's sense of fashion. What was merely a simple white suit had transformed entirely on him. Draco circled around Cecilia, feeling a twinge of conflict regarding his thoughts. In a complex tone, he mused that perhaps maintaining his Dementa-like appearance was not entirely out of the question. Draco, you can't keep calling me the Dementor. The silver-haired boy dislikes that dark, peculiar creature. The platinum-haired youth now stood slightly taller than his professor, lowering his gaze to meet Cecilia's light-colored eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If not Dementor, then what shall I call you? Little Moon? Caught off guard, Cecilia seemed as if she had been scalded, hastily averting her gaze. Draco. She stubbornly insisted that this appellation was incorrect, though she could not articulate why. Instead, she grasped Draco's sleeve, retorting, if you keep this up I shall deduct points from me? The young master teased, pinching the professor's cheek, showing little regard for his dignity. Oh come now Little Moon. You must admit that you are utterly powerless against me. It was only when a knock echoed at the door that the two ceased their rather childish quarrel. Outside Mrs. Malfoy smiled, reminding them that breakfast was ready. The moment Lucius laid eyes on Cecilia, he instantly comprehended why Draco held such affection for him. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. I am Cecilia Flavose, and I hope you will not hold my impudent visit against me. The youth before him was strikingly handsome, his demeanor elegantly poised, leaving no room for criticism. Particularly notable were his distinctive silver hair and light eyes, which perfectly aligned with the Malfoy aesthetic. Good day, Mr. Flavose. The Slytherin noble momentarily set aside his usual arrogance, managing a demeanor that could be deemed almost mild. Though Cecilia was not adept at socializing, he exhibited an extraordinary patience towards those he cared for, resulting in a relatively harmonious atmosphere at the breakfast table. Cecilia, you just finished a plate of cake. Draco frowned as he removed the sugar cookie from the silver-haired boy's side, replacing it with a light-flavored pudding. Observing their interaction, Narcissa keenly sensed something amiss but merely smiled. For who could resist such a beautiful child? After breakfast, Lucius retained Cecilia for a private conversation, having heard that Mr. Flavose excelled in alchemy. I have numerous ancient tomes on the subject in my study, perhaps you would be interested. Clearly with something to discuss, Cecilia nodded and followed Lucius to the study. Upon concluding their dialogue, Cecilia pushed open the study door only to find the platinum-haired young master seemingly having waited for quite some time. What did you two discuss for so long? Draco inquired of the silver-haired boy. Nothing of consequence. Mr. Malfoy merely spoke to me about routine matters. The young master obviously remained skeptical, but regardless of his inquiries, Cecilia was unwilling to divulge, leaving him with no choice but to relent. As Cecilia trailed behind Draco, he couldn't help but recall the question Mr. Malfoy had posed, to which he had failed to provide an answer. Why was he so concerned about Draco? In a daze, he seemed to have presented an answer once, but now, watching the young master's silhouette, Cecilia's heart was a tumult of confusion, prompting him to question whether his answer remained unchanged. Chapter 33, Understanding. Why are you in such a hurry to return? Draco genuinely doubted what his father had said to Cecilia that prompted such eagerness to depart. Cecilia's gaze flitted about, suddenly recalling that he had unfinished work. A rather feeble excuse, the young master critiqued. Observing the reticent silver-haired boy, Draco sighed. Initially, it was always Cecilia who compromised between them, but now it was increasingly him. Alright, don't look at me like that. During dinner, Lucius could hardly bear it any longer. Seeing his son's expression made him feel as though he had committed some unforgivable act. So, what did you discuss with Cecilia that frightened him away? Observing her son's glum demeanor, Narcissa smiled faintly. You will learn in due time. Trust me, Draco, you will come to appreciate your father. At that moment, Draco dismissed his mother's words. Yet later it became evident that Mr. Malfoy never engaged in unnecessary actions. Cecilia's absence from Hogwarts had not been long, but upon returning to his lounge he was momentarily taken aback. The room was cluttered with boxes, leading him to nearly believe he had entered the wrong place. After laboriously sifting through the pile of gifts, Cecilia cradled a silver-white box adorned with a golden ribbon that mirrored his own eyes. Suddenly reminded of the young master's words, he caressed the exquisite gift box, having to admit that they indeed shared a certain understanding in some respects. As he peeled away the layers of wrapping, Cecilia extracted a small ornament. The delicately crafted crescent-shaped pendant lay quietly in his palm, its nearly transparent gem shimmering with an ethereal blue hue under the sunlight streaming through the window. Holding the pendant, the silver-haired boy's lips curled into a slight smile, the play of light upon the gemstone casting a miniature moon within his own light-colored eyes. The Christmas holidays swiftly passed, and the young wizards gradually returned to school. Draco, you really ought to keep that excessively unruly little snow owl in check. The bird, having snatched a biscuit from Blaze, paid no heed to them, even emitting a derisive hoot. Blaise stared in disbelief. To whom did this foolish bird belong? I truly wish I could return it. Draco lamented as he gazed at the foolish owl perched on the luggage rack. This creature was not only miserly but also held grudges, knowing that Cecilia adored it. Thus it was confident that he would not dare to act against it. In this world, only two individuals could command its obedience. One was the silver-haired boy, and the other their potions professor. Blaise rubbed his hand, which had been pecked several times while attempting to catch the bird. It seems it has quite the fondness for Professor Snape. Setting down his book, the platinum-haired young master glanced up at him. So, unfortunately, Professor Snape had no affection for it whatsoever, even wishing to toss it into a cauldron. At this he raised his voice deliberately, clearly indicating that the Slytherin Zabini was even more petty than the little snow owl, prompting them to witness the white bird fluffing up in indignation, transforming from a snow owl into a snowball. As it lunged towards him, Blaise, having anticipated the move, swiftly cast a protective charm upon himself. How childish! Pansy exclaimed disdainfully, utterly unwilling to remain in such a place. Draco shared her sentiment, and once Blaise had created enough chaos, he realized that he was left alone in the compartment, save for the exhausted snow owl. As dusk fell, they finally arrived at Hogwarts. Hey Draco, where are you off to? A handsome, dark-skinned Slytherin inquired, observing the platinum-haired young master walking in the opposite direction, clearly not heading to the Great Hall. In response, Draco merely shook the cage he held, causing the plump bird inside to flap its wings in agitation. I'm returning a little creature that belongs to someone. As he gazed at the receding figure, the accompanying Slytherins burst into amiable laughter, for even the most discerning observer could clearly discern that the one being remembered was not the snowy owl itself, but rather its owner. When Draco pushed open the familiar door, carrying the birdcage, he heard a rustle and turned to see the individual organizing the bookshelf. Upon recognizing him, a gentle smile graced the amber eyes of his companion. Back again? Draco placed the little snowy owl onto the shelf and moved beside Cecilia, responding, Yes, I am. In their conversation, he noticed the familiar crescent-shaped pendant dangling from the right ear of the silver-haired boy. In the interplay of light and shadow, the gem pendant swayed gently with Cecilia's movements, refracting a mesmerizing glow. Like a curious cat, the platinum-haired young master could not resist extending his fingertip to tease the swaying trinket. As he drew closer, he was taken aback to discover that his assistant had indeed pierced his ear. Draco, bemused, steadied the swaying pendant, saying, Cecilia, you must remember this is the wizarding world. This pendant is adjustable. Thus there was no need for a genuine ear piercing. Draco had anticipated this aspect while selecting the style. That said, he had not truly expected Cecilia to wear it, considering that boys typically shied away from such somewhat feminine adornments. So does it not look good? The assistant, noticing the young master's apparent interest in the pendant, tilted his head, allowing the entire pendant to rest in his palm. Unbeknownst to him, along with the pendant, strands of his silvery hair cascaded into Draco's hand. It looks splendid, he murmured, the object of his admiration remaining ambiguous. As the first feast following Christmas, the Great Hall buzzed with an extraordinary liveliness, as it appeared that the children had yet to detach themselves from the festive spirit. So Cecilia gave you a Christmas gift? At the Gryffindor long table, Ron had just sat down when he overheard a conversation between a brown-haired girl and another. Upon the mention of gifts received during the holiday, Ron found himself unable to remain seated. But he didn't give us gifts, he lamented, his expression one of disappointment. Next to him, Seamus empathetically patted his shoulder. Cheer up, mate. You must know that very few in all of Hogwarts received his gifts. Among that select few, Hermione was one, which intensified Ron's dismay. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Hermione halted her conversation. She had been equally surprised to receive a gift from him, especially upon discovering it contained several alchemical rune diagrams, precisely what she had desired. She tidied her voluminous brown hair, and took a piece of apple pie for her plate, remarking, If you put in the effort like you usually do, I believe he would give you a gift next time. Ron choked slightly, recalling those runes that appeared as incomprehensible as ancient texts to him, rendering the chicken leg in his hand suddenly unappetizing, especially when he spotted their beloved professor and that arrogant platinum-haired Slytherin entering the Great Hall together. An overwhelming sense of suffocation flooding over him. Unable to bear his brother's glum demeanor any longer, Harry turned Ron's face towards him and shoved a piece of roast meat into his mouth, saying, I think today's roast is quite good. Is the food not appealing today? Why dwell on such troublesome matters? Who would have guessed that? After struggling to swallow the absurdly large piece of meat, he would indignantly accuse, he must have given Malfoy a gift too. Merlin's beard. Does it even need guessing? Chapter 34. The so-called prophecy. During dinner, Cecilia arrived not too early. Most professors were already present, including the Slytherin head seated beside him. Over the past 6 months, their relationship had unexpectedly deepened, and during Christmas, Cecilia had even received a gift from the other. After exchanging greetings with Professor Snape, as Cecilia settled down, the eccentric divination professor across from him suddenly exclaimed, clutching a deck of cards, Red Rose, Love, Green Ghost, Misfortune and Rebirth. Having uttered these words, the professor appeared somewhat agitated. Dear heavens, Mr. Flavose, you may soon face the shadow of death. Cecilia? At this sudden outburst, even Dumbledore nearly spilled his pumpkin juice onto his beard. Almost everyone in the hall heard Trelawney's proclamation, prompting Dumbledore to motion for the professor to calm down. Professor Trelawney. It is not yet April Fool's Day. The old headmaster attempted to defuse the situation, but his words fell flat, resembling a poor joke that had little effect. Whispers erupted among the young wizards, and at that moment, a loud crash emanated from the silver-green table. The platinum-haired Slytherin sprang to his feet, the bench scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. Damn it, what nonsense is she spouting? Has she gone mad, making death prophecies at dinner? Before the furious young master could reach the professor, Blaise restrained his shoulder, advising, calm down. Everyone knows Trelawney is an old fraud. Her prophecies have never been accurate. You can't just run up to her and demand she retract her words. Be sensible, Draco. Professor Snape and Dumbledore are still at the table. Although Trelawney's words were indeed absurd, Theodore agreed with Blaise's perspective. Excessive impulsiveness was unbecoming of a Slytherin. Cecilia, having noticed the commotion, cast a soothing glance toward the irate young master. Then the enigmatic silver-haired boy casually raised his gaze towards the still chattering divination professor, stating, I believe, Professor Trelawney, you might need to draw a new deck. His tone was calm yet laced with undeniable arrogance. After all, no one could slay a Flavose. After the feast concluded, Cecilia found himself confronted by an irate young master. It's all right, Draco, there's no need to worry. I will be fine. The mere thought of attempting to kill a Flavose, even in his own world, was an unimaginable endeavor. The young master remained visibly furious, incredulous that Dumbledore would allow such a deranged individual to teach at Hogwarts. Is Trelawney not lucid? Does she not realize it? Only he knew what lay hidden beneath his anger. Malfoy never believed in fate. Yet upon hearing those words, he could not avoid the creeping panic. He cared far too much for the person before him. Oblivious to this, Cecilia was still diligently attempting to ease the atmosphere. You see, everyone knows that Professor Trelawney's prophecies are always inaccurate. And there was also the first half, Red Rose. Pausing at the mention of the first half of the prophecy, he feigned confusion. Love. Does that mean I am to fall in love? At this, Draco could not help but recall the scene in the garden, the red roses. Perhaps, setting aside his myriad concerns, he suddenly wished to tease his oblivious little moon. So, our professor is to have someone he fancies? Slytherins were exceptionally patient hunters. He had ample time to wait for his prey to fall into his trap. The young master's blue-gray eyes sparkled, akin to a crystal-clear lake beneath the heavy night. Someone he fancies? Cecilia was momentarily taken aback. And upon catching the teasing glint in Draco's gaze, he felt a flush of indignation. Draco, do not jest with me. In the days that followed, despite Cecilia's indifference, the repercussions of this incident were evidently far from dissipating. After their professor announced the end of class, the Gryffindor cubs did not rush out of the classroom as they usually did. Instead, they exchanged glances, huddling together and playfully jostling one another. Hurry, hurry, who's going? He's about to leave. Ultimately, a tall boy was pushed to the front, standing awkwardly before the Hogwarts student assistant, Cecilia, who held her textbooks and regarded him with curiosity. Is there something you need? She inquired. And no, we're just, well, don't take Professor Trelawney's words to heart, he stammered, managing to convey his message despite his faltering speech. Upon hearing his words, Cecilia couldn't help but chuckle. The boy Charles, who had been thrust forward by his peers, blushed deeply. It was well known that their assistant rarely smiled, and any fleeting grin was as ephemeral as a shooting star. I truly did not pay heed to that prophecy. Thank you for your concern, Cecilia replied cheerfully, genuinely unperturbed by the matter, yet surprised that these children would go out of their way to counsel him. The blushing boy fumbled with his words, as though there were more he wished to express, while Cecilia patiently awaited his elaboration. The other Gryffindors could hardly contain their impatience, urging their representative with frantic gestures. Bemused at how Charles, who usually appeared quite clever, now seemed rather dim-witted. Just before Cecilia departed, the boy finally recalled his other objective. Wait. Will you come to our match this semester? Cecilia remembered that he was indeed a member of the Gryffindor team. Initially hesitant, He ultimately acquiesced to the earnest gazes of his fellow cubs. Why so late? Slytherin does not have potions class today, Draco remarked, seizing the record sheet from Cecilia. Upon witnessing a stream of Gryffindors emerging from the classroom, his expression was one of palpable disdain. Since when did Gryffindor become so studious? With their empty heads, can they even comprehend the material? The young master's sharp tongue was as ever. A Gryffindor passing by was about to retort, but fell silent upon noticing the silver-haired youth beside him, hastily pretending he hadn't heard and quickening his pace to escape, looking as though something dreadful was pursuing them. Only the young master appeared perplexed. What is wrong with these lions? Have they taken some strange potion? Before long, he would learn the answer. What is so captivating about those foolish lions, Match? With that time, you might as well take that plump chicken for a walk to shed some weight. Upon hearing the young master's words, the little snowy owl on the shelf flapped its wings in indignation. You can join me then. Slytherin has a match in a few days too. Perhaps you will encounter them, and it would serve as reconnaissance. Cradling the fluffy white ball, Cecilia suggested this notion. The platinum-haired youth frowned. I would rather not. Watching their match would be a waste of life. And why would it necessarily be Gryffindor who wins? Then I shall go alone, Cecilia said, affectionately stroking the little snowy owl and feigning disappointment as she glanced at the person on the sofa. Unable to endure such a display, Draco irritably cast aside his half-finished assignment. Fine, I suppose I will have some free time. But let me be clear, this is not to accompany you. I merely wish to see how Potter loses. Chapter 35, The Golden Snitch. The young master had been exceedingly busy these past few days. Last semester's match had been postponed due to Flint's antics. Moreover, while balancing his studies and training, he also had to find time to keep an eye on his little moon. Didn't I tell you to eat less candy? If you get a cavity, you'll have to go to Professor Snape for the cavity remedy yourself. I won't care if you snatch that box of sweets from Cecilia. The young master began his lecture. The chastised boy replied with a reluctant, I know. But his light amber eyes kept darting toward the candy box in Draco's hands. Noticing this, Draco shook the transparent box, the colorful candies rattling inside. Where did you get such garish sweets? From the Hufflepuff students came the reply. Those friendly badgers often discreetly brought him homemade treats or sweets from the kitchens after discovering that their professor had a penchant for confections. Isn't my candy enough for you? The young master raised an eyebrow. I just remembered. Isn't there a boy from Hufflepuff? What's his name? Anyway. Isn't he the one who gave you that? He then confiscated all of Cecilia's seemingly dubious snacks and sweets. You are not allowed to accept their gifts in the future. The platinum-haired youth declared his decision with a sense of unyielding authority. In the Slytherin common room, Blaise could hardly believe his ears. So you said that outright? And didn't he get angry? At his words, the black-haired girl sitting nearby, who had just settled down with a stack of fashion magazines, rolled her eyes and pulled out a piece of parchment to organize her shopping list. Please, Blaise. Must you ask such trivial questions? TSK, the level of Draco's tolerance could be described as boundless. Why can't I say that? Those Hufflepuffs, humph. Don't think I don't know that foolish Cecilia actually dared to accept their offerings. Observing the young master's nonchalant demeanor, Blaise felt a familiar pang of stomach ache. It's just that you can tolerate him. By the way, why does he like you out of all those students? After all, a Malfoy is always worthy of preferential treatment, isn't he? The young master raised his chin defiantly, his tone dripping with arrogance. All right, boys. Rather than discussing such matters here, we might as well hurry to the Quidditch pitch. Trust me, if we delay any longer, Flint's booming voice will surely topple the cellar. The short-haired girl neatly folded her parchment, as if finally remembering to remind them. Satisfied to see the boys hastily departing, Pansy beckoned a girl from the other sofa to sit beside her. Daphne Greengrass, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, was a girl of striking golden curls and considerable charm. She affectionately linked her arm with Pansy's. I recall Flint didn't he mention this to you, did he? The black-haired girl smiled slyly. Oh my dear girl, of course not. I simply didn't want to hear their nonsense any longer. The day of the Slytherin match dawned bright and clear, a rare day of splendid sunshine. Cecilia had diligently completed all her tasks a day in advance, and had settled into a forward position early on. Why are you here so early? The young master, already dressed in his team's uniform, pinched Cecilia's cheeks, which had reddened slightly under the sun, and adjusted his hood. With such a glaring sun, why didn't you seek some shade? Have you lost your mind? Cecilia, adjusting his cloak's hood, seemed oblivious to the temperature differences, whether hot or cold. Made little difference to him, but he appreciated the young master's concern. Anyway, I was the only one in the common room. It would have been boring to stay there, And from this spot, I can see you as soon as I look up during the match. Upon hearing this, Draco lowered his gaze and tugged at Cecilia's hood. Are you trying to charm me, Cecilia? Instinctively, Cecilia wanted to retort. But Draco had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Releasing his hood, the tall platinum-haired youth looked at him, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Wait for me here. As the first collective event of the second semester, the match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw drew considerable attention. Whereas Hermione, Ron surveyed the surroundings, unable to locate the familiar figure of his companion. Wasn't it agreed upon? How could they leave us hanging? After scanning the area, he failed to find Hermione, but unexpectedly spotted a familiar silhouette. Ron let out a heavy grunt, perplexed by what merits the presence of that Slytherin. He wished to curse them into defeat today. Having grown accustomed to his brother's habitual complaints, Harry had developed an automatic filtering mechanism for such grievances. He simply wished to enjoy the match. After succumbing to a defeat against Hufflepuff the previous year, Gryffindor's next opponent would emerge from today's contest between these two houses. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Slytherin had a significant advantage in this matchup. At this juncture, the players had taken to the field, and the most striking member of the Ravenclaw team was undoubtedly a striking young lady with dark hair and eyes, rumored to possess bloodlines from the ancient East. And her Quidditch skills were commendable. As anticipated, Ravenclaw performed admirably, but regrettably, their adversaries were the notoriously unscrupulous Slytherins, whose reputation in this sport was far from favorable. Shortly after the match commenced, Slytherin secured the first points. The brutal tactics employed by Slytherin left Ravenclaw in a state of despair, as they had yet to score a single point. Unless they could seize the golden snitch, their chances of a comeback were nearly non-existent. Blaise, aware that others shared the same thought, noticed a golden glimmer at the edge of a flag high above the field. Eluding the relentless pursuers behind him, Draco, living up to expectations, executed a nearly flawless maneuver to catch the golden snitch, thus declaring Slytherin the ultimate victor. With the desired outcome achieved, the Slytherins in the stands momentarily cast aside their usual restraint, erupting into jubilant cheers for their triumph. Amidst the surrounding cheers, Cecilia couldn't help but smile faintly. On the field, after dismounting his broom, to everyone's surprise, the platinum-haired Slytherin strode directly toward the stands. His hair, once neatly styled, now fell slightly disheveled across his forehead after the match. Navigating through the raucous crowd, his gaze landed squarely on his beloved Moon. It seemed that from some point onward, whenever the silver-haired youth appeared, his eyes could perceive no one else. Standing before his cherished Moon, Draco's blue-gray eyes shimmered with an unspoken tenderness as he leaned slightly forward, placing an object he had been grasping since the start of the match into Cecilia's palm. It barely matches your eyes, he remarked. Chapter 36. Valentine's Day in the Slytherin common room beneath the Black Lake. Despite the arrival of spring, the fireplace continued to crackle with warm flames, ensuring a consistently agreeable temperature throughout the chamber. Today was indeed a rarity. At this hour, Blaise found Draco in the common room, closing the book in his hands. The platinum-haired youth bore a rather displeased expression. What's the matter? Is something wrong? No, of course not. Then why didn't you seek out Cecilia? Upon uttering those words, Blaise immediately wished to retract them. For while Draco had appeared merely a touch irritable prior, his temper visibly flared after hearing Blaise's inquiry. Don't mention that, the young master huffed. Dumbledore ought to step down sooner. Why must Cecilia handle everything? Due to the headmaster's unexpected summons, Draco hadn't seen a glimpse of Cecilia all day. Perhaps it's because you gifted the golden snitch to the professor? Theodore, just back from outside, remarked while drying his rain-soaked robes with a drying charm. By the way, Draco, what's it like to present the glory of capturing it to your beloved? All right. Shut up, Theodore. If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for a mute, the young master retorted, withholding even a glance for the bothersome company, as he headed straight to his dormitory. Ever since Trelawney made that outrageous prophecy regarding Cecilia in front of everyone, Draco, who had never held much fondness for the professor, now found his disdain amplified. Seated on that garish, aesthetically displeasing cushion, Pansy lamented her reckless decision to enroll in this course. What on earth are we wasting hours of our lives for? This is utterly dreadful. Reluctantly sipping her tea, Draco instantly grimaced, disdainfully vanishing the liquid in his cup. His gesture inspired a number of his peers, as the professor turned away, prompting the young wizards to mimic him. Sifting through the tea leaves on the table, Blaise scoffed. Are you expecting to discern a dragon from this? Don't be foolish. At that moment, the professor, adorned in thick glasses and an excessive array of decorations that rendered her appearance quite cumbersome, approached. As per her routine, she began inspecting each student's tea leaves. When she reached Draco's table, Trelawney pointed at the bizarre tea leaves in front of Blaise. What do you discern from this? A dragon, Professor, Blaise declared earnestly, to which the professor nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming it a sign of triumph. However, when her gaze fell upon the young master, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Another red rose? Is Valentine's Day approaching? She babbled on as she moved to the next student. Draco shook his cup, conceding that she had, for once, spoken correctly. Pansy, exasperated with him, snapped, "Why don't you just write your name on him?" To her astonishment, the young master appeared to genuinely ponder the feasibility of such an idea, ultimately casting her a regretful glance that might not be appropriate. Cecilia, wouldn't he permit such childish behavior? Merlin above. You are aware of your own immaturity, Pansy exclaimed. Sensing that Draco was about to say more, she quickly interjected, "Enough. Stop talking. I don't want to hear it." Once Trelawney moved to the Gryffindor side, it was evident that their lesson would not proceed normally. An ominous, extreme foreboding lingered, reminiscent of a ghostly hound prowling a graveyard. An omen of death. Oh look. Another ominous sign. This time it seems to be Potter? Blaise, ever the spectator, relished the unfolding drama. Under the scrutiny of all, Harry momentarily blanked out, until the brown-haired girl next to him rose. Hermione dismissed Trelawney's prophecy, declaring that the professor had always asserted her lack of talent, and in a fit of rage, she stormed out of the classroom, vowing never to return. Startled by her sudden outburst, Ron appeared dazed. He had never realized how terrifying Hermione could be when truly incensed. Following 2 consecutive prophecies of death, the students became increasingly convinced that Trelawney was nothing more than a charlatan. "Harry, don't worry. I've heard that Trelawney predicts a student's death every year, yet nothing has ever come of it," Ron remarked, preoccupied with feeding his pet rat, Scabbers, who seemed terrified and trembled incessantly. "It's all Crookshanks." "I knew he wanted to eat Scabbers," Hermione retorted sharply, glaring at Ron. "Crookshanks, wouldn't he touch your ugly old rat?" The two, each clutching their respective pets, began to bicker. It wasn't until the black-haired boy sitting nearby could no longer endure the commotion that he interjected, "Enough. Just let me be." Harry, clutching his hair, was in a state of chaos, his thoughts spiraling. Recognizing his distress, Hermione and Ron exchanged glances and for the moment, ceased their quarrel. "Fear not. For on the day of our return to school, Trelawney prophesied that Professor Flitwick would face a threat of demise. Yet, as the days have passed, nothing has transpired. Has it?" Ron endeavored to alleviate his brother's distress. "I am perfectly fine, Ron. I merely wish to be alone for a while." Ron fell silent, utterly at a loss for what to do. Hermione, observing Harry's despondent demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. "Harry, Trelawney's prophecy is utterly unreliable. Do not lend credence to her nonsensical ramblings." Despite this, Harry's profound gloom lingered for an extended period, only subsiding on Valentine's Day. Due to the antics of a certain individual last year, this year's Valentine's Day was considerably more subdued, appearing much more conventional. At the very least, the Great Hall was devoid of gaudy decorations this year. "I wager Draco has received the most chocolates again this year," Blaise mused, reminiscing about the previous year's festivities. Although Draco was known for his sharp tongue and haughty demeanor, it did not deter the girls from their fervent admiration. "Not quite, Blaise. If you were to glance over there," Pansy indicated towards the professor's table. "In mere moments, Draco's desk is nearly submerged in chocolates." It was quite astonishing how popular the professor had become. The pressure on Draco must be quite considerable. Speaking of which, where is he? Blaise's keen perception detected something amiss. Pansy, appearing to possess some knowledge, obstinately withheld any revelations. Even the venerable headmaster could not resist teasing Cecilia. "It appears our young Flitwick is rather well liked." The notion of sending gifts via owl was rather ingenious. Cecilia had no opportunity to refuse, as the messengers dropped off their parcels and took flight, leaving him to grapple with the chocolates and letters. "Headmaster, this is hardly amusing." Ultimately, with no other recourse, Cecilia hastily bestowed all the chocolates upon their esteemed headmaster, and fled back to the common room. The office was far more tranquil than the Great Hall. "What took you so long to return for a mere meal?" At that moment, the platinum-haired Slytherin was occupying his desk, clutching a pink envelope, while his table was cluttered with chocolates identical to those in the Great Hall. Before Cecilia could react, the young lord furrowed his brow and tossed the envelope to the floor, making the chocolates vanish without a trace. His movements were so practiced that it was evident he had engaged in this act more than once. Noticing Cecilia's gaze upon him, Draco raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure evident in his expression. "You disapprove of my actions?" "Not at all," Cecilia replied. "I simply did not expect you to arrive so early." The young lord raised an eyebrow at him. "Cecilia, Today is Valentine's Day. The silver-haired youth paused, momentarily perplexed. The tall boy with platinum hair rose, seemingly conjuring a basket full of flowers from thin air. Across the table, he placed the floral arrangement into Cecilia's arms. The basket overflowed with vibrant red roses, still glistening with morning dew. So happy Valentine's Day, my little moon. Chapter 37, Red Roses. Gazing at the fiery brilliance of the roses, the silver-haired youth felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. Why give me this on Valentine's Day? Is that a rhetorical question? The young lord leaned closer. Cecilia. You. A resounding knock at the door abruptly interrupted him. The silver-haired youth dashed to open it, a sense of relief washing over him. The interruption left the young lord gritting his teeth, muttering something inaudible, clearly not kind. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the slightly irritable Phoenix Fox. So, after all that preparation, you ended up saying nothing? The short-haired girl mocked the young lord mercilessly, indifferent to his current displeasure. Enough, pansy, must you mock me so? Draco thought bitterly, if ever I gain the power, my first act will be to unseat Dumbledore. When it comes to gossip, certain individuals possess an extraordinary acuity, even without any formal announcement. It wasn't long before nearly all the students at Hogwarts were aware that someone had sent a bouquet of red roses to their alchemy professor. Many had focused on the ominous implications of Trelawney's prophecy from the opening feast, neglecting its more affectionate half, roses, symbols of love. The first to notice the roses on Cecilia's desk was the Ravenclaw Hills, who, while delivering assignments to their professor, found it impossible to overlook the meticulously arranged crimson blooms in a crystal vase, protected by a special charm, indicating its owner's considerable care. Why do you all assume the flowers were a gift from someone else? What if he purchased them himself? In the Gryffindor common room, the young wizards exchanged opinions. Ron's suggestion quickly dismissed by Parvati. Ron, consider that it is February, and they are not mere wildflowers but rare magical roses, red ones. Even if one is wealthy, acquiring them is no small feat. Padma chimed in. Given his personality, he would never expend effort on such frivolities. Indeed, in the eyes of these young lions, their professor was exceedingly averse to trouble, and it was rumored that his affinity for plants was virtually non-existent, having inadvertently killed 2 potted plants previously. Upon hearing this, Ron scoffed. What's so great about flowers? They can't even be eaten. Oh dear, my brother, is food your only concern? Fred pounced, ruffling Ron's red hair. The chocolates from others were likely languishing in the headmaster's office, but those flowers you disdain were placed upon his desk. A well-aimed jab, particularly aimed at Ron, for George and Fred were experts in such matters. Ignoring the banter, Ron chose to disengage from their conversation. After observing the spectacle, Seamus scratched his head. I am genuinely curious. Who sent that bouquet? However, they would soon find out. An acquaintance from Ravenclaw, who had a good rapport with Slytherin, inadvertently let slip the details, especially since the involved parties had no intention of concealing their actions. Rumor spread like wildfire. However, the 2 protagonists of the tale, one with a unique status, and the other arrogant and formidable, found that curiosity did not compel anyone to approach them for inquiries. Oblivious to this, Cecilia was engrossed in research at the library, compelled to hasten his pace due to the headmaster's remarks. In front of a particular bookshelf, he encountered Hermione. The brown-haired girl appeared far from her usual self, struggling to retrieve an outrageously thick tome from a high shelf. Cecilia stepped forward to assist her, glancing at the book as he did. It seemed to pertain to incidents involving magical creatures. This quickly reminded him of the Sphinx that had scratched the young lord last term. The ministry truly intends to execute Buckbeak, yet we are utterly powerless. Ron incessantly blames Crookshanks for wanting to devour his foolish rat, Hermione murmured, though this time she did not ask Cecilia for assistance. Their conversation was brief, as the platinum-haired Slytherin emerged from behind another shelf, effortlessly taking the book from Cecilia's hands. Your snowy owl in the common room is exceedingly noisy. If I remain here any longer, I cannot guarantee I won't toss it into the Black Lake. Cecilia sighed in exasperation. That won't do, Draco. It was a gift from you. Understanding dawning, Hermione quietly embraced her book and turned to leave. What were you just discussing? Cecilia inquired casually after her departure. Nothing much, all right, aren't we supposed to head back? I have nearly found all the books I need. Let us go. Cecilia tugged the young master out of the library. Later that evening, Hermione meticulously organized the notes she had compiled, having spent most of the day engrossed in this task, only to return to a chaotic common room. Ron was frantically chasing after Crookshanks. The ginger cat was not to be trifled with, and the pair was dashing about in utter disarray. Ronald Weasley, what on earth are you doing? Hermione exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed by the scene, hastily cradling her own cat in her arms. Ron glared. He bit Scabbers. How many times do I have to tell you, you fool? Crookshanks doesn't eat rats. Hermione held her cat tightly, refusing to relent. All right, Ron, enough already. We truly didn't see Crookshanks harm your rat. Harry, caught between the two, was equally skeptical, considering Crookshanks' notorious pickiness. Yet it was quite late, and Hermione had no intention of addressing Ron's grievances any further. She retreated to the dormitory with her feline companion. But Scabbers is indeed injured, Ron insisted defiantly. Apologize to Hermione tomorrow and stop fixating on Crookshanks, Harry wearily advised. As he had to focus on training for the upcoming match, they could not afford another defeat. Juggling training and resolving conflicts among friends. It seemed his efforts were in vain. As February progressed, the weather gradually warmed, and many creatures that had hibernated throughout the winter began to stir within the Forbidden Forest. One night, Cecilia ventured to the heart of the Forbidden Forest, discovering a densely overgrown patch adorned with delicate white flowers. He crouched before the thicket and soon enough, a rustling sound emerged. A peculiar creature resembling a snow-white rabbit, with large blue eyes and leaf-like ears that nearly blended into its surroundings, approached him, eagerly gazing at the silver-haired boy. The round little creature floated towards him like a soft rice dumpling, landing obediently in his palm, allowing Cecilia to gently stroke its small head. Cradling the unusual rabbit close, the silver-haired boy quietly made his way back to the castle under the cover of night, without disturbing a soul. Chapter 38. Unraveled chaos. The day of the Gryffindor match arrived, and Draco disdainfully turned his head away from the raucous sea of gold and scarlet. He could not fathom what was so captivating about this group of foolish lions. Yet someone insisted on attending. Cecilia watched the young master sulk, understanding that he had promised to come along. Breaking that promise was not an option. You should never have agreed to it in the first place. Draco genuinely detested those Gryffindors, particularly the way they gazed at Cecilia with such dim-witted admiration. The match was about to commence, and one could not deny Harry's extraordinary talent in Quidditch. He was undoubtedly a crucial factor in Gryffindor's success. As the players entered the field, the Slytherins surrounding Cecilia could not contain their laughter. Theodore pointed at their brooms. What are those? Did they rob a museum overnight? Can those things even fly? Gryffindor was indeed somewhat rustic in this regard, and Cecilia was well aware of the Slytherins' temperament. Finding fault with their rivals had become an essential source of amusement. Yet, these remarks struck a painful chord in Ron's heart, and he directed his ire towards Hermione. Why don't you let Harry use the rocket launcher? That's a rocket launcher. Hermione continued to watch the match undeterred by Ron's irritating comments. Without any unexpected incidents, Harry caught the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. As everyone busily celebrated or departed, no one noticed the fleeting shadow that darted past outside the pitch. All right, I think we should head back, Cecilia said, pulling the silver-haired boy from his seat. The platinum-haired young master had evidently reached his limit with the Gryffindor uproar. Blaise and the others had discreetly dispersed. Yet Draco noticed that Cecilia's gaze was fixed on Harry, who was surrounded by admirers, particularly on the golden snitch he held. Realizing this, Draco furrowed his brow and grasped Cecilia's chin, compelling him to redirect his attention back to himself. It's just a golden snitch, what's so special about it? If you desire it, I can. It's not as beautiful, Cecilia interjected. What? The young master, caught off guard by the sudden interruption, faltered momentarily. Not as beautiful as the one you gave me. This was Cecilia's nature. When he looked at you with his pale eyes and spoke with earnestness, he could effortlessly touch the heart without the need for embellishment. Draco, lost in thought, reflected on how he perceived the situation. Of course, the one I gifted you is exquisite. Struggling to suppress a smile, Draco pulled the silver-haired boy closer. Next match, I shall gift you the golden snitch as well. He never envisioned any outcome other than victory in the forthcoming match. Thanks to the afternoon's triumph, Gryffindor's common room was abuzz with excitement that evening. It had been ages since they had experienced such relaxation. Burdened by prophecies and training, Harry finally allowed a smile to grace his face. However, the downside was the rift between his two friends. They were still at odds. Ron, you and Hermione should have a proper talk, Harry urged, glancing around. Realizing Hermione had likely retreated to the library once more. Unfortunately, his efforts were met with resistance from his companions. Harry was left with a throbbing headache, uncertain of how long this situation would persist. The depths of Hogwarts were always eerily tranquil at night, interrupted only by the occasional meow echoing from some distant corridor. Even the portrait seemed to have succumbed to slumber. The spell circle drawn with moonstone powder emitted a faint glow around Cecilia's pale wrist as he gazed somberly at his left hand. Another failure, he mused with a sigh. The little lion that had triumphed the day before had evidently forgotten about the day's classes, having celebrated late into the night, and then endured a full day of lessons, now yawning incessantly, particularly Harry and Ron, whose prominent dark circles made them appear somewhat comical. "What time did you lot stay up until last night?" Hermione inquired, moving a bowl of thick soup away from Harry, who had nearly toppled into it. "I'm all right, can't quite recall," Ron replied, his energy clearly depleted. Observing their state, Blaise commented, "It's merely a small victory." Theodore offered a dry assessment. "Let them bask in their momentary glory. For the next opportunity will not be so favorable. The next victory would undoubtedly belong to them." The pride of Slytherin stemmed from their own prowess, and the notion of failure was never meant to enter their consciousness. The House Cup had been in their possession for a year, and they pondered when it would be reclaimed. The last time, due to Dumbledore's absurd actions, Gryffindor had unexpectedly claimed the cup, leaving Slytherins nursing this grievance for quite some time. They were thoroughly fatigued by the glaring gold and scarlet decor. "If we do not reclaim the House Cup soon, Professor Snape will not let us off easily. Don't you agree, Draco?" Unexpectedly, Blaise received no response. The platinum-haired young master was fixated on an empty seat at the professor's table. Lost in his own thoughts, Draco suddenly stood up, frowning, and silently walked away. Blaise was left bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at his companion. What is wrong with him? Where is he headed? Pointing to the professor's seat over there. Pansy was utterly speechless. "What do you think?" In an instant, he grasped her meaning, and it dawned on Blaise that the individual in question had not graced the auditorium with their presence all day. Starting from the morning, Cecilia had been absent, and it genuinely astonished him that Draco had managed to endure this absence until now. The dark-haired girl rested her chin on her hand, acutely aware of Draco's deep concern for that person. The moment he realized the latter was missing from the auditorium, his focus had entirely slipped away from his lessons, even in subjects he usually took great pride in. However, this was a first. He was typically quite punctual. At this juncture, Pansy belatedly sensed something amiss. No matter how busy she was, Cecilia would always carve out a moment to appear in the auditorium. Such an entire day of absence had never occurred before. Draco shared the same apprehension. As he stood before the familiar lounge door, the small dragon coiling around it did not permit entry immediately. It curled up tightly, only lifting its head with a tremor after someone knocked, as if startled, as though afraid of something. The room was shrouded in darkness. The once radiant star suspended from the ceiling had lost its brilliance and shattered upon the ground, scattering glimmering crystals and disarrayed scrolls everywhere. "Cecilia?" In the disheveled lounge. There was no response, as if the room had been gripped by a vice around its heart. An ominous premonition washed over Draco as he hastily approached the lounge door, only to find the situation within far worse than he had imagined. Bathed in the flickering light, he discerned speckles of blood staining the draped fabric that lay upon the floor. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank, and in a panic, Draco recalled Trelawney's prophecy. No, it simply could not be. His dilated pupils belied his turmoil and helplessness. Clutching his wand tightly, his nails digging into his palm, he endeavored to regain his composure until a faint sound emanated from the bathroom. "Cecilia?" Draco knocked frantically on the bathroom door. "Iem me fine, Draco." The familiar tone, accompanied by shallow breaths, seemed to suppress some pain. Cecilia's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 39. The Madman. "Now immediately, open the door for me, Cecilia," Draco urged, his anxiety palpable as he banged on the bathroom door. Yet inside there was an unexpected silence. He could vaguely hear the sound of something akin to scales scraping. Before Draco could forcefully break the door down, the handle turned slightly, and with a click, it was opened from within. Upon the door swinging wide, Draco was rendered speechless at the sight before him, all his worry lodged in his throat. His little moon was drenched, his complexion pale as if he were fragile remnants of snow clinging to a branch. The once resplendent silver hair was a tangled mess upon his shoulders, and Draco could even detect the pungent scent of blood emanating from him. Yet despite this, he still managed to feebly muster a smile. "I'm all right, Draco. You need not worry." "Silence, Cecilia." For the first time, Draco revealed his long-hidden temper to Cecilia. Startled, the silver-haired youth froze, eager to explain but suddenly found himself enveloped in a familiar embrace. The young master pressed his lips together, slightly bending forward to tightly hold this infuriating person who never ceased to trouble him. "Shut up, Cecilia. You look utterly unwell right now." The icy strands of silver hair cascading down from the embrace did not deter Draco in the slightest. He was a whirlwind of anger and sorrow. "I merely looked away for a moment." The silver-haired boy, held tightly, clumsily extended his right hand to pat Draco's tense back. "I will be fine, I promise you." Draco released Cecilia, his gaze falling upon his noticeably unresponsive left wrist, his brow furrowing deeply. What has happened to your left hand? Cecilia hastily concealed his hand behind him. It's nothing. Ignoring his resistance, Draco forcibly seized his arm and rolled up the sleeve. The skin bore jagged scars, as if viciously torn by some beast's claws, crisscrossing over his pale wrist, revealing the vivid red flesh beneath. How could this happen? The young master panicked, quickly retrieving his wand, but despite casting every healing spell at his disposal, the gruesome wound showed no signs of healing. He pressed Cecilia onto a relatively intact chair in the room, and turned to leave. I shall fetch Professor Snape for healing potions. Yet, he was stopped in his tracks as the silver-haired youth shook his head, insisting it's pointless. No one understood the source of his wounds better than he did. The backlash from that forbidden curse was far more severe than he had anticipated, and moreover, he did not wish for anyone to know he was injured. The young master's eyes darkened as he grasped the slender chin of the person before him. What on earth transpired, Cecilia? You cannot continue to keep secrets from me. What happened? How could he explain that he had momentarily gone mad, and had injured himself with the forbidden curse? Cecilia's already pale complexion grew even graver as he met Draco's heavy gaze, hesitating before ultimately choosing silence. After all, who would fancy a madman? A familiar sense of helplessness washed over Draco as he released him, offering a self-deprecating smile. Very well, do not look at me like that, Cecilia. You truly are a little rascal. Draco took hold of the boy's left hand, cautiously lifting the fabric that had nearly adhered to the wound. Since no spells had proven effective, he could only temporarily bind the grievous wrist with a handkerchief. Throughout the process, the silver-haired boy remained silent, the blood oozing from the horrific wounds staining Draco's fingertips, causing his hands to tremble. Observing the taciturn youth, Draco felt his spirits plummet, yet he still chose to relent. Even though the other insisted that the potions had no effect on him, Draco still intended to seek out Professor Snape. Just as he turned to depart, however, his little moon tugged at the hem of his robe, mumbling, "It was me." "What did you say?" Draco could hardly believe his ears, incredulity prompting him to turn back to the silver-haired boy. "I hurt myself." The youth paused before slowly elaborating. "That curse mark, I have tried so many times, but it has always failed. This time as well, I used a spell I should not have. No flawless could endure their own weakness, especially not him. Because of that damned curse mark, he could not even unfurl his own wings." As he spoke, the silver-haired boy's tone grew increasingly unstable, clutching the young master's robe, his eyes reflecting an unarticulated grievance, a vulnerability that seemed to surface only in the presence of the young master. He often forgot that he was still barely an adult. Draco then realized that the wrist Cecilia had injured was precisely where the curse mark had once been. It was merely concealed beneath the more severe lacerations. "I feel so awful," Draco murmured, his gaze lowered, the dim light enveloping him. The person before him remained silent, and the stillness spread through every corner of the room. His heart felt as though it had been cast beneath the ice of the far north. Look, how could anyone like a madman? Until his cheek was pinched roughly. The silver-haired boy's bewildered gaze barely found focus. "You hurt yourself, Cecilia. How remarkable you are." The platinum young master showed no mercy. He had to ensure this little rascal learned a lesson. "Ugh, I'm sorry it hurts, Draco." "Hurts? Why didn't you say it hurt when you were going mad, Draco's little moon's bright eyes dimmed, as if veiled by a thin mist. Draco could hardly suppress a laugh, a tumult of anger and sorrow welling within him. "You never share these things with me, Cecilia. Am I truly so untrustworthy in your eyes?" Cecilia turned her head away. How could that be? If it weren't for trust, why would I allow others to witness this side of me? I don't wish to hide anything from you, but you must understand that there are certain matters no buts. Draco interjected, his gaze a tumult of emotions. "What must I do for you to comprehend, Cecilia? No fool would bestow a red rose upon someone inconsequential on Valentine's Day, let alone wait at their doorstep for so long." His candor left no room for Cecilia to feign ignorance. "So, what are you afraid of, Cecilia?" Observing his carefree demeanor, Draco felt an impatience gnawing at him. Why should he bear this burden alone? "Are you afraid I might discover those little tricks that do not belong here? Or perhaps your peculiar true identity?" Chapter 40 Flavose. "You know?" Cecilia gazed at Draco in disbelief. Although he had inadvertently hinted at his identity, being uncovered so swiftly was beyond his expectations. "Just a hint. There is much more that I await you to reveal to me." Tidying the disheveled hair of the youth, the drying charm had left his silvery locks slightly tousled, resembling some fluffy creature, prompting Draco to uncontrollably ruffle it. As a Slytherin, Draco was accustomed to deeper contemplation. Long before Hogwarts potions professor took office, the Malfoy family had investigated Cecilia's background. Yet regrettably, they uncovered nothing. Draco had never anticipated forming a bond with Cecilia. let alone the current state of affairs, which had far exceeded his expectations. During this period, he and Cecilia had nearly become inseparable, and while he had successfully concealed the minutiae from others, he had unwittingly exposed them to Cecilia. The spells and abilities that clashed with the norms of the magical world. Dumbledore's attitude toward him. These were all intricately intertwined. In truth, that initial inquiry had not yielded fruitless results. During one of his research sessions, he stumbled upon fragmented records that mentioned Cecilia's surname, Flavose. This name represented the most ancient lineage among dragonkind, with its madness and eccentricity perfectly encapsulating the family. Even a few lines were enough to leave an indelible impression of this lineage. Though its former glory had long since faded into the annals of history, alongside the decline of the wise dragons. In the Malfoy family's library, the sole heir pondered over that record, sunlight streaming through the skylight as the platinum-haired noble brushed against the time-worn tome. Then, in an unexpected move, Draco tore out the page documenting Flavose. In the flickering light, that page, along with the secrets of Flavose, vanished from the world entirely. He was acutely aware that Cecilia's origins were shrouded in mystery, and perhaps he was not the most suitable choice for a Malfoy. Yet to Draco, he was his little moon, singular and radiant. However, the concerns that preoccupied this otherworldly moon were manifold, and Draco, being the greedy Slytherin he was, desired for Cecilia's gaze to remain solely upon him. Cecilia's shoulders slumped, his long lashes casting shadows over his weary eyes. Since you know, you should grasp what your words signify. Are you doubting me? Draco nearly lost his composure, for the presence before him made him teeter on the brink of losing all restraint. The one who had intentionally unveiled the truth was he, yet now he was the one seeking to evade it. If a spell could read minds, Draco would be the first to employ it on Cecilia. Cecilia fell silent, helplessly covering his eyes. Draco, is it truly wise to approach me knowing the truth? Caught off guard by Draco's forthrightness, Cecilia floundered in an attempt to assert himself. He glanced at the displeased young master, mustering the courage to say, "You need to reconsider." He was acutely aware of Cecilia's thoughts. Draco understood all too well, but he could not allow him to continue down this path. Thus he provided his answer directly. "You may choose to be obstinate at this moment. I possess ample patience. However, before that, Cecilia, you must acknowledge that I am special to you." Cecilia's heart was tumultuous, his lashes trembling as he pinched his palm, striving for calm. At that moment, his thoughts drifted to the study in Malfoy Manor, recalling the words of the elder Malfoy. What does Draco truly represent in your heart? Cecilia turned his face away, his delicate lashes veiling the unknown emotions lurking in his gaze. Draco's blue-gray eyes resembled clear waters, his voice as soft as a feather, settling upon Cecilia's heart. "Regardless, you shall no longer be alone." As Draco's anger dissipated, an unexpected tranquility enveloped him. Though he had not achieved his desired outcome, it mattered not. He had come to understand that he held a unique place in Cecilia's heart, and he possessed the patience to await that day. The most grievous injury Cecilia bore was not to his wrist, but rather the repercussions of employing forbidden spells. Even those who typically overlook such matters began to notice that their potions professor appeared unwell. Once pallid, he now looked so haggard that a gust of wind might scatter him away. Moreover, he had withdrawn from attending classes, and during the rest of the time, they seldom encountered the professor. What has happened to him? The girls, ever more observant, noted Pansy glancing at the equally distracted young master beside her. That day, Draco had nearly kept vigil over Cecilia throughout the night. Even though Cecilia insisted he was fine, Draco remained unconvinced. What was most exasperating was that the efficacy of healing spells and potions was minimal. Yet he insisted on attending classes. Heaven knew what might happen should he miss a single lesson. Draco's irritation escalated, manifesting in his increasingly foul temper. Although he was not known for his patience, his disposition had deteriorated to the point that even Gryffindors now opted to avoid him. A minor incident with Cecilia's state of distress cast a shadow over Draco, rendering him unable to find solace in food. Pansy was highly skeptical. "Don't deceive me. A minor incident does not warrant such potent healing potions. I believe Cecilia would be quite grateful for your concern." Draco's evasiveness irked Pansy greatly. She would wager that only he among all of Hogwarts was privy to the professor's current condition. Beside her, Blaise could not suppress a sigh. "The professor is indeed different with you." That professor confided everything to Draco. Such trust was unparalleled within Hogwarts. "Of course, I am his favored student, in every conceivable sense." Casting a glance at the time, Draco rose, determined to visit his troublesome little rascal in the office. He had resolved that even if Cecilia disagreed, he would drag him to Professor Snape's office. As Draco exited, he appeared composed, utterly unaware of the profound impact his offhand remark had on others. Once he stepped out of the great hall, the Slytherin table erupted into a cacophony, as if the mute button had been pressed. Chapter 41, Special Identity. The mended star of Mang, quietly suspended from the ceiling, cast an eerie chill that permeated the room, while several unopened vials of potions lay scattered across the table. Draco, furrowing his brow, skillfully conjured a warming charm for himself as he approached the frosted glass door of the bathroom, rapping his knuckles lightly against it. Cecilia, have you forgotten to take your medication again? From within the confines of the door came the sound of splashing water, as the silver-haired youth had submerged himself completely beneath the icy water, only emerging upon hearing the young lord's voice. Draco, you need to rest. Cease your potion brewing on my behalf. Indifferently glancing at his still ghastly wrist, which was gradually being covered by newly formed scales, he noted the slow progress. Though there was improvement, the backlash from the spell remained rather troublesome. Draco continued to knock anxiously on the door. Cecilia, you cannot trifle with your own health. After securing his wound, Cecilia opened the bathroom door, and a thick layer of frost enveloped the air, yet he seemed oblivious to the cold, as Draco instinctively cast a flurry of drying and warming charms upon him. I feel much better, truly, the silver-haired youth asserted earnestly, extending his wrist to show the young lord the degree of healing his wound had undergone. Since realizing that Draco might be aware of his true identity, Cecilia began to subtly showcase his racial traits. Draco carefully cradled the boy's wrist, where delicate silver scales covered the grotesque wound. Through the translucent scales, the intricate scars on his pale wrist resembled cracks on precious white porcelain, strikingly vivid. You call this better? Cecilia's complexion remained pallid as Draco grasped the slender wrist, his mood plummeting. He opened a vial of potion and, with a sense of urgency, thrust it into Cecilia's hands. The potion, exuding a subtle sweetness, was not particularly vile. Yet Cecilia had always been averse to such concoctions. However, upon witnessing the dark circles under the young lord's eyes, he complied and drank the potion obediently. After consuming it, the silver-haired youth appeared somewhat drained. Having most of his power sealed away, he could now only rely on his own vitality to heal. Draco frowned as he ushered him into the bathroom, where Cecilia had magically expanded a spacious pool of water, the icy depths offering some relief. Once leaving the office, Draco glanced at the time. It was nearly class time. Lately, he had found himself frequently wearing a frown, particularly after witnessing the Gryffinder's cauldron explode, nearly ruining his potion. For heaven's sake, have your brains been trampled by a troll? Even with a quick response, the back of Draco's hand was splashed with scalding potion, turning it a vivid red, yet he paid no mind to the injury, preoccupied with examining his potion. I apologize, Neville is utterly at a loss. 3 years of potions class have failed to enlighten your dense mind? After securing his potion, Draco shot a cold glance at the flustered boy. Hermione, sensing Neville's panic, pulled him aside. All right, Malfoy, Neville truly did not mean it. We apologize. Under normal circumstances, this might have sufficed, but recently, the young lord's temper had become exceedingly volatile. He cast a haughty glance at the Gryffindors present. If apologies were effective, perhaps you should apologize to Professor Snape. After all, it is rare in Hogwarts history to have such inept students like you. Perhaps you will be immortalized in the annals of history? Draco's disdain for the Gryffindors was palpable. Potions class was a collective agony for them, and his words were indisputably aimed at the entire house. You are still secretly brewing other potions during class. Ron's keen eyes have already noticed the difference in that vial you hold. I assume we are still in class time. Mr. Weasley. Their potions professor entered the classroom with his customary deep voice, his imposing gaze sending shivers down the spines of all present. He approached Neville's exploded cauldron, expressionless, and with a flick of his wand, deducted 10 points from Gryffindor. At that moment, Draco also submitted his classwork, undoubtedly the first to complete it. Faced with his vial, even the meticulous Snape awarded him a no. It appears Mr. Malfoy has made significant progress. For your impeccable advanced healing potion, Slytherin gains 10 points. However, before departing, the professor cast him a meaningful glance. That greasy bat. After Snape left, Ron muttered under his breath, particularly irked at the thought of the points he had just deducted from Gryffindor. Frustrated, he grabbed a handful of bloodroot, unable to contain his disdain. Honestly, how biased can he be? Just as Ron was about to toss the disheveled herbs into his cauldron, Hermione swatted his hand away. Are you trying to blow up your cauldron, giving him another reason to deduct points from us? Moreover, Malfoy's advanced potion indeed deserved the points. With that time, you might as well salvage your own classwork. Ron rubbed his reddened hand, muttering, who else in Hogwarts could be more biased than the greasy bat? Having completely given up on his potion, Harry raked his fingers through his hair, interjecting, "Well, there is Professor Flitwick." Ron fell silent, as they had to admit that the professor was indeed excessively lenient toward Slytherin, specifically that detestable Malfoy. His favoritism could not simply be described as bias. Snape was at least not as outrageous, but Cecilia, what good is that grand peacock? Ron grumbled, quietly chopping the herbs on his desk, his spirit deflating. With a sudden crash, seemingly struck by a thought, the red-haired boy knocked over his cauldron, spilling unfinished potion everywhere. Yet he paid no heed. His gaze fixated on a similarly stunned Harry. He gasped for breath, his face reddening, appearing on the verge of suffocation, ready to faint. "Do you think Malfoy might have a crush on the professor?" No way. Such a commotion inevitably drew the attention of the potions professor at the front of the classroom, who approached with a stern expression. "It seems Mr. Weasley does not intend to complete this lesson. 10 more points deducted from Gryffindor." As if suddenly shedding his fear of the Slytherin Serpent King, Ron swiftly maneuvered past Professor Snape and dashed towards Slytherin. His intentions could not have been clearer. If earlier Ron had merely appeared to be on the brink of suffocation, now Harry and Hermione were genuinely gasping for air. "No, stop, please," Harry mentally screamed, regretting the moment he had blurted out those words to Ron. "You and Professor Flitwick, you." Ron stared intensely at the platinum-haired Slytherin, his words stumbling and stuttering. In response, the platinum-haired Slytherin merely raised an eyebrow, his arrogant demeanor inciting a strong desire to punch him, or so Ron thought. "Oh, are you referring to Cecilia?" Draco nonchalantly organized his desk. "I assumed you knew." His calmness was strikingly absurd, akin to stating that today was a sunny day. He was deliberately teasing him. Who knew how amusing it was to watch a foolish lion jump in frustration? After securing the potion, he even countered, "Is there a problem? You can't just." After a prolonged pause, Ron finally managed to speak, his finger jabbing at Draco's nose. "We won't trouble you Gryffindors with our concerns, Weasley. Perhaps you should focus on your own matters." At this moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The young master picked up his backpack and gestured towards the potion master, who stood sulking in the corner. Draco was in no mood to witness the antics of those Gryffindors. He would much rather spend his time in Professor Cecilia's office. Chapter 42 Rock Cakes. Today, the atmosphere in the alchemy professor's office was unusually lively. As Draco hurried there after class, he discovered a rather special visitor had already arrived. The towering giant was awkwardly handing a package to Cecilia, expressing his gratitude. "Professor Dumbledore has informed me, and I sincerely appreciate your assistance with my classes recently. Due to the situation with Buckbeak, Hagrid had invested considerable time, although the outcome was far from favorable. They announced that Buckbeak was to be executed." Upon mentioning this, Hagrid appeared quite distressed yet still mustered the energy to check on Cecilia. "You don't seem quite well. Are you sure you don't want to visit Madame Pomfrey?" In truth, the previous care of magical creatures classes had not troubled Cecilia much, and he had only covered a lesson or two. So he was surprised by Hagrid's thoughtful visit. "I'm fine really. There's no need to trouble Madame Pomfrey just yet. Thank you for your concern." At a loss for words, Cecilia could only express his gratitude, which Hagrid, unfazed, accepted before taking his leave. Once he departed, Draco entered. Noticing Cecilia eagerly holding a rock-hard rock cake, a peculiar creation by Hagrid, he swiftly snatched it away, exclaiming, "Honestly, does he intend to break your teeth with such a stone-like treat?" You must know, Hagrid's rock cakes are notoriously infamous throughout Hogwarts. Those who have tasted them seldom wish to do so again. He promptly confiscated all remaining cakes, and replaced them with his own freshly brewed potion. "Draco, that was my gift," the silver-haired youth protested, attempting to reclaim the cake that was almost at his lips. Draco raised an eyebrow, firmly grasping his hand and pinching the boy's icy cheek. Someone should show those fools that their beloved professor is, in fact, a complete fool, utterly juvenile. Only you would be foolish enough to agree to cover for someone just because Dumbledore asked. Even though you can't stand those flobberworms, can you? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Draco leaned closer, his tone teasingly provocative. "Could it be that you did it for me? Admit it, Cecilia, you care about me." The silver-haired boy huffed. "I was merely curious about your care of magical creatures class. Don't flatter yourself." Draco was so close that Cecilia could easily detect the familiar scent of iris mingled with cedar on him. His cheeks began to flush slightly, and he instinctively turned his head away, attempting to push him aside, but his wrist was captured instead. Cecilia covered his heated cheek with his hand, and perhaps unbeknownst to himself, he exhibited the youthful vigor and fluctuations appropriate for his age, particularly after his recent injury. The mischievous young master playfully pinched Cecilia's cheek, and sometimes it was hard to tell who among them was more childish. Recalling the events of that day's class, Draco's eyes sparkled with mockery. How dare he question me? He leaned down to adjust the moon pendant dangling by the boy's ear, the gem refracting a shade of azure light. Gazing into Cecilia's clear, light-colored eyes, Draco clicked his tongue in displeasure and furrowed his brow. Cecilia might be somewhat slow, but he was particularly averse to seeing Draco downcast. What's the matter? The tall noble boy merely smiled and ruffled his silver hair. Cecilia, you need to recover quickly. Hogwarts was always bustling with life, its halls alive with the laughter of young witches and wizards, the very essence that animated the castle. These children seemed to possess boundless energy, especially the rambunctious Gryffindor cubs. Much to the chagrin of their head, Professor McGonagall, who had her hands full and was now even more troubled. Mr. Weasley, I can hardly believe it. This is the second time this academic year. Perhaps this time you will finally learn your lesson. After being reprimanded by his head of house, Ron returned to the common room, looking like a wilted carrot, his demeanor radiating defeat. He flopped onto his friends, startling the large cat in Hermione's arms, which promptly scampered away. Ron, you scared Crookshanks, Hermione exclaimed, gently coaxing the cat back into her embrace and smoothing its ruffled fur. Choosing to overlook Hermione's complaints, Ron began to lament. That bat went and told Professor McGonagall on me. I've been assigned 2 months of detention. Harry patted his shoulder. At least it's not detention with Snape. Oh, come on, Ron. I just hope you learn from this. Can you please stop getting so close to Malfoy? It's rather annoying. He has been in an unusually foul mood lately, and you still insist on provoking him, especially during Snape's potions class. I'm not wrong, Ron insisted, trying to widen his eyes in an effort to appear more intimidating, though he was on the verge of tears. And Malfoy, that peacock, always boasts about their superiority, as if no one else measures up to them. They all knew Professor Flavose would pause here, as if awakening from a dream. What was I about to say? That thought is an insult to the professor I respect, Ron realized, stunned, for the first time comprehending how thoughtless his words had been. He genuinely admired their alchemy professor, despite his obvious favoritism towards Malfoy. How could anyone not like Professor Flavose? Mysterious, powerful, and strikingly handsome, though often aloof and rarely smiling. This did not hinder the young wizard's infatuation with him. Moreover, the professor was not nearly as cold-hearted as he appeared. Regrettably, it seemed that aside from Malfoy, no one else could receive even a modicum of the professor's favoritism. Ron pouted, his inner turmoil churning, yet he uttered not another word. He sat in a daze, his expression utterly bewildering. Harry struggled to find a topic to discuss while his brother remained silent, until it seems Professor Flavose has been experiencing some minor health issues lately. I ran into Hagrid this afternoon, and he mentioned it. However, the professor has indeed looked rather unwell recently. This revelation jolted Ron upright, startling Harry. What's wrong with the professor? Harry was left with no choice but to repeat himself, ultimately shrugging helplessly. That's all I know. Countless times thereafter, whenever Harry reflected on this incident, he felt remorse for his indiscretion. Chapter 43, Those Days. Cecilia, I warned you. The man's imposing golden eyes bore down on the oblivious youth. There shall not be a next time. Such spectacles of mischief occurred almost monthly within the confines of Professor Flavose's estate. The silver-haired dragon-blooded youth walked silently through the tranquil corridor, his slightly longer bangs obscuring his golden gaze. Around the corner, a cantankerous black dragon blocked his path, its own golden eyes filled with derision. Another reprimand from father. Huh? What? This time he didn't toss you into the dungeon. TSK, how biased. It tugged at the younger sibling's long hair, licking its sharp canines. We're all the same, aren't we? Why put on such a fade? In response to his troublesome elder brother, Cecilia merely waved his hand impassively, severing the grip on his hair, offering not even a glance. Such an attitude undoubtedly further infuriated the black dragon. Alas, before he could make a move, an entrapment spell ensnared him tightly, simultaneously sealing his lips. A scepter crafted from mithril, and the bones of some colossal beast pressed against his chest. In the dim light, the gemstones embedded within the staff refracted a chilling hue. His capricious younger brother merely cast a fleeting glance at him before retracting his scepter and turning away, leaving the black dragon, seething with indignation, trapped in place. I warned you not to provoke him, Clyas. Our young master is not one to be trifled with. Emerging from the shadows, a young man, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, crouched before the bound black dragon and bluntly remarked, "If you're worried about him, just say so." "You fool." The black dragon, just freed from the silent spell, spat disdainfully, his expression a mask of fury. "Who says I'm worried about him? He is nothing but a madman. Only he dares to provoke our father time and again. If we're not careful, I fear he might one day bring about his own demise. The young man stroked his chin, ignoring the black dragon's struggles and threatening glances, and promptly sealed his mouth once more. I do not appreciate that remark, my dear Clyas, he chided, patting the black dragon's face. After all, we share the same blood. This shared lineage, with its inherent madness and obsession, was almost a perfect replication of the previous generation. Unlike his belligerent brothers, their extraordinarily gifted younger sibling was disinterested in conflict, perhaps even weary of it. Compared to their frenzied kin, Cecilia's tranquility was striking, rendering him distinctly solitary. However, it mattered little. He preferred solitude within his snow-laden domain. Like now, the silver-haired boy walked alone through the snow, eventually halting by the edge of a glacial blue lake. As the swirling winds and snow settled, the shores lay deserted, save for the gentle ripples on the lake's surface. A fleeting white shadow darted beneath, and moments later, a thick layer of ice formed, insulating the gaze of any intruders, thus preserving the tranquility of the land's sovereign. Nightfall at Hogwarts descended as usual. Within a room on the 4th floor, an unexpected pang of anxiety jolted the slumbering boy awake. Cecilia, leaning over the edge of the pool, absent-mindedly shook his head and blinked in confusion. For a considerable time, he had not dreamt of the past. The bathroom door, not fully secured, allowed a sliver of light to seep into the otherwise dark chamber. Still somewhat groggy, Cecilia gazed at the ajar door, and beneath the water, his silver tail swayed unconsciously. Draco's mood was, to put it mildly, utterly dreadful. Gripping a stack of peculiar reports, he found himself begrudgingly grateful that his father had insisted he take those courses. After organizing the materials, Draco rubbed his forehead in exhaustion, preparing to rise and check on his troublesome little imp when a faint sound echoed in the quiet room, magnified in the stillness. Quick as a flash, Draco tightened his grip on his wand. Out of the corner of his eye, a silver blur darted past, and before he could react, a damp, unidentified creature suddenly leaped into his arms. Silver, dripping wet, and audacious, he hardly had time to think. Pinned to the chair, Draco brushed aside the creature's cascading silver hair, grumbling as he gently pushed its shoulder. Mr. Dementu, should you not be peacefully residing in your pool at this hour? Habitually casting a drying charm on the sodden Dementu, the barely conscious Cecilia allowed Draco to part his tousled hair. The platinum-haired young man lowered his gaze, his blue-gray eyes resembling a calm and gentle lake under a moonlit night, patiently tidying Cecilia's unruly locks. Under the warm glow of the lights, his expression was astonishingly tender. Cecilia quietly watched the figure before him, his foggy thoughts gradually sharpening, and the tumult within him unexpectedly calmed at the sight of this person. Draco, intrigued, pinched Cecilia's cheek. Why so quiet today? As he attempted to shift and sit upright, the young master finally sensed something amiss. Even in the night, the shimmering scales of the dragon's long tail remained excessively radiant, and more alarmingly, that tail was brazenly coiled around his leg. With the earlier movement, it constricted even tighter, as if treating him like prey attempting to escape. Although Draco had long suspected Cecilia's true identity, experiencing it so directly was a first. Despite its seemingly unreasonable demeanor, the tail, like its master, bore scales as pure as ice crystals, resembling a masterfully crafted work of art, evoking no feelings of disgust. Sensing Draco's gaze, the silver tail quivered slightly. How adorable, Draco thought, concealing his amusement. Perhaps only when Cecilia was not entirely awake did he reveal this side of himself to Draco. Without hesitation, Draco seized the fleeing tail. It was the first time anyone had ever held it like this, causing Cecilia to shiver uncontrollably, his ears instantly flushing a deep crimson. Cecilia's tail exhibited all the quintessential traits of dragonkind, adorned with exquisite, intricate scales and elegantly shaped, translucent fins folded at its sides. In summary, it entirely conformed to Draco's aesthetic. Mr. Flavose, may I interpret your actions as an invitation? Draco elongated his tone, satisfied to see Cecilia's earlobes redden further, nearly to the point of bleeding. Cecilia attempted to retract his tail, but the young master held on too tightly. All right, Draco, enough of this. Let me go. The young master raised an eyebrow, presenting his wrist, but it seemed he spoke insincerely. His obstinate tail showed no signs of compliance, audaciously entwining itself around Draco's wrist, while the flush on Cecilia's earlobe spread to his cheeks, a blend of embarrassment and anger. Understanding the art of knowing when to relent, Draco released the tip of the silver-haired boy's tail. It's getting late. You should rest now, Mr. Dementor. After all, he bore injuries. Draco ruffled Cecilia's tousled hair. Just as the silver-haired boy was about to return to his bathroom, he was intercepted, looking puzzled at Draco. The noble boy, now slightly taller, leaned in casually. Considering I've helped you with your homework, perhaps a ceremonial goodnight kiss is warranted? Chapter 44, Good Night. Cecilia's ears turned even redder. His immediate instinct was to push Draco away. But upon meeting the young master's expectant gaze, he felt an uncontainable softness take over him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately succumbed. Finally, mimicking the young master's previous actions, he covered Draco's eyes with his hand and, before the other could protest, bestowed a gentle kiss upon his cheek, devoid of any ulterior emotions, as if it were merely a gesture of etiquette. Good night. Having completed this act, Cecilia swiftly retreated to his bathroom, hastily closing the door behind him. It was only upon hearing the doors click that Draco regained his senses, for he had never anticipated that Cecilia would actually kiss him. After all, Cecilia's obliviousness and passivity regarding emotions were utterly exasperating, though he possessed the patience to wait for his little moon to awaken. Even a hunter occasionally craved a modicum of sweetness, did he not? Gazing at the closed door, Draco pressed his fingers to the spot where he had been kissed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thanks to this unexpected turn of events, the platinum-haired young man's spirits lifted considerably. As the curfew approached, Draco tidied up his belongings and encountered the Hogwarts caretaker outside, who it appeared had commenced his duties earlier than usual that day. Filch held a lantern in his hand, and his large gray cat circled around his feet, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings. The curfew is nearly upon us. Lingering here is hardly a prudent choice, Mr. Malfoy. Compared to his usual demeanor towards young wizards, Filch was surprisingly cordial at this moment. Thanks to Cecilia's commendable rapport with the caretaker, Draco had returned just in time, having been caught on several occasions, yet always let off with a mere wave of dismissal. Thank you for the reminder. Filch uttered no further words and led his cat away, preoccupied with the task of apprehending any young witches and wizards who dared to roam the castle after hours. At this late hour, after they departed, the small dragon coiled around the door flicked its tail in impatience before slipping back into a state of dormancy. Once tranquility enveloped the surroundings, a creature, nearly merging with the shadows, emerged from a corner of the corridor. It surveyed the area, glanced at the tightly shut door, and, as it attempted to advance, nearly startled the bronze dragon. Reluctantly, it retracted its claws and retreated back into the shadows. Under the persistent insistence of the young master, coupled with ample rest and a plethora of precious potions, Cecilia's injuries had improved considerably, though he still appeared somewhat frail. Ron. During their alchemy class, as Harry was midway through sketching, he noticed their professor frowning in his direction. More specifically, his gaze was fixed on Ron, who seemed utterly spaced out, his parchment a chaotic mess of ink and confusion. It was incredulous that he dared to drift off in class. Before the professor reached them, Harry had to give Ron's arm a sharp pinch. Ouch! Ron yelped, but Harry swiftly covered his mouth. Shaking off Harry's hand, Ron rubbed his arm, ready to question why he had been pinched, when a silver wand tapped their desk. The two boys instantly held their breath, as if the tip of the professor's wand had struck their heads instead of the table. Gentlemen, if you have completed this task, I shall permit you to engage in frivolities. Noticing Cecilia scrutinizing their sketches, particularly Ron's, he blushed furiously and hastily covered his work. Nearby, the Slytherins were clearly relishing the opportunity to mock the Gryffindors, but given Cecilia's presence, they refrained from being overly ostentatious in the stern professor's company. Nonetheless, the subdued snickers were enough to render Ron utterly mortified. After class, Ron walked along, pouting and complaining to Harry. Why did you pinch me? My arm is bruised. Harry rolled his eyes. Whose fault is it for zoning out in class? I'm just a red-haired boy, Ron stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, and dejectedly exited the classroom. Inside, the platinum-haired boy assisting their professor in tidying up the teaching materials was visibly displeased. Look at your face. It rivals the ghosts in this castle. Yet, despite appearances, he reassured, I'm actually feeling much better. Thanks to your potions, I believe I shall recover swiftly. Upon hearing this, the young master's expression visibly softened. At that moment, the classroom emptied, and Draco, observing the sincere visage of the silver-haired boy before him, could not resist pinching Cecilia's cheek. I never expected our professor could be so endearing. Although his methods were clumsy and devoid of finesse, Draco found himself charmed by it. Stifling a laugh, he gathered the stack of assignments and declared, Don't think this means you can escape tonight's potion class. With that, he exited the classroom first, while Cecilia, inwardly branding him with a new label, followed closely behind. Simultaneously, a similar farce unfolded in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, returning from the library, stumbled upon Ron chasing her frightened, disheveled cat throughout the room. Much to her chagrin, she scooped up her agitated feline, while Ron, panting and reveling in his perceived victory, exclaimed, Oh look, this is your so-called non-aggressive cat. He brandished his lethargic, plump rat, glaring at Hermione's cat. I saw it. Crookshanks was just about to bite Scabbers. Impossible, Hermione retorted, clutching her cat tightly as Crookshanks buried its head in her arms, emitting a plaintive meow. The inevitable result was yet another quarrel, with Harry caught in the middle, particularly exasperated by Ron's obstinacy. Heaven knows why that cat seemed so intent on targeting Scabbers. After all, aside from being a bit hefty, ugly and dim-witted, the rat bore no distinguishing traits whatsoever. In light of this incident, Ron shoved Scabbers into his pocket, claiming it was a precaution to prevent the cat from having any opportunity. Hermione scoffed, entirely dismissive of him. That afternoon, unusually, the red-haired boy did not rush to the Great Hall after class, but instead dragged Harry to the 4th floor. Upon seeing the distinctive alchemical creature on the door, Harry immediately understood Ron's intent. Are you certain the professor will have time right now? It's lunchtime after all, and he hasn't been to the hall in several days, including today. Ron, standing at the door, curiously inspected the peculiar creature, almost oblivious to the bronze dragon's menacing teeth and the sparks it emitted, until Harry interrupted his thoughts. There's definitely something important to discuss. Ron's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, as he was unsure whether the professor would indeed be available. However, considering that Malfoy seemed to be perpetually clinging to the professor, it was challenging to find a moment when that fellow wasn't around. He truly wished to avoid any encounter with Malfoy, and the mere thought of it made Ron grit his teeth, wishing to annihilate the bothersome peacock outright. Chapter 45, Hidden Perils. After lingering outside for a spell, the two boys finally resolved to knock. To their surprise, the door swung open before them, revealing Cecilia, who had intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest for experimental materials, while the young master was absent. However, upon spotting the two sneaky Gryffindors, he realized that today's plans would have to be postponed, leading the two young wizards into the lounge. Cecilia gestured for them to take a seat and rapped on the table. Instantly, Hogwarts house elf appeared, delivering 2 cups of steaming tea and a plate of snacks, for it was indeed time for the young wizards to be dining in the Great Hall. What brings you to me at this hour? The boys appeared somewhat uneasy in Cecilia's presence, particularly the red-haired one, whose face was flushed a shade nearly matching his hair. Harry had at least been there a couple of times before, but for Ron, this was his first venture into the professor's office. Every detail, from the floating celestial bodies to the crystalline floor beneath their feet, piqued his curiosity. Yet when the silver-haired boy across from them began to speak, all his earlier bravado evaporated, leaving him as if ensnared by some strange spell, his mind a complete blank. Observing Ron's speechlessness, Harry felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Ultimately, it fell upon him to break the silence, and he began to suspect that Ron had dragged him along merely to navigate such awkward situations. We heard you've been feeling unwell lately, and we thought we would come to check on you, Harry stammered, locking eyes with Cecilia. As he spoke, his words began to tumble out in a disjointed manner. After all, social interactions were not his forte. The three of them exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable. At that moment, Ron seemed to snap back to reality. He suddenly leapt to his feet, forcefully retrieving a box from his pocket, and placing it on the table with such vigor that it startled Harry. In the process of pulling out the box, it appeared something had tumbled out as well, but he could not afford to dwell on that now. Here, Professor. This is for you, he declared, as if summoning every ounce of courage within him. Before Cecilia could respond, he turned on his heel and fled, not forgetting to drag his dear friend along with him. Cecilia picked up the fist-sized box adorned in a gold and crimson hue, a fitting tribute to Gryffindor's colors. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to discover a plethora of assorted chocolates within. Surprised, she had not anticipated that they would visit him for such a reason. Remembering the earlier scene, the silver-haired youth couldn't help but stow away the small gift with a smile. Yet a thought nagged at her. Why did they appear so anxious? Was she truly that intimidating? Meanwhile, in the corridor, Harry was breathlessly clutching his chest, caught off guard by Ron's sudden outburst. Merlin's beard. I was just yanked into a wild sprint without a moment's pause, he exclaimed, struggling for breath. Professors don't eat people, why the rush? Ron, too, was far from composed, trying to steady his breath. How could I not be nervous with you staring at me like that? After regaining some semblance of calm, they made their way to the Great Hall, hoping to catch the tail end of lunch. As they entered, they unexpectedly collided with Hermione, who was leaving with her bag slung over her shoulder. She exchanged a brief greeting with Harry but failed to acknowledge Ron, a natural consequence of their recent quarrel. Ron, indifferent, averted his gaze and pulled Harry to the long table to sit down. Harry, caught in the middle, felt immensely uncomfortable. Honestly, how long are you two going to keep this up? The moment the topic arose, Ron ignited like a powder keg. What do you mean, you and her? It was her cat that caused the trouble. My poor Scabbers was terrified. He paused, as if recollecting something he had momentarily forgotten. But this thought dissipated as quickly as it had come when he spotted the sandwiches on the table. What did you put in that box? Harry inquired, watching Ron devour his sandwich in a few bites, his eyes already on the pie. Candy. He doesn't seem like someone who enjoys sweets. How could you not know that? Ron finally found a moment to finish his thought. You can't possibly be oblivious to such an obvious preference. Should I know? Harry swallowed the retort before it escaped his lips. Who would deliberately observe that professor's likes and dislikes? Especially when he could hardly envision that perpetually aloof professor clutching a jar of sweets. Suddenly, recalling Ron's earlier antics, Harry was struck by a chilling hypothesis. His voice trembled. Ron, you must be honest with me, do you? What? Ron replied, puzzled, his mouth full. Do you have feelings for Cecilia Flavose? Upon hearing this, Ron paused, choked, and erupted into a cacophony of coughing, causing Neville, who was seated across from him with a bowl of soup, to drop his dish in fright. Splattering both himself and Seamus nearby, Harry hurriedly handed Ron a jug of pumpkin juice, which he gulped down to recover his composure, narrowly avoiding a choking incident. Once he regained his breath, Ron's eyes widened, and he shouted incredulously, What nonsense are you spouting? Merlin's beard. How could I possibly like Cecilia? I simply admire her. Do you understand? Observing Ron's flustered demeanor, Harry realized that his friend was indeed speaking the truth. Then why are you so concerned about her? Every time you see Malfoy with her, you look like a sour lemon. Seamus chimed in, relishing the unfolding drama. Ron stood frozen. The notion that he could harbor such feelings for Cecilia seemed absurd, especially when compared to that scoundrel Malfoy. Yet he suddenly had a realization. Harry, we cannot allow Malfoy to succeed, Ron exclaimed, pulling the bewildered boy with dark hair to his feet. Harry met Ron's bright-eyed gaze, a sensation of dread creeping over him. He instinctively knew that whatever was about to come next would not be pleasant. True to form, Ron continued, I would much prefer you to be with Cecilia than Malfoy. It was unclear whether Ron was jesting or genuinely had an epiphany, but Harry sincerely wished to avoid such playful banter or revelations. Please don't joke about that, I refuse. As the two of them engaged in a tug-of-war over the topic, Neville, witnessing their shock-induced stupor, tugged at their sleeves. All right, you two, let's set this aside for now, he remarked, his lips curling into a pained smile as he gestured behind him. The silver lining was that lunch was nearing its conclusion, and the great hall was becoming increasingly empty, so their explosive conversation had gone mostly unheard. The downside, however, was that when they turned to see a certain Slytherin approaching them, his signature platinum hair unmistakable, they had little doubt about his identity. He certainly did not appear to be coming over for a friendly chat. Seamus inhaled sharply, momentarily contemplating a hasty retreat. But his curiosity about the unfolding drama held him back. Harry, on the other hand, not only wished to run but also yearned to silence Ron's troublesome mouth. Chapter 46, Submission. Harry had even rested his hand on his wand within his pocket, mentally reviewing every spell he could recall. Unfortunately, he realized with dismay that he had no knowledge of protective charms, as Hermione usually covered that aspect. Blast it, when does Ron intend to reconcile with Hermione? To make matters worse, Ron, seemingly unfazed, raised his voice, provoking Malfoy with unmatched finesse. Harry instantly recalled the previous year's dueling club, and could vividly picture a furious Malfoy charging at them. Surprisingly, the arrogant Slytherin halted just a few paces away, inexplicably refraining from making a move, even avoiding any taunts, though his glare was anything but friendly. Harry, why are you pulling me? Ron questioned, feeling a twinge of guilt, especially under Draco's unyielding gaze. Yet he stubbornly held his ground, puffing out his chest defiantly, undeterred by the murderous look directed at him. At that moment, the Weasley twins returned, fortuitously stumbling upon the scene. They disregarded their own belongings, swiftly covering their younger brother's mouth, ignoring his protests as they hoisted him away. My dear brother, it's time for us to return to the common room after lunch. Didn't you mention needing to catch up on your homework? The arrogant Slytherin remained there, utterly unmoved, as if the commotion around him bore no relation to his existence. Enough, Potter, cease that foolish gaze directed at me, the familiar taunt echoed, and Harry silently mused that Malfoy was still as insufferable as ever. If he had the inclination to engage in idle chatter, he might as well concern himself with his own affairs, or perhaps with that not-so-bright Weasley. For Draco, wasting time with Potter and his ilk was far less appealing than retreating to study those ancient tomes, or perhaps to visit a certain troublesome assistant. Draco refrained from taking action? That was rather uncharacteristic of him, Theodore lamented. Beside him, Blaise was preoccupied with attempting to salvage his robe, which had been drenched in pumpkin juice. Despite knowing that Draco's pet had a notoriously foul temperament, he couldn't resist provoking it, only to be met with a fiery display of displeasure. Fortunately, he managed to dodge just in time, but regrettably in his fluster, Blaise knocked over his cup, spilling the sickly sweet pumpkin juice all over his robe. Perhaps we could ignite that Weasley's hair? Blaise mused while frantically attempting to tidy the mess, rolling his eyes in a rather undignified manner, relishing the spectacle as he urged Theodore to witness Potter and his friend's expressions, which resembled that of a ghostly encounter. Alas, this young gentleman was not particularly adept at handling wardrobe malfunctions, and in a short span his robe appeared even worse than before. Ultimately it was Pansy who, frowning, cast several cleaning charms on him. Very well, Mr. Zabini, it seems you must practice this type of magic more diligently in the future. Draco had indeed changed considerably. After the commotion had subsided, Theodore reflected, rising to invite his two companions who were still bickering. Come now, we can't allow that young master to progress alone. Ron, forcibly dragged back to the common room, sat on the floor, teetering on the verge of tears. Just moments ago, he had suddenly remembered that he ought to feed his pet, but after searching his dormitory in vain he exclaimed, Harry, Scabbers is missing. Perhaps he slipped out in search of food. He'll return shortly, Harry replied, not particularly fond of the scruffy rat, mainly due to the frequent conflicts it caused between Ron and Hermione. Ron raked his fingers through his hair, making his already unruly red locks appear even more disheveled. Yet, he had only one pet, and he could hardly fathom how Mrs. Weasley would react if she learned of this predicament. The mere thought made him shudder. Neville, offering consolation, reassured him, Trevor often goes missing. We can look for him later. Hogwarts is quite safe. No one would harm Scabbers. For heaven's sake, why bring that up? Harry groaned, holding his forehead, only to hear Ron shout, could it be Crookshanks? Ron, Crookshanks doesn't eat rats. What on earth are you suggesting? As Ron, face flushed with anger, prepared to storm out, Harry and Neville quickly restrained him. Calm down, Ron. Crookshanks isn't even in the common room today. How could he possibly harm Scabbers? However, Ron was beyond reason. No, that cat has always had it in for Scabbers. It must be him. After considerable effort, Harry and Neville managed to calm Ron, promising they would find Scabbers, which finally eased his fury, and he sat on the floor muttering about Crookshanks's faults. With Ron pacified, Harry sighed in relief, only to be overwhelmed by another headache. Merlin's beard. Hogwarts is so vast. Where on earth should I search for that wretched grey rat? The unfortunate outcome was that after several days of searching, they failed to locate Scabbers. They certainly could not find that large rodent, as it was comfortably nestled in some corner. Winter had just passed, and the early spring sunlight was notably gentler than in previous months. Thanks to the assistance of a certain platinum noble, Cecilia's workload had significantly diminished, and his spirits were unusually high. The silver-haired youth lounged upon the windowsill, his softly curled locks cascading down his neck, as the sunlight outside enveloped him in a gentle halo. Few knew that in his childhood, Cecilia was exceedingly sensitive to the cold, appearing as fragile as a remnant of snow on a winter's end, as if a mere breeze could scatter him away. At that time, his relationship with his brothers was not as fraught. Perhaps due to his youth, he posed no threat to them. On pleasant days, they would often take the young dragon out to frolic, basking in the sun. Alas, that camaraderie faded after their quarrels. It became well known among the Flavorts family that any meeting between those young masters without a fight was a rare occurrence, and most of the time, their encounters would lead to chaos. Their altercations often left considerable damage. The most severe incident saw him and Claias nearly ruin half the estate, resulting in a lengthy period of confinement for them, though Claias fared far worse than he. Under the attentive care of the young master, Cecilia's injuries had healed significantly, and the warm spring breeze made him feel drowsy. Half asleep, he felt a soft blanket draped over him. When did you arrive? Cecilia stifled a small yawn, his amber eyes still clouded with remnants of slumber. Draco adjusted the blanket that had slipped from his shoulders. Your health is not yet restored. Who taught you to expose yourself to the chill? Although the adult Cecilia was no longer averse to the cold, in fact thriving in cooler environments, he never rejected the concern of the platinum young master, allowing himself to be wrapped snugly like a little dumpling. Draco skillfully organized the scattered blueprints on his desk, a mundane task, yet Cecilia keenly sensed something amiss. The young master appeared rather displeased today. As he pondered how to broach the subject, Draco had already circled the desk to stand before him. What are you thinking, with such a peculiar expression? In Draco's eyes, the sight of the silver-haired youth frowning was quite unappealing. He reached out to tap the center of Cecilia's brow, Do not frown. It looks dreadful. Cecilia instinctively grasped Draco's hand. You seem somewhat unhappy today. Draco hesitated, awkwardly diverting his gaze. Yes, I am indeed a bit discontented. Cecilia. I do not care about their opinions. I only, Draco sighed, leaning slightly closer, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Cecilia. The only one I care about is you. Before his little moon, this proud Slytherin rarely displayed such vulnerability. Draco and Cecilia found themselves at a loss for words. Observing the evasion in Draco's gaze, the platinum-haired youth offered a self-deprecating chuckle. Never mind, I'm fine. However, despite the words, the hurt reflected in those blue-gray eyes threatened to engulf Cecilia. Almost instinctively, he grasped Draco's wrist. No, that's not true, Draco. I do not understand what this feeling signifies, but I am certain that you are very important to me. Cecilia held onto Draco's wrist tightly. He may not have comprehended the weight of his earnest expression, but it struck Draco profoundly. No grandiloquent words could rival the intensity of such straightforward and fervent emotion, causing Draco's heart to tremble uncontrollably. He slightly turned his wrist, pulling Cecilia into his embrace. There, Cecilia, you truly are a rascal. In truth, Draco was indifferent to Potter and his friends' opinions, for the power of decision had never rested with them. And he was utterly convinced that Cecilia would choose only him. That was sufficient. Draco. At that moment, Cecilia remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. Draco pressed his lips together, pulling the person in his arms against his chest, and in that fleeting moment, the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in Cecilia's ears. Did you hear that? So don't say anything more. I concede defeat to you. A faint blush crept onto the pale visage of the platinum-haired young master, who huffed in exasperation, somewhat reluctant to acknowledge this impudent little rascal, who could so easily unsettle his emotions. Yet the slight tightening of his arms betrayed his contradictory demeanor. He had long been aware that Cecilia would always soften at his slightest display of vulnerability, so he deliberately feigned weakness before his little moon. Little did he expect that the usually astute hunter could miscalculate, and today, the twisted yet cunning Slytherin had indeed stumbled. Chapter 47. The storm approaches. Cecilia meandered aimlessly through Hogsmeade. It was not a designated Hogsmeade day, and apart from the consistently lively pub, the village was nearly deserted. Standing in the empty village, he felt a bit lost, unsure of where to go. Had it not been for Draco's insistence that he should venture out more often, Cecilia would likely have remained locked in his office until the end of time. At that moment, a fluffy little head poked out from his pocket. The small creature blinked its drowsy eyes, tidied its disheveled feathers, and looked around with evident dissatisfaction, grumbling several times. Thus, before deciding on a destination, Cecilia had to first appease his disgruntled pet. Draco had taken the little creature away for a time, fearing it might disturb his rest. Yet this little fellow had flourished in the Slytherin common room, visibly plumping up. Upon returning, it had taken to incessantly chattering about its grievances, and had become exceedingly clingy, anxious that it might be sent away again. The young master had been quite busy these past few days, preparing for an upcoming match against Hufflepuff. Of course, I will win, not out of blind arrogance, but rather confidence rooted in my own abilities and the efforts others cannot perceive. The fervor of youth is always poetic. He adored the spirited appearance of Draco, finding it indescribably captivating. In his heart, he believed there was no one more splendid than the vivacious young master. To describe a youth as merely good-looking seemed somewhat inadequate. Yet Cecilia could not find a more fitting term at that moment. If Draco were to learn of this assessment, he would likely be vexed. Cecilia extracted his little snowy owl from his pocket. Having ventured out, he mused, why not indulge in some of Honeydook's confections? For the sake of sweets, the little owl reluctantly flapped its wings to follow its master. The exquisite candies displayed in the transparent glass jars of the sweet shop reflected a kaleidoscope of colors in the light. After a brief exploration, Cecilia returned with a large bag brimming with treasures. At this point, the little snowy owl appeared much more endearing, quietly perched on the counter, its large eyes following Cecilia with innocent curiosity, resembling a plush owl toy. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from a row of chocolates, Cecilia stepped out of the candy shop, weighing the contents of his bag. Just as he thought his excursion to Hogsmeade had come to a satisfactory conclusion, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance at the door. It had been quite some time since he had seen this professor since his injury. The lapse of time had rendered the professor seemingly more haggard. Lupin, too, was taken aback to find Cecilia here. After exchanging perfunctory pleasantries, he regarded Cecilia with a gaze that bore a hint of complexity. Professor Lupin, is there something else? Cecilia inquired, disliking the scrutiny in Lupin's eyes, which made him feel as though he were being appraised. Their scant relationship did not afford him the luxury of enduring such impertinence. Detecting the faint impatience in Cecilia's tone, Lupin offered a gentle smile, returning to the demeanor of the amiable professor. Nothing at all. Thus, he observed the excessively youthful silver-haired assistant finally display a hint of satisfaction before turning to leave, neglecting even to exchange further pleasantries. Initially, the professor had made an effort to maintain a cordial facade. Over time, it seemed he had grown weary of even that pretense. Lupin was momentarily taken aback. This individual was indeed remarkably perceptive. From their first encounter, he had harbored reservations about this enigmatic youth, especially lately, as his peculiar instincts incessantly warned him of the boy's latent danger. Although concerned, he understood that as the one who had introduced Cecilia, he could not doubt that Dumbledore had noticed what he had, and he chose to place his trust in Dumbledore. On the return journey, Cecilia felt a sharp twinge in his brow. He had just caught a whiff of a familiar potion scent emanating from Lupin, which, if memory served him correctly, was concocted by Professor Snape. He happened to know the name and effects of this potion. No wonder he had felt that way upon first encountering Lupin. How audacious of Dumbledore to permit someone in Lupin's situation into the school. The little snowy owl alighted worriedly on his shoulder, nuzzling him gently, its soft feathers grounding Cecilia's fleeting thoughts. He lightly tapped the bird's beak, reassuring it, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Cecilia casually took a piece of candy. The bittersweet cocoa released a rich aroma in his mouth. A warning signal, inherited from his mother, flared within him as the sunlight gradually dimmed. Standing before the castle's grand entrance, he observed those decaying creatures, masquerading as guardians, brazenly occupying this space like phantoms of the night, lurking in the endless darkness. Salivating at the sight of the living within the castle, Cecilia bit down on the tip of his tongue, a faint sting coursing through him as the profound darkness melded with his light-colored eyes, coldly surveying the grotesque beings. He turned and entered the castle, the silver-haired youth lowering his gaze. It seemed the days ahead would not pass in tranquility. The student assistant, having long refrained from dining in the great hall, drew immediate attention upon his appearance. The familiar clamor and the enticing aroma of food eased the tension in Cecilia's nerves, causing his expression to soften considerably. However, he did not make his way to the head table immediately. It was evident to everyone present whom he sought. He truly cherished Malfoy. Slytherin must be beside themselves with pride. Seamus rubbed his still bare brow, patting Ron on the shoulder. "All right, mate, your pet will find its way back." Ron absent-mindedly poked at the chicken leg on his plate, unable to fathom the tempest he would face if he truly lost Scabbers. He did not want to see another howler at the dinner table. Once was more than enough embarrassment. "Has Hermione not come to dinner again?" Harry asked, puzzled as he glanced at Ginny, who shook her head in resignation. "She's been holed up in the library for days with the Buckbeak business." Harry paused, guilt washing over him as he suddenly recalled the Buckbeak situation amidst his own myriad of troubles. After dinner he needed to seek out Hermione. She shouldn't have to shoulder this burden alone. Observing Ron's distracted demeanor, Harry hesitated before inquiring about his thoughts. Ron scrunched his nose. "What are you on about?" "Harry, of course I have to go. Merlin's beard, we nearly forgot about Buckbeak. They couldn't leave Hermione to handle all of this by herself." Though Ron did not voice it, he understood that once he calmed down, he could not escape his own involvement in the matter. The culprit, after all, was still that detestable Malfoy. The more Ron pondered, the angrier he became, casting a fierce glare at the Slytherin table. On the far side of the Slytherin table, Blaise nudged Draco. "Look over there, that redhead is glaring at you." Blaise felt a twinge of skepticism. Why, what a splendid opportunity it was. Draco had refrained from mocking those Gryffindors, and Blaise found himself struggling to adapt to this unexpected turn of events, which was decidedly affecting his appetite. The young master slowly articulated a few words, and rather than watching the exuberant Weasley, he found himself distracted. After exchanging pleasantries with young Cecilia, she returned to her seat, and the rarely seen professor of alchemy, who had made an appearance in the great hall, was suddenly the object of concern from her colleagues. Cecilia graciously acknowledged each of the professors, and the warm glow of the candlelight infused a hint of vitality into her pale countenance, the flickering light reflecting off her silvery hair, giving her an almost ethereal radiance. Draco gazed at her, his lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Damn it. Hadn't Valentine's Day already passed? Blaise felt a chill run down his spine, hastily grabbing a cup and gulping down a large draught of pumpkin juice, the overly sweet nectar rendering him momentarily speechless. Ugh, today's pumpkin juice is rather sour, isn't it, Blaise? Pansy stifled a laugh as she poured him another glass. Perhaps you should drink more juice and speak less. Not just Blaise, even Theodore was grimacing from the acidity, pushing his cup forward. Make mine a double. Pansy was accustomed to such antics. Perhaps she ought to consider romance herself. Tidying her dark tresses, her gaze swept over the surrounding boys, pausing at Blaze with a hint of distaste before she shrugged, deciding that remaining single was preferable. Chapter 48, The Dungeon. As anticipated, Slytherin triumphed in the match. Cedric was barely a match for me. Although it sounds rather awkward for Draco, this was an extraordinary spectacle. Cecilia had some impression of this boy. He indeed deserved the accolades. The young master had not even changed out of his sweaty clothes after descending from the field. He brushed aside the damp hair from his forehead. Quidditch was undeniably a physically demanding sport. Regrettably, they had adamantly refused to let him take the golden snitch this time. Following Draco's previous actions, although he had replaced the snitch for the team, Madame Hooch had steadfastly confiscated it this time. After all, if everyone emulated Draco's behavior, even 100 golden snitches would not suffice for this group of adolescents. He glanced at the velvet box on Cecilia's shelf, where the small golden orb was securely housed, protected by several enchantments, revealing the care of its giver. Draco satisfiedly shifted his gaze. Yet, what could Dumbledore possibly want to discuss at this hour? Did Sirius somehow infiltrate the Gryffindor common room again? Of course, it was a jest, yet he still harbored grievances regarding Dumbledore's arrangements. Despite his reluctance, Draco could not detain Cecilia. After all, his professor was already running late. It's truly unfortunate. I had intended to invite you to our celebration. You must understand. Slytherin's dungeon is seldom open to outsiders. No, not seldom, it was in fact never open to outsiders. The last intrusion by those two Gryffindors had been purely coincidental. Some people spoke nonchalantly, but the disappointment in their eyes was palpable. For Draco, it was always difficult to refuse Cecilia. He pushed open the common room door, his amber eyes narrowing in determination. If he hurried, he might still make it in time. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore appeared to have been waiting for quite a while. Upon seeing the tardy Cecilia, he bore no anger and warmly invited him to sit. Now relax, it's merely a trivial matter. The more he said this, the more suspicious Cecilia felt. After all, before he began teaching here, the headmaster had similarly downplayed the workload, never mentioning the mountain of tasks or the fragmented issues related to the Dark Lord. Nor did he inform him of the multitude of troubles at Hogwarts that required his resolution. Had he known in advance, given Cecilia's temperament, he might have outright rejected Dumbledore's proposal, for dragons were not known for their patience. Thus, when he heard Dumbledore's plan, he was struck by a sense of inevitable realization. You want me to find Sirius Black? He could hardly believe his ears, questioning whether this elderly gentleman was still awake. They had scoured Hogwarts and found no trace of the fugitive. Yet he was expected to locate him alone? You surely overestimate my abilities. Cecilia flatly rejected this impertinent request, having no desire to become embroiled in the affair concerning Sirius Black. Hold on before you dismiss it, Cecilia. He utterly detested the headmaster's current expression, as if he were certain he would acquiesce. As it turned out, he did indeed. Standing outside the headmaster's office, Cecilia let out a long sigh. The wound on his wrist, which had begun to heal, now throbbed faintly. Alone in the castle's corridor, the young master's banquet had likely commenced. Thoughts of Draco softened the silver-haired boy's expression. The surface of the Black Lake rippled, a massive creature surfacing, only to suddenly sink in a panic as if sensing something. Cecilia watched in confusion as the lake erupted with great waves. This squid or octopus-like magical creature seemed to harbor an intense aversion to him. Here, barring a few particularly perceptive beings, most creatures failed to notice his anomaly in his disguised state. He recalled the large black dog he had encountered by the lake, which also appeared to harbor a profound dislike for him. Yes, it was not fear but loathing. A fleeting thought brushed past his mind, too ephemeral to grasp, as he stood, somewhat entranced, outside the Slytherin common room. Excuse me, sir, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Slytherin common room, not your office. The stern potions professor and Slytherin headmaster wore an impassive expression, and familiar sarcasm came crashing down upon him. Even Cecilia found it somewhat overwhelming. Unable to suppress his thoughts on whether he had inadvertently offended the man recently. Pure blood. Snape turned and entered the common room, only to be followed by an unexpected tale. I believe I need to explain myself. There was a strict prohibition against bringing outsiders into the Slytherin common room. Even though Cecilia was a professor, he still fell under the category of an outsider, at least in the eyes of the Slytherin head. Cecilia found himself at a loss for words, especially as he noted the increasingly dark expression on the wizard's face. His instincts told him that arguing was decidedly not the best course of action. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Slytherin won the match today. I merely came to partake in the celebration. It was easy to guess who had revealed the common room's password to Cecilia. Snape let out a discontented huff, turning to stride deeper into the dungeons. At the very least, he hadn't outright expelled him, and Cecilia felt a measure of relief. Draco had waited a considerable time without seeing Cecilia, which left him feeling somewhat agitated. "Cheer up, Draco." Blaise sauntered over, patting him on the shoulder and handing him a drink. "You might want to enjoy this on your own, Blaise. I need some fresh air." Draco slowly rose, his well-tailored wizarding robes accentuating his slender, upright figure. Blaise noticed numerous younger girls stealing glances at Draco. He finished his juice in one gulp, shaking his head. "Tsk. He's already taken. It takes a brave soul to dare to compete for his affection." To his surprise, as he reached the staircase, he encountered the visibly displeased headmaster. Before he could even extend a greeting, the other man shot him a glare and strode directly into the lounge, leaving Draco standing awkwardly in place. He couldn't shake the feeling that Professor Snape seemed particularly displeased with him today. Soon enough he would discover the reason. The silver-haired youth approached Draco with a hint of helplessness. "I believe Professor Snape is rather upset with me." His anger was palpable, and it appeared that he was not the sole target of it. At this, Draco recalled something. "Did I forget to mention that Professor Snape is my godfather?" It was almost unfathomable. Cecilia felt an impending sense of doom. Not only was his wrist aching, but now he sensed a headache brewing as well. Chapter 49, Animagus. Time passed swiftly, yet Cecilia remained perplexed by Dumbledore's instructions. After all, they had conducted a thorough search, and with so many individuals involved, it seemed overly optimistic to expect the recovery of Sirius. However, before addressing that, he was confronted with an even more pressing dilemma. "Mr. Flavius, please wait a moment." The breathless boy called out to the student assistant in the corridor, who was clutching a rather thick tome. Judging by the ancient, yellowed pages, this book had undoubtedly seen better days. Hills opened the book and presented it to Cecilia, looking rather distressed. "Is this type of transformation rune akin to the transfiguration spells we've been studying?" "No, it is quite different, belonging to an entirely distinct system. Moreover, this type of rune is categorized into two types. The former resembles the animagus transformations of wizards, while the latter is strictly forbidden, as such transformations could render one permanently altered, falling under the realm of dark magic. Long ago, these types of runes were entirely prohibited." What captured Cecilia's attention most was the book's frontispiece, depicting a dragon with its thorn-bound skeletal wings unfurled amidst black flames, as if it had returned from the depths of hell, chaotic and malevolent. He was all too familiar with this emblem, for it was the insignia of the Flavius family. He struggled to maintain his composure. "Where did you find this? Is this the only copy?" A brief glance through the pages revealed that the tome was filled with various forms of magic that had long been banned. Such texts had no place here, especially those pertaining to forbidden magic. Even members of the Flavius family were not permitted to remove them from the estate. It was rare to witness such a grave expression on their professor's face, and Hills sensed something was amiss. "I acquired it from a merchant at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. He claimed it was the only one available." "Professor, is there something wrong with this book? You haven't attempted to practice the runes within, have you? These advanced runes are exceedingly dangerous, posing a significant threat to students." The boy shook his head. "Not yet. That is fortunate. I shall temporarily safeguard this book for you. The contents are far too perilous to experiment with, lest the consequences be dire." Cecilia breathed a sigh of relief, compensating Hills for the book's worth. Yet the boy refused to accept it. Consequently, Cecilia exchanged his gratitude for a self-drawn notebook of beginner-friendly runes. With the mysterious ancient tome in hand, Cecilia knocked on the door to the headmaster's office. After class, Draco found his professor absent from the office, though a letter on the desk caught his attention. The elaborate signature was unmistakable. It was a missive from faraway France, signed by Ludwig. Draco vividly recalled the 2 pots of roses the other had sent to Cecilia. The letter lay open, yet reading another's private correspondence was decidedly against a Malfoy's code of etiquette. The little snowy owl on the shelf blinked its round, beady eyes, letting out a sound reminiscent of mockery. "Damn it, you fat bird, do you dare to mock me?" Draco brandished his wand, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "If you don't close your beak, I shall turn you to stone. Don't think that just because Cecilia indulges you, I cannot do so." It must be said that such threats were quite effective, as Draco had indeed followed through before, only to reverse the spell before Cecilia's return. The snowy owl, now as if grasped by fate itself, fluffed its feathers, let out a couple of disgruntled hoots, and promptly turned its back to its perceived foe. "Have you two quarreled again?" Cecilia inquired upon his return, surveying the somewhat comical scene in the office. He skillfully rummaged through a drawer for some treats to appease his little pet, smoothing down its ruffled feathers. Draco huffed. Cecilia, you are spoiling it rotten. Indeed. Aside from the little creature on the shelf, he now had another being in need of his gentle attentions. The silver-haired youth blinked his beautiful light amber eyes, resting his hands on the desk and leaning slightly towards the person across from him. Shall I fetch you a sweet as well, dear Draco? It was decidedly an infringement of decorum. Draco maintained his composure, yet the flush of red creeping up his ears and the involuntary upward curl of his lips betrayed him. You ought to tidy up this desk. It looks like a complete mess. At this, Cecilia recalled the letters scattered across the desk. The matter he had entrusted to Christopher finally seemed to bear fruit, but the thought of the earlier book left him with an unsettled heart. Are you suggesting that there may be other descendants of the Flavius family present here? Draco's expression grew somber. The careless act of leaving those tomes filled with forbidden magic scattered about undoubtedly posed a grave threat. I cannot be certain, but such books can only be accessed by members of the family. For some reason, they have never placed much importance on the study of runes and spells. After all, they are born with powers unmatched by ordinary folk, their very essence serving as the finest weapon. Cecilia is a rare exception among them. Some of these ancient texts had been passed down through generations, while others had less than reputable origins. The towering pile of forbidden tomes might be highly coveted by human wizards, yet to most dragons, they were akin to a heap of worthless paper. That said, no one had ever managed to leave the Flavius family treasury with anything in hand, not even a book they deemed insignificant. Given their family's notorious nature, it was illogical to assume they would remain silent for long. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. If it were merely books lost to the outside world, it would be one thing, but if it were people or dragons, that would spell disaster. I have already informed Professor Dumbledore of this situation, hoping it does not escalate too far. Cecilia's countenance darkened, an inexplicable sense of anxiety washing over him. He couldn't help but admonish, you all must be cautious in the coming days. Outside of classes, do your utmost to avoid leaving the castle. Amidst tumultuous times, especially considering his current injuries, should anything occur. Cecilia absent-mindedly flipped through the ancient tome in his hands, landing on the page detailing transformation runes when Draco leaned in, touching his furrowed brow. There is no need to fret. I've told you, your frowning visage is truly unappealing. He pondered the complex runes inscribed in the book, intrigued by the notion that some runes could substitute for an animagus transformation. It sounded rather fascinating. Noticing Draco's interest, the silver-haired youth smiled. We sometimes use this rune. If you are keen, I could carve one for you another day. However, be prepared, as the form it takes is entirely random. Thus, they often resorted to such pranks. While the animagus transformations of wizards remained considerably more profound, some wizards may spend their entire lives never breaching this threshold. Those who can transform into animagi are duly registered by the Ministry of Magic. He recalled that Professor McGonagall was a rare animagus. Cecilia idly mused that perhaps Sirius, whom they had searched for so long, was an animagus as well, possibly hiding by the Black Lake. Chapter 50 Wormtail. Soon, Cecilia lost the energy to dwell on whether the elusive Sirius was indeed an animagus. Time flew by swiftly as they busied themselves with classes and the investigation of that book. Strangely, no matter how deeply they delved, they could uncover no leads. Even the merchant who had sold the book at the pub seemed to have vanished into thin air. As the greenery gradually enveloped Hogwarts, the final Quidditch match of the term came to a close. In this match, Harry caught the golden snitch, yet Slytherin's cumulative score was far too high. When Madame Hooch announced the results, the entire Slytherin stands erupted in jubilation, as they had long yearned to reclaim the House Cup this term. Cecilia sat in the stands, exchanging smiles with Draco across the bustling crowd and the pitch. The conclusion of the Quidditch match signified the onset of a frantic countdown to the end of the term, with hurried young witches and wizards flooding the corridors. Cecilia's classes were also nearing their conclusion. The practical nature of the alchemy semester test required students to inscribe a magic rune during the final week's lessons, with difficulty levels chosen at their discretion, and he would assess them based on completion and complexity. By this week, their curriculum was essentially concluded, so Cecilia granted the students the freedom to review at their leisure. He, on the other hand, brought along the unfinished work he had yet to complete. His injury had healed significantly, and he could not indefinitely burden the young master with grading assignments. After all, as a professor, such responsibilities ought to fall within his purview. In the front row closest to the podium, Draco was diligently inscribing a special magic rune. His neighbor Blaise glanced curiously at it, and with just one look, the intricate, entangled patterns left him feeling dizzy. This rune was evidently not part of their syllabus this term. Draco indeed possessed a remarkable talent in this area, and with Cecilia's support, he had already surpassed them by a considerable margin. Blaze sighed as he turned back to his own half-completed wind element rune. Feeling rather disheartened, he covertly glanced at his neighbors, Pansy and Theodore, who were deeply engrossed in their revisions. The young heir sighed again, his head aching as he tucked away his botched drawing and retrieved a new piece of parchment. Everyone was working so hard. He could hardly afford to fall too far behind. Just as he prepared to dip his quill into ink, a sudden flash of light and an explosive bang resonated from a corner of the classroom. Unprepared, Blaze's hand twitched, sending an ink bottle tumbling off the desk. It was a custom ink from a specific brand that Blaze had only just received yesterday. This ink was renowned for its unique details, notably its remarkable resistance to fading. Blaze, momentarily stunned, watched in horror as the ink rapidly spread across the desk, dripping onto the floor and irreparably staining his trousers and shoes. A breath of frustration welled up within him, nearly propelling him from his seat. However, his well-mannered upbringing restrained his anger, and he fought to maintain a composed expression. Blaze turned to glance at the source of this foolishness. It was easy to guess with just a mere thought. At that moment, a startled exclamation shattered the suffocating silence. Merlin's beard. Seamus, your hair. Harry hurriedly extinguished the small flame that had ignited on Seamus's head, but alas, he was too late. By the time the fire was out, Seamus's hair was already half destroyed, charred and disheveled, staring bewilderedly into the impassive face of their alchemy professor. The surrounding Gryffindors covered their faces, clearly accustomed to this spectacle. Their explosive prodigy, Seamus Finnegan, had once again showcased his peculiar talent. The scene bore an element of humor, and in truth, Cecilia was not as irate as they imagined. Such accidents were trivial compared to those he had witnessed in the past. He felt a headache creeping in as he regarded the flustered boy, and honestly, it was difficult to be angry at such a woeful visage. His gaze fell upon the incomplete parchment on the desk, which was a fire element rune. With a light tap of his pale fingers on the desk, he extinguished the remaining sparks. "Do not be anxious, Mr. Finnegan," Cecilia said, unhurriedly pointing out a flaw in the rune. While it was merely a minor detail, it was still problematic. Cecilia's tone was calm and measured as he offered his critique. At his words, Seamus flinched, stammering without managing to articulate a complete sentence. "While acquiring new knowledge is undoubtedly delightful, I would prefer you first solidify your foundations, particularly ensuring your own safety in the process." Chastised, Seamus obediently lowered his head, bracing for the impending consequences. It was unfortunate, for based on past experiences, they would undoubtedly lose points, and the Gryffindor gems at the end of the corridor were nearly depleted. Contrary to his expectations, what awaited him was not the anticipated storm of wrath. The alchemy professor's voice broke through his apprehension. "All right, take your seats. And remember to tidy up the classroom after class." Seamus could hardly believe his ears, his mind a muddled haze. "Professor, if I may be so bold, clean the classroom? Are you dissatisfied with this punishment?" "Not at all." Seamus gulped nervously. "I thought you were going to deduct 10 or 20 points. The silver-haired professor could not suppress a sly smile at the anxious expressions of the children before him, a rare delight stirring within him. "If you wish, I could alter the punishment to include that." Ultimately, as Seamus appeared dazed and the surrounding Slytherins observed with amusement, Cecilia returned to the podium, not forgetting to admonish the Gryffindors not to attempt any unchecked runes again. Compared to the initial severity and aloofness, their alchemy professor had indeed developed a reputation for being quite amiable over the months. Upon hearing the reminder, they nodded eagerly, acutely aware that provoking the professor further could lead to uncertain consequences. Seamus, akin to a deflated balloon, slumped over his desk. Ron patted his shoulder. "Cheer up, mate. It was just a minor accident." Suddenly, a rustling sound caught Ron's attention. He looked up to find Hermione, her face set in a frown as she crumpled a piece of paper in her hand. It was rare to see Hermione like this. Ron nearly questioned whether he had been sleep-deprived and was hallucinating. "What on earth is wrong with Hermione?" "The execution time for Buckbeak is fast approaching," Harry said, frowning as he raked a hand through his hair, feeling agitated since they still had yet to devise a plan to save Buckbeak. The thought of losing him, Merlin forbid, made him dread Hagrid's reaction even more. Equally troubled was Ron, whose eyes bore dark circles beneath them. He mimicked Seamus's posture, slumping over the desk, feeling as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. The situation surrounding Buckbeak loomed over them like an oppressive mountain, and to make matters worse, his pet Scabbers had been missing for several days. Ron reluctantly accepted the grim reality. He might soon face the tempest of Mrs. Weasley's wrath. "Focus, Professor." Through a stack of books, Draco gently tapped Cecilia's hand with a quill, the soft touch of the feather bringing him back from his reverie. Cecilia rubbed his brow, lowering his voice, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if something were about to transpire. Perhaps you are simply fatigued. Did you venture into the Forbidden Forest again last night? The alchemy professor bore faint dark circles under his eyes, though to him, they were scarcely noticeable. A fact Draco had perceived early that morning, but chose not to inquire about. Under the gaze of the young master's grey-blue irises, Cecilia found himself at a loss. With a resigned sigh, he confessed, "All right, I admit it. I did visit the Forbidden Forest last night. But please do not look at me like that. I merely collected some materials from the outskirts." In truth, he had amassed quite a collection, but after spending time with Cecilia, Draco had come to realize that his professor exhibited a slight tendency towards hoarding. He hoped their professor would not provide him with another opportunity to brew those potions. The lingering scent had taken him days to eradicate. Draco averted his gaze disapprovingly, expressing his displeasure with a few sharp words, feeling quite at a loss as to how to manage his disobedient and ever-spirited professor. Aware of his own shortcomings, and knowing that Cecilia understood he was all bark and no bite, he added, "Do not be angry, I want to go again." The silver-haired boy lowered his head, his light eyes shimmering. Even the most hardened individual would find it hard to resist, let alone Draco, as he miscalculated his stroke. The usually adept young master gritted his teeth and salvaged the ruined paper, then pressed his forehead with a feeble warning, "No next time." In the afternoon, Cecilia spent an extended period in the library, and upon returning to his office, the light of day had begun to fade. The moment he opened the door, something dark scurried past his feet. In the dim light, clutching a stack of unexamined assignments, Cecilia barely caught a glimpse of the shadow before it vanished around the corner. Was it a figment of his imagination? He rubbed his brow, his sleeves slipping to reveal wrists wrapped in layers of bandages. Back in his office, he unwrapped the bindings, revealing that the once deep laceration had indeed healed considerably. The various precious potions he had consumed had, after all, yielded some effect. For an ordinary person, such a hefty dose of potion would have ensured that any severe injury, barring life-threatening circumstances, would have completely healed by now. Delicate scars, tinged with a faint hue, decorated the boy's fragile wrists, akin to cracks on an irreplaceable porcelain. Under the flickering light, Cecilia rewrapped the bandages, having never lied to Draco, save for this matter. With his senses dulled due to the seal and weakness, maintaining a facade that held little significance for most dragonkin was undeniably a waste of effort. He endured his fatigue, ensuring that the doors and windows were securely locked before extinguishing the lights. In the alchemy professor's lounge, the only sounds were the disquieting creaks of his bones, accompanied by an odd noise reminiscent of scales brushing together. The boy's shadow, reflected on the bed curtains, elongated until it morphed into an enormous, grotesque silhouette. Through the gap of the loosely drawn sheer curtain, one could only glimpse a silvery tail glistening faintly in the night. The news of Buckbeak spread like wildfire throughout Gryffindor the next day, affecting not only them but also the neighboring Slytherin. I have already stated, this was not my intention. The platinum-haired pureblood aristocrat elegantly perused the newspaper in his hands, providing a rare explanation to their inquiries. Unfortunately, no matter how much he elucidated, the majority remained unconvinced. Not only Gryffindor, but even several in Slytherin shared this sentiment. A few Gryffindors, stung by his indifferent demeanor, retorted, "What? This is something you ought to discuss with the sentencing party. If I were you, I might have immediately sought a way to rescue that foolish creature from the gallows." Draco's patience finally waned, and he mercilessly interrupted them, delivering an ultimatum. "While I am in a good mood, now at once disappear from my sight." Realizing they would gain nothing from engaging with the cunning Slytherin, the Gryffindors relented. At that moment, Draco could scarcely have predicted that his offhand remark would prompt someone to consider attempting it. Curiously, the inquisitiveness of Slytherin could rival that of Gryffindor at times, although they generally adhered to a principle of non-interference in others' affairs. Regrettably, this young master's patience had been entirely exhausted, and Blaise missed the opportune moment. "What do you mean?" Theodore picked up on Blaise's inquiry, asking, "Are you referring to your statement about how you would break into a prison?" Draco, at a loss for words, set down his newspaper. "Mr. Zabini, Mr. Knott, have you not yet recovered from the effects of the dreamless sleep potion? Why on earth would I engage in such an endeavor? Please remember, I am a Malfoy. Furthermore, he would never entertain such hypotheticals." His gaze fell upon the professor's table, where a depth of understanding belied his youth. He raised his chin slightly. "What I hold dear and cherish shall never be allowed to fall into such circumstances." This was the pride and principle of a Malfoy, and they indeed possessed the capital and capability to uphold it. Excellent, they understood they should not pose such questions. Theodore and Blaise exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the awkwardness in each other's eyes. Blaise remarked, "Here we go again. Merlin above, why did I bring this up?" Theodore replied, I am full, truly full. Cecilia had once again been absent from breakfast, and the professors had begun to grow accustomed to the perpetually vacant seat. Yet today, the atmosphere among the faculty was particularly oppressive. I disagree, Dumbledore. That child has fulfilled his duties. Even the ministry has no right to act in such a manner. Professor McGonagall, typically stern and somewhat rigid, bore an expression as grave as when she first learned of Harry and his friends' venture into the Chamber of Secrets. Moreover, the other professors also wore similarly displeased expressions. If I may be so bold, have those imbeciles at the ministry lost their minds? The potions professor scoffed dismissively. As long as you have not grown senile, I trust you know how to choose wisely. Who could have imagined that even months later, the ministry would suddenly begin to question the identity of their alchemy professor? Every Hogwarts professor must report prior to their appointment, long before the school year began. Dumbledore had already taken care of this, personally vouching for the enigmatic young man. To suddenly initiate an investigation now was undoubtedly unreasonable, and an affront to Cecilia's diligent service during this time. The old headmaster's mood appeared equally bleak as he sat at the head table, solemnly delivering his assurance. Minerva, I am aware of this matter, so rest assured. As long as Cecilia remains a professor at Hogwarts, as long as I am here, I will not allow them to do so. Cecilia, of course, remained unaware of these developments. He was currently troubled by the uncontrollable nature of his own abilities. Since that morning his eyelids had been twitching, and the thin bloodline within him had begun to act up again, leaving him in a state of agitation. Cecilia languidly reclined in the bath, and after dawn broke, his mimicry had not fully restored. The translucent silver scales on his profile extended down from his ear, a most unpleasant sensation. This so-called gift felt rather superfluous, leaving him utterly incapable of discerning what might transpire. As night fell, at one particular moment, it felt as if a sharp thorn had deeply pierced his nerves, plunging Cecilia into darkness while a buzzing echoed in his ears. When the shadows receded, the silver-haired professor, now returned to his normal state, pushed himself up from the desk, clutching his wildly beating heart, and rushed out of the office without even retrieving his cloak. By this time, the outside world had succumbed entirely to darkness. Chapter 52. The Truth of Those Years. As Cecilia pondered, the greatest risk undoubtedly lay with those children. Under the cover of night, he had no time to change his clothes as he hastily left the office. When he knocked on the door of the Gryffindor common room, and discovered that the children were all absent, his spirits plummeted to an abyss in an instant. Relax, Professor. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as it seems, the fat lady ventured, attempting to console the young professor, her concern evident. Yet Cecilia found no solace in her words. Where do you think they could have gone? Oh, they are surely still in the castle. You know how those little lions adore their nighttime escapades. They certainly haven't ventured into the Forbidden Forest. She shrugged off nonchalantly, completely oblivious to the fact that since the afternoon, Harry and the others had not returned to their dormitory. Cecilia's heart sank further. He could only hope they were indeed merely out for a stroll. In truth, while it wasn't the Forbidden Forest, the edges of it were hardly a sanctuary. Ron, hurry up for Merlin's sake, my back is about to break. To evade an attack. The children tumbled together, and the unfortunate one beneath was undoubtedly Harry. Ron was the first to act, casting a slicing spell that nearly struck Hermione. In a moment of peril, he yanked Hermione away just in time, successfully saving her from the assault. Unfortunately, his force was too great, and as Hermione collided with him, Ron staggered and crashed into Harry behind him. Bewildered, Harry couldn't react in time, losing his balance as they all stumbled together in a chaotic heap. Instinctively, Harry flailed his arms, and in his panic he seemed to grasp something, until he fell to the ground, stars swirling before his eyes. Aside from Ron and Hermione's gasps, an irate voice, familiar and formidable, cleaved through his mind. Damn it, you fools, clear the way. In the dimly lit chamber, the boy with platinum hair resembled a luminous source of light, and coupled with his recently enraged expression, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to faint on the spot. Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage and the elegant, noble Slytherin prefect, had fallen to the ground in a rather twisted manner, his platinum locks disheveled across his forehead, and a piece of his black robe torn away. Harry discreetly concealed the fabric he held behind him, feigning composure as he climbed back to his feet. Get away from me, Draco. Malfoy clutched his injured arm. If looks could kill, Harry and his friends would have been pierced through by daggers. That last blow had not only hurt his arm but also injured Draco's ankle. Though in considerable pain, the young gentleman straightened himself defiantly, unwilling to provide his nemesis even a moment of satisfaction. I know you're foolish, but I never imagined you could be this foolish. Recognizing their lack of justification, neither Harry nor Ron retorted while Draco berated them. Yet, provoked by the mini-jabs, the hot-headed Ron couldn't suppress his frustration any longer, muttering, "If it weren't for your father wanting to execute Buckbeak, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Upon hearing this, Draco was tempted to draw his wand against them. He could scarcely fathom that someone would resort to such a reckless scheme as a prison break. Yes, that afternoon, Harry and his friends had deliberated and, for the sake of Buckbeak and Hagrid, decided to stealthily rescue Buckbeak before the execution. They had even employed a time-turner, and Hermione, despite her initial reservations about the situation, had ultimately agreed to join the endeavor. "I have already had my father cancel the execution. But we didn't know that, and why would you help us?" Ron skeptically regarded him, fully aware that this Slytherin had no credibility in their eyes. Draco inhaled deeply. "For what reason? What do you think I stand to gain? If it weren't for the sight of your hulking friend weeping before Cecilia, I wouldn't have bothered at all." Although Cecilia had never intervened in the matter, he was aware that these Gryffindors had likely sought his favor in private. On one hand, Draco was pleased that Cecilia consistently stood by him. On the other, he felt reluctant to place Cecilia in the middle of their conflict. For the first time, he had to plead with his father for this cause. "Draco, you have indeed changed remarkably." He recalled that afternoon when his father sat behind the desk, his own blue-gray eyes mirroring an emotion Draco could not comprehend. Reluctantly, Draco had to admit that there would come a day when he would plead with his father for a few Gryffindors. Thus, for reasons of his own, Draco concealed this information, leading them to believe that Buckbeak was truly destined for execution, when in fact Buckbeak had suffered no harm during this period. Aside from his loss of freedom, the so-called executioner sent today was also a ruse. It was merely someone from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, aiming to provide Hagrid with proper training regarding magical creatures in the curriculum. Having gone to such lengths, Draco felt compelled to witness the folly of these Gryffindors, anticipating that it would be quite entertaining to observe them being outwitted. Thus, the trio attempting to rescue Buckbeak collided head-on with the young master, leading to the present situation. "Gryffindor's brave souls, and you, Mr. Malfoy over there, if you could perceive the circumstances clearly, you would not waste your time on senseless bickering." Harry swore he had not seen Professor Snape's expression this grim in quite some time, yet, as he rightly stated, this was hardly the moment for quarrels. He lifted his gaze to meet the unkempt man standing in the center, whose eyes seemed to tremble as he attempted to muster a friendly smile. The years spent in Azkaban had nearly ravaged both his spirit and physique. Without the support of that one enduring cause, it was difficult to fathom how he had endured years of fugitive life. Perhaps even Dumbledore had not anticipated that the Sirius Black they had sought for so long would turn out to be an unregistered animagus, brazenly appearing and dragging him into the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow. Along with him were Ron and Hermione, who had followed, the observing Slytherins, and the potions professor, who had somehow found his way there. Oh, and that bald man who had just attempted to attack them, now cowering on the ground after Sirius had broken his arm. It was a truly dismal situation. Harry felt a buzzing in his ears. Chapter 53, Helplessness. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry had always felt as if his life were a dream, for here, he had professors who cared for him, friends who looked out for him, and a multitude of classmates hailing from various backgrounds. In this sanctuary, he is liberated from the anxiety of being reprimanded for indulging in a morsel too many, free from the torment of bullying, residing in a spacious chamber, and pursuing knowledge that piques his interest. Although an academy often exhibits a degree of hostility toward them, and he seems to bear an extraordinary burden of a unique mission, overall, Harry feels that his current existence is truly splendid. However, at this moment, a man has abruptly emerged, likely the very perpetrator of his parents' demise. Yet he vehemently professes his innocence. "It was he, Peter Pettigrew, to whom I merely divulged our secret, and he betrayed us." Sirius's eyes burned with fury as he dragged the balding man across the floor, not merely betraying but also committing murder and framing others. Harry momentarily stood in stunned silence, but before he could utter a word, another individual present immediately interrupted Sirius. "How could that brainless fool Lily ever trust you, you imbecile?" Draco had never witnessed Severus so infuriated. He took a couple of steps forward, nearly pressing his wand against Sirius's chest. "You repugnant excuse for a human. What right do you have to accuse me?" Harry felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, forcing a grimace that resembled a smile more wretched than tears. "Pray tell, everyone, could someone elucidate what has transpired?" "All right, Harry, I too seek understanding. Merlin's beard, why is Peter in this condition?" Ron's state was hardly better. He cast a glance at the writhing man on the ground, then turned his head and retched. Aside from the two engaged in a heated argument, the bound Pettigrew on the floor, and the visibly distressed Harry and Ron, the only one remaining composed was Hermione, furrowing her brow. and with no one else to converse with, she turned her gaze to the silent Slytherin beside her. "Shouldn't we notify the other professors?" The simultaneous appearance of Sirius and Pettigrew at Hogwarts was alarming, and if Sirius's claims held any truth, the situation was grave. Hermione felt they required assistance. The commotion obscured the unusual sounds emanating from the end of the secret passage, and Lupin never imagined that a reunion with old friends would occur under such dire circumstances. Hermione had assumed that at least Professor Lupin would be reliable, but to her surprise, he too had joined in the fray, although for the most part, it was still Professor Snape and Sirius exchanging barbs. They dragged Pettigrew outside, and while the arguments continued, the previously subdued Pettigrew suddenly broke free from his restraints and seized the wand from the ground, evidently intent on fleeing. In their haste to stop him, none noticed the full moon rising in the sky. By the time Cecilia arrived, the scene had escalated nearly beyond control. The unconscious Professor Snape, a familiar large black dog, a towering, ferocious werewolf, and a group of panicked students. Most alarmingly, he spotted the last person he wished to see in such a scenario. Professor Snape lay on the ground, visibly injured, and the creature had evidently no intention of sparing anyone present. Without a moment's hesitation, as the beast lunged toward Harry, a magically charged ice arrow pierced the werewolf's claw with brutal precision. The startled onlookers turned to behold a silver figure slicing through the heavy night. The newcomer's fierce brow and eyes cloaked in an unpredictable tempest of fury. Their potions professor, draped in a thin cloak, bore a glimmer of concealed wrath in his amber eyes. "Before I tidy up this mess, I require a reasonable explanation from all of you." Cecilia's lips pressed together as her gaze fell upon another individual. "And you, Mr. Malfoy?" Draco remained silent, overwhelmed with helplessness. Cecilia had never spoken to him in such a tone, indicating genuine anger. This we can explain, Professor. Please let me speak," Ron implored, gazing at Cecilia with wide eyes, desperate to clarify. However, the werewolf on the ground was devoid of the virtue of patience, and in the midst of their discourse, it broke free from its restraints. Even the sharp ice arrow had torn away a piece of its flesh, and the pain and blood only intensified its ferocity. "Go. Find Professor Dumbledore." This was the first time they had heard their professor's voice so stern and grave. With no time for contemplation, Cecilia decisively shielded the troublesome students behind her. "Professor Cecilia," they called out. "Remaining here will only complicate matters for me." Her voice was chillingly cold as she pointed her wand at the werewolf before her. She certainly did not believe it could vanquish her, but her foremost responsibility was to safeguard these children, especially since unleashing her full power might compromise her current disguise. Draco's reaction was the most visceral. Rationally, he understood that the best course of action was to seek Dumbledore, but emotionally, he found it impossible to leave Cecilia alone. "Draco, take them away," the youth commanded, brandishing his wand to fend off the werewolf's assault. He was acutely aware of Draco's thoughts, yet he could not, and must not, allow himself to lose control again. It had been enough once, and Cecilia would not permit such a situation to recur. The young heir of the Malfoy family, accustomed to power and resources, for the first time tasted the bitterness of helplessness. Watching the figure shielding him, Draco felt as though his heart had been thrust into a thorny embrace. "All right, I understand," he murmured, hardly aware of how he found the words, hoisting the unconscious professor onto his back. Hermione grasped the hesitant Harry and Ron, clearly believing this was the best solution at present. "Professor, do take care." As they departed, Draco cast one last glance at the youth's silhouette, a barely audible vow carried away by the night breeze. "I will not become your Achilles heel." After everyone had left, the mysterious professor, with tousled silver hair, raised his gaze. His once pale eyes had transformed into the slitted pupils of a beast. In another dimension, although dragons and werewolves belonged to rival factions, the friction between these two races had persisted for millennia. Mutual loathing existed, yet constraints imposed by various forces prevented their annihilation of one another. The moonlight elongated the silver-haired youth's shadow as he gripped his wand, binding the enraged werewolf to the ground with a silver chain before it could leap upon him. It collapsed, its murky eyes fixated on the human before it, fully intent on seizing any opportunity to break free and snap his neck. "All right, Professor Lupin, do not move. I have no desire to slay you." The moonlight caressed Cecilia's profile, her beautiful, eerie beast-like eyes watching the struggling werewolf with calm intensity. The rampaging werewolf, however, was not inclined to heed his words, and in its violent thrashing, the previously sturdy chain began to show faint cracks. Cecilia had indeed wished to avoid harming Lupin, which was why she had employed the gentlest means possible. The Flavose family had always been enamored with destruction and slaughter, believing that a single fatal blow was the only acceptable resolution to combat. Cecilia was an exception, having a temperament considerably more temperate than that of other dragons. Why must you be so disobedient? The youth sighed in mild frustration, piercing the werewolf's flesh with an ice arrow. Chapter 54. His past dubbed the Silver Tyrant. The malevolent dragon is among the least visible of his generation. Yet wherever he appears, a torrent of unutterable bloodshed ensues. An exceedingly rare and perfect silver dragon, whether among humans or other races, has been the subject of covetous gazes since the birth of the youngest son of the Flavose family. As the youngest offspring of the clan leader, this child, who nearly perished before hatching, undoubtedly garnered the full attention of the family. The offspring of dragons are regarded as the most precious assets of their race. Furthermore, to ensure the purity of their bloodline, their father sacrificed nearly half of his own blood, and added remnants of ancestral bone and blood. Indeed, the child proved to be as remarkable as he had anticipated. However, there was one notable aspect. Cecilia had become exceedingly quiet, in every conceivable aspect. During his early years, he was protected so diligently by his elder brother and father that an unwarranted naivety took root within him. Their father had intentionally nurtured him to become the next clan leader, rendering such innocence a wholly superfluous trait. The turning point transpired during Cecilia's coming-of-age ceremony, where, as per tradition, he was required to traverse the entire continent alone, returning with what he deemed the most precious spoils, which would serve as one of the assessments for his maturity. At the ceremony, half of the dragon clan gathered at the Flavose estate, and precisely on cue, Cecilia returned. The black dragon, Clyas, would never forget the scene of that day. Their younger brother, drenched in blood, ascended the stage barefoot, his silvery hair cascading down, stained with crimson. Faced with his father and brothers, the youth's expression revealed a momentary shift. He opened his palm, and a resplendent red gem lay quietly within. In an instant, the gathering fell into a profound silence. It was a dragon bloodstone, formed from dragon blood and spirit, fiery red and pulsating, reminiscent of the unquenchable essence of the dragon race. The aura emanating from the stone mirrored that of the youth, heralding an unavoidable truth, and Clyas nearly succumbed to madness. Surprisingly, it was not Clyas who rushed to the stage first, but their brother, the typically composed Filgard. No one dared to treat a Flavose in such a manner. The usually erratic family was united in their unanimous disapproval at that moment. Fortunately, after a thorough examination, it was determined that Cecilia bore no other wounds. Yet, the question remained. How had he come by that dragon bloodstone? I am fine. The silver-haired boy's face was pale. Jagged shards of ice blossomed beneath his feet, a sign of his magical powers spiraling out of control. He stood upon the elevated stage, his eyes reflecting an unfamiliar, strange emotion that they had never witnessed before. I have obtained what I deserve. Clyas had never seen Cecilia in such a light. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings, only able to describe it as the first time he felt a semblance of fear towards his younger brother. It was akin to witnessing a colossal beast awakening slowly. In that moment, they finally recalled that their brother was, in fact, a monster, a being born of forbidden magic, created to purify the bloodline. Cecilia relinquished his spoils, and after completing the ordeal, the precariously balanced youth collapsed upon the stage. Ultimately, their father carried the unconscious boy away. Subsequently, they received news of the massacre of the dark wizard lineage from the eastern continent. The Flavose family paid little heed to the matter, considering those vile degenerates unworthy of their concern, until they learned that the instigator was a great silver dragon. Regrettably, they could no longer glean the truth of the events from their brother. Cecilia had lost his memory, awakening with no recollection of his own coming-of-age ceremony. After a few days of recuperation, he returned to his former state, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of their imagination. Father, you cannot do this. Clyas's eyes quivered, urgency flooding his voice as he rebutted. You know all too well the severe repercussions of that spell. If this continues, his condition will only worsen. Clyas, you have overstepped, the man declared, his golden gaze imposing as it swept over the dragonkin below. Even towards his own child he showed no mercy. Attend to your duties. Clyas's expression faltered. But you cannot. Leave. Do not make me repeat myself. The man coldly expelled him from the room, and Clyas, lost and disheartened, turned to depart. As he pushed open the door, the man's voice echoed again, watch over him. In the years that followed, Clyas often pondered whether forgetting might indeed be the best course for Cecilia. As he matured, Cecilia grew increasingly reticent, yet his behavior became ever more erratic. He recklessly wielded his powers, disregarding the limits of his own body. After sustaining severe injuries from yet another use of forbidden magic, Clyas wearily concluded that their concerns were justified. Without any regulation, Cecilia would ultimately self-destruct, just as he was doing now. At the edge of the forbidden forest in Hogwarts, the silver-haired, golden-eyed non-human creature stood over a werewolf, suppressing his murderous intent. Agitated, Cecilia pulled the ice arrows from the werewolf's body. He could barely maintain his initial guise. Tiny scales sprouting from the side of his face, while his golden beastly eyes reflected an unfathomable cruelty. As he attacked the werewolf, a disheveled black dog emerged from nowhere, launching itself at Cecilia with reckless abandon. He was compelled to momentarily release the werewolf, coldly binding the charging black dog into a tight bundle. In the end, a fragile remnant of sanity prevented him from delivering a fatal blow to the ferocious black dog and the snarling werewolf. Cecilia's thoughts were becoming increasingly muddled. The wounds on his wrists, still unhealed, flared with searing heat and agony, causing the youth to sway slightly. The consequences of forcibly expending his energy began to manifest. Yet, the night was still long, and indistinct shadows melded into the night sky, shattering the tranquility of the land in an instant. Dementors. Cecilia's brilliant golden eyes resembled two blazing suns, and deep within him, a voice clamored for him to swiftly eliminate these decaying, repugnant creatures. Just before he acted, the remnants of his reason cautioned him against such actions. But why? Because of a person, someone he cared for immensely. He could not allow that individual to witness him in this state. If seen, they would most likely be frightened. No one would cherish a mad monster. But what does it mean to be cherished? Why should he care for a human's affection? The youth's expression momentarily blanked, and in that instant of hesitation, the unwelcome visitors recognized their target. A swarm of dark dementors surged forward, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, all converging on the standing figure. No. This cannot happen here. The youth swayed, and before the leading Dementor could grasp at his cloak, that slender shadow vanished at the edge of the forbidden forest. Chapter 55, The Moon Has Disappeared. On the way there, from a distance, everyone witnessed the overwhelming shadow. Those Dementors, which should have been banished to the outskirts of Hogwarts, were frantically rushing towards a single location. Worse still, Cecilia had vanished. When Dumbledore and the other professors arrived, only the chaotic remnants of the forbidden forest remained, with unconscious werewolves and a black dog ensnared by spells. Yet their alchemy professor was nowhere to be found. Ignoring the objections, Draco was suddenly engulfed by darkness, his urgency propelling him forward. The untreated pain in his ankle surged, nearly causing him to collapse. He understood Cecilia better than anyone present. What kind of calamity could lead to such a dire situation? Draco dared not dwell on it, clutching his throbbing forehead as fleeting thoughts of the earlier Dementors invaded his mind. Damn those loathsome creatures. Without considering anything else, Draco turned to plunge into the forbidden forest. But Harry, who had followed him, seized his arm, unwilling to let his classmate risk himself at such a moment, despite their past conflicts. Draco, are you out of your mind? Where are you going? Draco shrugged off Harry, a tempest of incomprehensible emotions flickering in his blue-gray eyes. His fingertips trembled, his voice laced with an ineffable panic. I have abandoned him once. I cannot leave him alone again. Never had Harry witnessed such a version of Malfoy. From their first encounter on the train to this very moment, his perception of the boy had always been one of arrogance, cowardice, and perhaps the negative influences stemming from his family's lineage. In essence, like the majority of his peers, Harry harbored a profound aversion to Draco. In their first year, they had been punished together in the Forbidden Forest, and Harry distinctly recalled Draco's palpable reluctance during that ordeal. Cowardly and timid, prone to instigating trouble while simultaneously fearing for his life, Draco remained the same, now at the edge of the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night, but this time, his choices diverged. As a Slytherin, the familiar rules seemed to have evaporated in Draco's eyes. He was not without fear, yet for the sake of that person, he cast caution aside, disregarding the peril ahead as he pressed onward. Harry fell silent, observing the Slytherin before him, clearly fraught yet feigning calmness. For the first time, he began to acknowledge Draco's transformation. You all should go back. We will handle things here. After surveying the scene, Dumbledore commenced the distribution of tasks. He intended to articulate his plan to search for Cecilia himself, but before he could finish, the obstinate Slytherin had already dashed into the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall felt a throbbing headache, both for herself and for the still unconscious Professor Snape. She could scarcely imagine how Snape would react upon awakening to this calamity. Albus, you must pursue Draco. We will manage things here. Be it the matter of Pettigrew or the infiltration of Sirius into Hogwarts, or even the revelation of Professor Lupin's lycanthropy. Each incident compounded the chaos, not to mention the mysterious disappearance of the potions professor. As he navigated through the dark forest, Draco bore the marks of twigs and vines scratching at his face and hands, and the pain in his ankle significantly hindered his speed. Most vexing of all, he had lost his way. The noble boy with platinum hair stumbled and fell to the ground, the dense canopy obscuring the moonlight above. As he attempted to rise, a rustling from the underbrush behind him caught his attention. Draco instinctively gripped his wand tightly. A striking centaur emerged from the thicket, its white coat shimmering faintly. It regarded the disheveled Draco with a barely audible sigh. From this direction, keep moving forward. He awaits you there. The centaur pointed towards a specific location. Draco felt a flicker of doubt. Why help me? As if anticipating his question, the centaur's expression remained unchanged. Unbeknownst to them, it had encountered the mysterious dragon-kin numerous times. A new morning star had risen in the south. The wheel of fate had begun to turn once more. Leaving behind a cryptic statement, the centaur vanished into the dense woods. Time was of the essence for Draco. He had no choice but to trust the centaur's words, regardless of what awaited him ahead. As they had surmised, Cecilia was in dire condition. So much so that extremely poor would be an understatement. At the lake's edge deep within the forbidden forest, Cecilia was unable to utilize that spell any longer, his chaotic magic incessantly tormenting him. Reluctantly, he was forced to resort to the most primal form of combat. The dragon ruthlessly tore apart a Dementu, a creature with no weaknesses other than the Patronus charm, which had never encountered such resistance before. Even at the cost of significant self-harm, the dragon showed no signs of retreat. With wounds at his wrists fully torn open, Cecilia's fingers had morphed into lethal claws. The silver mark upon him acted like a shackle. The more he exerted his power and fought back, the tighter the invisible chains constricted, causing the dragon to stifle its pained cries. His silver hair cascaded around him as Cecilia knelt, droplets of blood falling from his fingertips. Having learned from past encounters, these mindless creatures now exhibited fear. They hovered in the air, observing from a distance, hesitant to approach yet unwilling to depart. A cacophony of buzzing filled his ears, and Cecilia's golden gaze gradually clouded over, the blood-stained tips of his pristine wings sagging helplessly. Fatigue washed over him, yet he forced himself to remain alert. He could not succumb to slumber. He would not die, but should he fall asleep, he could not predict when he might awaken again. Why can't I sleep? Cecilia pondered quietly within himself, bemused by the irony of the situation. The disoriented dragon could scarcely remember, yet he persisted. After tearing apart yet another encroaching Dementor, he could no longer withstand it. Cecilia staggered and began to plunge into the lake behind him. At the moment of his descent, a fractured voice sliced through the chaos, piercing directly into Cecilia's ears. Cecilia! Through his blurred vision, he saw the platinum-haired boy leaping towards him, his blue-gray eyes ablaze with fervor. Instinctively, the injured dragon extended his hand toward him. A glimmer of hope etched upon his face, unbeknownst to himself. The frigid waters of the lake surged around him, and the surface was patrolled by hovering Dementors. In that final moment, Draco managed to grasp his falling moon. Chapter 56. He and the Dragon. Blaze handed the box to the house elf. As the train platform was teeming with young witches and wizards eager for their holiday, to avoid the rush, Blaze boarded the train well ahead of time. The once bustling compartment now lay in silence, with Pansy leaning against the window, engrossed in a potions notebook. What plans do you have for the break? Theodore asked, sitting beside Pansy while Goyle and the others occupied the front compartment. Thus concluded their third year at Hogwarts. The most significant news undoubtedly revolved around Sirius and Peter. Following his exoneration, Sirius had become a hero in the eyes of many in the wizarding world, and even the Ministry of Magic had made a statement regarding the matter, especially since it involved that individual. Consequently, all fervor was directed towards this point. In contrast, the disappearance of the potions professor barely made a ripple. Although some students inquired about it, they received no definitive information, and the matter was swiftly buried. Professors who knew the truth, alongside Dumbledore, remained tight-lipped, officially granting the potions professor an extended medical leave. What a deception! What medical leave? This incident had undeniable ties to those Gryffindors. Blaze and his pure-blood companions held greater resources. There is no wall that cannot be breached, and such a significant event could not be easily concealed. Moreover, the reactions of those Gryffindors to the professor's situation, wishing they could vanish into the ground, coupled with Lupin and Sirius's ghostly expressions, spoke volumes. Most crucially, on the very day Sirius returned to Hogwarts, their platinum-haired young master, the head of Slytherin, had engaged in a confrontation with Sirius in the potions professor's office. Though the Black family had cast Sirius out, he remained blood-related to Draco, a truth neither party wished to acknowledge. By the time Blaze and the others arrived, the battle had already reached its conclusion. The office was in utter disarray, with a small snowy owl curled up in a corner, amidst scattered papers and books, While the stars on the ceiling had all fallen to the ground, Draco quietly crouched to gather the extinguished stars. Sirius, in stark contrast, was in far worse condition, a gash nearly slicing through his cheek. Given his silent demeanor, they could easily piece together the truth behind the ordeal. Since the disappearance of the alchemy professor, this office has been thoroughly locked from within without his permission, with the bronze dragon on the door dutifully obeying its master's command. Except for one individual. When the professor vanished, Draco had also been absent from several days of classes, and the typically strict Professor Snape tacitly approved of his actions. Upon Draco's return, their head had grown remarkably taciturn. Outside, Sirius Black found Draco half-squatting on the ground, meticulously gathering every shard of glass. Being still quite young, Sirius had sustained injuries as well, and he naturally gained no advantage from the situation. He lifted his gaze, his defensive posture reminiscent of a large predator protecting its territory. During the days he had roamed Hogwarts in his animagus form, Sirius had often encountered Draco walking alongside that white-haired boy, yet now, seeing Draco's reaction, he grasped the situation all too well. To his astonishment, it turned out that Malfoy's son was indeed quite the romantic. Do you understand him, Draco? I can only advise you to keep your distance. His current disappearance might even be a blessing in disguise. The ever-intrusive Blaze, who had been unable to interject at the door, sensed the gravity of the situation. As expected, he carefully arranged the shards and turned to face the unexpected guest. Ultimately, even Dumbledore was alerted, though it remains a mystery what he discussed with the two. The commotion eventually subsided. To say it had settled would be inaccurate. Draco seemed to revert to his initial demeanor upon entering school, acerbic, critical, and intent on ridiculing those Gryffindors, particularly Harry. Sirius, you must acknowledge that Cecilia saved you and Harry. Without him, we cannot fathom what might have transpired. Dumbledore's words lingered in Sirius's mind. Indeed, he had to concede this point, yet the image of that boy, expressionless as he trampled Remus beneath his feet, haunted him. A monster. That was precisely what he was. Curiously, it seemed everyone around him had taken leave of their senses, Harry included. Sirius, the professor is truly a remarkable individual. He has assisted us countless times. Not to mention Ron and Hermione. Even Dumbledore shared this sentiment. Before the holiday, Draco had already departed from Hogwarts, and no one knew his destination. What arrangements could he possibly have? Extra lessons, and a series of tedious soirees. The Quidditch World Cup was about to commence. Wasn't that something you all loved? Why not go watch? Pansy finally set down her book, asserting that while studying was vital, one must also indulge in appropriate entertainment. She turned and retrieved the latest fashion magazine from her bag. When did you develop an interest in this? But Draco would likely appreciate it. Suddenly realizing something, Blaze slumped back into his seat. No, I suspect he might not attend. The professor is undoubtedly in trouble. Theodore couldn't help but sigh. The Malfoy family had recently been covertly amassing various rare potion ingredients. Due to Theodore's personal rapport with Draco, their family maintained a decent relationship with Lucius Malfoy. The Knott family, possessing a wealth of rare potion materials, had also received correspondence from the Malfoys, a not-so-secret secret that circulated among the few present. In a certain valley in Wiltshire, on a fog-laden morning, a tall, slender figure appeared by the waterside at the valley's center. Despite it being July, the temperature in the valley was chillingly low, until the mist surrounding the pond dissipated somewhat. A thick layer of ice had formed atop the water. The vapor dampened Draco's platinum hair, and although a simple spell could have resolved the situation, Draco chose to allow his hair and clothes to become soaked. He crouched by the pond's edge, peering through the thick ice, where he could faintly discern a silvery, indistinct figure beneath. A half-human, half-dragon youth lay serenely asleep beneath the ice, broad, soft white wings enveloping his curled form. Through the ice, Draco extended his hand, gently tracing the peaceful visage of Cecilia. You are not here. This year's alchemy examination has been cancelled, Cecilia. I studied diligently, only for the exam to be called off. That foolish Gryffindor, Sirius, shattered your lamp. I apologize for impulsively fighting with him in your office. You are not here. Little Snowy Owl has been causing quite the ruckus, bullying the school owls daily and constantly stealing food. He was already plump, and now he's even more so. Draco lowered his gaze, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse as the cold from the ice seeped through his clothing into his body, yet he remained oblivious. In the tranquil valley, the boy's voice faded into the mist. Cecilia, I miss you. Chapter 57. The Quidditch World Cup. This holiday was the happiest Harry had experienced in many years. His parents' dear friend, his godfather Sirius, had finally shed the stigma that had long plagued him. After years of separation, He finally possessed a family member who could truly be by his side. Can I really? Upon receiving the invitation, Harry felt as if he could leap for joy. Of course, the Weasley children will be attending as well. Not only the Weasleys but also Hermione. Reliable sources indicated that most of Harry's friends would be present. As a rare event in the wizarding world, the excitement surrounding Quidditch remained undiminished. Nearly a third of the boys at Hogwarts were expected to attend. No, I won't go. At that moment, Draco was engrossed in transcribing a spell note. Narcissa watched him with concern. Since that incident, she had scarcely seen Draco smile. He had isolated himself in his room for days, his desk piled high with books and materials. She knew that some words might hurt Draco. But he could not evade this issue indefinitely. Draco, he would not wish to see you like this. The quill hesitated, an excess of ink pooling into a blot. The day of departure dawned clear and bright. Blaise and Theodore formed a team, while Pansy did not join them, declaring that such a crude and barbaric sport was unsuitable for a refined lady. They arrived neither too early nor too late. Theodore leaned against Blaise for support, feeling faint. Honestly, when will they improve this portkey? Despite having experienced it many times, Theodore still detested it. Blaise disdainfully nudged Theodore's head away. After so many times, how can you still feel queasy? Just don't throw up on me. As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering retching sound erupted from somewhere behind them. Clearly, Theodore was not the only one afflicted by the portkey's effects. Ron collapsed to the ground, dizzy, and Harry and Hermione fared little better. However, compared to Ron, they were doing remarkably well. Look at that. Isn't that our savior? After a few days apart, Blaise remarked that the Gryffindor's manners were still in disarray. He was utterly astonished, having never known Theodore would proactively provoke Gryffindor. After all, Theodore was typically one to relish the chaos without taking sides, and he had never been one to instigate trouble. Blaise thought he must have misremembered. Merlin's beard, Theodore now resembles a version of Draco. Harry and his friends shared the sentiment. Since the professor's disappearance, that Slytherin had reverted to his old, irksome ways, and to their surprise, Theodore had now joined the ranks of the annoying. The two groups exchanged barbs at the crossroads, and although Harry's side was larger, they had never won this particular contest. They arrived somewhat late. The area had already begun to buzz with excitement. Theodore and Blaise made their way inside, having previously reserved their spot. What are you looking at? Having just dealt with the Gryffindors, Theodore felt invigorated, his dizziness gone, while Blaise appeared somewhat odd. Blaise shook his head, ultimately voicing his thoughts. What? You actually think that? Theodore shrugged nonchalantly. I did feel that way before, but now that they provoked the professor, I can't help but feel displeased with them. Theodore was refreshingly candid. He had always held a fondness for the enigmatic professor. Apart from Professor Snape, his second favorite teacher at Hogwarts was Cecilia. He was particularly irked by Sirius Black's audacity to label their professor a monster in Draco's presence. This grievance weighed heavily on him, and the vindictive Slytherins were bound to retaliate, at the very least to compel him to retract that statement. What had he witnessed that day to provoke such a furious reaction at the mere mention of the professor? Blaise stroked his chin, but alas, Draco refused to divulge anything. Maintaining an appropriate distance had become an unspoken understanding among them Slytherins. Since Draco was unwilling to share, they had no choice but to let it go. Thankfully, Draco had not arrived, for otherwise, witnessing that horde of Gryffindors would surely have vexed him. What are they concocting about me now? A familiar voice interrupted their conversation, and the two turned toward its source. In front of a grand and luxurious tent, a platinum-haired Slytherin was cradling a round, fluffy bird, gazing at them. Blaise was the first to react, joyfully striding over. We thought you weren't coming. Draco tucked the restless little snow owl into the pocket of his robes and silenced it with a charm, finally bringing quiet to the raucous creature. With the troublesome bird finally out of sight, a white peacock, trembling, cautiously peeked its head out from behind the fountain. Not just the snow owl. Blaise's keen eyes spotted another familiar creature, a golden, miniature dragon lazily yawning atop Draco's shoulder. Surprised that Draco had brought Rosette along, Blaise reached out to pet it, completely forgetting the painful lesson of the past. He truly adored the little creature, which was a unique gift from the professor, leaving him envious. Just before Rosette could nip his fingers, Draco intervened, preventing Blaise's reckless curiosity. I doubt Mr. Zabini would care to lose a finger. To deter Blaise from further temptation to tease the little dragon, Draco had no choice but to tuck Rosette into another pocket, where the alchemical creature protested by scratching at Draco's robes. The robes were intentionally tailored to be spacious, with custom pockets designed specifically for his two troublesome pets, creating a perfectly symmetrical appearance as both pockets bulged outward. Now he had truly mastered the art of carrying Rosette wherever he went. Of course I'm coming. Come on. It's the Quidditch World Cup. The boy raised an eyebrow. My father has secured a private box. I've heard it offers the best view. At this revelation, Blaise and Theodore finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, this was the Draco they knew. They did not linger much longer, as there were still numerous matters requiring their attention. Once their figures faded from sight, Draco's expression reverted to the indifferent demeanor he had initially borne. The tent flaps behind him were lifted, and Lucius brushed non-existent dust from his sleeves, his gray-blue eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. Draco, sometimes I truly wish you would mature, but certainly not in this manner. Go for a stroll. I do not need a distracted, wooden son standing here like a statue. Draco obediently turned to exit, but after a few steps, his father's reminder echoed once more. Remember to return early. Our old friend wishes to meet us. Chapter 58. That person. Clearly, the excitement surrounding the Quidditch World Cup extended beyond their own magical community. Blaise and Theodore had vanished, and the streets were filled with bustling crowds. Just as Draco prepared to head home, he was intercepted. Hello, Mr. Malfoy. I wish to discuss something with you. Draco keenly sensed a hint of hostility from the striking young man with golden hair and blue eyes. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a French nobleman. And given his demeanor and age, Draco quickly deduced his identity. Mr. Ludwig, I believe there is nothing of interest for us to discuss. Kindly step aside. Christoph Ludwig was not surprised that Draco had guessed his identity so swiftly. Although Draco's demeanor was far from welcoming, Christoph was too preoccupied to care. I bear no malice. I merely seek to know the current status of that person. The Ludwig family held considerable influence in France, and some matters were best understood by local nobility. Months prior, he had received alarming news about the apparent disappearance of the alchemy professor at Hogwarts. Christoph had sent countless messages to Cecilia, but received no replies. Panic-stricken, he found it hard to articulate what Cecilia truly meant to him. He had initially thought he harbored merely a fondness for the mysterious young man. When the news of the disappearance reached him, he had been in the midst of a meeting, shattering a wine glass in his anxiety. Following that incident, he had exerted considerable effort to investigate the matter, but the British magical community had been evasive. The only certainty was that this young man before him might know Cecilia's whereabouts. Draco concealed his casual smile, his blue-gray eyes radiating a coldness that kept others at bay. I do not know what you are speaking of. All right, lad, since you seem disinclined to waste time, I shall be straightforward. The youthful head of the family showed no regard for a mere schoolboy, even if he were a Malfoy, or perhaps he did so deliberately. Where is Cecilia? Or shall I rephrase? Abandoning his initial charm, Christoph Ludwig now adopted a decidedly aggressive stance. Hand him over. In his investigation, he had uncovered many other matters, including the rumors surrounding the alchemy professor and the Malfoy heir. It must be said that had it been a year ago, Draco might have succumbed to Christoph's provocations. During their exchange, the little dragon, forcibly tucked away in Draco's pocket, could no longer contain itself and poked its head out. A small, golden creature stood out vividly against Draco's dark robes. Realizing that its master was too preoccupied to attend to it, the alchemical creature boldly climbed onto Draco's shoulder. It was hard to overlook the creature perched there, as anyone with functioning eyesight could see it. Cecilia's creations were always a reflection of their creator's temperament, unruly and a constant source of concern. Draco did not directly answer Christoph's inquiry, but instead reached out to pat the little dragon's head, perhaps unknowingly revealing a softness in his demeanor at the mere mention of that person. No further words were necessary. This affectionate gesture spoke volumes. Christoph, observing the exchange, understood clearly that Cecilia was adept at alchemy and occasionally shared her crafted scrolls with him. However, such alchemical creatures were truly one of a kind. He suddenly recalled a day from a year ago when Cecilia had sent a letter, requesting his help to expedite the search for materials listed in an attached inventory. In return, Cecilia had promised to supply him with magical runes and alchemical products for a prolonged period. Most of those items were exceedingly precious. Using them for uncertain alchemical pursuits felt extravagantly indulgent. When questioned, Cecilia had joked about offending someone, indicating that these gifts were meant as an apology. At this juncture, it was evident that Christopher remained obstinately unyielding, unwilling to relinquish his steadfast facade of composure, which was utterly shattered in that moment. It was imperative for him to realize that should he find himself in peril, the Ludwig family would hardly extend their assistance. Draco chuckled softly, contemplating whether he ought to remind his counterpart that this was not France. Despite being the head of the Ludwig household, he would find no advantage within the Malfoy domain. What gives you the notion that you can offer him more? This implicitly acknowledged Christopher's suspicions. He was indeed aware of Cecilia's whereabouts. Upon acquiring the desired information, the expression of the blonde youth softened slightly. As the head of the Ludwig family, I possess the absolute right to act as I wish. And you? You still dwell under the protection of your father and family, a fledgling. Will your family truly accept a man of dubious origins? Draco Malfoy. Are you certain you can achieve this? Even many years later, Christopher recalled this clash of wills with vivid clarity. At that moment, confronted by his taunts, the tall young man, newly emboldened, unabashedly revealed the ambition and possessiveness gleaming in his eyes. No, you are mistaken. I certainly can. Sworn upon the honor of the Malfoys, Draco Malfoy would forever sacrifice everything for Cecilia Flavose. Thus, in a hushed tone, almost through gritted teeth, he declared, "She can only be mine." Their encounter ended on a discordant note, and as reason fled, they tacitly opted to part ways. After all, a physical confrontation was not on their agenda. As Draco made his way back, his mood remained deplorable, although it seemed he had gained the upper hand in this farce. The thought of Ludwig's stance made him feel like a dragon, agitated and restless, pacing as though he longed to unleash a torrent of fire upon all those who coveted his treasure. Since the incident involving Cecilia, Draco's emotions had oscillated between two states, dismal and even more dismal. After ensuring his temper had calmed, he returned to the Malfoy tent, where that fabled old acquaintance, the Minister for Magic, awaited him. By Merlin's beard, it's only been a semester, and you've grown quite a bit. Draco barely recognized him. Sensing Draco's disinterest in their conversation, Fudge exchanged pleasantries before turning back to chat with his father. Draco, indifferent to their political banter, sat at a small table, absently fiddling with the trinkets before him. Others may have been oblivious, but you should be acutely aware, Lucius, that man is on his way back. Chapter 59. This is a misunderstanding. Cold sweat began to beat upon Fudge's brow. Prolonged days of comfort and the ministry's deliberate obfuscation had likely led most to forget the dark era that man once ushered in. The ominous clouds that loomed overhead had never truly dissipated, and now, the betrayal of Pettigrew served as a veiled warning. Not only was he alive, but he had also managed to frame Sirius, evading discovery while hiding in the Weasley household for all these years. Was this truly the work of Pettigrew alone? They dared not contemplate how many more like him lurked within the wizarding world. Very well, my friend, I comprehend your intent. Beyond the competition, it appears there are special evening festivities, perhaps to your liking. Mr. Malfoy maintained a decorous smile, and amidst the disorientation, the Minister for Magic was ushered out of the tent. It was only when the cool night breeze struck him that Fudge realized the cunning Malfoy had never provided him with a definitive response. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Fudge reluctantly turned to leave. Although he had never harbored high hopes regarding this matter, the Malfoy family had always been followers during that man's reign. Is there something you wish to express? After dismissing the Minister for Magic, Lucius turned the question upon his son, who appeared lost in thought. I do not believe continuing to follow that man is a wise choice. Without any pretense, Draco directly rejected certain suggestions made by others to his father. When he perceived approval in Lucius's similarly hued eyes, he knew he had made the right decision. Ever since that conversation 6 months prior, Lucius had begun to subtly divulge secrets concerning that individual. As a confidant of that man, he had not only evaded retribution following the latter's downfall, but had also maintained his position as a leader among the wizarding elite. Lucius's machinations extended far beyond mere appearances. Given the current circumstances, Draco had no intention of continuing his allegiance to the Dark Lord. He found the prospect of following a deranged leader and listening to unfulfilled promises far from optimal. He desired to seize control of his fate. Lowering his gaze, the flickering lights cast a slightly cold hue upon his sharply defined profile. How could a Slytherin devoid of ambition be considered an exemplary Slytherin? I hear you encountered the head of the Ludwig family today. Setting aside various inquiries, a rare smirk flickered across Mr. Malfoy's face. What are your odds? This wager clearly encompassed more than mere physical prowess. Draco had long since deduced that the events of the afternoon would not escape his father's notice, yet being prompted in such a manner left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Father, I am a proud Malfoy scion, he asserted, raising an eyebrow. No one can hinder my pursuit of what I desire, especially since the power of choice has never rested in our hands. You believe he will undoubtedly choose you? Not just believe, but know. No matter how many times it occurs, his choice will always be me. Draco's confidence stemmed not solely from himself, for Cecilia had once proclaimed that his promise was everlasting. He dared to make that vow, and he believed it without hesitation. Observing that his son seemed poised to continue speaking, Lucius swiftly interrupted him, fearing he might lose his composure and cast him from the tent. Enough, it is late. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed without a glance back, feeling a disquiet he could not articulate. Had Blaise been present, he might have discerned the source of Mr. Malfoy's peculiar discomfort. After all, during the past semester at their long table, the circle that revolved around the platinum heir had been subjected to such torment nearly every day. Time passed swiftly, and the competition the following day elevated the gathering's anticipation to its zenith. The organizers had clearly invested considerable effort into the opening ceremony, and the troupe of dancers was an absolute spectacle. Draco sat alone in his box, beset by an insistent clamor from the adjacent area. Enough. He could endure no more. Indeed, the ruckus emanated from none other than Harry and Ron's group. Fate had conspired against them, for Ron and his companions had not anticipated encountering Draco there. Through the window of the box, their eyes met, Draco seething, while Ron and his friends felt the weight of awkwardness. To Draco's dismay, the most animated reaction came from Sirius, who had now successfully supplanted Harry as Draco's most despised individual at Hogwarts. Shut it, Malfoy. If you find it noisy, then don't come. Sirius had never held any fondness for Lucius Malfoy, and even though the latter had married his sister, the recent events had only intensified his disdain. Now, with Draco's persistent antagonism towards Harry and the others, every glance at Draco filled him with irritation. Quiet down. Hermione chastised the fidgety Sirius, casting an apologetic glance toward the Slytherin side. My apologies, we shall be mindful of the noise. Hope so. The mood of the rather gloomy Slytherin was evidently not inclined to engage in disputes. With a decisive slam, he shut his window. Shortly thereafter, they heard the sound of the door to the adjacent compartment being pushed open. Damned Malfoy, always intent on ruining other spirits. Sirius's prejudice against Draco was not merely substantial. It had reached a level of absurdity even Harry and the others found extraordinary. Godfather, while Malfoy is indeed detestable, Harry cautiously pondered his words. You seem to harbor an exceptional disdain for him. At this remark, Sirius fell silent for a moment, then a hint of guilt compelled him to avert his gaze. Don't concern yourselves with this matter. Just remember to keep your distance from him, and that white-haired brat. Dumbledore had once attempted to counsel him. Yet Sirius remained ensnared by the shadows of that fateful day. They had been on the brink of death, and although Draco had not struck, Sirius steadfastly believed that his restraint was not born of camaraderie or compassion, but rather because killing them would inevitably unleash a torrent of troubles upon him and those around him. Not to mention the uncontrollable monster he could not dare allow Harry to befriend. Sirius's fears were not unfounded. He had indeed grasped part of the truth, yet it was merely a fragment. However, as the parties involved were not present, no amount of discussion from others would penetrate Sirius's mind, ensuring that such misunderstandings would linger for quite some time. Draco discovered that even the most composed and elegant of noble lads, when amidst the raucous atmosphere of a Quidditch match, bore little difference from those exuberant adolescent boys. He seemingly forgot that he had once been an ardent fan of a certain Quidditch star. Blaise and Theodore's compartment was equally boisterous. Draco merely cast a distant glance toward them, and upon hearing their deafening cheers he turned on his heel and left the scene. Chapter 60, Danger. Draco wandered somewhat listlessly around the empty campsite. Most had gone to watch the match, leaving the area surprisingly desolate. Damn Sirius. Draco had been brooding over Sirius's words from that day. Anyone who held a person dear would hardly relish being maligned in such a manner. Upon Sirius's return, his mother had shown little reaction to the incident. From their perspective, the young Sirius, once the favored child of the family, had not only failed to shoulder his responsibilities, but had repeatedly thrust his family into the limelight of controversy. He was a hero of Gryffindor, but not theirs. Reluctant to return to the tent, Draco settled in a spot with a broader view, remaining there for nearly an afternoon. It was not until a certain point that the distant arena erupted in raucous cheers, heralding the emergence of a new victor. At this juncture, the Quidditch World Cup was drawing to a close. Draco rose leisurely, ambling toward the campsite. It was time to ascertain the results, as he had placed some bets on the team he favored, and now was the moment for the outcome to be revealed. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Draco was not lacking in funds. Everything was meticulously arranged for him, and he had little need for expenditure. However, that had been the case in the past. Now, circumstances had shifted. Cecily had a penchant for hoarding peculiar materials, and Draco was unconvinced if she had prepared everything for him. What reason did he have to sneak into the Forbidden Forest at midnight? We specifically went to your compartment to find you, exclaimed the boys who had just finished watching the match, their excitement still palpable. It was easy to decipher the identity of the ultimate victor from their expressions. Honestly, Draco, could you perhaps research the location in advance next time? I have no desire to set foot in the lion's den again, Theodore protested discontentedly. Blaise mercilessly undermined his complaint. Ignore him. The fool barged in without even noticing the door to the compartment when the match concluded due to his overexcitement. The unexpected turn of events piqued Draco's interest, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. Let me guess, our Mr. Not didn't he just dive headfirst into a den of lions, did he? Here. Dive in was meant in the literal sense, physically speaking. Blaise smiled but remained silent, disregarding Theodore's murderous glare. He had been remarkably restrained, managing not to burst into laughter at his expense thus far. The adjacent Gryffindor compartment was abuzz with activity, not only featuring Potter and his dark-haired godfather, but also the Weasley family and that brown-haired little witch. In such a confined space, so many people were crammed together, and as Theodore rushed in, he collided directly with Ron Weasley. The expressions on their faces were astonishingly similar. Both seemed to convey a sense of disappointment at not finding the person they wanted to share their dreams of victory with, only to encounter their arch-nemesis instead. Especially given that both were holding identical support items. Ron's emotions were far more overt than the reserved Slytherins. From where did this Slytherin pop up? Could you kindly get lost? Wait, you support the same team? Draco couldn't help but laugh heartily at their exchange. It was just Draco. Blaise would never dare to mock Theodore like that. The vengeful lad had once filled his shampoo with all sorts of unsavory substances, because he found him annoying for snoring, leaving him with a frizzy mane for days. Though such antics had never truly harmed anyone, they were undeniably embarrassing. In the balance between physical harm and emotional distress, Blaise wisely chose to remain silent, finding amusement in his thoughts instead. The campsite that night was even more boisterous than the previous day, and Draco certainly had no intention of participating. He preferred to remain in his room, poring over ancient tomes. Stay in the tent tonight, Lucius had particularly instructed Draco before leaving, even though he was deeply reluctant. Some matters were now beyond their control. Not only him, but several other pureblood families received similar admonitions. Blaise and Theodore were sent along ostensibly for companionship, but they were more or less aware of the underlying implications. The house elf diligently served them warm tea, yet regrettably, none of them had the heart to savor the meticulously prepared delicacies. Get some sleep. Draco was the first to speak, rising to his feet. His gaze sweeping over the two on the sofa. We know nothing, do we? Yes, at least we should pretend to. They exchanged glances, both aware that none of them were fools. With no further words, they bid each other good night and retreated to their guest rooms. As the clock ticked toward the depths of night, long past the hour for slumber, Draco found himself utterly unable to sleep. He was troubled, for the hints his father had subtly conveyed undoubtedly pointed toward the same unsettling truth, and the thought of what might transpire kept him wide awake. However, even if he couldn't find rest, he certainly couldn't wander outside at this hour. Damn it. I should really let Cecily see this disobedient creature. If it keeps making noise, I'll feed it to a troll. The plump, chubby bird darted outside in a frenzy, and the fury in Draco's eyes was nearly palpable. Heaven knows. It might have been tolerable under normal circumstances, but to choose this precise moment was infuriating. The chubby bird cooed amiably, flapping its wings eagerly, seemingly intent on escaping. Draco, not being an owl, could not comprehend its incessant cooing. He seized its noisy beak and hoisted it back as one would a chicken. I'll tell you this. All snacks and treats for this month are hereby cancelled. This troublesome creature had wandered to a rather secluded area, where the dim lights of the campsite cast eerie shadows amidst the dark woods. As he walked, Draco suddenly sensed something amiss. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet. The deathly silence loomed like a colossal mountain, an invisible weight pressing upon the nerves of all living beings. Draco halted abruptly, his ears attuned to an unusual sound, reminiscent of fabric brushing against foliage. A sound that unmistakably indicated the presence of more than one individual. He quickly concealed himself behind a tree, and in the dim glow of the moonlight, he discerned the scene unfolding not far away. A congregation of figures cloaked in long black robes and adorned with peculiar masks had gathered, the leader standing ominously with a serpent, its tongue flicking menacingly at his feet. A wave of danger washed over him, a memory long buried resurfacing, sending a shudder through Draco's nerves. Gripping his wand tightly, he silently prayed for the departure of these ominous individuals. The serpent hissed dangerously, its scales rasping against one another, and the shadow at the center, cloaked in a hood, seemed to sense something amiss. Discovered. Draco cursed under his breath, abandoning all thoughts of caution as he turned to flee from the woods. Chapter 61. A Reunion. The night blurred past him as he ran, uncertainty gnawing at him regarding whether he was being pursued. Everything felt as though it had reverted to that fateful night in his first year. The dying unicorn, the mysterious cloaked figure, the blood, and the cowardice that plagued him. He pressed a hand to his forehead, the shadows of that night haunting him still. It was nearly unfathomable to consider how he would explain his presence there if captured. Would he claim to be hunting a fat bird or to pay homage to the Dark Lordess' unassailable glory? Merlin, what a jest. Upon his return to the camp, chaos had already erupted. The revelers, lost in their celebrations, were swept up in a tide of confusion as flames erupted from an unseen source, spreading relentlessly. Draco, where have you been? Just as the turmoil began, Blaze and the others sought him out, only to find his absence in the room, causing them to nearly rush out in desperation. Enough of this, we must leave at once, Draco insisted, his demeanor more disheveled than they had ever witnessed. His platinum hair hung wildly, and he hastily shed his black jacket, tossing the quiet, plump bird into Blaze's arms. The outside world was already descending into chaos. Their private camp remained relatively safe, unlike other areas where disorder reigned. Some inebriated souls were unable to discern the gravity of the situation. And when they collided with the panicked crowd, they began to lash out in drunken frustration, nearly inciting a brawl. A pack of fools, Draco thought, initially unwilling to involve himself, especially with the uncertainty of whether that figure would pursue him, until a familiar voice shattered the cacophony. Ginny, Harry, Ginny and Hermione are missing. It was impossible to ignore. The Weasley clan's signature red hair stood out in the frenzy. They had been among the first to cause a stir, and Ron, momentarily distracted, realized too late that his sister and Hermione had vanished. The Weasley twins had already set out to search, while a frantic Ron clutched Harry tightly, fearing he too would be lost. At that moment, a cloaked figure raised a wand, and a streak of light pierced the darkened sky, followed by the apparition of a colossal, nightmarish skull, from its gaping maw spilling forth a grotesque serpent. Time seemed to freeze, screams were stifled in throats, for no one was more familiar with the sinister implications of that symbol than the British wizarding community. He has returned, announcing his resurgence with an ostentatious display to all. Let us go. Theodore clutched a key, ensuring their immediate escape, a testament to why their fathers had entrusted them to remain there. His voice trembled, betraying a composure far less steadfast than it appeared. The camp was in disarray, with cloaked figures infiltrating the madness, finding amusement in tormenting the panicked muggles. Draco recognized that fleeing was their best option, yet his gaze fell upon the two foolish Gryffindors huddled in a corner, wearied by confusion. Ginny was pure blood, yet as a Weasley, she was regarded as a traitor to her lineage, her plight akin to that of the muggles. Stay calm, keep your wand ready, Hermione urged, gripping her own wand defensively. This astute young woman had sensed the danger, realizing that the black-robed figures were selectively targeting muggles. The two girls cowered in their corner, praying to remain undetected. Just when they thought they were safe, a cloaked figure turned their way, and Hermione's heart raced as she raised her wand, poised for defense. However, the figure, just steps away, collapsed suddenly, revealing a tall, familiar young man. Irritation etched across Draco's face. He pointed in a direction. Hurry, get out of here. Can't you Gryffindors be a bit smarter? Move. Hermione was taken aback that Draco would assist them, but before she could express her gratitude, he rolled his eyes and vanished into the throng. As he walked away, Draco pondered his sanity for aiding those Gryffindors. Blaze and the others had already departed, leaving him alone. The alchemical creature in his pocket stirred awake, sensing the tension around them, its golden tail coiling around his wrist, eyes reflecting concern. All right. We ought to leave, he murmured. Faced with this premeditated assault, Draco felt powerless. Under these limited conditions, a Slytherin's wisest course of action was to ensure his own safety. As he produced the door key, a shadow materialized behind him. Ah, if it isn't the little Malfoy, came the voice of Barty Crouch Jr., one of the Dark Lord's most notorious Death Eaters, his loyalty rivaling that of Bellatrix, matched only by his madness. He had little regard for whether Draco was the sole heir of his colleague. He only knew he was the first to detect the tracking curse placed by his master. Draco cursed inwardly, his hand discreetly tightening around his wand. Since you know I'm a Malfoy, perhaps you should take your leave, he warned. Barty, intent on his mission, raised his wand to attack. Save your words for the master. A sinister green light swirled at the tip of his wand, excruciatingly ominous. Damn the Death Eater. How dare he use a forbidden curse against him? They were too close now. Draco had no means of escape. As the curse surged toward him, he instinctively recoiled, shutting his eyes. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Someone intervened. An ethereal chill enveloped the space, and with a thud, the area fell silent. Draco recognized that familiar presence, reminiscent of the mist rising from the icy lake in Wiltshire, where he traversed the frost each morning, compelled by memories of the one he cherished most. His heart raced as he slowly opened his eyes. A silvery strand of hair danced before him, and he grasped it with trembling fingers. The boy's stormy blue-gray eyes met his, leaving Draco momentarily speechless, having envisioned countless scenarios of how he would confront him upon awakening. Yet, now that this person stood before him in full form, he found himself at a loss for words. Instead, it was that very individual, the one who had effortlessly tugged at his heartstrings and consistently placed himself in peril. His little moon standing there, silver hair caught by the breeze, a radiant smile gracing his beautiful face, arms outstretched toward him. "Good night, my little lord. Won't you come and embrace me?" Chapter 62. Are you really not going to hug me? The silver-haired youth, wrapped in a dark robe, resembled their first encounter on the train. Noticing Draco's lack of response, the dragonkin, exuding an otherworldly charm, curiously extended his invitation once more. "Are you truly not going to hug me?" Draco could hardly contain his laughter, a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Clenching a strand of white hair in his hand, the cool strands warmed under his touch, and at that moment, the platinum-haired young lord was genuinely engaged. Draco felt an overwhelming urge to teach the other a lesson, to ensure he understood the consequences of his actions. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind on how to discipline this individual. He gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh. Sweet-talking, is it? Thinking that by showing him kindness he would forget the previous disobedience. Cecilia's earlier injuries had not yet healed. Thus, Draco stepped forward and forcefully embraced his little moon. "Damn it, Cecilia, you little rascal." Draco felt helpless, unwilling to admit that he was being led by the nose, ending up frustrated with himself. The platinum-haired young lord held onto the person tightly, as if wishing to merge him into his very being. "I am truly sorry." Cecilia gently patted his shoulder. He had not anticipated this outcome. Cecilia genuinely regretted that during his slumber, his senses were not entirely dormant. Initially he could only hear faint sounds, but gradually, his consciousness began to awaken. When the young lord had taken him down to the lake's depths, Cecilia's heart nearly stopped in fright. "I had no idea I would lose control, nor did I anticipate that Cecilia's voice would diminish, filled with disbelief, as the young lord witnessed him in such a state. The exquisitely beautiful silver-haired dragonkin's eyelashes fluttered. Indeed, it was quite unsightly. Words left unspoken were forcibly lodged in his throat, and beneath the night sky, the distant clamor and chaos faded away, as the young lord pressed his lips against his little moon. Setting aside the earlier misgivings, the platinum-haired young lord had finally reclaimed his territory. Cecilia was taken aback, but did not push him away. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed before Draco finally released the dazed individual in his arms. Cecilia's cheeks were flushed, and his pale eyes shimmered with unshed tears. When he cast a reproachful glance at Draco, the latter admitted he yearned to kiss him once more. However, every action has its limits. Draco knew he could not continue to tease, lest Cecilia become truly irate. He resorted to covering the other's eyes. "Cecilia, do not look at me with such eyes." Draco's voice was hoarse, low, and filled with a hint of menace. Cecilia turned his head away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, acknowledging his understanding. Suddenly discovering something, Cecilia found a means to alleviate his embarrassment. "How should we deal with this? Should we kill him?" The silver-haired youth inquired earnestly. "Let us erase his memory." After a moment of contemplation, the young lord offered his suggestion. As for the memory-erasing spell, it might leave some side effects, but really, who cares? Cecilia knew spells of this nature, albeit not very proficiently, having had little opportunity to practice them before. Thus, the unfortunate, eager to get into trouble young Barty Crouch became the first test subject. As it turned out, the first attempt was bound to be somewhat different. With a tremor in his hand, Cecilia not only erased today's memories, but inadvertently wiped out a significant portion of the other's memories. This should be fine, right? Cecilia was unconcerned. Given that the other dared to use a forbidden spell against the young lord, it would only be justifiable to end him. As for Draco, he was even less perturbed. "Very well, whatever he did, I am utterly exhausted." The young lord complained about the recent events, from a certain plump bird to those Gryffindors. "He must lose weight. That wretched fat bird nearly led to our discovery." Cecilia meticulously examined Draco and indeed discovered a tracking spell on him. "We need to leave quickly. The one who cast this spell should be arriving soon." Draco frowned. He had no desire to encounter that individual just yet. As he produced the door key, Cecilia grasped his wrist. "I have a better method." Though Cecilia had never used the door key, his skepticism towards all spatial relocation items made him reluctant to attempt it. Moreover, what could possibly be more effective than the innate abilities of a dragonkin? A silver circle of runes shimmered beneath Cecilia's feet as he tightly held onto Draco's hand, his golden eyes sparkling with a faint smile. "Hold on tight." Just after the two had departed, a dark shadow appeared in their wake. Upon stumbling into a familiar patch of flowers, Draco instantly recognized their location. Cecilia, removing the petals from his head, was relieved that he had previously moved this cluster of roses, replacing them with a type of grass flower. While aesthetically pleasing, they were exceedingly fragile. Their fall crushed a large expanse beneath them. Thank goodness it wasn't roses. I do not wish to see you pricked like a hedgehog again. Faced with the irate young lord, Cecilia felt somewhat guilty. He wished to assert that the previous incident was accidental, but meeting the young lord's furious gaze, he wisely swallowed his words. Having visited Malfoy Manor, he determined the coordinates without a second thought, entirely forgetting his last mishap. The vibrant flower petals, crushed and oozing their essence, stained Cecilia's flowing silver hair. In the fall, his outer robe had also loosened. At that moment, Draco realized he was still wearing the same clothes from that day. No matter how sturdy the fabric, it could not withstand the transformation into half-dragon form. And one could imagine the current state of the attire. Damn it, you chose to wear this? Draco was infuriated, gripping the other's collar and thoroughly inspecting every seam of the black robe. I can explain, Cecilia replied awkwardly. I came to find you right after emerging from the ice lake. There was no time to change clothes, and besides, we are both boys. It should be fine, right? Just as Draco was about to retort, a familiar voice interrupted them. Are you two planning to lie here until the end of time? Do you need me to brew you a potion for mental clarity? The potion's professor, with a long face and an air of exasperation, stood not far from them, while beside him stood the silent yet smiling Mrs. Malfoy. Chapter 63. Caught red-handed. As the young lord forcibly ushered Cecilia into his room to change clothes, Cecilia felt a sense of long-lost familiarity. The Malfoy house elf was unusually attentive, bringing Cecilia clean garments and even a matching headband. Mr. Flavius, the lady invites you to join her in the parlor once you are dressed. The familiar cut and style of the garments made it evident who their owner was. After changing, Cecilia twirled in front of the mirror, a slight smile involuntarily gracing his lips. In the parlor, the sharp-tongued head of Slytherin was indiscriminately unleashing his venomous remarks. Draco had no doubt that it was due to the extended holiday that he had not seen those Gryffindors. The night had grown quite late, yet Mrs. Malfoy showed no signs of fatigue. This elegant noblewoman regarded her son with the same teasing gaze as her husband. Rest assured, Severus, I will ensure he returns your herbs. I promise. The group tacitly overlooked one crucial detail. Draco had returned much later than anticipated, and the two, aware of the day's occurrences, were increasingly anxious. Though Snape did not voice it, the urgency concealed in his eyes rivaled that of Narcissus. Before the patch of snowdrop blooms in my garden, I sincerely hope that young Mr. Malfoy possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Thus, the esteemed headmaster cast a fierce glare at his proud pupil. Indeed, the cluster of blossoms, overwhelmed by Draco and Cecilia, is no mere ornamental flower. It is a potion ingredient diligently procured by Professor Snape. For reasons unknown, it has now been entrusted to the Malfoy family for cultivation and care. Altering Professor Snape's potions is akin to meddling with the very essence of his being. My apologies, Professor Snape. What else could Draco say, bowing his head under the weight of his headmaster's disapproving gaze? Very well, Draco. I have yet to inquire how it is that you returned with Cecilia. Is his condition satisfactory? The matter of Cecilia is hardly a secret within the Malfoy household, especially considering the shock that both Lucius and Narcissa experienced upon Draco bringing home a grievously injured half-dragon youth. While doubts linger regarding the identity of this new Hogwarts professor, the Malfoy family, steeped in historical lore, possesses many unpublished ancient texts, some of which reference Flavius. Yet it remains a mystery why certain sections of these texts are missing. What remains strongly suggests a profound connection between Flavius and the dragon race. Lucius even speculated that the individual might be a dragon animagus, and whimsically pondered whether he could possess dragon blood. Knowing his son as he does, Lucius recognizes that once Draco sets his mind on something, it is futile to intervene. It is far better to allow him his wishes than to strain family bonds. Even if it concerns two boys, it is of little consequence, given the myriad of potions available in today's magical world. The fact that someone capable of earning Dumbledore's exception must possess considerable talent. After meeting him, the couple, sharing an unexpectedly harmonious aesthetic, found themselves rather pleased with the boy, despite his uncertain lineage. His appearance and abilities were well matched, and most importantly, Draco was quite taken with him. Indeed, taken might be an understatement. Lucius merely raised an eyebrow in question, but Draco's anxious demeanor left no room for doubt. Should they dare refuse, Draco might resort to uncharacteristic actions. Thus, when the correspondence from Dumbledore arrived, and Draco returned home with the injured Cecilia, Lucius and Narcissa swiftly sealed the information, and following advice, arranged for Cecilia to recuperate in a secluded valley. While concerns about potential repercussions lingered, they were overwhelmed by Draco's earnest pleas. Merlin, they had never witnessed such an unbearable expression on their son's face before. Throughout this ordeal, the most expensive potions were dispatched in a steady stream, with no hint of restraint or sorrow, so generous that even Professor Snape, one of the informed parties, was taken aback. Once all house elves were dismissed, Draco recounted the events of the evening in meticulous detail, including young Barty's attempt to assault him. That wretched Barty Crouch. How dare he? Merely erasing his memory is too lenient, Narcissa seethed, springing to her feet. No mother could bear to see her child threatened in such a manner, and having experienced that dark period herself, she had witnessed firsthand how some Death Eaters tortured others with cruel precision. Yet she could scarcely comprehend how such a forbidden curse nearly befell her own son. For the time being, you and Cecilia will remain within the confines of the estate. Should you dare to venture out recklessly again, Draco, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Not only Narcissa was enraged, Snape was equally incensed, though his emotions were more tempered. When Cecilia descended the stairs, he stumbled upon a scene where the young lord was encircled, resembling a suspect under interrogation. Ironically, all present were his elders, those fully entitled to hold him accountable. He had no choice but to endure their reprimands. Mrs. Malfoy, Professor Snape, I shall ensure his safety. After exchanging pleasantries, the youth on the staircase solemnly offered his assurance. His long hair was neatly tied back, and the black headband, matching his suit, was intricately woven with delicate silver patterns, the end adorned with a small deep green gemstone that glimmered softly in the light. Draco stole a glance, then another. Narcissa, unable to contain herself, interrupted, Enough, sir. You will have ample time to dote upon your beloved. We have concluded our discussions. The remaining hours are for you to arrange as you see fit. Having imparted her instructions, Narcissa decided to retire for the night. Compared to her troublesome son, her husband was evidently far more reliable, and she harbored little concern for him. She bid Cecilia good night, knowing that further matters would await Lucius's return. As she departed, the dark-haired wizard on the sofa had no intention of lingering. With a disdainful huff, Snape rose to leave. Cecilia exchanged a resigned glance with Draco, realizing that his colleague, who had always held reservations about him, appeared even more displeased now. Stop looking. Professor Snape has already departed. Now it's time for us to settle our accounts. My dear Cecilia. Chapter 64, Reckoning. In the opulent, brightly lit drawing room of the Malfoy estate, an atmosphere of tension gradually permeated the air. Cecilia shifted slightly, his gaze wandering aimlessly, avoiding the piercing eyes of the young lord, an unmistakable sign of guilt. Draco, however, remained unhurried, even summoning the house elves to bring forth an array of tea and pastries. Caramel pudding and cheesecake, accompanied by a pot of perfectly brewed red tea, were served. Whether by intention or coincidence, these were all Cecilia's favorites. So, do you have nothing to say to me? The platinum-haired young master sat poised in his chair, a steaming cup of freshly brewed tea in hand, the vapor rising delicately as he posed the question to his companion. What could he say? Cecilia found himself momentarily speechless, fully aware that his prior concealment of his injuries had been exposed, a veritable disaster unfolding before him. Under Draco's increasingly ferocious gaze, he offered a feeble response. Please don't be angry. I truly understand my mistake. The sound of fine bone china, crafted by a master artisan and rare to find throughout England, was sharply placed upon the table. Draco's expression grew even more forbidding, his slate-gray eyes fixed intently upon Cecilia. That is incorrect. Rephrase your answer. The dynamics shifted. One stood, while the other sat, yet the location remained unchanged. Now, however, it was Cecilia who found himself under scrutiny. His mind was a tumultuous storm, grappling with his initial deception regarding his injuries followed by his reckless exertion of power. There were far too many issues to address, and he scarcely knew where to begin. Noticing his silence, Draco exhaled a weary sigh, his shoulders slumping as the earlier aggression dissipated. He lowered his gaze. Cecilia, I have never held you accountable. I simply wish for you not to withhold the truth from me. I am weak. Their consistent assessment of me is that I am arrogant, haughty, and ill-tempered. Following that incident, Draco found himself unable to move past it. During the period when Cecilia lay unconscious, he often pondered whether he truly was too weak. Would a stronger version of himself have altered the current circumstances? He could scarcely fathom the consequences had he arrived even later. Had he not received the centaur's guidance? Would Cecilia have remained in eternal slumber beneath the icy waters of the Forbidden Forest? In that moment of descent into the lake, He had glimpsed Cecilia's flowing white hair in his half-dragon form, mingling with the crimson stains dispersing through the water, had it not been for the alchemical creature he carried with him. Their initial landing place was the office of the alchemy professor. Cecilia had succumbed entirely to a state of unconsciousness, her body marred by wounds and bearing distinctive features that hinted at her otherworldly heritage, which rendered Draco too apprehensive to venture to the infirmary. After much deliberation, he resolved to seek out Dumbledore, who coincidentally was also searching for them. The esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts appeared taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Upon encountering Cecilia, even the sagacious Dumbledore was visibly shocked. A genuine, formidable dragon capable of assuming a humanoid form. If this information were to escape into the world, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of chaos, particularly given her grievous injuries. Although reluctant to voice it, I believe you deserve to know that, based on the current circumstances, we cannot ascertain whether Cecilia will awaken. Upon receiving this news, the typically composed Slytherin lost his poise, accidentally toppling a potion beside him. He rose in a flurry, his eyes betraying a disquiet that Dumbledore had never witnessed before. What other options could there be, after all? Dumbledore too wished for no misfortune to befall Cecilia. It was the first time he learned that she bore a seal, a subject in which he was not particularly adept. However, there was indeed another who might possess the knowledge to address this matter. Noticing Draco's hesitation, an understanding dawned upon him, and without a moment's pause, he declared his willingness to do anything to save her, swearing by his name that he would accomplish whatever was within his power. Nothing mattered more than Cecilia's awakening. Draco recognized that he might have acted impulsively, not perhaps, but completely losing the calm demeanor expected of a Slytherin. Dumbledore observed this scene with a sense of wonder, momentarily recalling a familiar episode that had transpired in his office, when another silver-haired youth had expressed similar sentiments. He had been willing to assist, provided that upon that individual's return, he would secure a future for the Malfoy family, offering them an escape route. The expression in Dumbledore's eyes shifted subtly, and after a moment he sighed deeply, realizing it was time to consult an old friend. Cecilia remained oblivious to her young master's past entreaties on her behalf, each of Draco's words striking a chord deep within him. No, that's not how it is. Cecilia interrupted urgently, her intense emotional turmoil causing a flicker of gold to glimmer in her eyes. Raised in the Flavose family, the silver dragon had never been one for flowery rhetoric. He could only kneel and grasp Draco's hand, articulating his thoughts with painstaking clarity. I have never perceived you as weak. I am merely concerned, Draco. I am a monster. As the voice of the silver-haired youth began to wane, Cecilia Flavose became a symbol of turmoil and bloodshed in another realm. A creature wrought by her father's hand, an uncontrollable aberration. Initially, she felt indifferent until one day, she caught a glimpse of familiar fear reflected in her brother's eyes. A moment that pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. Alienation and exclusion ensued, leading her to distance herself from her kin, often wandering alone across the continent, or sleeping in her desolate territory. That remote land, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, was barren and unwelcoming, a place no race desired to inhabit, yet it suited her perfectly. She could disregard the opinions of others and forget her family's estrangement. But one sentiment remained intolerable. Witnessing the same emotions mirrored in Draco's gaze. Nothing could be more agonizing than to admit her monstrous nature. Yet she no longer wished to conceal it from him. Draco, you must understand, I may not be the best choice. Draco trembled with frustration, vehemently interrupting the reckless youth before him. He grasped Cecilia's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Who has told you that Cecilia Flavose is a monster? If you are a monster, then what am I? A fool, enchanted by a monster, foolishly orbiting around her? Draco's response was laced with a near-cold intensity. Do not ever let me hear such words again. Chapter 65, The One at the Heart's Core. You are not a monster, and you never will be. Draco relinquished his grip on Cecilia, the force of his hold leaving a conspicuous red mark upon her alabaster chin. The silver-haired youth gazed up, still processing the moment. After a brief pause, his lovely pale eyes shimmered, an indescribable tumult of emotions swirling within him. He clutched Draco's now loosened hand, securing his wrist in his palm. How can you say such things? The innocent and easily placated silver dragon had never encountered a situation like this. As the young master had articulated, was he not also, for the sake of one person, relinquishing all his composure and restraint? He should have realized long ago why he would make such a promise without cause. Draco had never hidden his feelings. The intensity of his emotions was on the verge of spilling over, and Cecilia was no fool. How could he not feel it? He had simply chosen to ignore it, deliberately avoiding the possibility. If it were not affection, how could he explain these occurrences? The dragon, enlightened to his own heart's desires, found himself in a daze, while Draco remained oblivious to Cecilia's thoughts, still seething with anger. Cecilia, I am telling you, I presently have no desire to converse with you. You had better. I like you, Draco. Will you consider coming back to Flavose with me in the future? What? Draco's mind reeled, uncertain if he had truly heard her correctly. What did you just say? Will you come to Flavose with me in the future? Fearing a misunderstanding, Cecilia hastily added, this is our tradition. Partners must be registered in the family genealogy. Draco was further confounded, rubbing his temples. Wait a moment, what about the first part? I like you. The beautiful dragon with white hair and golden eyes earnestly declared, entirely unaware of the profound implications behind his innocent words. A windfall, Draco thought. Astonished that something he had yearned for had suddenly materialized. He felt as though he were dreaming. Assuming she would refuse, Cecilia lowered her gaze, concealing her disappointment. It's okay if you don't want to come. When did I ever say I wouldn't? Although his reaction may have seemed foolish, Draco could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood from the sofa. Then Cecilia dropped another bombshell. I've decided to resign. What? Draco gazed incredulously at Cecilia, questioning if his hearing had betrayed him. I will no longer be a professor at Hogwarts after the term begins. I have contemplated this for quite some time. Cecilia slowly elaborated on the circumstances, explaining that whether regarding the return of that individual, or the peculiar seal affixed upon her, her energy might not suffice to continue in her role as a professor. So I have chosen to resign. However, it is all right. As long as you remain there, I will continue to stay at Hogwarts. The silver-haired youth knelt, blissfully unaware as he gazed eagerly at Draco. The look in his eyes was something Draco could hardly endure. Were it not for their surroundings, he would have liked nothing more than to kiss his adorable little moon. In truth, it was not entirely out of the question. The platinum-haired young master's gaze fell upon Cecilia's lips, and just before he could act, a sudden cough interrupted their moment. Ahem. Though it may seem a tad intrusive, my esteemed companions, I must draw your attention to the fact that there is an elder here who has endured the biting chill of the evening breeze for the better part of the night. Mr. Malfoy, visibly awkward, brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves. Who could have anticipated that after finally being allowed to return, he would be greeted by such a scene upon emerging from the fireplace? Draco, his father, hastily shielded Cecily behind him, a flush creeping across his cheeks. It is understandable. For anyone caught in such a compromising situation by their parents would struggle to maintain their composure. Lucius, of course, was well aware of Draco's predicament and, in a misguided attempt at reassurance, offered a few words of explanation. Rest assured, I have just returned, and I have heard nothing. With that, he promptly prepared to retreat to his chambers. Merlin help him. Cecily would undoubtedly wish to hear this. Once Mr. Malfoy departed, the two remaining individuals in the sitting room exchanged glances. Draco, exasperated, suggested, all right, little moon, let us return to your room. It is getting rather late. At this juncture, Draco's irritation deepened. Ever since he had come to comprehend the significance of Cecily in his heart, his mother, Mrs. Malfoy, had arranged a quarters for Cecily adjacent to his own, under the pretense of avoiding any impropriety. As he escorted her to her door, Draco halted Cecily, who was about to close it. The tall, handsome youth leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon the side of her face, his blue-gray eyes twinkling with mirth. I shall remember this, my dear. Time slipped away swiftly, with less than a week remaining until the commencement of their 4th year. When the owl delivered the semester's supply list to Malfoy Manor, Draco was preoccupied with practicing his animagus transformation. The number of registered animagi recorded by the Ministry of Magic is quite limited, among which they were familiar with figures such as Professor McGonagall, Sirius, and Peter, none of whom had volunteered to report their status. This is an exceedingly intricate and specialized form of magic. Draco meticulously studied all available resources and made numerous attempts, yet he had yet to grasp the crucial elements. Cecily, however, was not an animagus. Rather, his dragon form was his natural state, while his human appearance was merely a guise. This implies that you can alter your human form? Cecily pondered, ultimately concluding that it was feasible during the initial transformation. But now he could only rely on other spells or potions for modifications. He could only change minor details, such as concealing the color of his eyes or altering his hair color. Prior to arriving at Hogwarts, Cecily understood that his golden slit pupils were somewhat unusual. Thus he made slight adjustments. He had also experimented with various hair colors, but they all appeared rather peculiar. Perhaps our potion's professor possesses some sense of time. In just an hour, that laboriously cultivated valerian root will have to meet Merlin prematurely. The sullen-faced potions master could not help but gesticulate towards them, his palpable frustration making it difficult to overlook. Snape was equally irked, having lost a patch of herbs to Draco's mishap. It had taken them over half a month to replant, and now, as the harvest approached, these two lingered idly. We shall proceed at once. Even outside the school, the authority of the Slytherin headmaster remained formidable. Draco swiftly led Cecily to the rear garden, dismissing any extraneous individuals. Snape turned to face the couple approaching from a distance, and they all silently agreed to retreat to the study. What are your intentions? The dark-haired wizard inquired bluntly, unveiling a dreadful totem upon his arm. I can sense it. He is growing stronger. Not only him, but Lucius was acutely aware that the matter was becoming urgent, as both overt and covert threats had been pressed upon him to choose a side. Decades ago, his father had aligned with that individual, as had he, yet times had changed, and he harbored little faith in the former master. Just as you surmise, Severus. There is an old saying in the East, one must not place all their eggs in one basket. The current head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy, offered his friend a sly grin. Chapter 66, A Journey to Diagon Alley. Upon awakening from his slumber, Cecily found that his injuries had nearly healed. In truth, he felt he had no further need for the potions, yet Draco's insistence proved insurmountable. Almost all dragons opt to revert to their dragon form to heal from severe injuries, as maintaining their guise excessively drains their strength, a rather impractical choice for them. Cecily, however, was an exception. Even in a state of unconsciousness, he endeavored to maintain his guise, ever fearful that his dragon form might alarm Draco. During this period, his former colleague, Professor Snape, had frequently visited Malfoy Manor, and on occasion he and Draco would engage in discussions regarding potion matters. Why refer to him as a former colleague? Because on the night Cecily regained consciousness, after soothing the young master, his first action was to pen a brief resignation letter to their headmaster. Snape was the first to learn of this development. Due to his frequent visits to Malfoy Manor, he was privy to certain peculiarities, such as the moment he noticed the potions professor's gaze shift upon realizing Cecily was still consuming potions. If one were to describe it, his look was akin to that of a large potion grinder assessing its contents. Beyond that, life at Malfoy Manor had become the most comfortable period Cecily had experienced since arriving in this world. The tattoo upon his wrist, once deeply ingrained, had faded significantly, in tandem with the resurgence of his powers. Although still far from his peak, he had improved remarkably from the intolerable frailty he had once displayed. Just a couple of days prior, an owl had delivered the supply list for the new semester, accompanied by a letter addressed to Cecily. The missive was from Professor Dumbledore, inquiring about his current state. After skirting around various pleasantries, Cecily reached the crux of the message toward the end. Will you truly not be returning to work? No. Certainly not. Cecily had resolutely decided against it, indifferent to whether the old headmaster would find this troubling. The leisurely days at Malfoy Manor had dulled his nerves to such an extent that he nearly forgot he still had some loose ends to tie up regarding his former position. Thus, attending class was still necessary, and with utmost haste, Cecily penned a response to Dumbledore. However, before his return, there were other matters to attend to. Merlin's beard. Why did they not arrive a few days earlier? Must they all converge on the same day? Though Cecily's abilities surpassed those of Floo Powder, Draco hesitated to let him use it outside. As one of the most bustling locales as the school year approached, Flourish and Blots was nearly devoid of space. Cecily and Draco found themselves jostled even at the entrance. The young master was eager to vacate the premises, his meticulously arranged platinum hair now somewhat disheveled, the corner of his robe stained by an unknown individual's ice cream. Cecily fared slightly better. Draco had cleared a path through the throng of wizards attempting to encroach upon them. Frustrated, he cast a cleaning charm on his attire, tugging Cecily along. Damn it. Are these people blind? Cecily's hair color was exceptionally striking. Even with his hood drawn, many still sought to approach. Draco felt certain that choosing to visit Diagon Alley with Cecily today had been an error in judgment. There's ample time. Let us wait a while longer. In the ice cream parlor, the boy seated on a stool shook Draco's wrist, a few strands of silver hair slipping from beneath his hood. All of Draco's ire dissipated in an instant. Very well, we shall wait a bit longer. While he feigned reluctance, his demeanor lightened as he eagerly picked up the nearby menu. As a beloved establishment in Diagon Alley, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor indeed offers delightful treats, particularly the vanilla ice cream generously drizzled with chocolate sauce, which Cecilia adores. It is rather fantastical to think that a dragon, seemingly aloof and formidable, would have a penchant for such sweet confections. Recently, the house elves at Malfoy Manor have been in high spirits, as has his mother. for their baking skills have finally found an outlet. Typically, Mr. Malfoy and Draco do not indulge in such delicacies, so upon encountering a dessert aficionado like Cecilia, they have taken to crafting an array of confections each day, eager to showcase their culinary prowess. Cecilia is unreserved in her praise for their efforts, resulting in a mutual delight as she savors the treats they create. It may merely be an illusion, but Draco has noticed that Cecilia's face seems to have grown slightly rounder of late. Today, Diagon Alley is bustling with activity. Everyone enjoys congregating. Although the opportunity to visit arose a few days ago, most children opted to come during the final days of the holiday to mingle with others. Among them, of course, are Harry and his companions. After nearly being knocked over by a burly wizard, Hermione could no longer contain her exasperation and offered her suggestion. Really, Harry, could you please arrive earlier next time? Must you all squeeze in with these crowds? She was thoroughly weary of being jostled about, and Ginny nodded in agreement. Having grown closer to Hermione since the Quidditch World Cup, their friendship now blossoming into one of complete openness. All right, Hermione, enough complaining. Do you remember which books we need to buy? Where's my book list? Ron busily rummaged through his pockets, entirely oblivious to the current state of the path ahead. Harry held the list in one hand while glancing at his godfather, and by the time he realized that Ron's route was veering dangerously off course, it was too late. With a clatter, Ron inadvertently tripped over a cauldron left carelessly by an inattentive young wizard, and with a thud, he lost his balance, landing heavily on the ground. The Weasley twins, having just exited the magical joke shop, chanced upon this scene and erupted into laughter. Oh look, what has happened to our little Ronnie? Shut up. Shut up. It was an accident, Ron retorted, flustered as he clutched his waist, though he truly wished to cover his backside instead. However, with so many people around, such a gesture was decidedly ungraceful. Ha, look at that clumsy lion. It seems Diagon Alley has its share of entertainment today, came a familiar taunt, instantly recognizable. Ron glared in the direction of the voice. You can shut your mouth too, you. He nearly sprang from the ground, and before he could even reach out, Harry was taken aback, utterly astonished at how swiftly the other had evaded him. You Malfoy, he exclaimed, staring dumbfounded at his longtime rival. Is that Ron? Hermione rushed over, concern etched on her face, only to find her friend looking utterly dazed. Following Ron's gaze, Hermione too became speechless. As more onlookers gathered, the young man seated beside Draco finally pulled back his hood, revealing silvery hair that cascaded like moonlight, and his pale eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Long time no see. Chapter 67, Fated Encounters. Time seemed to freeze as the expression on the red-haired boy's face turned to one of utter astonishment. Typically, the Weasley twins would have already begun to mock him, but now, no one paid heed to such trivialities, for the reactions of the others were scarcely more composed. Surprisingly, it was Draco who first regained his composure. The parsimonious Slytherin carefully readjusted their Professor's hood, ensuring no stray hair was visible before turning to glare fiercely at Ron. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen enough at school? Ron's face flushed crimson, not out of anger, but rather out of embarrassment as he awkwardly glanced at the other person present. Professor, is your health all right? They said you were missing. By Merlin's beard, Hermione felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Did Ron truly not grasp the implications of the professor's disappearance? Although Dumbledore had sealed all information regarding the incident, given the circumstances of that day, Professor Flitwick could not have possibly escaped unscathed. Most importantly, after their alchemy professor had gone missing last term, Draco Malfoy had resumed his relentless targeting of them, surpassing even his previous antics. As one of the few privy to the truth, Draco's transformation was undoubtedly tied to the professor's fate. Heaven knows that just as they were reeling from the onslaught of recent events, the fat lady's words plunged them deeper into a chasm of guilt. You're finally back. The night had grown quite late, and the fat lady appeared somewhat drowsy. Upon seeing them return, she mustered her energy. Did you encounter your professor? He came looking for you earlier and seemed quite frantic when he learned you weren't around. Though they were already aware of the new professor at Hogwarts, and the fat lady had heard his name from other portraits, Cecilia did not often frequent Gryffindor, and thus she could never quite recall his name. Harry felt a sense of dread wash over him. Swallowing hard, he asked, "Excuse me, does the professor have silver hair and appear quite young?" "Ah yes, that's him. Indeed, he is exceptionally young," the fat lady praised. But no one had the heart to engage in her chatter. Ron's spirits plummeted. He nearly wept. Hermione, what if something has happened to the professor? What could Hermione possibly say? Werewolves ranked among the most dangerous creatures according to the Ministry of Magic's list. She dared not contemplate the implications. Beneath the dim night sky, despite her disheveled appearance, the brown-haired witch's eyes remained bright and clear as she turned to her companions. Harry, Ron, this time we were indeed too reckless. We failed to consider the consequences, and it should not have been the professor who bore the burden. As they sought information, they prayed for the professor's safe return. Yet, what good were words in light of the professor's disappearance, which shattered their last vestiges of hope? Realizing his phrasing had been unfortunate, Ron hurriedly attempted to explain, I just meant. Ultimately, this usually cheerful, fearless little lion completely faltered. If he were indeed a lion, his mane would have drooped in defeat. We are truly sorry, Professor. It is wonderful to have you back. Ron managed to utter, then hastily lowered his gaze. Cecilia was momentarily taken aback. He had never fathomed that his absence would weigh so heavily on these children. Looking at the trio of young wizards, he found it difficult to voice that he had already chosen to resign, and would no longer be their professor upon the new term's commencement. Thank you for your concern. I am quite well now, he said, attempting to reassure them. I will be returning at the start of term as I have heard that your exams were postponed due to my absence. With a warm smile that echoed the sentiment of I've been rained on, and I will tear down everyone's umbrella. Their former alchemy professor dropped this bombshell upon them. The first to feel a surge of panic was Harry, who knew that while Cecilia was diligent, he struggled to grasp the complexities of the subject. Great, Harry thought, his report card was about to receive yet another glaring mark. The only ones who seemed to find joy in this situation were perhaps Hermione and one other. Cease your laughter, chipmunks. This time the first place is undoubtedly mine, Draco declared, arching an eyebrow with determined resolve. And you lot, since we have exchanged pleasantries, may we take our leave now? Draco was on the verge of exasperation. It was supposed to be a simple outing for the two of them, merely to procure a bite to eat. Yet fate had conspired to bring them face to face with a gaggle of Gryffindors. His impatience grew palpable as he began to usher them away. Did Harry and the others wish to leave? Certainly not. They were brimming with questions. Cecilia poked at the melting scoop of ice cream on the table, glancing at the children outside with their eager expressions, completely oblivious to the sparks flying between the young aristocrat and the Gryffindors. The boy cloaked in a voluminous hood slowly turned his head, pondering deeply before voicing his thoughts. Would you care for some ice cream? Indeed. Cecilia misinterpreted the Gryffindor's gaze as an admiration for the ice cream before him. As a professor at Hogwarts, juggling multiple responsibilities, his salary was quite respectable. Although Cecilia had little concept of money and spent it without hesitation, treating them to a few ice creams was well within his means. But are we not eating? Cecilia queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. The Gryffindors, on the brink of tears, could not pass up the opportunity, especially when it was offered by a professor. Draco nearly crushed the cup in his hand. Did these oblivious Gryffindors truly possess no sense? Could they not grasp the situation? And why, pray tell, should Cecilia feel compelled to treat them, when he had never been offered such generosity himself? The platinum-haired Slytherin let out a derisive snort at the Gryffindors outside, then turned to grasp the arm of the potions professor, insisting, no, you stay put, I shall attend to this. If anyone were to treat them, it should be he. The notion of them enjoying Cecilia's offerings was utterly out of the question. There was no way in, not even through a window. Harry and the others were utterly flummoxed, caught in a limbo of indecision. What are you waiting for? Come inside, Cecilia urged, blissfully unaware of the children's dazed expressions. Eventually, after approximately 5 minutes, Harry and his companions found themselves seated at the table, the ice cream in their bowls sweet, yet their emotions decidedly complex. Who could have foreseen a day when they would partake in refreshments at the behest of Malfoy? As one of the most beloved establishments in Diagon Alley, the ice cream shop thrived with an exceptional buzz. Sweet aromas of fruit preserves and frozen delights wafted through the air, as the kindly proprietor, noticing their hearty orders, graciously added an extra scoop of chocolate sauce. In stark contrast to the general din, one corner of the shop was eerily quiet. Cecilia quickly finished his serving, casting a lingering glance at the menu beside him. No, that will not do, Draco interjected, mercilessly snatching the menu away, denying his request for a second helping. It is but a scoop of ice cream. Why should a professor not indulge? Cecilia's ardent admirer, Ron Weasley, found Draco's aristocratic demeanor particularly irksome. One of his favorite pastimes was to oppose his nemesis, though this had always been the case. Draco, unfazed, merely raised his eyes to regard him, for he was still consumed with potion preparations, and too cold a treat could adversely affect their efficacy. Consequently, the red-haired boy, who had just championed Draco's cause, swiftly altered his stance. It is indeed unwise to overindulge. Perhaps another time. It was surreal. Harry began to question whether his vision had indeed worsened, for it seemed a remarkable phenomenon that Malfoy and Ron had reached a consensus. With their potions professor present, the Weasley twins, in a rare display of decorum, sat quietly, although this restraint was relative to their usual behavior. "Professor, will you return on the first day of term?" Cecilia had not taught other years last semester due to scheduling conflicts, yet younger students often sought to attend his classes. Initially, it was planned that elective courses would commence with the new academic year, but due to unforeseen circumstances, this decision had been postponed indefinitely. However, what they did not realize was that electives would likely be impossible. Even core classes were in jeopardy. George and Fred astutely recognized that they were privy to inside information. The mere mention of this topic made Cecilia's head throb. He had actually visited Hogwarts the previous year, but due to certain events, he had to travel alongside the students. According to Headmaster Dumbledore's wishes, he would need to arrive at least 3 days in advance to address lingering issues from the previous semester. Upon this realization, Cecilia's demeanor visibly soured, perhaps even a bit earlier than that. The young aristocrat, who was completely unaware of these developments, grew anxious. In his mind, although Cecilia would be at Hogwarts and they could meet often, 1 year had already passed, and so much had transpired. To him, it seemed Dumbledore was exploiting Cecilia as a cheap laborer, and now he was required to arrive early. A familiar smirk crept upon Draco's face, one that all Gryffindors recognized as distinctly Malfoy. "Is there no one else at Hogwarts? Why is all this work left to you? Perhaps Dumbledore should simply hand over the position of headmaster to you." Harry opted for silence, and even Ron maintained his composure. Yet, did Draco believe his scathing remarks would pass unchallenged? No, the answer was clear. Just after mentioning Dumbledore, the platinum-haired youth pivoted his attention toward the others at the table, exclaiming, "Oh, forgive me, I forgot. Indeed, there is much to worry about. Especially with such a group of Gryffindors who thrive on chaos and venture forth without a thought in their heads." It was evident that this topic would not be easily avoided. Ron was the first to voice his dissent. "Hey, that's enough. Gryffindors and Slytherins alike." Cecilia belatedly realized why he had brought them together. Look at that. They were already bickering. The two boys exchanged sharp retorts until they had sufficiently exhausted themselves. Yet only Ron bore the brunt of the frustration, for he had never bested Draco in their verbal sparring. Harry found it impossible to interject, while Hermione and Ginny chose to remain uninvolved, accustomed as they were to such antics. After all, no harm had come of it. And the Weasley twins were merely enjoying the spectacle. After a prolonged observation, Harry felt an inkling that something eluded his memory, yet he could not quite grasp what it was. Never mind, if it escaped him, so be it. The carefree Gryffindors dismissed the matter entirely. Meanwhile, poor Sirius found himself jostled by the throngs outside, only to turn and discover his companions had vanished. "Draco," Cecilia tugged at the young aristocrat's sleeve. Signaling for the raucous Gryffindors to quiet down, Draco turned to his little moon. "What is it?" Cecilia brandished his pocket watch before him. "We must prepare, otherwise, we shall miss dinner. Mr. Malfoy will be home today, and we need to return before then." They had lingered here far too long, and needed to gather their belongings promptly. Draco reluctantly rose to his feet. Anyone who had endured such experiences would undoubtedly wish to avoid a repeat, especially a meticulous and finicky young aristocrat. Cecilia attempted to rise as well, but Draco pressed a hand upon his shoulder. "Never mind, dear, you should wait here. I shall return shortly." Though he was reluctant to go, he was even less inclined to allow Cecilia to be jostled by those inconsiderate wizards, especially with several pairs of eyes glued to him. Thus, the young aristocrat chose to leave Cecilia behind in the ice cream shop, despite the Gryffindors' apparent lack of sense and seemingly dull-witted demeanor. However, in comparison to others, Draco found a modicum of appeal in this particular group of Gryffindors, just a smidge, relatively speaking, with no more than that. After repeated admonitions, Draco hastily departed from the scene. Once he left, a sudden stillness enveloped the table. Cecilia curiously observed the previously boisterous young wizards. Noticing their expressions were a tapestry of bewilderment, some furrowing their brows in confusion. What was amiss? Of course, he was oblivious to how utterly absurd his conversation with the young master had been. Hermione pondered for a moment before she could no longer contain herself. "Professor, are you currently residing at Malfoy Manor?" My goodness, so Cecilia had indeed been recuperating at Malfoy Manor all along. The things he had deliberately avoided and ignored abruptly surfaced in an unacceptable form, leaving everyone present grappling with their incredulity. Merlin, merely contemplating that their professor might genuinely be in a relationship with Malfoy, rendered Harry and Hermione somewhat breathless. If they felt this way, one could only imagine Ron's reaction. Cecilia hesitated, for in truth, he not only resided at Malfoy Manor, but even lived next door to Draco. In fact, Cecilia had also previously occupied Draco's room. Well, Upon witnessing Harry's and the others' expressions, Cecilia wisely chose to remain silent. "So, you two really are a couple?" Ginny inquired, her bright eyes twinkling with curiosity, the flames of gossip igniting within. Cecilia recalled the young girl, a remarkably skilled Quidditch player, leaving quite an impression on him. "Draco is my partner." Despite the surprise, the silver-haired youth responded earnestly, and when he mentioned the one he cherished, a flicker of unspoken brilliance danced within his light-colored, exquisite eyes. "What?" Ron's horrified exclamation echoed throughout the ice cream parlor, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Realizing his breach of decorum, Ron covered his face and moaned dramatically against the dining table. Harry, too, was taken aback, though he recognized that Ron was undoubtedly more affected. No one understood better than Ron the inexplicable feelings he had harbored for that professor. It wasn't quite affection, yet it transcended the ordinary admiration a student might hold for a teacher. "Oh dear," Fred and George exchanged glances, unable to resist encircling their younger brother with their arms, silently conveying, "Brother, come to terms with it. You've lost your chance." Hermione and Ginny wore subtle expressions. In matters of the heart, girls were invariably more sensitive than boys, and the implications embedded in Cecilia's words sent shivers down their spines. Not merely a boyfriend, but a partner, a term far weightier than its predecessor, particularly given that the other party currently resided at Malfoy Manor. Thanks to the years of their antagonistic relationship with that Slytherin, they had been compelled to glean quite a bit of information about the Malfoy family. As a leading family within the aristocracy of the British wizarding world, the Malfoys were infamously exclusive and discerning, and now, it was evident that their potions professor had likely gained the family's approval, suggesting that this relationship had traversed into open territory. "Enough, let us not dwell on it." Cecilia's expression prompted even Hermione to cringe. It was indeed a staggering revelation. Joyful that their professor was unharmed, and would continue teaching at Hogwarts next term, yet astonished that their professor was genuinely involved with Malfoy. Ron was at a loss, caught between laughter and tears, being outside. He found himself unable to articulate his thoughts and could only muster a distorted smile toward Cecilia. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward, yet Cecilia felt no qualms about his disclosure. It was then that someone approached, shattering this temporary calm. "Merlin's beard, Harry, what are you all doing here?" Harry's shoulders tensed as he turned with difficulty, and indeed, a dark-haired wizard with gray eyes was hurriedly making his way toward them. Sirius was almost beside himself with worry. Heaven knows he had only taken his eyes off this group for mere seconds, and they had vanished. Having scoured all of Diagon Alley, he was on the verge of calling for help if they were not found soon. Harry's expression was somewhat vague, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Upon seeing the boy's demeanor, Sirius's heart sank. "Oh my, you must inform me next time." Your godfather was almost ready to head toward Nocturne Alley. This was his greatest fear. What if these overly curious children had indeed ventured into that notorious alley? As Harry assured Sirius, he discreetly shifted his body to obscure the individuals behind him. He had not forgotten that his godfather harbored a profound bias against Cecilia, and it could hardly be described as mere prejudice. It was a deep-seated fear. Ron and the others quickly sensed the tension and joined in diverting the conversation. All right. Godfather, let us be off. It's getting late, and we should head back." A group of them began ushering Sirius out, who was thoroughly perplexed and entirely unaware of the unfolding drama. Cecilia, similarly obstructed, had never encountered Sirius Black and was unaware that he was the large dog from that day. He merely felt a sense of familiarity in his presence. After much effort, Harry's group finally managed to coax Sirius out, and just as they were about to leave, Draco fortuitously returned. True enemies often cross paths. Since their altercation in the office last semester, their relationship had plummeted to new lows. Draco initially intended to ignore Sirius, pretending not to see him, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. However, Sirius had other designs. This wizard, eager to provoke the Slytherins, perked up at the sight of that familiar platinum-haired figure. "Oh Malfoy, what's this? Alone today? Where's your father? Too busy dodging the investigation to step outside?" He knew how to strike a nerve. Though no one dared to confront the Malfoy family directly, Sirius's words struck a chord with Draco. The tall, striking young man cast a sidelong glance at the man attempting to provoke him. "Oh, you seem quite well versed in such matters. It appears you've had your share of experiences. And what of it? At least I'm better off than you and your family. You should be cautious. Dark wizards ought to end up in Azkaban." "Shut your mouth. What gives you the right to say such things?" "Don't forget your surname," Draco retorted coldly. If the aristocracy of the wizarding world regarded the Weasleys as traitors among purebloods, then Sirius Black was a traitor within the Black family. Draco's mother was a Black. No one knew better than they what had transpired in the past. Sirius fanned the flames. And you, Malfoy, don't you pride yourselves on pureblood supremacy? Your little lover isn't pureblood, is he? Does he know of your noble traditions? Godfather, let us go. Please stop talking, Harry quickly urged, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. But the agitated man was not in the mood to listen. Draco had already positioned his hand on the side pocket where his wand lay. You do well to silence yourself. Touchy are we, Malfoy? It's no surprise. You and that little monster seem quite well matched. Neither of you are particularly good. Draco struggled to contain his anger, refraining from casting an offensive spell as a final act of restraint. Who are you calling a little monster? Dodging the attack, Sirius drew his own wand, Bat Bogey Hex. Merlin above, a fight had broken out, and Harry and the others were at a loss as to whom to assist. It is undeniably a predicament stemming from Sirius, yet he remains one of their own. However, their hesitation did not linger for long, as an unexpected intervention abruptly disrupted the scene. A familiar frost began to spread gradually, causing Sirius's pupils to constrict in alarm as he looked up. A young man clad in a black robe stood at the threshold of the shop, his oversized hood obscuring much of his visage. Cecilia retracted her hand and lifted the hood, revealing silvery hair that shimmered like the moon, her pale eyes fixating on the dark-haired wizard before her. Are they referring to me as a little monster? Chapter 70. His attitude. Throughout Sirius Black's several decades of existence, the notion of fear had never found a place within his lexicon. Not even in the face of Voldemort had he reacted with such intensity as he did at this moment. As twilight descended, the bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley began to wane, with wizards hastily retreating as they perceived the tension. After much contemplation, Harry ultimately resolved to assist his godfather in explaining the situation, caught between the restless Draco and the evidently affronted professor, both formidable adversaries. The direst realization was that they appeared evenly matched. Draco had once clashed with Sirius in Cecilia's office, resulting in a stalemate, perhaps due to their mutual reservations. No, Ron exclaimed, seizing the red-haired boy who was about to charge forward with his wand drawn. By conventional logic, Ron should have been aligned with their group, yet his flustered demeanor suggested otherwise. As predicted, the next moment saw Ron erupting in frustration. Let me go. How dare he call the professor a monster? The discord between individuals' joys and sorrows was indeed incomprehensible. Harry grasped Ron's arm, feeling a wave of weariness wash over him. Thankfully, he was not alone. Although Ron was somewhat unreliable, Hermione remained steadfastly dependable. Harry turned expectantly to seek Hermione's counsel, only to find her engrossed in the spectacle, showing no inclination to intervene. Cecilia found the figure before her vaguely familiar, having not kept abreast of current events. It took her a moment to recall that he was none other than the recently infamous Sirius Black. Mentioning this could not overlook a crucial detail. His animagus form was that of a large black dog. Draco had been furious discussing this, as they had not forgotten his intrusion into Hogwarts, which had caused such an uproar, including the cursed dementors that plagued the school. The question of whether I am a monster is not yours to judge. The silver-haired youth's expression hardened as he descended the steps, sidestepping the onlookers, frost emanating from his feet and advancing towards Sirius. In shock, Sirius failed to evade in time. The frost moved with alarming speed, swiftly encasing his feet, and soon creeping up to ensnare his hands. Remarkably, the youth had yet to wield his wand. Sirius, taken aback, realized this was the first time he had encountered Cecilia in her fully human form. Compared to that fateful night, her eyes, now a light amber, rendered her more akin to an ordinary human. Yet Sirius could never forget the events of that evening. Despite the evident advantage not lying in his favor, Sirius defiantly lifted his chin. What are you pretending for? Don't think that donning a human guise makes you one of us. His unfinished retort was abruptly stifled by a silencing charm from Draco, who cast a disinterested glance at the crimson-faced Sirius before standing alongside Cecilia. If you're done with that mouth of yours, feel free to say so. I would be more than willing to alleviate that burden. With a flick of his wand, Draco gestured dismissively at Sirius. Seeing this, Harry instinctively positioned himself in front of the frozen Sirius, filled with dread at the prospect of further provocation from him. Professor, we sincerely apologize. We assure you there will be no next time. Is that so? Cecilia raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at the struggling wizard. It would be best if that were the case. Otherwise, I might find it difficult to restrain myself from acting, for as Mr. Sirius Black aptly stated, monsters are inherently uncontrollable. We promise, Ron interjected, his fists clenched in frustration, unable to comprehend why Sirius harbored such prejudice against the professor. By this time, Diagon Alley had become nearly deserted. In a matter of moments, Cecilia had entirely lost interest in the farce. Noticing her disinterest, Draco seized Cecilia's wrist, unreservedly displaying their intimacy. Well then, we must take our leave. You all may take care of yourselves. The reactions of others, or what Sirius should do next, were no longer within their purview. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, dinner was drawing near. Before that, Cecilia received an invitation from Mr. Malfoy to the familiar study. Seated in a chair, Lucius gestured for him to relax, assuring him it was merely a minor matter. After hearing him out, Cecilia looked at Lucius in mild surprise. I believe you could perhaps place a bit more trust in me. Leaning slightly forward, shedding all semblance of superficial calm, this dragon from another world finally revealed a glimpse of his true character. I possess sufficient strength, do I not? He spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. I could dispatch him with ease. The absolute strength was the foundation of Cecilia's confidence, and he possessed that very capital. After the slumber of the ice lake, his power had been considerably restored. Though it fell short of his former self, it was more than adequate for this realm. A rare blank expression graced Lucius's face. Prior to their conversation, he had envisioned countless scenarios, but the outcome merely revolved around whether the other would agree or refuse. That individual was on the verge of returning, and the Malfoy family was unwilling to follow him again. Thus, conflict was inevitable. As Dumbledore had surmised, they all wished to ascertain Cecilia's stance. The young man rose slowly, his white hair cascading down from his shoulders. Mr. Malfoy, you need not worry about this. Draco's stance is my stance. I shall always stand by his side, inseparable. When Cecilia emerged, someone was already waiting at the door. What took you so long? Draco approached. Come on, dinner is ready, and there are your favorite snacks. He casually mentioned. What did your father say? Cecilia smiled, grasping his hand. Rest assured, it is merely a trivial matter. Chapter 71, In the Rain. The start of the school year arrived unexpectedly. As per protocol, Cecilia had to arrive at Hogwarts 3 days in advance. The young master's attitude could hardly be described as merely dissatisfied. He was practically eager to pen a complaint to the Ministry of Magic at that very moment. At Platform 9, Draco had already entrusted his luggage to a house elf, bidding farewell to the Malfoy couple before boarding the train. As he traversed the long corridor, upon pushing open the compartment door, a round fluffy ball launched itself into his arms with such force that it left Draco's chest aching. Damn it. Could you be any gentler? The platinum-haired young master frowned as he lifted the excessively plump ball. The little snowy owl hooted in protest several times. Would Draco relent? No. Of course not. Blaze, how much have you been feeding it? It's hard to believe that just a short absence has caused it to gain so much weight. It's astonishing how a bird can become so rotund. Even Draco is concerned for its pitiful little wings. Upon hearing this, Blaze felt utterly wronged. That day, Draco had unceremoniously handed him the bird, the professor's little pet, and what else could he do but lavish it with food and care? Throughout the holiday, he had penned countless letters to the Malfoy Manor, discreetly hinting at the situation. Yet their esteemed young master remained obliviously indifferent, showing no intent to reclaim the little creature. My dear Malfoy, although I was the one who found it, you never mentioned that I was responsible for aftercare. Blaze exhaled wearily, shielding his face with a magazine, only to be met with Theodore's relentless mockery. Come on, Blaze, no matter how irritable this fellow is, we must cater to him. The professor will undoubtedly seek him out upon his return. Theodore's assertion held merit. Cecilia had indeed mentioned her little pet. Draco, engrossed in their summer assignments, yes, even at Hogwarts, the specter of summer homework loomed over them, replied without lifting his gaze, I found someone quite suitable to care for it. Rest assured, by the time school starts, it will be lively and well. What he referred to as a caretaker was, in essence, merely a free nanny and meal ticket. It was common knowledge that only 2 individuals could calm the little snowy owl. Their potions professor and their esteemed head of Slytherin. I heard Professor Snape visited your home quite frequently over the holidays. Why not let him take care of it? I reckon he would be quite willing to heed our head's commands. Draco settled into a seat, tossing the plump bird back into Blaze's arms. The young master rolled his eyes ungraciously at the suggestion. You might as well ask Professor Snape yourself, and see if he would throw you out along with that fat bird. Pansy was absent from the carriage, having gone next door to find Daphne, as she put it, preferring the company of girls over conversing with boys with whom she had nothing in common. Moreover, this semester at Hogwarts promised a significant event, as evidenced by the items listed on their school supply list, indicating that the girls had much preparation ahead of them. It was clear what Blaze was alluding to, and the other 2 needed no further elaboration. Draco rubbed his temples. Is there any need to ask? Haven't we all been instructed to prepare our dress robes? The school supply list enumerated various items the young witches and wizards needed, including clothing, but this time, they were uncommonly required to procure formal attire. It seemed that this semester would indeed be intriguing. As they arrived at the train's destination and boarded the carriages, the sky suddenly darkened. Fortunately, the carriage was generally waterproof, though only to a degree. I just changed into my robes, Pansy frowned, noticing the deteriorating weather. Having deliberately donned thicker clothing for the occasion. Don't be upset, Daphne consoled the irritable dark-haired girl, fortifying the carriage against the elements. Slytherin was the last to board. And based on their familiarity, the two girls chose the same carriage as Draco and his companions. In truth, the entire Slytherin house was beginning to reveal its factions. Blaise, Theodore, and Pansy were undoubtedly under Draco's leadership, or perhaps that of the Malfoy family behind him. The stance of the Greengrass family was rather ambiguous. Neither particularly close to either side. Yet it was evident that Daphne and Pansy's relationship was quite amicable. They had anticipated that the rain would soon pass. But contrary to expectations, it intensified, with water seeping through the carriage's seams. Thanks to Daphne's spells, these minor inconveniences remained within the realm of tolerability. Due to the weather, their journey was slightly delayed. The heavy curtain of rain enveloped Hogwarts, and the gusting winds compelled Draco to cast a water-repelling charm upon himself. Other Slytherins, inspired by his action, swiftly followed suit, conjuring similar spells for themselves. Although it did little to shield them from the chill of the downpour, it was certainly preferable to being soaked to the bone. Regrettably, this charm was not universally known. Other students from different houses looked on enviously at the Slytherins navigating the rain with ease, wishing they could do the same but feeling too proud to ask for assistance. Particularly the Gryffindors, with only a handful daring to approach. The Slytherins generously acquiesced to their requests. This was a mere stereotype. In truth, most Slytherins, apart from their unique status outside of school, were not vastly different from ordinary students. By the time they reached the grand entrance, the Slytherins had become the most conspicuous group among all the students. At some point, the clamorous crowd ahead fell abruptly silent, as if a peculiar mute button had been pressed. Especially among the first years, the Slytherins perceived something unusual in their gaze. Following their line of sight, amidst the torrential downpour, stood a tall, slender figure at the entrance of Hogwarts, holding an umbrella, reminiscent of Moses parting the sea. The biting wind and rain swirled around him, yet failed to touch him in the slightest. He approached through the deluge, his silvery hair adorned with a dark satin ribbon, the end of which glinted with a faint luminescent green gem. Draco stood still, watching as the figure parted the crowd to walk towards him. "I came to fetch you." Draco grasped the boy's cool fingertips, enveloping them within his warm palm. "I knew you would come." Chapter 72, Resignation. The rain continued to fall, and as Cecilia and Draco entered the castle under the umbrella, a shrill cry erupted from the castle entrance. "Favor! Favor! I demand to report you, unless you put me down this instant." Everyone then noticed a small figure suspended in midair at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was the mischievous Peeves, the notorious poltergeist. Ever keen on mischief, had been waiting at the door since morning for the students to arrive, and even Professor McGonagall had no power over him. As they ascended the steps, they fortuitously encountered Professor McGonagall. This year's first-year duties were still under her purview, while the other professors turned a blind eye to Cecilia's antics. As long as they were not excessively outrageous. Was Cecilia's behavior outrageous? To the other students, it was utterly preposterous. "Damn it! I want a beautiful professor to hold an umbrella for me," Pansy quietly lamented to Daphne, feeling somewhat full despite not having had dinner yet. Not just her. Even the typically oblivious Crabbe and Goyle were feeling the strain, as since the arrival of the potions professor, their master had callously dismissed his entourage. It was absurd to think Draco would seek out Cecilia with these two in tow. Bringing them along would be akin to having them guard the door for Cecilia. Blaise had grown accustomed to it. Really, a chilly breeze swept by, and the not yet dry robes made him involuntarily sneeze. He leaned one hand against Theodore for support, weakly suggesting, "I think I need a pair of sunglasses. Otherwise, one day, my eyes will surely be blinded by the glare." Theodore, engrossed in the unfolding drama, replied, "All right. Let's enjoy something cheerful. Look over there at the Gryffindors." The joyful occurrences for Slytherin may not necessarily be perceived as favorable by others, particularly by Gryffindor. Until they entered the Great Hall, many of the young lions maintained a look of despondency. In fact, it wasn't just Gryffindor. Several students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw exhibited similar expressions. The professor, who had been missing for several months, reappeared just as they were beginning to celebrate. And they watched in disbelief as he approached Malfoy. "You seem to have become Hogwarts' public enemy. Are you not concerned?" Blaise remarked, half in jest and half in envy, for they could not enjoy the professor's hands-on dry spell. Unlike the young master whose normally well-groomed golden locks now appeared unusually tousled and fluffy, almost comically so. Draco turned away in exasperation, thinking that to them, being a public enemy implied rivalry, a notion born from their inability and lack of confidence to best him. Draco possessed both the capability and the confidence. The platinum-haired young master casually shifted his gaze, and, upon spotting the familiar figure at the staff table, leisurely resumed the previous topic, stating that Cecilia would one day become another master of Malfoy Manor. His name would be adorned with his surname, so what was there to fear? Enough, Pansy interjected, unable to tolerate Draco's words any longer. Merlin, what have I heard? What have I done wrong? Although she felt joy that the professor's ultimate allegiance lay with Slytherin, she truly abhorred listening to Draco flaunt his affection. Blaise cast a sympathetic glance at Pansy from afar, only to be met with her eye roll. At that moment, Professor McGonagall entered, leading a group of drenched young wizards. These children appeared rather disheveled, as if they had just been fished from the lake. The sorting ceremony bore no significant differences from last year, yet Cecilia nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing the name of the final student. Filgard Crete, the sorting hat of Slytherin bellowed, announcing the last young wizard's house. In that moment of shock, Filgard, with strikingly similar light-colored eyes, gazed in Cecilia's direction and even smiled at him. Cecilia pressed his lips together, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. No, it cannot be. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence of names. Rarely witnessing such an emotional upheaval from their alchemy professor, Draco, who had been attentive to this side, immediately recognized it. His gaze swept over the brown-haired boy, and as the latter settled at the end of the Slytherin table, Draco received a smile from that dark-haired child. However, unlike the warmth Cecilia perceived, Draco's smile was filled with pure malice. As the sorting ceremony concluded, and dinner officially commenced, Cecilia harbored secrets, merely picking at his plate before setting down his cutlery. There was a significant surprise that needed to be announced imminently, including that matter. He believed it necessary to provide a preemptive explanation to those children. Dumbledore was correct. Cecilia had nearly forgotten that issue, ultimately resigning himself to return to his seat. Even after a considerable time had passed, he still vividly recalled that event, which was indeed a surprise, albeit one he did not relish. "Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down," Dumbledore called after dinner, his voice amplified to reach every corner of the hall. He announced several new regulations, and then, without warning, he delivered news that struck some as a thunderbolt. "This semester, we will be canceling the Quidditch Cup." The moment the words left his lips, a chorus of lament erupted from the crowd. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore beckoned for silence, explaining that a grand event would soon take place at Hogwarts, one that he believed everyone would enjoy. "Thus I announce that this year we will hold." A loud bang abruptly interrupted Dumbledore's speech as a thunderous noise emanated from the hall's entrance. A flash of lightning illuminated the shadowy figure at the doorway, challenging description. The individual appeared somewhat impaired in movement, limping as he walked, cloaked in a thick, dark robe, his scarred face exposed. As his peculiar deep blue prosthetic eye shifted to gaze in their direction, even Cecilia could not help but furrow his brow. "Professor Moody, you arrived just in time. Please introduce yourself to everyone. This is our new defense against the dark arts professor for the semester," Dumbledore continued. He then glanced toward the staff table, noting that there would be some changes in the professors for this term. "Regrettably, I must announce that Mr. Flavose will no longer be attending to the alchemy class at Hogwarts. However, there is no need for concern. He will still accompany us in our studies." "What?" The first to exclaim was Ron from Gryffindor, the tall redhead springing to his feet, causing the bench behind him to screech against the floor. Simultaneously, the other young wizards seemed to finally comprehend the situation, and the hall erupted into a cacophony, louder than the outcry regarding the cancellation of the Quidditch match. Through the tumultuous crowd, Hermione glanced toward the Slytherin table. Upon witnessing the calm reaction of the Slytherins, they realized for the first time just how adept their former alchemy professor, no, should they say the ex-professor, was at maintaining secrecy. Chapter 73, Side Story, The Evil Dragon and the Treasure. The youngest son of the Flavose family returned home with a man. "Wait a moment." An elf clumsily dug at its ear, gazing dreamily at its companion. "Am I still asleep today? You mean that Flavose, the one from the Dragon clan?" The nearby elf rolled its eyes. Who else could it be? There are very few Flavose on this continent. And isn't that silver giant dragon the only one? The twist lay in the fact that the fierce dragon had brought back a human. The Dragon clan, which had always despised mixed blood and pursued pure bloodlines, could actually become fond of humans, particularly the most eccentric among them, Flavose. The Flavose family's estate was untouched by the seasons, concealed by special spells and enchantments that granted it unique functions. On the day Cecilia returned, the news of his arrival and the unexpected guest by his side reached all Flavose in the estate almost immediately. Craves was the first to voice his objections. The hot-tempered black dragon nearly overturned tables and chairs in his fury, unleashing a torrent of rage that indiscriminately targeted everyone present. No, I cannot agree. Even if Cecilia was disobedient, he was still his brother. Craves could not act against him. Thus, a heavy aura of murderous intent immediately descended upon the noble young man with platinum hair seated at the end of the table. However, before Craves could engage in any reckless behavior, Cecilia calmly interjected, "Craves, I am not discussing this with you. This is a notification." Cecilia had brought Draco home merely to share the beautiful memories and experiences of his past life with his beloved, not to subject him to discomfort from his family. The previously silent noble youth stood, walking to Cecilia's side. His blue-gray eyes scanned each dragon present, courteous and impeccably polite as he bid them farewell. "Since this meeting has not been particularly pleasant, we shall leave for now, Cecilia." Craves, in a fit of rage, recklessly cast an attack spell. The others present wished to knock the fool unconscious, thinking that if he had to act, he should at least wait for Cecilia to be absent. Everyone tacitly denied each other's prowess. After all, in the eyes of these dragons, aside from a select few, most humans were likely the most fragile species on this continent. The anticipated tragedy did not unfold, as the human brought back by Cecilia stood with a bemused expression, stepping on the extinguished black dragon flames. "It seems there exists a misunderstanding regarding my capabilities. Having lingered too long in the manor, perhaps it is time to venture out and clear my mind." This acerbic Slytherin showcased for the first time his unique inherited tradition, leaving the reticent dragons utterly exasperated, yet powerless to prevent him from taking his brother away. Cecilia's residence lay in the secluded southernmost part of the manor, a place he seldom returned to since reaching adulthood. However, his current territory sprawled across icy expanses, which he relished, though the young master was human. In the long-abandoned manor, fiery red roses grew wildly, cascading in heavy clusters from the branches, their drooping blossoms touching the lake's surface. Through the dappled shadows of the flowers, Draco found his little moon by the lakeside. Hearing a familiar sound, a silvery figure burst forth from the water, its slightly curled silver hair unfurling like a flowing ribbon on the surface. A perfectly blooming rose fell onto his head as the youth casually brushed aside the flower branches obstructing his view, his golden eyes shimmering with mirth akin to twinkling stars. No longer a mere boy, Cecilia's form had matured, shedding the naivety of youth, embodying the otherworldly allure of his dragon lineage in its most exquisite manifestation. At that moment, as the youth in the water grasped a bouquet of fiery red roses, and tilted his face upwards to gaze at him, he resembled a beautiful mermaid lurking in ancient fairy tales, one who, despite the peril, elicited a willingness to offer up one's life. Draco leaned down, his slate-gray eyes darkening as he seized Cecilia's arm, drawing closer until their noses nearly touched, a gesture both intensely intimate and perilously audacious. "My dear Cecilia, when you look at me like that, I might mistake it for a request for a kiss. And what if I said that is indeed the case?" The youth in the lake climbed onto the platinum heir's shoulder, voluntarily offering his lips. The one in his embrace, with alabaster eyelashes fluttering, felt Draco's fervent kiss, lifting him entirely from the lake. Water droplets and roses cascaded from his fingertips, while the elaborate, gem-laden garments slipped from their original owner's grasp. The semi-transparent silver belt, once merely decorative, seemed to find newfound purpose today. The manor had long fallen into disrepair, proving unsuitable for prolonged habitation. Within a mere day, Cecilia had found a new dwelling. The Kuwait Valley in the western part of the continent enjoyed a perpetual spring, with a temperate climate, tranquility, and an absence of large, dangerous creatures, making it an ideal residence. When Cecilia brought Draco here, the young master curiously questioned him. "Didn't you once say your territory wasn't an icy wasteland?" "My territory is far too cold. Ace's domain is just right." Cecilia was quite pleased with their new abode, and so was Draco. Everyone was content. While the dragon whose territory had been usurped was of little concern, an affinity for shiny objects seemed to be an irresistible passion among all dragons, and Cecilia was no exception. Many dragons enjoyed hoarding their treasures, often sleeping atop piles of gold. Yet Cecilia found this practice uncomfortable, feeling the gems were too abrasive. As one of the foremost families in the magical realm, the Malfoy family had reached the pinnacle of wealth. However, when Cecilia led Draco into his treasure trove, Draco was still taken aback by the sight before him. Gems as clear as a mountain spring were stacked haphazardly everywhere. Cecilia was not particularly fond of collecting gold, His true loves were precious stones and various items of significant meaning. The silver-haired dragon traversed the sea of treasures with his beloved, finally discovering what he sought. A crown crafted from mithril lay quietly within a velvet-lined box, made from the same silver mine as his wand. At its center, a brilliant gem was embedded, a stone that could only match the one from the king's scepter, and Cecilia placed the crown upon Draco's head. Suddenly, Draco smiled, adjusting the somewhat heavy crown, and lifted Cecilia effortlessly, placing the bewildered youth atop the pile of gems. Moments later, the crown slipped onto Cecilia's head. Stepping back, Draco admired his handiwork. The beautiful dragon was crowned and ensconced in his treasure trove, and at that moment, their roles were unexpectedly reversed. The dragon that had invited the wolf into his lair was destined to pay a price. He crouched slightly, gazing up at his little moon, his eyes brimming with uncontainable emotion. Compared to you, I am the true dragon, Cecilia. My little moon, the treasures remain yours, but you are mine. Chapter 74, An Uninvited Guest. Cecilia arrived at the decision regarding his resignation after thorough contemplation. Their contractual agreement still had a considerable duration, so for whatever reason, he could not leave Hogwarts for the time being. However, the young witches and wizards were unconcerned with these details. They only understood that Cecilia was no longer in his position. After sending off the last batch of inquisitive young sorcerers, the office of the alchemy professor was dimly lit beneath the starlit ceiling. Yet Cecilia found no inclination for sleep. As the events of the night replayed relentlessly in his mind, the nights at Hogwarts were always exceptionally quiet, occasionally pierced by the hoarse cries of a cat echoing through the vacant corridors. The caretaker, lantern in hand, traversed every hallway, intent on catching any unruly young sorcerers attempting to sneak out at night. At a certain moment, a sleepy Cecilia was abruptly roused by commotion outside his door. The bronze alchemical creature stood defiantly against the unexpected visitor, its sharp claws extended, coiled tightly, emitting a low warning growl, a clear sign to those familiar with the creature that it was on the brink of attack. Yet that individual merely waved a hand, and the bronze dragon fell silent, forced into a slumber. When Cecilia pushed open the door, he beheld this very scene, a violation of the no night wandering rule, one of Hogwarts' regulations. A soft, radiant orb of light emerged from the youth's palm, and the slumbering dragon stirred slightly, letting out a tiny yawn. The newly awakened creature quickly comprehended what had transpired, its long tail coiling around the young man's wrist, softly lamenting the recent events. Cecilia's gaze fell upon the black-haired child before him. Night wandering coupled with an attack on a professor's pet. There simply weren't enough points in Slytherin to cover this transgression. Fildarcrit, a newly enrolled Slytherin, merely smiled innocently, his eyes resembling those of the alchemy professor, as he expressed, I merely lost my way, and besides, didn't you say you were resigning tonight? Therefore this hardly counts as an attack on a professor. As he spoke, he suddenly furrowed his brow, as if faced with an insurmountable dilemma. And it seems the head of the house does not particularly favor me. Mr. Flavors, could you possibly escort me back? To this request, Cecilia merely snorted disdainfully. You should consider yourself fortunate to be a Slytherin. If your memory were even slightly better than that of a goldfish, you would recall that even if I resign, I am not your nanny. Then, the recently resigned professor of Hogwarts greeted the caretaker, who had appeared around the corner without notice. Mr. Filch, it seems we have a young freshman who has inadvertently wandered off. Please ensure he returns to the Slytherin dungeon. Cold and unyielding, he showed no concern for the hopeful gaze of the young boy. Come now, disobedient little one. Sneaking out on your first day. Professor Snape will surely be eager to teach his students a lesson. Filch placed particular emphasis on the word teaching, his expression unmistakably one of schadenfreude. Filgard de Siart seemed poised to articulate further thoughts. Yet at that moment, the silver-haired youth had mercilessly shut the door. The corridor was left with only him and the vigilant night watchman. Very well, come with me, Filch declared as he reached for the boy standing at the threshold. But his hand halted abruptly in midair. Time appeared to come to a standstill, shedding his previous pretense. This Slytherin no longer felt the need to disguise himself. Filgard cast a glance at the firmly shut door, a reaction entirely anticipated, and he could not suppress a sigh, realizing that this was where his day would conclude. Only when his figure vanished into the depths of darkness did the night watchman awaken from his stupor, blinking in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings, rubbing his temples as though bewildered by his presence in this place. Somewhere, a mournful cry of a cat echoed. Filch, distracted by the sound, cursed under his breath as he descended the stairs with his lantern. The fourth-floor corridor fell silent once more, marking the end of the first night at Hogwarts after the commencement of the school year. The events of the holiday had perfectly materialized as he had conveyed to Harry and the others, with the first lesson of the new term being the last alchemy class. The young wizards barely had time to rejoice at the return of their alchemy professor, before they were met with unexpected changes and the lingering shadow of last semester's examinations. A tumult of emotions swirling within them. All right everyone, just a minor test, have a bit of faith in yourselves. Once again, the familiar arrangement saw Gryffindor and Slytherin seated in the same classroom. Weasley, what are you staring at? Do I have answers written on me? The platinum-haired young lord shot a fierce glare at the red-haired boy, who had been fixated on him since the beginning, as if he bore the key to some hidden blueprint. What do you mean caught? Ron shot back defiantly. Why is it that everyone's information gets passed along one by one, yet Malfoy's was personally delivered by the professor? Harry could not help but stifle a laugh. Typically, Ron's reactions towards both Malfoy and the professor were quite ordinary, but whenever they appeared together, his brother seemed like a powder keg, watching them with bated breath. Harry, he really wants to say, it's not that serious really brother. But would Ron listen? Harry, why are you tugging at me? You've messed up my patterns, Ron grumbled. Hermione remained remarkably calm. After her initial attempt to advise him fell on deaf ears, she had entirely given up on the matter. Weasley, do you insist that we speak the truth? Your patterns have never been correct, Draco incisively pointed out, striking at Ron's sore spot. As if you're so impressive, Ron retorted, but was interrupted mid-sentence. The silver wand belonging to the alchemy professor came down upon his head, as Cecilia pressed down on the head of the red-haired lion with her wand. Excuse me, it is still class time. Kindly attend to your assignments if you wish to avoid receiving another P. The previously fuming lion immediately wilted, as nothing could be more disheartening for Ron than to be reprimanded publicly by a professor he admired. Well, perhaps there was something worse, such as this professor resigning. After admonishing Gryffindor, the tall young man let his wand fall onto the shoulder of the amused Slytherin. Cecilia had not tied her hair up today. They were seated somewhat closely, her elegantly curled silver locks cascading beside Draco's face. Mr. Malfoy, you too, if you cannot finish your work, I shall show no mercy. Chapter 75, Pureblood. Cecilia had an inkling that this new colleague harbored significant disdain for him. This was no longer merely his sentiment, as even others were beginning to catch on. Logically, as a professor at Hogwarts who had traversed the path of enlightenment, Cecilia felt no need for the Auror to concern himself with him. With a lackluster attitude, Cecilia set down his cutlery and turned to regard the wizard who had been staring at him intently. Years of battling dark magic had rendered this Auror's visage somewhat ghastly, and at this moment, his bright blue magical eye was fixed upon Cecilia. The silver knife clattered sharply against the plate, an action rather unbecoming of etiquette, yet it genuinely conveyed Cecilia's less than pleasant mood. Clearly, this gentleman's table manners left much to be desired. Seizing upon this as a convenient outlet for his frustrations, Moody launched an indiscriminate tirade, shifting from berating Cecilia to targeting their esteemed headmaster, questioning the wisdom of appointing a young wizard as a professor, and lamenting the unrest at Hogwarts of late. Dumbledore found himself in a precarious position, yet his assessment of Cecilia remained unwavering. His abilities were evident, and he was undoubtedly the rightful alchemy professor at Hogwarts. This prompted the recollection of the Ministry's inquiry received at the end of last semester, which had ultimately fizzled out due to Dumbledore's firm stance and the recent revelations regarding Sirius. Cecilia remained silent. In truth, nearly all the Flavose family had little talent for quarrels, often resolving disputes in a rather straightforward manner, with Cecilia and his brother, Krister, being particularly notorious for this. Like now, he preferred silence over debate, wishing the other party would simply cease speaking. Dumbledore's words failed to temper Moody. Instead, he grew increasingly agitated, insisting, if you look at the things he creates and studies, who knows what ties they may have to dark magic? The core sentiment was singular. Cecilia was not suited to be a professor and should not remain at Hogwarts. If not at Hogwarts, then where? Azkaban? Snape had grown weary of the man's wild rhetoric. Even before Cecilia, the Slytherin head had already risen, his dark robe swirling as he departed the hall without a backward glance. Following Professor Snape's lead, Cecilia too stood, casting a look of pity towards Moody. Professor, perhaps you should pay a visit to Madame Grey after dinner. However, I fear your brain, trampled by a troll, may be beyond saving. Inspired by Professor Snape, and having spent considerable time with the young lord and the Slytherin head, Cecilia had absorbed their teachings well. This dinner was destined to end on a sour note. As the alchemy professor's figure vanished through the hall's exit, the war at the Slytherin table was just beginning. Apologies, where were we? Oh, I recall now. The dark-haired boy at the end of the long table paid no mind to the deadly glares from the other Slytherins as he continued his earlier discussion. Pureblood is certainly of paramount importance. To my knowledge, the Malfoy family has long upheld pureblood as their familial creed, has it not? Initially, he managed to maintain a facade. But within a day, this enigmatic Slytherin could barely contain his sharp claws. He offered a slight smile, raising his cup towards the noble young lord at the head of the table. Coincidentally, my family shares the same belief. At this juncture, if Draco remained oblivious to the other's intentions, it would be quite the oversight. This semester, the dynamics within Slytherin had evidently undergone some subtle shifts, not merely in terms of seating arrangements, but as a symbol of power. Presently, the fourth-year student wielding absolute authority sat in his designated seat, his meticulously groomed platinum locks cascading between his distinguished brows, his blue-gray eyes possessing a naturally cold demeanor when not smiling. You ought not to inquire about such matters from me. Someone else will provide you with a far superior answer. The inexplicably emerging wizard, who on the surface appeared to be an ordinary muggle-born, possessed an unsettling amount of knowledge. The astonishment that Cecilia exhibited upon encountering him that day was unmistakable, accentuated by the familiarity of his light-colored eyes. Coincidentally, within the records of Flavose that Draco had once destroyed, a certain type of dragon bore the very alias of Filgard. Those who are favored often possess an air of invulnerability. Draco's confidence stemmed from his trust in Cecilia. Of course, I would inquire about Filgard, whose barely contained grin was on the verge of breaking, yet he managed to add with forced composure, "You will come to understand in due time." Abruptly halting, the platinum-haired young master retrieved a book from behind the chair and nonchalantly delivered his final, most devastating blow. "If we waste any more time, our esteemed professor will surely grow irate." He gestured to his shoulder, a smirk curving provocatively at his lips, for he was aware that his assignment had not met the professor's expectations. Professor Flavose had made it clear that he would show no mercy. So farewell everyone. I shall take my leave. Hurry up, go quickly, Blaise snapped, exasperated, covering his face and waving his hand dismissively. Draco shrugged and ambled towards the door, feigning indifference. In truth, his assignments were invariably the most outstanding, and he simply could not bear the sight of the dark-haired boy's threatening demeanor. Thus, this silent war came to an unceremonious close, with the final victor being all too evident. Filgard, the person beside him, reminded the dark-haired boy, whose expression was nearly unbearable. Filgard, snapping back to reality, realized the utensils in his hand were already twisted and misshapen. He lowered his gaze and murmured, "What a pity." After dinner, in the Slytherin common room, Theodore, having witnessed the entire spectacle of the evening, was seated with Pansy and others. "I find that Cret, how shall I put it, always gives me a rather unsettling feeling." Theodore's words were not unfounded. He struggled to articulate, "Believe it or not, it would be best to keep your distance from him." "I concur," Blaise said, stroking his chin and producing a crumpled fur ball from his pocket. Since the beginning of term, Draco had not taken this little creature back. He could hardly storm into the professor's office and declare, "Professor, your pet is with me, and your beloved boyfriend won't allow me to return it." Just consider what sort of character could instill such fear into this creature. Upon hearing this, the little snowy owl pecked Blaise indignantly. However, what transpired later indeed validated this sentiment. It was not merely unfriendly, rather it was an existence of terrifying, hellish proportions. Chapter 76. A fire ignited within. Cecilia encountered Draco in the corridor, just as he was preparing to head to Dumbledore's office. After much contemplation, he felt that the uncertainties surrounding Filgard were too numerous. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore had the right to be informed, in case the situation escalated beyond control. The young master's expression appeared rather grim as he silently grasped the silver-haired professor's wrist and led him towards the office. Once inside and the door closed, Cecilia was swiftly pinned against it, leaving him no time to speak. In the confined space, Draco cast his gaze down upon the boy he had forcefully restrained, and the once straight spine finally slumped. The young master buried his face into the professor's shoulder, the familiar scent enveloping him, and his tumultuous heart gradually found calm. Cecilia was unaware of what had transpired, yet he had not seen this side of Draco for quite some time. Unsure of how to respond, he attempted to change the subject, asking, "Have you seen the snowy owl? Wasn't it said to be fostered by Blaise? I feel it's a bother to trouble him constantly." "Cecilia," Draco murmured, nuzzling against the professor's neck, his voice low and heavy, "is Flavose particularly concerned with blood purity?" Cecilia fell silent, for Flavose indeed was, or rather, the entire dragon lineage adhered to the principle of blood supremacy. It was no longer a matter of indifference. At one point, there had even been hunting campaigns targeting half-bloods, and Flavose had engaged in similar actions. But did Cecilia care? He remained silent, tightening his embrace around his young master. as the tempestuous silver dragon seemed to have entrusted all of his gentleness and patience to but one person. With unskilled hands, he patted the young master's back and softly reassured him, "Flaws may care, but what does it matter to me? Here, I am a professor at Hogwarts. I am Cecilia. Your moon. What of blood purity? What of the dragon lineage? I care not. The burdens I bear are mine alone, and I shall not allow Draco to be shackled by them." In the depths of the silver-haired youth's eyes danced flickering shadows, and Draco felt himself on the brink of falling into the dream woven by his companion. Cecilia's earlobe flushed crimson, as one could only imagine the courage required to utter that title. Amidst the embarrassment, a peculiar joy blossomed within him. Draco had never anticipated such a response. He knew Cecilia would choose him. This proud and arrogant Slytherin was certain he would attain what he desired. He merely sought to elicit pity and preference from his little moon. It must be said he succeeded, utterly and completely. Now it was Draco who felt flustered. Although Cecilia had never elaborated on his past, the nuances of their interactions and the enigmatic Filgard hinted at the family's eccentricities. The notion that Cecilia may not have lived happily in the past loomed larger in Draco's heart, leaving him bewildered as he cupped the silver-haired boy's face. "I was wrong." It was a straightforward admission, surpassing everyone's expectations. Their Slytherin's Malfoy had indeed confessed his fault, without a hint of hesitation. "Do not be upset, Cecilia. I truly do not care about that. Let those vile wretches go to hell." Draco's heart ached, realizing that had he known his words would upset Cecilia, he would have refrained from speaking. In the Slytherin common room, Filgard sat upon the sofa, sneezing. "What is it? Have you caught a cold?" A nearby brown-haired boy hurriedly approached, eagerly offering a handkerchief. Filgard disdainfully pushed him away. "Keep your distance, Vina." Fully aware of the other's intentions, Filgard smirked coldly, his expression betraying a maturity beyond his years. He ruthlessly unveiled the ultimate goal of vermouth. "If you think you can use me against Malfoy, save your energy. And tell your master that I shall not stand by his side." As he spoke, Filgard rose, declaring, "Do not compare me to those mindless fools." No matter how much he might dislike Draco Malfoy, it was not for these foolish humans to point fingers. Filgard Cret, or perhaps he ought to be referred to as Filgard Flavose, was already contemplating whether he should have chosen to present himself in such a manner at Hogwarts from the outset, or if he should never have accepted this task at all. Filgard's head throbbed. Judging by Cecilia's current demeanor, there was no trace of Flavose's authority. It seemed he spent his days revolving around a mere human. Filgard seriously doubted whether Cecilia had slept too long beneath the icy lake, leaving his mind soaked in water. "Filgard, have you lost your edge? Just what progress have you made?" As he opened the silver mirror, a deafening reprimand from a black dragon nearly caused Filgard to drop the mirror from his grasp. "Christ, if you wish to continue listening, I would greatly appreciate it if you could kindly refrain from speaking. Before the ceremony, I will ensure he returns to the eyes of Filgard, I promise." As the new academic year commences, many young wizards have yet to recover from the joyful life of summer vacation. Early in the morning, they appear lethargic, unable to concentrate on their books, reluctant to complete their assignments, and struggling to rise from their beds. A condition aptly termed the back-to-school syndrome. The symptoms in Harry and Ron are particularly pronounced, each sporting dark circles under their eyes as they drift ghost-like to their seats. "Oh dear, why must there be exams so soon after the term begins?" Ron lamented, burying his head in his open book. Indeed, their predicament was exacerbated not only by sleepless nights, but also by the impending alchemy exam. Harry wished to offer some words of comfort to his brother, but sadly realized that his own situation was hardly better. "It's just AP, lighten up, brother. After all, it's not our first time." Another Gryffindor remarked nonchalantly, exuding an air of enlightenment that suggested he had transcended worldly concerns. Upon hearing this, Ron did not feel the slightest bit consoled. Instead, he let out a short, anguished cry. "Merlin Esbeard, you don't understand. The professors already have a poor impression of me. If I score another P," he raked his fingers through his unruly red hair and suddenly turned his gaze toward Hermione, who was still organizing her books. Startled by his sudden attention, she heard Ron plead, "Hermione, could you help me catch up on my studies?" Chapter 77. The White Weasel. In contrast to Gryffindor, the reaction from Slytherin was markedly more composed, largely due to the presence of a certain academic overachiever among them. Nearly all Slytherins dared not exhibit any semblance of slackness, fearing they would fall too far behind. "Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face related to defense against the dark arts?" The mood of Slytherin's platinum heir was evidently not at its best. Some had already experienced his displeasure during mealtime. Blaze, the Slytherin called by name, flinched, quickly racking his brain to recall if he had inadvertently offended Draco in the past few days. No, he hadn't. Draco had rushed off to the alchemy professor's office immediately after class. Aside from meals and lessons, they hardly ever crossed paths. Could it be that the incident of discussing Draco behind his back with the snowy owl had come to light? Draco eyed Blaise suspiciously, noting his ghostly pallor. No. Of course not. What's the matter? Blaise quickly denied, feigning calm as he attempted to continue the previous topic. What could possibly be the matter? Hurry up and fetch that fat bird for me. If given a choice, Draco would prefer not to have that troublesome fat bird return at all. But he could not resist Cecilia's affection for it. Blaise was overjoyed, no need to look back. He could do it right now. Heaven knows how Blaise's unremarkable wizarding robe managed to accommodate such a plump ball of fluff. When he produced the sleeping snowy owl, sprawled in all directions, the surrounding Slytherins gasped in astonishment. The first to frown was Pansy. Oh Blaise, must you carry it everywhere? Don't you know we have potions class this afternoon? Every Slytherin was acutely aware of how much the alchemy professor's bird adored their head of house. They feared that bringing it to class might prompt Professor Snape to concoct a potion using the snowy owl as the main ingredient. What could Blaise do? He felt wronged. What else can I do? You know this little troublemaker turns my dormitory upside down every day. I have to clean up the mess every time I return. And I'm exhausted. He mused, if you push me too far, I might just waltz into the alchemy professor's office with this disobedient fat bird and say, hello. Professor, are you in? Here's your snowy owl. Draco paid no heed to Blaise's grievances and disdainfully shoved the snowy owl into his desk. The snowy owl had awakened, and was about to express its displeasure when it met a pair of icy blue-gray eyes, instantly falling silent and retreating into the desk. Why is it so quiet? Didn't anyone tell you that class is starting? A male wizard who had appeared at the classroom door bellowed. In truth, there was still ample time before class began, but his voice startled some unprepared young wizards. His grim visage, accentuated by the eerie blue magical eye, rendered the classroom utterly silent. Moody, who walked with a pronounced limp due to his wooden leg, seemed somewhat disoriented as he made his way to the podium. Below, Ron whispered to Harry, I think I'm starting to miss Professor Lupin. It was not just Lupin. By the end of this lesson, Ron found himself in a muddled state, even considering that having Snape teach defense against the dark arts might not be such a bad idea after all. In the first defense against the dark arts lesson, Moody casually tossed the textbook aside, and it was difficult to discern his expression at that moment. Draco, seated in the front row, keenly sensed something amiss. Their new defense against the dark arts professor had inexplicably produced a spider, and without warning, he magnified it to the size of a hand. Before anyone could comprehend his intentions, Moody raised his wand. You've all studied these spells. But have you ever witnessed true dark magic? Who among you knows the unforgivable curses? As his words hung in the air, the already quiet classroom sank into an even deeper silence. For the first time, Hermione, usually eager to answer, did not raise her hand. Moody's gaze swept over the students, finally locking onto a pallid Gryffindor. You there, Gryffindor? The Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse, and the Imperious Curse. Draco raised his head. Any further questions? Moody appeared quite pleased with Draco's interruption. I must commend you, Mr. Malfoy. Given your family's background, I am not at all surprised by your knowledge of dark magic. Heavens, this Moody was more insufferable than even Malfoy when he turned sarcastic. Ron struggled to control his urge to glance at the spider on the podium. It was his greatest fear. Draco merely nodded slightly, as if completely oblivious to the underlying implications of Moody's words. That is natural. Since our Mr. Malfoy has so graciously provided us with an answer, it is now time to witness their actual effects. Before all the students, Moody aimed his wand at the spider. A Cruciatus Curse swiftly seized the still struggling creature, causing it to clumsily dance a jig. The scene was absurdly comical, yet not a single student made a sound, including the Gryffindors. Then, with the incantation, the spider that had been dancing suddenly convulsed violently. Of course, spiders do not scream, but it seemed as though everyone could hear its anguished, desperate cries. With a thud, Neville lost his balance and fell to the ground. At this moment, not a single soul dared to mock him, neither Gryffindor nor Slytherin. In fact, the expressions on the Slytherin faces were even graver than those of the Gryffindors. Do you see, everyone? This is what it means to be subjected to the Cruciatus Curse. Don't be so quick to close your eyes. There's more excitement to come. Avada, silence. A Slytherin in the front row abruptly stood, the wooden chair screeching against the floor. Draco seized the defense against the dark arts textbook, his blue-gray eyes swirling with a tempest capable of shattering everything. It seems today's lesson concludes here. You should consider yourself fortunate that your aura status still holds. Azkaban ought to have reserved a cell for you. Moody appeared utterly incensed. What the devil are you saying, you insolent wretch? Amidst a cacophony of gasps, a crimson light enveloped Draco, and the boy's figure vanished, leaving behind only a fluffy white creature. "Today, I shall impart a lesson to you," he declared, raising his wand menacingly at the bewildered white weasel sprawled on the ground. Ice Spike. Before Moody could execute his spell, an icy arrow pierced through his raised arm, causing him to clutch his bleeding appendage as he collapsed to the floor. At the entrance, a slender figure strode in, cradling the white weasel in his arms, and directed a smile at the howling wizard at the podium that sent shivers down everyone's spine. "Professor Moody, I would very much like to hear what you were about to say." Chapter 78. Chaos. Cecilia's strike had been merciless. Moody grimaced as he held his wrist, the pain contorting his face, and in a fit of rage he snatched up his wand. "That damned little brat, you will pay for this." The white weasel in his arms fidgeted anxiously, scratching at the sleeves of the alchemy professor. The silver-haired youth soothingly stroked the weasel's fluffy head. "Fear not. It will soon come to an end." The classroom erupted in turmoil, disbelief etched on their faces as they processed Moody's recent actions. He had used such a spell against his own student. Had it not been for Professor Flavose's intervention, would he have continued his assault on the defenseless boy? Did he even comprehend the gravity of his actions? Pansy, exasperated, shoved her chair aside and rose to her feet, joined by Blaise and Theodore. For the first time, Gryffindor and Slytherin shared a striking consensus. "Go find Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall. Anyone will do, hurry." Hermione gasped, nearly breathless. "Merlin, someone please intervene and control this situation." The first to react was Harry, who swiftly grasped Ron's arm as he lunged forward, wand raised in eagerness. "I'm going now." As Harry exited the classroom, the standoff at the podium continued. Cecilia could hardly tolerate anyone harming Draco, especially right before his very eyes. He could scarcely fathom what might have transpired had he not chanced upon this scene. Remembering they had a class today, and deciding to observe the fabled defense against the dark arts lesson. "You have no right to teach me a lesson." The silver-haired professor regarded Moody with a frigid stare, an arrogance potent enough to obliterate the last remnants of composure in his adversary. Moody's hand continued to bleed, the pain not awakening him but rather intensifying his animosity towards Cecilia. Shatter, armor protection spell, halt. 2 defensive charms were cast, one by Blaise and the other by Hermione. "Moody, you would do well to remember everything that transpired today. If you dare lay a hand on Professor Flavose, I assure you, you will regret it." Theodore positioned himself beside Blaise, and more students began to rise, including the Gryffindor boy who had fallen in fright, trembling as he brandished his wand, pale yet resolute. No one dared mock Neville's reaction. Nearly all wizards in the British magical community were aware that Neville's family had once suffered under the unforgivable curses. "You all are truly remarkable." Moody seemed on the verge of losing his sanity, while Cecilia had reached her limit with this farce. "Enough. Silence. I will ensure you remember this lesson, Mr. Moody." Perhaps sensing the impending danger, as the boy raised his hand, Moody exhibited a flicker of fear, retreating towards the door, only to be struck by the spell. To the astonishment of all present, the once boisterous and arrogant wizard transformed into a toad. Not the magical kind, but a true, unadulterated toad. An ugly green lump. As the fallen Moody emitted a sound characteristic of such creatures, they perceived an unmistakable glimmer of human terror in the toad's eyes. "Good heavens, Neville, I will never again secretly disdain your Trevor. He truly is quite adorable," Seamus exclaimed, as he grasped Neville's hand, earnestly extolling Trevor's unparalleled virtues. Using the unforgivable curse in class, attempting to transfigure students, and daring to assault other professors. Who gave you the audacity? Cecilia cradled the white creature in his arms, expressionless as he enumerated Moody's transgressions. Before departing, he added, "This is my first time using this spell, after all. We rarely employ it against humans. Best of luck." With that, he exited the classroom, leaving behind a trembling toad and bewildered students. When Dumbledore arrived, he encountered this scene. "Where is your professor?" Which professor do you mean?" "If you're referring to Professor Flavose, he has already taken Draco away. If you're speaking of Professor Moody." Ron pointed to the green creature behind the podium. "He's right there. In the alchemy professor's office." The weasel version of the young lord was engaged in a staring contest with the small snow owl that had been delivered by Blaise. The snow owl hooted curiously, sensing a familiar essence emanating from the white creature before it. The weasel disdainfully nudged the approaching plump bird away with its paw. Without Cecilia present, the plump owl was growing increasingly unruly. For safety's sake, Draco had been temporarily left in Cecilia's care. Heaven knows the cold smirk that would cross his godfather, Professor Snape's lips upon witnessing his current condition would be utterly terrifying. Cecilia was also in for a reprimand. After all, if Cecilia erred, Draco would be chastised too. And vice versa, both would share the blame. I see no issue with this matter. The silver-haired youth's attitude remained unchanged. It was merely a case of returning the favor. Until Draco reverted back, he would not be permitted to return to his original form. Punishing a student with transfiguration spells had never occurred in Hogwarts history. Professor McGonagall was thoroughly incensed, as it was indisputably Moody's fault. We will find a solution for Draco's predicament, Dumbledore lamented, his head throbbing. Who could have foreseen such chaos so soon after the term commenced? There's no need for that. Headmaster, you should seriously consider the appointment of the next defense against the dark arts professor. The alchemy professor had risen from his seat. I do not wish to see another werewolf or lunatic at Hogwarts. The implication was unmistakable. He did not want Moody to continue teaching. Moody ought to count himself fortunate that the spell was not irreversible. When Filch heard of the incident during class, he irritably tossed aside his dirt-encrusted gloves without raising his head, offering his assessment. Do you know where the last person who dared to point a wand at him ended up? The audacity to provoke an uncontrollable dragon. Truly remarkable. Harry, dispatched to summon help, remained oblivious to the events that transpired afterward. When Ron recounted the entire sequence of events, he was rendered speechless. Honestly, Harry, the professor was exceedingly lenient with your godfather. Hermione patted his shoulder. Last time Sirius insulted the professor, he merely encased him in ice. Though it took them a considerable time to rescue Sirius from the ice, he emerged with only slight frostbite, practically unscathed. One must acknowledge that their alchemy professor had indeed been very lenient. They hoped Sirius would soon grasp this point, as they certainly did not wish to see him transformed into a toad. Chapter 79. The Weasel and the Young Dragon. As Cecilia resolved all matters at hand and returned to the office, lunchtime was fast approaching. Draco, in his current state, was a source of unease for anyone else, so it seemed prudent to keep him close by. Blaise, having endured considerable restraint, could no longer resist glancing sideways. Due to the morning's unforeseen incident, his usual lunch companion had been replaced. The boy's silver hair was elegantly tied up with a deep green satin ribbon, and the crescent-shaped pendant adorning his ear refracted a soft blue shimmer in the light. Sensing Blaise's gaze, the boy had yet to utter a word when the small white creature beside him lifted its head in response. Blaise covered his face, desperately attempting to redirect his focus. Draco, must you look at me like that? It's truly unsettling. Following an unpleasant conversation, Cecilia was disinclined to visit the teaching table. Thus, he naturally claimed the seat of the Slytherin fourth-year head. Amidst the verdant long table, the silver-haired potions professor in his white robes was indeed a striking sight, especially with the peculiar creature nestled in his arms. At that moment, the diminutive white ferret was attempting to prevent its rather troublesome professor from indulging in the plate of frosted treats before him. Although the confections were enticing, Cecilia glanced at the white ferret resting on his wrist, and reluctantly ceased his actions. Very well, I shan't partake. Please calm down, dear head. With that, he cradled the ferret in his arms. Today, for the first time, he learned from other Slytherins about Draco's headship. The young master had been reduced in size. His appetite diminished, likely comparable to a normal ferret. The atmosphere during the meal rendered the surrounding Slytherins restless. Blaise felt as if he were on the verge of indigestion, a sensation even more intense than when Draco was present. He turned to Theodore and whispered, "Why do I feel full before I've even begun eating? Why haven't you gotten used to it yet?" Theodore replied, exasperation evident as he rolled his eyes at Blaise. "Must you ask such foolish questions?" When Cecilia appeared at the Slytherin table with the white ferret, one individual's reaction was particularly pronounced. Filch nearly sprang to his feet, his expression dark enough that had he overturned the table, no one would have been surprised, especially upon seeing Cecilia clutching the small creature. "Is this what Flitwick teaches you about table manners? Bringing your pet to the dining table?" The dark-haired boy emphasized the word pet, glaring at Draco, seemingly wishing to snatch him from Cecilia's grasp and hurl him away. Cecilia paid no mind to the boy on the brink of fury, instead tending to the startled little creature ruffled by Filch's loud outburst. The others at the table were bewildered by Filch's intense reaction. While it was somewhat unreasonable for a professor to join them, his anger seemed disproportionate, especially considering his apparent disdain for the ferret version of Draco. "All right, everyone. We shall take our leave," Cecilia announced, addressing the other Slytherins while completely ignoring the furious dark-haired boy. Clearly, Draco could not attend class in his current state. But with potions class scheduled for the afternoon, Cecilia took the ferret along to the classroom. "I assume Professor Snape is expecting a ferret to assist in my potions class?" Snape's expression soured as he promptly ushered Cecilia and the ferret out of the classroom. The white ferret irritably tugged at Cecilia's collar, prompting the potions professor to smile wryly. My dear Draco, it seems your godfather is not particularly welcoming to us. Not just seems, he is decidedly unwelcoming. In the office, Cecilia was engrossed in researching methods to revert Draco to his original form. On the surface, he appeared to be perusing a book. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the soft, silky texture of the ferret's fur. Who could resist such an adorable creature transformed into a ferret? Moreover, it was the embodiment of someone he cherished. Never before had Cecilia been so meticulous. Even in his ferret form, Draco's fastidiousness remained unchanged. The bath in the potions professor's office had been modified, rendering it unsuitable for a ferret. Suddenly inspired, Cecilia recalled a cleaning charm. With no need for water or soap. A gentle glow enveloped the ferret, and it emerged fluffier than before, the transformation visibly effective. Cecilia could not resist stroking it a few times, prompting a series of displeased struggles from the little creature. Long ago, my brothers would take me out to brawl, often leaving me covered in dirt. To evade our father's wrath, they would secretly use this charm before returning home. The ferret quieted, tilting its head towards the silver-haired boy. This was the first time Cecilia had voluntarily mentioned his family. The boy's eyes glimmered with tender memories. Not so long ago, their relationship had not been so fraught. However, people change as do dragons. Lost in reminiscence, the silver-haired boy's brow furrowed, and he momentarily felt ensnared in a peculiar reverie. What had caused such a transformation? The warm touch of the ferret interrupted his thoughts as it urgently tapped at his hand. Apologies for worrying you, dear. I'm quite all right. Cecilia scooped up the well-groomed little ferret. It seems you won't be returning to the common room today. Draco had visited Cecilia's dormitory before. During his injury, it had been Cecilia who attended to him. Drawing back the low-hanging bed curtains, Cecilia placed the ferret atop his blanket. The seasonal bedding, provided entirely by Draco, enveloped the creature in soft, cloud-like warmth. As the ferret struggled to extricate itself from the blanket, the potions professor standing at the bedside had vanished. In his place, a mound in one corner of the blanket began to stir, prompting the ferret to emit curious sounds. The blanket quivered, revealing a corner, and soon after, a pair of beautiful wingtips emerged. To the astonished gaze of the ferret, a round, soft, snow-white hatchling rolled forth. Chapter 80, belonging to him. Suddenly, a snow-white hatchling tumbled out from the soft, fluffy bedding, and upon seeing those familiar golden eyes, Draco, in his ferret form, was left utterly dumbfounded. Especially when the creature snuggled close beside him. The ferret's blue-gray eyes widened in disbelief as it regarded the peculiar little being beside it. The young silver dragon, with its striking pale golden eyes and mere stubs of horns, sat gracefully, its pristine white wings folded behind it, while its long tail curled neatly in front. Upon noticing the ferret's gaze, the hatchling's ears twitched shyly as it hastily covered itself with its wings. Who could have anticipated that the scales of a juvenile silver dragon would be soft rather than hard, radiating a perfectly warm temperature, pristine and white like the first snowfall of winter? Draco was entranced, and emboldened by his present form, the ferret version of the young master eagerly extended a paw, beginning to prod at the beautiful little dragon. From the fluffy feathered wings to the delicate, snowy tail. Oh my, a juvenile, living dragon indeed. Realizing this, the ferret's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Upon reaching adulthood, Cecilia had not donned this form again. She had merely thought that spending time in this guise with the young master resembling a white weasel would be amusing. However, under the intense gaze of the young master, she became acutely aware of her own embarrassment. The pale dragon's pristine scales shimmered with a delicate blush, and Cecilia unfurled her wings, enveloping herself completely within them. Would Draco forego such a splendid opportunity for close observation? The answer, naturally, was no. Taking advantage of his current form as a white weasel, the young master unceremoniously burrowed into Cecilia's fluffy wings. He had seen her wings in her half-dragon state. The seemingly soft white feathers were tipped with a subtle silver sheen, and should Cecilia desire, they could serve as formidable weapons, a beauty imbued with power. In contrast, Draco, in his white weasel form, found himself more enamored with the wings of the young dragon. Cecilia was left bewildered by the young master's antics, as the two similarly hued creatures tumbled together on the expansive bed. As night deepened, the white weasel let out a small yawn, and the young dragon's light golden eyes began to droop with sleepiness. Snuggling beside the young dragon, the weasel's fluffy tail encircled them both. After the weasel dozed off, the young dragon slightly opened his eyes and spread his warm wings, cocooning the weasel within their embrace. Draco's spell was not particularly difficult to unravel, certainly simpler than the one Cecilia had cast on Moody. Long before that night concluded, Cecilia had discovered the method to break the enchantment. However, for reasons of personal inclination, he had refrained from immediately reverting the young master to his original form. Draco awakened to a peculiar knocking at the door. It was the snowy owl, the spoiled pet of Blaze, who was indifferent to the time of day, merely expressing its hunger. A sliver of morning light seeped in through the not entirely drawn curtains as he rubbed his brow, realizing he had reverted at some point without his knowledge. He gazed around in confusion, gradually recalling the events of the previous day. The dormitory's occupant was absent, and a neatly folded pile of clothes lay at the foot of the bed. Draco tidied his attire, pausing momentarily before departing. He turned back to the bedside, the platinum young master bending down to retrieve something from the layers of bedding. In the dim light, a snow-white feather lay silently in the young master's palm. Regarding Moody's situation, Cecilia's perspective had not aligned with that of their headmaster. The silver-haired professor exhibited an unexpectedly firm stance on the matter. A dragon possesses a reverse scale, and for him to act against Cecilia before her very eyes was audacious. A mere scratch accompanied by a transformation curse could be deemed exceedingly lenient. While the responsibility lay squarely with Moody, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts could not remain perpetually absent. Moreover, the ministry had long harbored grievances against Cecilia. Following the inconclusive incident previously, if news of this latest mishap were to circulate, it was uncertain whether they would seize it as a new opportunity to initiate an investigation. Cecilia was not naive. He simply was unwilling to allow Moody to escape unscathed. It was indeed troublesome, yet he comprehended the intricacies of the situation. Contemplating something, a faint smile suddenly graced Cecilia's face. From Dumbledore's perspective, the youth who had maintained a stoic demeanor had suddenly relaxed, a strange glimmer sparkling in his light amber eyes. Before he could voice his thoughts, Dumbledore felt an unsettling premonition. As expected, the young man smiled and declared, "I've come to a realization. We are all colleagues, and it would be unwise to let tensions escalate. I have already imparted my lesson to him. Let it be as it is. This afternoon, I shall transform him back. But he must promise never to err in such a manner again." It was simply perfect. This might very well be the most official and agreeable resolution. Cecilia rose, his black robe cascading with his movement, and he gazed at the headmaster before him. "Of course, I can do this, for it is the outcome that everyone desires. Is it not? However, as for what our Professor Moody may encounter elsewhere, that remains uncertain, does it not, headmaster?" This was not a negotiation. When Cecilia uttered these words, it signified that he had long made his decision. Out of courtesy, he had chosen to convey his notification in a more nuanced manner. Dumbledore chuckled, plucking a brightly colored sweet from the dish on the table, and tossing it to the standing youth, a new delicacy from the Duke of Honey. "You might find it to your liking." In tacit agreement to refrain from further discussion about Moody, this signified consent. Cecilia was not without decorum. At most, he would privately address the matter with the other party. Dumbledore, recognizing the opportunity, chose to conclude the discussion, satisfied with the outcome, as was Cecilia, resulting in a mutually agreeable resolution. As for Moody, well, he had entirely brought this trouble upon himself. Blaze had not anticipated encountering Draco so swiftly. Specifically referring to Draco now freed from the transformation curse. Draco casually leafed through the day's daily profit, the snow-white feather pendant tied around his wrist dangling down, as he made every effort to ignore the burning gaze of the boy nearby, who seemed poised to scorch a hole through him with his stare. "Is there something?" Draco could no longer endure the tension, and lifted his gaze towards the end of the table. They had reached a point where their animosity was unmistakable, and the pretense of false politeness had been cast aside. Filch de Flavose fixed his intense stare on the platinum young master's wrist, inadvertently bending the knife in his hand. The bystanders, curious, followed his line of sight. While it was indeed uncommon for boys to wear bracelets among them, it was hardly a cause for such a vehement reaction. Chapter 81, The Bond of Companionship. Cecilia felt compelled to ensure that Filch could no longer remain at Hogwarts. During breakfast, he had merely arrived a tad late. Upon entering, he had immediately been met with lethal glares from the Slytherin table. Ever since his arrival, Filch's sanity had been teetering on the brink of collapse. As the most reliable dragon within the Flavose family, his temperament was relatively decent. Had it been that hot-headed creature, Clia's, there would have been no need to wait until now. Just on the first day of his arrival, upon witnessing Cecilia's ambiguous relationship with that human, the irate black dragon would have likely wreaked havoc throughout Hogwarts. The black dragon was no stranger to such behavior. He had a history of causing chaos. Cecilia's reputation on the continent was indeed less than favorable, yet his human form was profoundly deceptive. On a previous occasion, the black dragon, drawn by curiosity, had taken him to a human marketplace. where a traveling prince from that nation had fallen head over heels for Cecilia. This incident had garnered significant notoriety, as the prince had continued his search for Cecilia after ascending to the throne, never marrying, and upon learning of his dragon lineage, had even sought to propose to the Flavose family. When this news reached the Black Dragon's ears, he wasted no time and journeyed to that kingdom overnight, directly overturning the royal palace. Thus, there were reasons for keeping the Black Dragon at bay. Filch was, relatively speaking, the best candidate. In hindsight, the Flavose family often reflected on that period, lamenting that Filch should not have been sent. Perhaps Revis would have been a better choice. No, Revis was filled with malice. Sending him would surely plunge that world into chaos. Revis, Cecilia's third brother, appeared to be the most patient and mild-mannered of the family, but only on the surface. He excelled in inciting trouble, sabotaging others, and sowing discord. Come here. Without regard for the presence of others, Filch, with his youthful face, ground his teeth as he commanded the newly arrived potions professor. As more and more curious gazes turned their way, Cecilia had no choice but to follow him outside. Just as they departed, a gasp erupted from the Slytherin table. The platinum young master also rose to his feet, only to be swiftly restrained by Blaze. From the very inception of their time at Slytherin, that little imp has consistently opposed Draco, often displaying a countenance of exasperation toward the professors, as if they were both helpless and frustrated. The two share a certain resemblance, and any discerning observer could easily surmise that they are, to some extent, connected to the professor. Blaze harbors the belief that Draco's current course of action is far from prudent. Are you aware of the relationship between that imp and the professor? Draco has likely surmised as much, urging Blaze to release him. Who else could it be but that dark-haired rascal, the brother of his little moon? Let him be. It is unfortunate that we cannot witness the unfolding drama, for it would undoubtedly be entertaining. Pansy winked at Blaze, having caught the scent of gossip. Yet the parties involved are notoriously tight-lipped. Draco hurriedly exited the Great Hall, and it was evident he was in pursuit of the professor. Just watch. The Malfoy family should be preparing for a wedding within the next 6 or 7 years. Pansy rested her chin on her hand, muttering softly, how fortunate he is. It remains unclear who she refers to, but it is highly unlikely to be the silver-haired professor. In a secluded corner of Hogwarts, a first-year Slytherin is engaged in a standoff with his rebellious younger brother. Must you always take the contrary stance? Although it is not the first time Filgard has experienced Cecilia's defiance, he still feels wearied, his expression devoid of emotion as he cautions his younger sibling. You are a human. You should recall the fate of the last human who associated with the dragonkin. In comparison to dragons, humans are exceedingly fragile, and such a fleeting existence may scarcely leave a mark within a dragon's lifetime. Even if a dragon can accept a partner with a differing lifespan, what of humans? In the dimly lit corner, the silver-haired dragon remained silent, and Filgard assumed he had absorbed his words, continuing, moreover. Your father would never allow his precious creation to forsake everything for a mere human. What? Filgard gazed at the silver-haired youth before him, confusion blossoming in the golden eyes that had inexplicably shifted from silver. I shall not permit such a scenario to unfold. I intend to forge a bond of partnership with him. Cecilia met his brother's gaze without fear, articulating his final decision with unwavering resolve. Filgard nearly questioned the soundness of his own hearing, or whether he had simply not awakened properly that day. Once he collected himself, he seized Cecilia with barely contained fury, struggling to maintain his fade. What did you say? Repeat that. I said, I intend to forge a bond of partnership. Cecilia lowered his gaze, his golden eyes mirroring Filgard's without a hint of hesitation. He was serious, and upon realizing this, Filgard found himself curiously calm. You have always been the most gifted among us. You should remember what such a bond entails. Even as a dragon, this contract would still consume nearly half of his lifespan. Yet in return, the remainder of his life would be shared with his partner, his life intertwined with theirs, never to be separated until their souls dissipate into the ether. Even if you are the sole silver dragon of our lineage, you must grasp what half a lifetime truly signifies. Cecilia remained unfazed. The longevity of dragons is profoundly vast, especially for a silver dragon of exceptional talent. If sacrificing a portion of his life could grant him the opportunity to be with the one he cherishes, he would not hesitate. This resolution had been contemplated long before Filgard's arrival, specifically during the period of his slumber beneath the icy lake. If Draco yearned for an unreserved affection, then Cecilia too desired the same. He had been shackled by bonds since birth, a living testament to his father's tireless efforts, a symbol of the pureblood Flavose. He was expected to excel, to remain steadfast in a predetermined position. Cecilia bore no disdain for this, yet he was unwilling to forever be regarded as a monster. His father's trepidation, his brother's fear. If this were to persist, he would rather remain eternally asleep beneath the lake. Until one fateful year, he awoke to find himself in a world subtly different from the one he had known. Here he became a professor at a school of magic. And on the train to his new position he encountered a young boy with platinum hair and blue eyes. Despite the boy's arrogance and pride, to his surprise, he did not find himself disliking him. Chapter 82, The Sleeping Dragon. Cecilia held no particular preferences. He maintained an indifferent attitude toward all matters. Thus, when others jested about assigning him the most remote territory, he did not object. It was likely that Cecilia would choose to remain in slumber beneath that icy lake indefinitely. Until one day, the silver dragon, unexpectedly awakened in another world, met his young master. Everything unfolded with a discernible pattern. Cecilia found himself enamored with a human. More precisely, he had fallen for Draco Malfoy, who just so happened to be human. With some time still remaining before the afternoon's first class, Blaise and Theodore returned to the common room. In the Slytherin common room beneath the Black Lake, a familiar figure sat quietly on the sofa near the fireplace. Blaise could hardly believe his eyes until the figure lifted a pair of blue-gray eyes to look in his direction. "Aren't you supposed to be pursuing the professor?" Draco's schedule had become rather predictable. With this semester's Quidditch matches cancelled, aside from classes and a few necessary social interactions, there was likely only one place to find their esteemed head boy, which puzzled Blaise. His emotions were too transparent. The Slytherin, clutching a book, hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to rise and exit the common room. Yet he never answered Blaise's inquiry. Having never witnessed such a version of Draco, Blaise keenly sensed something amiss. He refrained from speaking further, standing quietly with Theodore as they observed Draco's departure. Only when Draco's figure vanished from the entrance did Blaise exhale, thoughtfully retrieving the book Draco had left behind on the sofa. He had even dropped the book. Theodore approached, and it was evident to both him and Blaise that something was off with Draco. Blaise gasped in alarm. Could it be that they had quarreled? "All right, Blaise. Do be quiet." If the two of them were to argue, the sun would likely rise in the west. Pansy, descending the stairs from the cellar, rolled her eyes in disdain. She had just crossed paths with Draco. TSK, that expression was positively worse than the weather outside. Blaise reined in his exaggerated demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he regarded Pansy. "I actually think it's not entirely impossible." All right. Theodore interjected at the opportune moment, offering his perspective. Whether or not they quarreled will be revealed in the afternoon during potions class. Pansy firmly believed it was utterly inconceivable. She knew Draco too well. Given their current rapport with the professor, even if disagreements arose, Draco would not mention it. And with Cecilia's temperament, how could they possibly argue? The weather had been fair in the morning, but by afternoon, a light rain began to fall. Draco stood by the Black Lake, the fine droplets soaking his garments as he remained oblivious, gazing at the mist-covered surface of the water. "You have won." Even without turning around, that familiar taunt belonged to but one person. Filgard was reluctant to acknowledge this, for nothing could be worse than his brother becoming infatuated with a human. Oh, but wait. There was something even worse. His singular focus on forming a bond of partnership with that human. Perhaps it was a grave mistake to involve Krias during the hatching. Filgard mused silently, for he found it utterly incomprehensible why his brother had become so rebellious. He knew Cecilia's temperament all too well. Once a decision was made, it was immutable. Yet he could not bear to witness his brother engage in such folly, especially since Cecilia had no inkling of what it truly meant to expend half of one's life at that moment. "You must have heard it, Haven to you?" Rain cascaded past Filgard, who maintained his youthful form with raven hair. Yet the icy demeanor upon such a cherubic visage appeared exceedingly grotesque. "Reject me before the ritual begins, or else I shall devise 100 ways to end your life." The aristocratic youth, who had remained unresponsive, suddenly broke into laughter, brushing aside the rain-soaked platinum strands of his hair. His slate-blue eyes glimmered with a piercing sharpness. "Kill me?" Draco exhibited his habitual arrogance, verging on the audacious, raising his chin and scrutinizing this dragon, who outwardly resembled an ordinary human. "You wouldn't dare." The certainty in his tone nearly shattered Filgard's composure, for he was acutely aware that this insufferable human spoke the truth. He indeed lacked the courage to act. "Cecilia favors me." The platinum-haired youth stood resolutely in the rain, providing the very reason that infuriated the dragon to the brink of despair, for Cecilia's preference was his greatest source of confidence. Moreover, despite the fact that this dragon was perpetually keen on causing him trouble, Filgard had not truly harmed him in any significant manner. Aside from a few harsh words and a fearsome expression, his offensive prowess was likely inferior to that of the potted mandrakes in the herbarium. From his observations of both Filgard and Cecilia, Draco had gleaned certain traits of this family. Overall, they were not particularly malevolent individuals. Filgard, of course, remained oblivious to Draco's thoughts, and if he were to discover that he was being compared to the frightful herbs in the greenhouse, he would be left speechless. The black-haired dragon, enraged into silence, could not linger by the lake for long, as he had classes to attend that afternoon. Yes, who would have imagined that Filgard Flavose, a fully grown dragon, would be compelled to adhere to the first-year curriculum of a human magical academy? Filgard once again regretted the identity he had chosen. He could certainly skip class, but his brother was, rather irksomely, a professor here, driven by a peculiar sentiment that his brother was a professor, and thus he could not engage in such undignified behavior. Filgard, aside from exchanging barbs with Draco, generally behaved himself at Hogwarts. After he stormed off in a huff, Draco's smile promptly faded. He lingered by the lake for a moment longer, until he realized he was nearing the time for his own class, fortuitously, one on alchemy. When Cecilia entered the classroom, burdened with a mound of assignments, the first thing he noticed was the disheveled little lord in the front row. Quite literally disheveled. Chapter 83. Time to soothe him. Draco likely never envisioned presenting himself before Cecilia in such a state. As class approached, he had no opportunity to return and change his attire, resorting instead to a hasty drying charm. The clothes were acceptable, but everything else. For what felt like the umpteenth time, the platinum-haired youth irritably smoothed down his unruly hair. Cecilia remained blissfully unaware that his plans had been compromised. Nor did he know that his troublesome brother had issued threats to the young lord privately. He was simply intrigued by the appearance of such a young noble. Realizing this, Draco appeared even more agitated, while the source of his distress, his little moon, remained utterly oblivious to his tumultuous feelings. Thus, midway through the alchemy lecture, the professor was inexplicably met with a glare from the Slytherin platinum-haired youth. Cecilia cast a puzzled glance in that direction, only for Draco to immediately avert his gaze, presenting him with a cold profile. The scene seemed eerily familiar, as the silver-haired professor stood on the podium, bewilderment nearly spilling from his eyes. He calmly reflected on the fact that he had not behaved in any peculiar manner. Could it be that he had exerted too much force while bathing the weasel last night? Or perhaps he had inadvertently rolled over onto it while sleeping? The more he pondered, the more likely the latter scenario seemed, considering he hadn't assumed that form in many years. With such thoughts in mind, Cecilia continued his lecture with unwavering diligence. A certain Gryffindor, distracted during class, was caught in the act. In addition to a reprimand, he lost a point. My heavens! How could he not pay attention in class? Ron lamented. Yet Harry understood that his true sorrow was not over the lost point. Nearby, Hermione pointed her quill at Ron's parchment, suggesting that rather than fretting over this, he should quickly study, hoping the time she had dedicated to tutoring him would yield some results. Hearing this, Ron fell silent, plunging once more into the ocean of knowledge before him, only to be met with a colossal wave that left him momentarily blinded. Though the results were not immediately apparent, Hermione's tutoring had indeed borne some fruit, as reflected in Ron's class assignment, which improved from AP to an A. Upon receiving that assignment, Ron nearly wept with joy, overwhelmed by emotion. Meanwhile, Harry discreetly stowed away his own work, and as Ron reveled in his triumph, he stealthily nudged the brown-haired girl beside him. Hermione, would you mind if I sat in while you explain the questions to Ron? After class, as Cecilia tidied up, the classroom was already deserted, and he let out a resigned sigh at the empty seat in the front row. As he exited, laden with materials, a gust of wind swept through, lifting the topmost parchment from his stack. Most of the surrounding students had already departed, but as Cecilia bent to retrieve it, a long-fingered hand swiftly pressed down upon the parchment. Draco picked up the fallen item and, after casting a cleaning charm on the assignment in his hand, carefully returned the parchment to its rightful place. Where to? The youth, who had been waiting at the door for what felt like an eternity, asked nonchalantly while naturally accepting the materials from the silver-haired professor. Back to the office. I have a considerable amount of assignments to manage, and I must also prepare for next week's exams. Additionally, their essay meeting with Professor Dumbledore tonight. Completely forgetting their earlier encounter, Cecilia chattered on, discussing everything from the difficult assignments to the various preparations for the Triwizard Tournament. Upon reaching the office door, the young man, still clutching a pile of documents, turned to face Draco. Cecilia, do you not have anything you wish to say to me? Addressed directly, Cecilia was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. His mind raced through the clandestine activities he had undertaken, and thus he cautiously ventured, You know I snuck some sweets last night? No, actually. It was about my secret visit to the Forbidden Forest. What? You went to the Forbidden Forest again at night? No, I was merely hypothesizing. As Draco's expression grew increasingly dismal, Cecilia's heart raced, and an answer slipped from his lips. I accidentally rolled over onto you while sleeping last night. Draco paused, seemingly lost in thought, but then his expression softened, and he added, you were quite adorable as a child. While not the correct answer, it was one that would surely earn extra credit from the examiner. It seemed the young lord had a fondness for his youthful form, and it was as if Cecilia had unlocked a peculiar insight, gazing intently at Draco. Unbeknownst to Draco, Cecilia's thoughts had strayed to an alarming degree as he awaited a response. He was acutely aware that his anxiety was entirely unwarranted. Cecilia was utterly oblivious to the matter at hand, yet Draco found himself in considerable distress. While he could not ascertain the precise lifespan of a silver dragon, he sensed that it was substantial, and given the contention between Filgard and Cecilia at that time, it was evident that the implications of their pact extended far beyond mere longevity. On one hand, Draco yearned for Cecilia's love, desiring to be the sole object of his affections. However, the reality of having a dragon for a partner rendered such hopes inherently fraught. From the outset, their disparities were insurmountable, and Draco had consciously evaded confronting these issues. Filgard's emergence had undeniably shattered his avoidance, making the bond of companionship the most prudent choice under the circumstances. Conversely, Draco's concern for Cecilia surpassed even his own awareness. When he learned that Cecilia intended to forge a companionship pact with him, he was unexpectedly devoid of happiness. His mind was consumed by the costs Filgard had mentioned, including those pertinent to the present. If such a pact necessitated a sacrifice of that magnitude from Cecilia, he would rather forego it. His love for Cecilia was profound enough, and the fact that he held a place in Cecilia's heart sufficed. No further validation was needed. Draco lowered his gaze, feeling a rare wave of confusion wash over him. The last time he had felt such turmoil was when Cecilia had succumbed to slumber. As he drifted into contemplation, the figure of the potions professor beside him had quietly vanished, replaced by a delicate sound reminiscent of a young animal's call. Startled by the peculiar noise, Draco turned to investigate, and at his feet, a familiar snow-white cub gazed up at him with its bright golden eyes, filled with an air of innocence. Upon catching his eye, the cub immediately extended its chubby little arms toward him. Draco hesitated for a moment, then resigned himself to cradling his little moonbeam. He stroked the soft wings of the young dragon, its blue-gray eyes shimmering with a resigned yet affectionate mirth. What am I to do with you? Chapter 84. Undercurrents. Draco's next encounter with Moody occurred the following day during defense against the dark arts class. The wizard, now returned from his toad transformation, indeed appeared considerably more subdued. This was evident in the manner of his instruction, as he adhered closely to the curriculum. Having endured previous experiences, the students no longer anticipated surprises from this instructor. They merely hoped for an absence of fright. Despite the deduction of 5 points from Slytherin for his supposed compliance, Moody was not as placid as he seemed. Even now, he was scrutinizing his students, ever inclined to find fault. May I inquire why? Draco frowned as his name was called to respond. Cecilia shouldn't have listened to Dumbledore's advice to revert him. A toad was far quieter than a mad-eyed wizard. There is no reason, Moody replied, his disdain for Draco's inquiry blatant, as if the Malfoy name had elevated his questioning to personal affront. His magical eye fixated on the standing boy, awaiting a response that might provide him with new leverage, but alas, Draco did not oblige. Rather than erupting as Moody had anticipated, he merely cast a cool glance in his direction before returning to his seat. In Moody's perception, this Slytherin was still that hot-tempered, irritable young nobleman. Yet the more he clung to that notion, the less Draco would fulfill his expectations. He had discovered a new source of amusement, namely, the contorted expression on the wizard's face at the podium. Slytherin is losing points, and they are not even angry, Ron whispered to Harry, who was smoothing out the pages of his book that Ron had inadvertently crumpled. Contemplating everything he had overheard in the office that day, Harry opined that Moody seemed to be waiting for their anger. As for the point deductions, he should be prepared, for Moody would soon rectify his mistake. It turned out Harry was correct. Moody dramatically illustrated the concept of self-inflicted embarrassment when, before the entire student body at lunch, he scowled and indignantly declared he had erroneously deducted points earlier that day. Following this outburst, he departed the hall without even partaking in his meal. While Moody was discontented, Cecilia found joy in the situation. The pudding from the kitchen was delightful, rich in egg and milk flavor, adorned with a dollop of cream. The only drawback was its diminutive size, as Cecilia felt he could easily consume 10 servings alone. With his spirits lifted, His initial resistance to the task assigned by the headmaster had considerably diminished. Dumbledore had finally grasped the essence of interacting with Cecilia. One must always be accommodating. Any attempt at confrontation would only provoke his rebellious nature. Remarkably, the potions professor, seated beside Cecilia, appeared to be in good spirits today, refraining from unleashing his typical venomous remarks throughout the class. It was evident that Snape still harbored resentment for the herb-related mischief they had wreaked during the summer, and he had expended 90% of his advanced potion-making efforts at Malfoy Manor on Cecilia. Not including any strange ingredients in his potions was likely the extent of his restraint. Reflecting on the matter, Cecilia realized that if he did not demonstrate some sincerity soon, the head of Slytherin, who also served as the potions professor and Draco's godfather, might very well decide to take action against him. Perhaps he should discreetly consult Dumbledore about removing Moody and reinstating Professor Snape. He found that to be a considerably more reliable option. Unaware that he had become the focus of scrutiny, Moody yawned heavily in his office, covering his face as his magical eye rotated curiously. After ensuring the door was securely locked, he revealed a hidden chamber beneath the carpet. Wow, I think I prefer Professor Flitwick, Blaise mused, recalling Moody's recent expression, which uplifted his mood, and even led him to view Dumbledore in a more favorable light. What do you fancy the professor? Theodore, ever the instigator, seized upon the new topic, and upon realizing what he had done, Blaise nearly stifled his own mouth. The other party involved had yet to respond, and Blaise had already fallen into Theodore's trap. I meant the admiration a student has for a teacher. Prior to their enrollment, the relationship between Zabini and Nott could hardly be described as close. Aside from occasional gatherings, they had scarcely exchanged a word, and after school commenced, Theodore was not particularly loquacious, nor did he seem to forge connections. Blaise, on the other hand, was renowned for his social prowess, his network extending far beyond Slytherin to other houses. Who would have thought that the seemingly taciturn boy could be so adept at concealing his feelings? Should Blaise commend him for truly embodying the Slytherin spirit? Theodore, if you keep teasing him, Draco will surely retaliate against you both, Pansy warned, gesturing for silence. And upon seeing their puzzled expressions, added, because you are simply too loud. Blaise fell silent, begrudgingly swallowing his retort. Well then, everyone, to allow ample room for your discussions, it seems I must take my leave. Draco set down his utensils, his gaze lingering momentarily on an empty seat at the far end of the long table. It was perhaps for the best that it was vacant. Draco would much prefer tending to the bubotubertubers in herbology than endure the daily presence of a dragon that always seemed to be at odds with him. During his time at Hogwarts, Filgard rarely missed a meal. After all, it was one of the few opportunities to see his troublesome brother. He still vividly recalled the last occasion when Filgard had locked him out of his office, a profoundly unkind memory. As a qualified flawless, Filgard is indeed well suited for Slytherin. The dragon, having squandered an entire lunch hour, now seethes with fury, its golden slit pupils gleaming with an uncontainable chill. Is this what you deem significant? Filgard scoffed, rising from the sofa. Despite bearing the countenance of an 11 or 12-year-old human, the dragon's oppressive presence remained undiminished. Under the piercing gaze, Eric instinctively took a step back, completely stripped of his earlier bravado. Yet he felt compelled to retort, aren't you averse to Malfoy? Just heed my words, and soon enough, they will all be at your mercy. Time appeared to freeze as Eric stood frozen, watching in disbelief as the scorned little imp shed its guise. In its true form, the dragon loomed over him, so close that Eric could discern the sharp canines glistening between its lips. Inform your master that we shall not bow to anyone. Even the Dark Lord shall meet his demise at our hands, only for us to take his place.